Thank you, Lord, for this day as we come before your presence, that we pray that your name be glorified, that we will see your goodness in everything. Lord, I pray this today as we read your word, that we will experience your grace, experience your mercy in every aspect. We commit this day into your hands. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Let's go into the reading of the book of Torah today, and we will be reading the your mercy in every aspect. And we will read the whole passage and from Genesis onwards. So we'll be focusing on the full passage from Genesis onwards. We'll see how the Lord is unfolding his blessings on our life today. Okay, so let's go in. Genesis chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw the light, it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be firmament in the midst of the waters, and did divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament and divide the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together into one place, let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called his seas. And God saw it that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit yielding tree fruit after his kind, whose seed is in it upon the earth." It was so. The earth brought forth grass, and the herb yielding seed after his kind, and tree yielding fruit whose seed was in itself. And after his kind, and God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said that there be light from the firmaments of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and to let them be for signs and for the seasons, for the days and years. Let them be for the lights and the firmament of the heaven to give up light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, and two the greater light to rule the day, the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also, and God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give the light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, to divide the light from darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and morning were the fourth day. And God said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creatures that have live fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven." And God created great whales and every living creature that moved, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every wiggle fowl after his kind. And God saw it was good. And God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters and the sea, and let fowl multiply in the earth." And evening and morning were the fifth day. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creatures after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind." And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle of it, the kinds, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, fowl of the air, over the cattle, over the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." God created man in his own image, and the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. God blessed them. God said unto them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." And God said, "Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree in which the fruit of the tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. And to every beast of the earth, to every fowl of the earth, to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat." And it was so. And God saw everything he had made, and behold, it was good, very good. In the evening and in the morning were the sixth day. Chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were furnished. And all the host of them. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it because that it in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made there. These are the generations of the heaven and of the earth when they created in the day that the Lord God made the earth and heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth. There was not a man to till the ground. But there went up in the midst from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostril the breath of life, and the man became a living soul. The Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And the river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into four heads. The name of the first one is Pison, that is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of the land was is good. There is bdellium and onyxon. The name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. The name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is it goes towards the east of Assyria, and the fourth river is Euphrates. And the Lord God took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou may freely eat. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eat, therefore thou shalt surely die. And the Lord God said, it is not good for that man should be alone. I will make him an help to meet for him. Out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and fowl of the air, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And Adam gave the names to all cattle and to the fowl of the air, to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helpmeet for him. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. He took one of his ribs, closed up the flesh instead thereof, and the rib which the Lord God had taken from man made he woman and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called a woman because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. Now, so Genesis chapter 3. So when you go, when the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, subtle, which the Lord God had made, he said unto the woman, yeah, God said, you shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God had said, you shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die, for God knoweth don't know that in the day that ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be gods, and knowing good and evil. And the woman saw that the tree was good for food, that it was pleasant to the eyes, and the tree to be desired to make one wise. She took of the fruit and did eat, and gave, and also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were open, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig trees together, and made themselves abroad. Then, and they heard of the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden of the cool of the day, and Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. The Lord God called unto the Adam and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden. I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree which I commanded thee that thou shouldn't not eat? And the man said, The woman thou whom thou gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And the Lord God said unto them, What is this thou hast done? The woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And the Lord said, God said unto them, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, above all every beast, and upon thy belly shalt thou go. Thus shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. I'll put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow. By thy conception and in sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. And thy desire shall be thy husband, he shall rule over thee. Unto Adam he said, Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, thou shalt not eat of it. Curse the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou all the days of thy life. Thoughts also and thistle shall it bring forth of thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face thou eat bread thou, till thou return unto ground. For out of it was thou taken, for dust thou art, and dust thou shalt return. And Adam called his wife name Eve, because she was mother of all living. And to Adam also and to his wife did the Lord make clothes of skin and clothe them. And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. And now least he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drew out the man, he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Chapter 4. And Adam knew Eve, and she conceived and bare Cain. She knew Eve and bare Cain, and said, I've gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of the sheep, but Cain was tiller of the ground, and in process of the time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground and an offering unto the Lord. And Abel he also brought the firsting of his flock of the fat thereof. And the Lord respected unto Abel and to his offering. But unto Cain and his offering he has not heard. But Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou out? And why is thy countenance fallen? If thou do well, shall thou not be accepted? If thou do not well, sin light at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. Cain talked with Abel and his brother, and it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel and his brother and slew him. The Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood cried unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive, a vagabond, shalt thou be in the earth. And Cain said unto the Lord, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out of this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me. And the Lord shall said unto him, Therefore, who slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon the Cain, lest any find him should kill him. And Cain went out of the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch, and built a city, and called the name of the city, and after the name of his son Enoch. And unto Enoch born Irad, and Irad begat Mehujael, and Mehujael begat Methusael, Methusael begat Lamech, and Lamech took unto him two wives. The name of the first one was Ada, and the name of the other Zillah. Jabal, and he was the father of such as dwell in tents, and those such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal, and he was the father of all such as handle of the harp and organ. And Zillah, she also bare Jubal, Cain, an instructor of every artifice in brass and iron. And the sister of Jubal Cain was Amma. And Lamech said unto his wife, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech, hearken unto my speech, for I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my heart hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. And Adam knew his wife again. She bare a son, and he called his name Seth. For God, she said, she has appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. Then began man to call upon the name of the Lord. Genesis chapter 5. This is the book of the generations of Adam in the day that God created man in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them and blessed them and called their name Adam in the day they were created. Adam lived 130 years and begat sons of his own likeness and after his image. And called his name Seth, and the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years and begat Enos, and Seth lived after he had begot Enos 807 years, and begat sons and daughters. All the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. Enos lived 90 years and begat Canaan, and Enos lived after he begat Canaan 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. All the days of Enos were 905 years, and he died. And Cain lived 70 years and begat Mahalalel. And Cain lived after he had begat Mahalalel 840 years and begat sons and daughters. All the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 60 and 5 years and begat Jared. And Mahalalel lived after Jared 830 years and begat sons and daughters. All the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. Jared lived 162 years, and he begat Enoch. And Jared lived after he begat Enoch 800 years and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. Enoch lived 60 and 5 years and begat Methuselah. And Enoch walked with God after he had begat Methuselah 300 years and begat sons and daughters. All the days of Enoch were 365 years. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not. For God took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years and begat Lamech. Methuselah lived after he begat Lamech 782 years and begat sons and daughters. All the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. Lamech lived an hundred 182 years and begat a son, and he called his name Noah, saying, this same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hand, because of the ground which the Lord had cursed. And Lamech lived after he begat Noah 595 years and begat sons and daughters. All the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, chapter 6, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that is he also flesh, and his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, that they are children to them. The same became mighty men, which are of old men of renown. God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and the beast, and the creeping thing and the fowl of the earth, for it repented me that I have made them. And Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man, perfect in his generations. And Noah walked with God. Noah begat three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth was also corrupt before God, and the earth filled with violence. God took him upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, and for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence to them. Behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shall thou make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without, which with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make of it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of 50 cubits, the height of the 30 cubits. The window thou shalt make up to the ark, and the cubit shall thou finish it above. The door of the ark shall thou set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shall thou make. Behold, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from the under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with thee I will establish my covenant, and thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy sons, and thy wife, and thy son's wife with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, two of every sort shall thou bring into the ark to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female. Of fowls after their kind, of cattle after their kind, of every creeping things of the earth after his kind. Two of every sort shall come unto thee to keep them alive. And they'll take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee. It shall be for food for thee and for them. Thus they know according to all that God commanded him, so he did. And the Lord, Genesis 7. The Lord said unto Noah, come thou on all the house into the ark, for thee I seen righteous before me in this generation. For every clean beast thou shalt take of thee by sevens, the male and his female, and of beast that is not clean by two, the male and his female. Falls all of the year by sevens, and the male and the female to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made will I destroy from of the face of the earth. And Noah did accordingly unto all that Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon. And Noah went in, and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him into the ark, because of the waters of the flood, of clean beasts, of beasts that are not clean, of fowls, of everything that creepeth upon the earth. They went into and to Noah into the ark, male and the female, as God has commanded Noah. It came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month of the 17th day of the month, the same day where all the fountains of the great deep broke upon, and the windows of heaven were open, and the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah and Noah's wives, and the three wives of his son with him into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. They went in unto Noah into the ark, and two, and of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. They that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him. And the Lord shut him in. The flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased bad upon the ark. It was lifted up above the earth, and the waters prevailed and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. The waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the hail that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits apart did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all the flesh died that moved upon the earth, both the fall of cattle, of beasts, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, all that which was dry land died, and every living substance destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and the cattle, the creeping things, and the fowl of the heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And no only remained alive they that were with him in the ark, and the waters prevailed upon the earth 150. It's Genesis 8. And God remembered Noah and every living thing, all the cattle that was with him in the ark, and God had made a wind to pass over the earth, the waters are so fountains also of the deep of the windows of the heaven was stopped, and the rain from the heaven were restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually, and after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. And the ark rested on the seventh month, on the seventh day of the month, upon the mountains of the earth. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the first day of the month, where the tops of the mountains was at the end of the 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. He sent for the raven which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from the earth. And also he sent for the dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the soul of her flesh, and returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were not the face of the whole earth. And then he put forth his hand and took her and pulled her in unto him into the ark. He stayed for other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came in to him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So no one knew that it was that the waters were abated from the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth, and Noah removed the covering of the earth, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. In the second month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, the earth was dry. God spake unto Moses, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou and thy wife, and thy son's wife with thee. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee, all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his wife, and his sons' wives with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, every fowl, every whatsoever creepeth upon the earth after their kinds went forth out of the ark. Noah built an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast, of every clean fowl, and of offering burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor. And the Lord said unto us, I will not again curse the ground any more for a man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil. From his youth, neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done. When the earth, while the earth remaineth, the seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. And God blessed Noah and his son, and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast upon every fowl upon everything that moveth, upon all the fishes of the sea into your hand, as they every moving thing that shall be for you, and every the green hath been given it, which is the blood thereof shall ye not. Surely your blood of your lives, which I require at the hand of every beast, which I require it, and the hand of man at the hand of every man's brother, and will I require the life of man. Whose shield man's blood by man shall his blood be shed for he. The image of God made he. And you be fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply. And God spake unto Noah and to his son with him, saying, And behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with you the seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you, neither shall all the flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, this is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set up my bow in the cloud. It shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. It shall come to pass when I bring a cloud over the earth. The bow shall be seen in the cloud. I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, this is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah there went forth to ark, were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. There are three sons of Noah. Of them was overspread. There began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine and was drunk, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brethren withal. And Sheba took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders and went backward and covered the nakedness of their father. Their faces went backward, and they saw not their father's naked. And Noah awoke from his wine, knew that what his younger son has done unto him. He said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of the Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Noah lived after the flood 350 years. All the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. So now these are the generations of the sons of Noah and Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood, the sons of Japheth, the Gomer and Magog, Madai and the Javan and Tubal and Meshach and Tiras, and the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz and Riphath and Togarmah, and the sons of Javan, Elisha and Tarsha, Kittim and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their land, everyone after his tongue, after their families and their nations. The sons of Ham, Hush and Mizraim and Phut and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, Havia and Sabta and Ramah and Sabat, and sons of Ramah, Sheba and Dedan. And the Cush and Cush begat Nimrod, and he began to be mighty one in the earth, and he was mighty hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it is said even as Nimrod that the mighty hunter before the Lord. At the beginning of the king, his kingdom was Babel and Erech and Akkad and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur and built Nineveh and the city Rehoboth and Calah. The reason between Nineveh and Calah, the same is great city. And Mishram begat Ludim, Lanaim, and Lehabim and Naphtuhim, Pasurim and Kasluhim, out of whom came Philistim and Haphothorium. Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and Jebusite, and the Amorite, and Girshite, and Hivite, and Arkite, and Shanite, and Arvidite, and Zemarite, and Hamathite, and afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad, and the Canaanites was from Sidon, and as thou comes to Gerar and to Gaza, and thou goes unto Sodom and Gomorrah and Admah, and Zebul, and even unto Lush. These are the sons of Ham after their families, after their tongues and their country, in their nations. Unto Sem also the father of all the children of Heber, the brother of Japheth the elder, and even to him were children born, the children of Sem, Ham, and Ashur, and of Arphaxad and Lud and Aram, and the children of Aram, Uz and Hul and Ger, and Mash, and as Arphaxad begat Salah, and Salah begat Eber, and unto Eber was born two sons. The name of the one was Pelega, for in his days the earth was divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begat Almodad and Safan, and Zamara, and Jera, and Hadorium, and Uzal, and Tikla, Nobal, and Nebilmela, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. And all these were sons of Joktan. In their dwelling was from Mesha, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of after their families, after their tongues and their lands and for their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah after their generations and their nations. By these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Genesis 11. And the whole earth was of one language, of one speech. It came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had a brick for a stone, and slim they had they for mortar. And they said, go to and let us build as a city and a tower, and whose top may reach unto heaven. And let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men built it. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one, and they have one language. And this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and they confronted their language that they may not understand one another's speech. And the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, off to build a city. And therefore the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did they had confirmed their language of all the earth. From thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years and after the flood. And Shem lived after he begat 500 years and begat sons and daughters. Arphaxad lived 530 years and begat Salah and Sapha. Arphaxad lived after he begat Salah 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Salah lived 30 years and begat Eber. After he begat Eber 403 years and begat sons and daughters. Eber lived 430 years and begat Peleg. Now, and Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years and begat sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and begat Ruah, and Peleg lived after he begat Ruah 209 years and begat sons and daughters. Ruah lived 230 years and begat Serug, and Ruah lived after he begat Serug 207 years and begat sons and daughters. Serug lived 30 years and begat Nahor, and Serug lived after he begat Nahor 200 years and begat sons and daughters. Now Nahor lived 920 years and begat Terah, and Nahor lived after he begat Terah 119 years and begat sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and begat Abraham, and now Nahor and Haran. Now these generations of Terah, Terah begat Abraham and Nahor and Haran, and Haran begat Lot. Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abraham and Nahor took them, the name of the Abraham's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor was Milcah, the daughter of Haran, and the father of Milcah, and the father of Iscah. But Sarai was barren, she had no children. Terah took Abraham, his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son's Abraham's wife, and they went forth from them with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. All the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Chapter 12. Now the Lord had seen and had said unto Abraham, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house, from thy father's house, and to a land that I will show thee. And I'll make thee a great nation, I'll bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that blesses thee, and curse him that curses thee. And in thee shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And Abraham departed as the Lord had spoken unto him. And Lot went with him, and Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all the substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and to the land of Canaan they came. Abram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, and to the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanites was then in the land. And the Lord appeared unto Abram and said, unto thy seed will I give this land, and they are building here an altar unto the Lord, who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, leaving Bethel on the west and Hai on the east. And there he built an altar unto the Lord, and called upon the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed, going on still towards the south. And there was a famine in the land. Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there, and for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Egypt, and that he said unto Sarai his wife, Behold, now I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, This is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will save thee alive. So I pray thee, thou art my sister, that I may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. And it came to pass that when Abram was come into Egypt, Egyptians beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The prince also of Pharaoh saw her, and commanded her before Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake, and he had sheep and oxen, and he asses and maids, men servants and maid servants, and she asses and camels. And the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarah, Abram's wife. And the Pharaoh called Abram and said, What is that thou hast done unto me? Why dost not tell me that she was thy wife? Why said thou, She is my sister? So I might have taken her to me to wife. Now therefore, behold, thy wife, take her and go thy way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and then sent him and his wife and all that he had. Genesis 15. And Abram went up unto Egypt, and he and his wife, all that he had, Lot with him into the south. Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. He went in his journey from the south even to Bethel, and to the place where his tent he had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Hai, unto the place of the altar which he had made, that there made make there at the first. And there Abram called out on the name of the Lord. Lord also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents, and the land to fear them, and that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, and that so that they could not dwell together in between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle, and the Canaanite and Perizzite dwell then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot, that there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, between my herdmen and thy herdmen, for we be brethren. For it is not the whole land before thee. Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right. If thou departed to the right hand, then I will go to the left. The Lord lifted up his eyes and beheld all the plains of the Jordan, that it is well with watered everywhere. Before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the God of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as thou come unto Zor. Then Lot chose him at all the plains of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves, the one from the other. And dwell in the land of Canaan. Lot dwell in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent towards Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before the Lord exceedingly. So the Lord said unto Abraham, after the Lord has separated from, lift up thy eyes and look from the place where thou art, northward, southward, eastward, and westward. For all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. I'll make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be. And arise, walk through the land in the length of it, in the breadth of it, for I'll give it unto thee. Then Abraham removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto the Lord. Chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, the king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elzar, Shel, Shelromar, the king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bishar, the king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemibar, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the valley of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year came Chedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaim and in Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and Zuzims in Ham, and Emims in Shaveh, Kirithaim, and the Horithites in the mountains, Seir, and unto Elpharan, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites and also Amorites that dwell in Hazazon Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same is Zoar, and they joined battle with them in the valley of Siddim. When Shedoma, the king of Elam, and Tidal, the king of nations, and Rapha, the king of Shinar, and Arib, king of Elsa, four kings with five, and the valley of Sin was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there. And they that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, all the victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Adam's brother, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one of that escaped, told Abraham the Hebrew, that for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Morite, brother of Eshcol, and the brother of Aner, and these were the confederate with Abraham. And when Aram heard that his brother were taken captive, he armed his trained servants born in his own house, 318, pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, and he and his servants by night, and smote them and pursued them in Hobah, which is in the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and all brought again his brother Lot and his goods, and the women also and the people. The king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer. The kings of that were with him in the valley of Shaveh, which is the king's Delay. And Melchizedek, the king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abraham of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. Blessed be the Most High God, which had delivered their enemies into thy hand. It gave him tithes of all. The king of Sodom said unto Abraham, Give me the persons and take the goods of Abraham. Said unto the king of Sodom, As I have lifted up mine hand unto the Lord, Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from thy thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abraham rich. Save only that which is the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, and Eshol, and Mamre. Let them take their portions. Genesis 15. After these things, the words of the Lord came unto Abraham in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abraham, I am thy shield, thy exceeding great. And Abraham said, God, what will thou give me, saying, going childless, and the steward of my house is Eliezer of Damascus? And Abraham said, Behold to me that I was given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. And behold, the word the Lord came unto him and saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thy own bowels shall be thine heir. And he brought him forth abroad and said, Look now towards heaven and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. He said unto him, So shall thy be seed. And he believed in the Lord, he counted unto him for righteousness. He said unto him, I am the Lord of that God that brought thee out of the Ur of the Chaldees to give thee this land to inherit it. And said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that shall I inherit it? He said unto him, Take me a heifer of 3 years old, and she goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and turtle dove and nine pigeon. And he took unto him all these and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another. But the birds divided he not. When the falls came down upon the carcass, Abram drew them away. When the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. Lo, and the horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto him, Know for sure that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also then that nation whom thy serve will I judge, and afterwards shall they come out of great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace, that shall be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come here again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, and behold, the smoking furnace and burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same the Lord made covenant with Abraham, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates, the Canaanites, the Kenizzites and Kadmonites, and the Hittites and Perizzites and Rephaims, and the Amorites and Canaanites and Girgashites, and Jebusites. And Sarah's Abram wife bare him no children, and she had an handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. Sarah answered Abram, Behold, now that the Lord has restrained me from bearing, I pray thee go in unto the my maid made it may be that I may obtain the children by her. And Abram hearkened unto the voice of Sarai. Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, a maiden, the Egyptian from Abram, had dwelt 20 years in the land of Canaan, and gave it to her husband Abram to be his wife. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she was conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. Sarai said unto him, My wrong upon thee, I have given my maid into thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judgeth between me and thee. And Abraham said unto Sarah, Behold, thy maid is thine hand, do to her as it pleases them. And Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, in the wilderness, by the fountains in the way of Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai maid, whence camest thou? And with a will thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. The angel of the Lord said unto her, Return to thy mistress, amid thyself unto her hands. And the lady said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard the affliction. And he will be a wild man, his hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, Thou God saves me, for she said, Have I also here looked after him that seeth me? Wherefore the well was called Berlahai Roi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered, and Hagar bare Adam a son. Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bare Ishmael. And Abram was 66 years old when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abraham. Genesis 17, when Abram was 90 years old and nine, the Lord appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty God, walk before me, be thou perfect. I will make I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him, and saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name anymore be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham, for the father of many nations I have made thee. I will make I will make thee exceedingly fruitful. I'll make nations of thee, and the kings shall come out of thee. I will establish my covenant between me and thee and thy seed after thee in their generations for an everlasting covenant to be God unto thee. And to thy seed after thee I'll give unto thee, and to thy seed after thee, the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the lands of Canaan for an everlasting possession will be their God. And God said unto Abraham, Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin. It shall be the token of the covenant betwixt me and you. He that is 8 years old shall be circumcised among you, every man child in your generations. He that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of thy seed, he that is born in the house, he that is bought with thy money, must needs to be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people, and he said, he hath broken my covenant. And God said unto Abraham, As for Sarai thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. I will bless her and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her. And she shall be a mother of nations, kings of people shall be of her. And Abram fell upon his face and laughed and said in his heart, shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? Shall Sarai that is 90 years old bear? And Abram said unto God, oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. God said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed to him. And as of Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him and make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. And 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. My covenant will I establish with Isaac, with Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. And he left off taking talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. Abraham took Ishmael his son, all that were born in his house, all that were brought with his money, every male among the male men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their firstborn in the self same day. And God had said unto him, Abraham was 90 years old and nine, and he was circumcised in the flesh of the first. Ishmael, his son, was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of the foreskin. And the self same day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house born in the house brought with money of the stranger were circumcised with him. And the Lord appeared unto him, chapter 18, in the plains of Mamre. And he sat in the tent of the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, lo, 3 men stood by him. And he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and he bowed himself toward them. And he said, my Lord, if I now found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee from thy servant, and let little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourself under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts, that after that ye shall pass on from therefore, or ye come to your servant. And they said, so do, and as thou hast said. And Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah, and said, make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth earth. And Abram ran unto the herd and fetched the calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hasted to dress it. He took butter and milk and calf with he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life, and thou, Sarah, thou shalt have a son. Sarah heard it in the tent door which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? The Lord said unto Abraham, wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I surely bear a child which I am old? Is there anything too hard for the Lord? That time appointed I will return unto thee according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. And Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not. And she said, I was afraid. And she said, nay, but thou did laugh. And the men rose up from thence and looked towards Sodom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, so all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the ways of the Lord to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he had spoken of him. And the Lord said, behold, the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down in now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know. The men turned their faces from them and went towards Sodom. Abram stood yet before the Lord. And Abram drew near and said, will thou also destroy the righteous within the wicked? Peradventure there be 50 righteous within the city, will thou also destroy, not spare the place for the 50 righteous there are in. That be far from thee to do, and do after this manner, to slay the righteous up with the wicked. That the righteous should be, and the wicked that be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And the Lord said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, which am but dust and ashes. Peradventure, peradventure, peradventure there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Will thou destroy all the city for the lack of 5? And he said, if I find them 45 I will not destroy it. And speak unto him again. Pray adventure if there shall be 40 found there. He said, I will not do it for 46. And said unto him, oh, let not God, Lord, be angry. I'll speak prayer and if there shall be 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it. I will find 30 there. And he said, behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord prayer, and if there shall be 20 found there. He said, I will not destroy for it. 26. And said, oh, let not Lord be angry. I will speak here, but once the 10 shall be found there, and he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And the Lord went his way as soon as he had left, communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place. And and there came the two angels, Genesis 19, to Sodom at even, and the Lord sat in the gates of Sodom. And Lord, seeing them, rose up and meet them. He bowed himself with his face toward the ground. He said, behold, now my lords, I turn in, I pray you unto this is your servant's house, and tarry all night and wash your feet. Yet ye shall rise up early and go on your ways. And they said, nay, but we will find abide in the street of all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in and he entered into his house, and he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread. And they did eat. Before they laid down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, and all the people from every corner. And they called unto the Lord and said, and where are the men which came in into ye this night? Bring them out unto that we may know them. The Lord went out all the door unto them and shut the door after him. And he said, I pray the brother, do not so quickly. Behold, now I have two daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you. Do ye to them as it good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore they came and they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs to be a judge. Now we will deal worse with thee than with them. And when they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot came near to break the door, and the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find a door. And the men said unto Lot, hast thou heard any besides son-in-law, or thy sons, or thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place, and for we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it. The Lord went to the spoke unto his son-in-laws, which married his daughters, and said, up, get out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons of in-law. When the morning arose, then the angel hastened Lord, saying, arise, take thy wife and thy two daughters which are here, and lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, upon the hand of two daughters. The Lord being merciful unto him, and they brought him forth and set him without the city. And it came so when they had brought them aboard, that he said, escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plains, escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. Lord said unto him, oh no. So, my Lord, behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, thou magnify thy mercy soon unto me in saving my life, and I cannot escape to the mount, lest some evil take me and I die. Because now this city is near to flee, and it is little one. Oh, let me escape there. Is it not a little when my soul shall live? And he said unto him, see, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for the which thou hast spoken. As they escaped, and I cannot do anything till thou be come thither. Therefore, the name of the city was Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when the Lord entered into Zoar. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord of the heaven. And he overthrew those cities, all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him. She became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. He looked towards Sodom and Gomorrah, toward all the land of the plain. And lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass when God destroyed the cities of the plain, God remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in the which Lord dwelt. And the Lord went out to Zoar, dwell in the mountains, and his two daughters with him. As for he feared to dwell in Zoar, And he dwelt in a cave, he and his two daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, our father is old, there is not a man in this earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, we will lie with him, that we may preserve the seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in, lay with her father. And he perceived not that when she lay down, nor when she rose. And it came to pass on the morrow, and that the firstborn said to the uncle, behold, I lay Esther night with my father, lest us make him drink wine this night, and go thou in and lie with him, that we may preserve the seed of the father. And they made their father drink wine in that night also, and the younger one arose and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, and nor when she rose. Both the daughters were chilled by their father. And the firstborn bare son, it called him Moab, and the same the father, the Moabites unto this day. The younger she also bears, and his named Benami, and the same of the father to Ammon unto this day. Genesis 20. And Abraham journeyed from thence towards the south country, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. Abram said unto Sarah his wife, she is my sister. And Abimelech king of Gerar sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, behold, thou art a dead man for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, she is my sister, and she herself said, he is my brother. In the integrity of my heart, innocence of my hand, have I done this. And God said unto me in the dream, yeah, I know that thou did it in the integrity of thy heart, for I also withheld thee from the sinning against me. Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet. He shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou shalt restore her not, now thou shalt surely die, and thou and all that are in thine. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all his servants, told all the things in their ears. The men were sore afraid. Abimelech called Abraham, said, what hast thou done to us? What have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. Abimelech said unto Abraham, what saw it that thou hast done these things? Abraham said, because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, that they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet, indeed, she is my sister, she is the daughter of my father, not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And it came to pass when God caused me to wander from my father's house, I said unto her, this is thy kindness which thou shalt show unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, he is my brother. And Abimelech took sheep, oxen, and men seven, women seven, gave unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. Abimelech said, behold, my land is before thee, dwell where it pleases thee. And unto Sarah he said, behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is thee a covering of the eyes, and to all that are with thee. And with all this, and she was reproved. And Abram prayed unto God. God healed Abimelech his wife and made seven, and they bare children. And the Lord fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. And the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For she conceived and bare Abraham a son in his old at the set time of which God had spoken unto him. And Abram called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare to him, Isaac. Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, 8 days old, and God has commanded. And Abraham was 100 years old, and his son was Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, God hath made me to laugh, so that that all that here will laugh with me. And she said, who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah would should have given children son, for I have born him a son in his old age. And the child grew and was weaned, and Abram was made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar, Egyptian, which she had born unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, cast out this bondwoman as son, for the son of this bond shall not be heir of with my son, even with Isaac. The thing was very grievous in Abraham said because of his son. God said, Abraham, let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the land, and because of thy bondwoman, in all that Sarah had said unto thee, hearken unto her voice, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called. And also the son of the bond will I make a nation because he is thy seed. Abram rose up early in the morning and took bread and a bottle of water and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulders and the child, and sent her way. And she parted and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs, and she went and sat and again against him a good way off, and that and where a bow shot, for she said, let me not see the death of the child. She sat over against him and lifted up her voice and wept. And God heard the voice of the lad, and the angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven and said unto her, what aileth thee? Hagar, fear not, for God hath heard the voice of the Lord for he is. And rise, lift up the lad, hold him in thy hand, for I will make him a great nation. God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. She went and filled the bottle with water and gave the lad drink. And God was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the land of in the wilderness and became an archer. He dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt. It came to pass at that time Abimelech and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, spoke unto Abraham, saying, God is with thee in all that thou do. Now therefore say unto me here by God that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt do unto me, to the land where thou hast sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water where Abimelech's servants have violently taken away. Abimelech said, I won't hast done this thing, neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it. But today Abram took sheep and oxen and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. Abram said, seven lambs of the flock by themselves. Abimelech said unto the Abraham, what means these seven Eve lambs which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, for these seven Eve lambs shalt thou take my hand, that they may be witness unto me that I have digged this well. Therefore, he called that place Beersheba because there's both of them. Thus, they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up and called the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of Philistines. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba and called there the name of the Lord, everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days. And it Genesis 22, and it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham and said unto Abraham, and Abraham's and Abraham and he said, behold, here I am. And he said, take now thy son, thy only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I tell thee. Abram rose up early in the morning and saddled his ass, and took two of his young men with him, Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up and went into the place of which God had told him. There on the third day Abram lifted up his eyes and saw the place afar. And Abram said unto his young men, abide here with us, and I and the lad will go and worship and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son, and he took the fire in his hand and a knife. They went both of them together. Isaac spake unto Abraham his father and said, my father. And he said, here am I, my son. And he said, behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for burnt offering? And Abraham said, my son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So went before them together. They came to the place which God had told him, and Abraham built an altar there and laid the wood in order and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abram stretched forth his hand and took his knife to slay his son. And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven and said, Abram, Abram. And he said, here am I. He said, lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do I anything unto him. For now I know that thou fear God, seeing that thou not wilt have thy son, thy only son, from me. Abram lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in the thicket by his horns. Abram went and took the ram and offered him upon the burnt offering and the star of sun. Abram called the name of the place called Jehovah Jireh. As it is said to this day, on the mountain of the Lord it shall be seen. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of the heaven in the second time, and Abraham said, by myself have I sworn, said the Lord, for because thou hast done these things, and not withheld thy son, one only son, that In blessing, I will bless thee, and in multiplying, I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and the sand which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gates of his enemies. In thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, and because thou hast obeyed my ways. So Abram returned unto his young men, and they rose and went together at Beersheba. Abram dwelt in Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she has also borne children unto thy brother Nahor. Who is his firstborn was his brother, and Chemul the father of Aram, and Shezed, and Hazo, and Fildash, and Jidalaph in Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rebekah, and these eight Milcah did bear to Nahor and Abram's brother. And his concubine, whose name was Ruma, she all bare also Teba, and Gaham, and Hash, and Macha. And Sarah was 100 years and 720 years. All these were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kirjath Arba, the same in Hebron in the land of Canaan. And Abram came to the moon for Sarah and to weep for her. And Abram stood up before his dead, spake unto the sons of Heth, I am a stranger and sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my son, my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abram, saying unto him, Here is my Lord, thou art mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres, bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury thy dead. Abram stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Zohar, that he may give me a cave of Machpelah, which he had, which is in the end of his will, as for as much money as it is worth. He shall give it to me for a possession of a burying place among you. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth, and Ephron the Hittite answered Abram in the audience of the children of Heth, even of that went in at the gate of his city, saying, Nay, my Lord, hear me, the field given give I thee, the cave that is therein, I give it thee, in the presence of the sons of my people, give I it thee, bury thy dead. Abraham bowed himself before the people of the land. He spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the saying, If thou wilt give it, I pray thee, hear me. I will give thee money for the field, for it. Take it from me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered, saying, and Abraham saying unto him, My Lord, hearken unto me, the land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that will with me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead. Abraham hearkened unto Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, currency money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field that were all the borders round about were made sure, and to Abraham for a possession in the presence of his children of Heth before all that went at the gates of his city. And after that, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave the field of Machpelah before Mamre, the same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. The field and the cave that therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house that or all that he had put, I pray thee that thy hand under my thigh, that I'll make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven, the God of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my sons of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I am I dwell. Thou shalt go unto my countries, and to my kindred, take a wife unto my son Isaac. And the servant said unto him, Preadventure the woman will not be willing to follow unto the land. Must I need bring such son unto the land where thou And Abram said unto him, Beware thou bring not thy son again. And the Lord God of heaven, which took me from the father's house, from the land of my kindred, which spake unto me, and that sware unto me, saying, Unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if the woman was not willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from my oath. Only bring not only my son thither again. The servant put his hand under his thigh of Abram his master, and sware unto him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels and of his master, and departed for all the goods of his master were his hand, and rose and went to Mesopotamia and to the city of Noah. And he made and he saw the Lord God of Abraham, I pray, send me the good speed of this day, and show kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of the water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass that the damsel to whom shall I say, let down my pitcher, I pray thee, I may drink, and she shall say, drink, I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be shall that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac. Thereby shall I know that thou hadst sweet kindness into thy master. It came to pass before he had done speaking that behold, Rebekah came out, who were born in Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of now Abraham's brother, with her pitch upon her shoulders. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither he had any man known her. She went down to the well and filled her pitch and came up. And the servant ran to meet her and said, let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. And he said, drink, my lord. She hasted and let down her pitch upon her hand and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camel also, and to thy until they have done drinking. And she hasted and emptied her pitcher into the trough and ran again unto the well to draw water, drew for all his camels. And the man wondered at her hand his peace to wilt, whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous. Or it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight and two bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold. And she said, whose daughter thou art? Tell me, I pray thee, is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge it? And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bore unto Nahor. And she said, moreover, unto him, we have both straw and enough and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Lord. And he said, blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. Bring in the way, and the Lord led me into the house of the master's brethren. And the damsel ran and told them to her mother's house these things. Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran unto the man unto the well. And it came to pass when he saw the earrings and upon his sister's hand, and when he had heard the word of Rebekah his sister, saying, that spake the man and unto me, that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, come in, thou blessed of the Lord, therefore stand thou without, for I have prepared the house and room for the camels. And the man came into the house, he ungirded his camels, gave a straw provender for the camels, and washed water to wash his feet. And the man's feet that were with him. And there was a set meat before him to eat, but he said, I will not eat until I have told mine errand. He said, speak on. I said, I am Abraham's servant, and the Lord has blessed my master greatly. He has become great. He has given him flocks, herds, silver, gold, and men servant and maid servants, camels, and asses. And Sarah, my master's wife, bare a son to my master when she was old. And unto him had he given all that he had. My master made me swear, saying that thou shalt not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell. But thou shalt go unto thy father's house to my kindred, and take wife unto my son. And he said unto my master, peradventure the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, the Lord, the Lord before whom I walk, send his angels with thee, and they prosper thy way, and thou shalt take a wife for my son of my kindred, of my father's house. Then shalt thou be clear from this my oath when thou come to my kindred. If they give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from thy oath. And I came to this day unto the well and said, O Lord God, my master Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of the water. It shall come to pass that when the virgin comes forth to draw water, I say to her, give me, I pray thee, the little water of thy pitcher to drink. And she says to me, brother, drink thou, and thou I will also draw for thy camel. Let the same be the woman whom the Lord hath appointed out of my master's son. And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rebekah came forth in her pitch of her shoulders, and she went down unto the well and drew water. And I said unto her, let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste, let now a pitch from her shoulder, and she said, drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank. She made the camels drink also. So What's daughter? And she said, the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Nahu, whom Micah bare unto him, and put earrings upon her face and bracelets upon her hands.
And I bowed down my head and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord God of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now, if if he will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, the thing proceedeth from the Lord. We cannot speak unto thee bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go and let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Lord hath spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, and he and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, send me away unto my master. And her brother and her mother said, let the damsel abide with us few days, at the least 10. After that she shall go. And he said unto them, hinder me not, seeing the Lord hath prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master. And they said, we will call the damsel and enquire at her mouth. And they called Rebekah and said unto her, wilt thou go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rebekah their sister and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said unto her, thou art our sister, be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them. And Rebekah arose and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels and followed the man. And the servant took Rebekah and went his way. And Isaac came from the way of the well Laharai, for he dwelt in the south country. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide. And he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes and saw and when she saw Isaac, she lighted up the camel. For she had said unto the servant, what man is this that walked in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, it is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent and took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Genesis 25. Then again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah, and she bare him Simran, and Zokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Isbak, and Shua. And Jokshan begat Sheba and Dedan, and the sons of Dedan were Ashurim and Letushim and Leumin. And the sons of Midian, Ephah and Epher and Anok and Habidah and Heldah. All these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac. But unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts and sent them away from Isaac his son while he yet lived, eastward unto the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life, which he lived 160 and 15 years. Then Abraham gave up the ghost and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons Isaac and Ismail buried him in the cave of Machpelah in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the well Laharai. Now these are the generations of Ismail, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ismail by their names according to their generations. The firstborn of Ismail, Nebajoth, and Kedar, and Abdel, and Mibsham, and Misma, and Duma, and Masa, Hadar, and Tema, Jetur, Naphish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Ismail, and their names, by their towns, and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ismail, and 137 years, and he gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Egypt, as thou goest toward Azariah, and he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old. He took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel the Syrian of Padan Aram, the sister of Laban the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren. And the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. And the children struggled together within her, and she said, If it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said unto her, Two nations are in thy womb, and two manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over, like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold of Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was threescore years old when she bare them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau, because he did eat of his venison, but Rebekah loved Jacob. And Jacob sowed pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, Feed me, I pray thee, and that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom. And Jacob said, Sell me this day thy birthright. And Esau said, Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me? And Jacob said, Swear to me this day. And he sware unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Genesis 26. Then, and there was a famine in the land beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went unto Abimelech king of the Philistines unto Gerar. And the Lord appeared unto him and said, Go not down into Egypt, and dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and I will bless thee. For unto thee and unto thy seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swear unto Abraham thy father. And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto thy seed all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. And Isaac dwelt in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him of his wife, and he said, She is my sister, for he feared to say, She is my wife, lest, said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rebekah, because she was fair to look upon. And it came to pass, when he had been there for a long time, that Abimelech king of the Philistines looked out at a window, and saw, behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah his wife. And Abimelech called Isaac, and said, Behold, of a surety she is thy wife. And thou said thou, She is my sister. And Isaac said unto him, Because I said, Lest I die for her. And Abimelech said, What is this thou hast done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lain with thy wife, and thou shouldest have brought guiltiness upon us. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, He that touches this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Then Isaac sowed in that land and received in the same year 100-fold, and the Lord blessed him. And the man waxed great and went forward and grew until he became very great. For he had possessions of flocks and possessions of herds and a great store of servants, and the Philistines envied him. For all the wells which his father's servant had digged in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped them and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said unto Isaac, Go from us, for thou art much mightier than we. And Isaac departed thence and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar and dwelt there. And Isaac digged again the wells of water which they had digged in the days of Abraham his father, for the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham, and he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. And Isaac's servants digged in the valley and found there was a well of springing water. And the herdmen of Gerar did strive with Isaac's herdmen, saying, "The water is ours." And he called the name of the well Isaac, because they strove with him. And they digged another well and strove for that also. And he called the name of it Sitnah. And he removed from thence and digged another well, and for that they strove not. And he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said, "For now the Lord hath made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land." And he went from there to Beersheba. And the Lord appeared unto him the same night and said, "I am the God of Abraham thy father. Fear not, for I am with you and will bless you and multiply thy seed for my servant Abraham's sake." And he builded an altar there and called upon the name of the Lord and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac's servants digged a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Ahuzat, one of his friends, Pehichol, the chief captain of his army. And Isaac said unto them, "Wherefore come you to me, seeing you hate me and have sent me away from you?" And they said, "We saw certainly that the Lord was with thee, and we said, Let there be now an oath between us, even between us and thee, and let us make a covenant with thee, that thou will do us no hurt, as we have not touched thee, and as we have done unto thee nothing but good, and have sent thee away in peace. Thou art now the blessed of the Lord." And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. And they rose up betimes in the morning, and sware one to another. And Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass the same day that Isaac's servants came and told him concerning the well which they had digged, and said unto him, "We have found water." And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba unto this day. And Esau was 40 years old, and he took his wife Judith, and daughter of Beri the Hittite, and Bashmith, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, which were a grief of mind unto Isaac and to Rebekah. Genesis 27. And it came to pass when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son and said unto him, "My son." And he said unto him, "Behold, here am I." And he said, "Behold, now I am old, I know not the day of my death, and therefore I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver, and thy bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison and make me savory meat, which such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may bless thee before I die." And Rebekah heard when Isaac spoke to Esau his son, and Esau went to the field to hunt for venison and to bring it. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, "Behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, Bring me venison and make me savory meat, that I may eat and bless thee for the Lord before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee. Go now to the flock and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loved. And thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and he may bless thee before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah his father, Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father, peradventure, peradventure, will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me and not a blessing. And his mother said unto him, Upon me be thy curse, my son. Only obey my voice and go fetch me them. And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of his eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands and upon the smooth of his neck. And he gave the savory meat and the bread which she had prepared unto the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father and said, My father. And he said, Here am I. Who art thou, my son? And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau thy firstborn. I have done according as thou badest me. Arise, I pray thee, sit and eat of my venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because the Lord thy God brought it to me. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Come near, I pray thee, that I may feel thee, my son, whether thou be my very son Esau or not. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him, and said, the voice is Jacob's voice, for the hands are the hands of Esau. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother's Esau's hands were. So he blessed him. And he said, art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father said unto him, come near now and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment and blessed him, and said, see, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which the Lord hath blessed. Therefore God give thee of the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee and nations bow down to thee. Behold, be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be every one that cursed thee, and blessed be he that blessed thee. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, let my father arise and eat of his son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn, Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, who? Where is he that hath taken venison, and brought it me, and I have eaten of all, because before thou comest, and have blessed him. Yeah, and he shall be blessed. And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, my brother came with subtlety, and hath taken away thy blessing. And he said, is not he rightfully named Jacob? For he had supplanted me these two times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing. And he said, hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, behold, I have made him thy lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob. And these words of Esau, her eldest son, were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob her younger son, and said unto him, behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself, purposing to kill thee. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice. Arise, flee thou to Laban my brother, to Haran, and tarry with him a few days, until thy brother's fury turn away, until thy brother's anger turn away from thee, and he forget that which thou hast done to him. Then I will send and fetch thee from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day? And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these, which are the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do to me? Genesis 28. And Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padanaran, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban, thy mother's brother. And God Almighty bless thee, and make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, that thou mayest be a multitude of people, and give thee the blessing of Abraham to thee, and to thy seed, and seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit the land wherein thou art a stranger, which God gave unto Abraham. And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Padanaran unto Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Padanaran to take him a wife from thence, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother and was gone to Padanaran. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went Esau unto Ismael and took unto the wives which he had Mahalath, the daughter of Ismael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebajoth, to be his wife. And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran. And he lighted upon a certain place and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took off the stones of that place and put them for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set upon the earth, and top of it reached to heaven, and behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. And behold, the Lord stood above it and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham thy father, and the God of Jacob. The land wherein thou liest, of thee will I give it, and to thy seed. To thee will I give it, and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south, and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places whither thou goest, and will bring thee again into this land, for I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of. And Jacob awoke out of his sleep, and he said, Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. And Jacob rose up early in the morning and took the stone that he had put for his pillows and put set it up for a pillar and poured oil upon top of it, and he called the name of that place Bethel. But the name of that city was called Luz at that first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall the Lord be my God. And the stone which I have set for a pillar shall be God's house. And all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the tenth unto thee. Genesis 29. Then Jacob went on his journey and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the land, and lo, there were three flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well there they watered the flocks, and a great stone was upon the well's mouth. And thither were all the flocks gathered, and they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth and in its place. And Jacob said unto them, My brethren, whence be ye? And they said, Of Aran are we. And he said unto them, Now know ye Laban the son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. And he said unto them, Is he well? And they said, He is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter cometh with the sheep. And he said, Lo, it is very high day, neither it is time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water ye the sheep, and go and feed them. And they said, We cannot, until all the flocks be gathered together, until they roll the stone from the well's mouth, that we water the sheep. And while he spake unto them, Rachel came out with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near and rolled the stone from the well's mouth and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother and that he was Rebekah's son, and she ran and told her father. And it came to pass when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob, his sister's son, that he ran to meet him and embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, Surely thou art my bone and my flesh. And he abode with him the space of a month. And Laban said unto Jacob, Because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what shall thy wages be? And Laban had two daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well favored. And Jacob loved Rachel and said, I will serve the 7 years for Rachel thy younger daughter. And Laban said, It is better that I give her to thee than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days for the love he had for her. And Rachel said unto Laban, Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. And Laban gathered together all the men of the place and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah his daughter and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah his maid for an handmaid. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah, and he said to Laban, What is this that thou hast done unto me? Did not I serve with thee for Rachel? Wherefore then hast thou beguiled me? And Laban said, it must not be so done in our country to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give thee this also for the service which shalt serve with me yet at 7 other years. And Jacob did so, and fulfilled her week, and he gave him Rachel his daughter to wife also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 others.
Yet another 7 years. And when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bare a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said, Surely the Lord hath looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me. She also conceived again and bare a son, and said, Behold, the Lord hath heard I was hated. He hath therefore given me the son also. She called his name Simeon. And she conceived again and bare a son, and said, Now this time my husband be joined unto me because I bore him 3 sons, therefore his name is Levi. And she conceived again, bare a son, and she said, Now I'll praise the Lord, therefore she called his name Judah. He left bearing. Genesis 30. And when Rachel saw that she bare Jacob no son, Rachel envied her sister and said unto Jacob, Give me children, or else I die. And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, Am I in God's head, who hath withheld from thee the fruit of thy womb? And she said, Behold, my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, and that I may also have children by her. And she gave him Bilhah, Bilhah, and her handmaid to wife. And Jacob went into her. Bilhah conceived and bare a son, and Rachel said, God has judged me, and hath also heard my voice, has given me a son. Therefore she called his name Dan. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again and bare Jacob his second son. And Rachel said, With great wrestling I have wrestled with my sister, and I prevailed. And she called his name Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah and maid and gave her Jacob's son. Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Jacob's son, and Leah said, A troop come, and she called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, Jacob, his second son. Leah said, Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed. And she called his name Asher. And Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest for mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother Leah. He said to Leah, Give me, I pray thee, of thy sons mandrakes. And she said unto her, Is it small matter that I have taken my husband? Wilt thou take away my son's mandrakes also? And Rachel said, Therefore he shall lie with thee tonight for thy son's mandrakes. And Jacob came out of the field, and when Leah went in to meet him, and thou must come in to me, for surely I have had thee with my son's mandrakes. And he lay with her that night, and God hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived and bare Jacob the fifth son. Leah said, God hath given me a hire, because I have given my maiden to my husband. And she called his name Ezekah. And Leah conceived again and bare Jacob the sixth son. And Leah said, God has endowed me with good dowry. Now will my husband dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. And she called his name Zebulun. Afterwards, she bare a daughter called her name Dinah. And remembered Rachel, God hearkened unto her and opened her womb. She conceived and bare a son, and said, God hath taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, and said, God has added to me another son. It came to pass, Rachel had born Joseph. Jacob said unto Laban, Send me away, that I may go unto my own place and my own country. Give me my wives, my children, whom I have served thee, and let me go, for thou knowest my service which I have done thee. And Laban said unto him, I pray thee, if I found favor in thine eyes, tarry, for I have learned by experience that the Lord hath blessed me for thy sake. He said, Appoint me my wages, and I will give thee. And he said unto him, Thou knowest that I have served thee, and how thy cattle was with me, for them was little which thou hast before me. I came, and it is now increased unto multitude. The Lord hath blessed thee since my coming. Now where thus shall I cry? provide for my own. I said, what shall I give thee? Jacob said, thou shalt not give me anything. If thou go for me, I'll again feed and keep thy. I'll pass through all thy flock today, removing from all the speckled spotted all the brown cattle among the sheep, the spotted such as mine. So shall my righteousness answer to me in time to come. And it comes to for my to defies everyone not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep. They shall be counted stolen with me. And Laban said, behold, I will buy. And he removed the day that he goats that were a ring stick spot and all the she goats that speckled, and everyone he had some. And Jacob fled the rest of Laban. Laban took him rods with him, chestnut pearl with, and made the white appear, which was in the rods. And he said, the rods which he had piled before the rocks, the gutters of the watering troughs, when the flock came to drink, that should conceive when they came to drink. The flocks conceived before the rods and brought forth cattle, ring, staked, speckled, and spotted. Jacob did separate the lambs and set the face of the flocks toward the rings and all the brown in the flock of the Laban, own flock by themselves, and put them not into Laban's cattle. And it came to pass whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, and they might conceive among the rods. When the cattle were feeble, he put them not in, and so the feeble were Laban's, and strongest were Jacob's. And man also increased exceedingly, and has much cattle and maidservants and men and camels and asses. Genesis 31. And as he heard and and as he heard the words of the Laban son, saying, Jacob had taken away all that our fathers had, he has gotten all his glory. And Jacob behold the countenance of Laban, and behold it was not towards him as before. And the Lord said unto Jacob, return unto the land of thy fathers, thy kin I will be with thee. Jacob sent and recalled Rachel and Leah to the fields and to his flock. And he said unto me, I see your father's countenance, that it is not towards me as before, but the God of my father hath prospered. I have served your father. And your father had deceived me and changed my wages 10 times, but God suffered suffered him not to hurt me. If it, if he s- if he said this, the speckle shall be thy wages, and then then 10 times, but God suffered him not to hurt me. But if he said the speckled shall be thy wages, then all the ways cattle bear speckled. And if the ring stake shall be thy hair, then well all the cattle ring stake. God said, taken away the cattle of your cattle ring stake. Then God had taken away the cattle of your father, given them to me. It came to pass at that time that the cattle conceived, and that I lifted up mine eyes. uh, lifted up my eyes, saying, Jacob, and I said, here am I. And he said, lift up now thine eyes and see all the rams, all the rams which leap upon the cattle or rings is speckled and gristle. For I have seen all that Laban doeth unto thee. I am the God of Bethel, where thou have anointed the pillar, where thou hast vowed a vow unto me. Now arise, get thee from out of this land, and return unto the land of thy kindred. And Rachel and Leah answered, said unto him, is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Be not counted unto him strange, for he sold us and had quite devoured also our money for all the riches which God has taken from our father, that is ours and our children. And now then, whatsoever God has said unto thee. And Jacob rose up and set his sons and his wives upon the camels. He carried away all his cattle and all his goods, which he had gotten, the cattle of his getting, which he had gotten in Aram, for to go to Isaac his father in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the image that were her father's. And Jacob stole away away unwares of to Laban the Syrian, in that he told him not that he fled. So he fled all that he had and rose up and passed over the river and set his face towards the Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the third day that Jacob was fled, and he took his brethren with him and pursued him after him 7 days' journey. They overtook him in the Mount Gilead, and God came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night and said, and take it that thou speak not to Jacob either good or bad. And Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent on the mount, and Laban and with his brethren pitched in the mount of Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, what hast thou done that thou hast stolen away unwares to me, carried away my daughters, as captives taken in the sword? With a sword, wherefore thou flee away secretly, steal away from me, and did not tell me that I might have send thee away with mirth and with songs and tabrets and at harp, and hast not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters. Thou hast now done foolishly in doing so. Is it in the power of my hand that to do your hurt? But the Lord God your father spake unto me yesterday, saying, take thou heed that thou speak not to Jacob either good or bad. And now thou now though thou wouldest needs to be done, because thou so longest after thy father's house, yet therefore hast thou stolen my gods? And Jacob answered and said to Laban, because I was afraid, I said, peradventure thou wouldest take by force thy daughters from me. With whomsoever thou finds thy God, let him not live. Before, brethren, the son that now what is thine with me, and take it. For Jacob knew not that Rachel had stolen them. Lot went into Jacob's tent and to Leah's tent and to the two maidservants' tent, but he found them not. Then he went unto Leah's tent, entered to Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the images, put them under the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. Therefore, let it not displease my lord that I cannot raise up before the custom of his upon me. And he searched, but found not them. Jacob wrote and showed them to Laban, and Jacob answered and said to Laban, what is the trespass? What is thy sin that thou hast not said after me? So I had stretched all my stuff, and thou hast not found all the household stuff. Set it here before my brethren, and that they may judge be with us both. This 20 years I have been with these thy eyes, and thy she goats, Eves and she goats have not cast their eggs. The rams of their flock have I not eaten. That which was torn of beast I brought not unto thee. I bear the loss of it, of my hand is thou require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. As I was in the day that drought consumed me, and the frost by night. My sleep departed from mine eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in thy house. I served thee 14 years for thy two daughters, and 6 years for thy cattle. And thou hast changed my wages 10 times, except for the God of my father, the God of Abraham, God of fear of Isaac had been with him, surely thou hadst sent me away now empty. God had seen my affliction and labor of my hand, rebuked thee last night. And Abel answered and said, these daughters are my daughters, these children are my children, these cattle are my cattle. Sit in mind, what can I do this day to these daughters or unto thy children which they are born? Now therefore come thou, let's make covenant, I and thou, and let it be for a witness between me and thee. And then Jacob took a stone and set it up for a pillar. Jacob and son is gather stones, and they took stones, made a heap, and they did eat there upon the heap, called it Jehoshaphat. Jacob called Gilead, and Laban said, this heap is a witness between and thee in this day. Therefore the name of this is called Gilead, and Mizpah, for he said, the Lord watch between me and thee, when we are absent one from another. If thou shalt afflict my daughters, thou shalt take other wives besides my daughters. No man is with us. See, God is witness with me and thee. And Laban said to Jacob, behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast will be with me and thee. This heap will witness, and this pillar will be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to thee, that thou shalt not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me for harm. For God of Abraham, God of now, God of church be with. And Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac. And Jacob offered thy sacrifice upon the mountain. He called his brethren to eat bread, and they did eat bread and tarried all night in the mountain. And early in the morning, Laban rose and kissed his sons and his daughters and blessed them. And Laban departed and returned unto his place. Uh, can you start chapter 32?
Ah, yes. And Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him. And when Jacob saw them, he said, "This is God's host." And he called the name of that place Mahanaim. And God sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, "Thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau. Thy servant Jacob said, Thus I have sojourned with Laban and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses, flocks and men servants and women servants, and I have sent to tell my Lord that I may find grace in thy sight. And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, We came to thy brother Esau, and also he come to meet thee, and 400 men with him. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him and the flocks and herds and the camels into two bands, and said, If Esau come to the one company and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape. And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham and God of my father Isaac, the Lord which said unto me, Return unto thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which thou hast shewed unto thy servant. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become two bands. Deliver me, I pray thee, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me and the mother with the children. And thou said, I will surely do thee good and make thy seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she goats and 20 he goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine and 10 bulls, 20 she asses and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove. And he commanded the foremost, saying, When Esau my brother met thee and asked thee, saying, Who art thou, and whither goest thou, and whose are these before thee? Then thou shalt say, They be thy servant Jacob's. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau, and behold, also he is behind us. And so commanded he the second and the third, and all that followed the droves, saying, On this manner shall ye speak unto Esau when ye filed him. And say ye moreover, Behold, thy my servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goeth before me, and afterward I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept of me. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his two wives, and his two women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, and he wrestled with him. And he said, Let me go, for the day break. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. And he said unto him, What is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel, for as a prince has thou power with God and with men, and has prevailed. And Jacob asked him and said, Tell me, I pray thee, thy name. And he said, Wherefore is that thou dost ask after my name? And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of that place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. And as he passed over Peniel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh, unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank. Genesis 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men, and he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the two handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes and saw the woman and the children and said, Who are these with thee? And he said, The children which God hath graciously given thy servant. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near and bowed themselves. And after that Joseph near and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said, What meanest thou by all this drove which I met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother, keep that thou hast unto thyself. And Jacob said, Nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, as though I had seen the face of God, and thou wast pleased with me. Then I pray thee my blessing that is brought to thee, because God had dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee. And he said unto him, My Lord, know that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that go before me, and the children be able to endure until I come unto my Lord unto Seir. And Esau said, Let me now leave with some of the flock that are with me. And he said, What needeth it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth, and built him an house, and made booths for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. And Jacob came to Shalim, a city of Session, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padanaram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of a field where he had spread his tent at the hand of the children of Hamor, Session's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and called Eliohi Israel. Genesis 34. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her and lay with her and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the damsel and spake kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying, Give me this damsel to wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had brought folly in Israel in lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem long for your daughter. I pray you give him to wife, and make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. And ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get your possessions therein. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, Let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me. But give me the damsel to wife. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his wife deceitfully, and said, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them, we cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that we were a reproach unto us. But in this will we consent unto you, if ye will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised. Then we will give our daughters unto you, and will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if ye will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then will we take our daughter, and we will be gone. And their words pleased Hamor and Shechem and Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the houses of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, these men are peaceable with us. Therefore, let them dwell in the land and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. For herein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us to be circumcised, as they are circumcised. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. And unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son hearkened all that went out of the gate of his city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the city of his city. Went out of the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were so, that two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their wives took they captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. And Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites, and I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me, and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, should he deal with a sister as with a harlot? Genesis 35. And God said unto Jacob, arise, go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto God, that appeared unto thee when thou fleddest from the face of Esau thy brother. And Jacob said unto his household, and to all that were with him, put away the strange gods that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments, and let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. And they gave unto Jacob all the strange gods which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears, and Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of God was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is Bethel, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar, and called the place El Bethel, because there God appeared unto him when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an yoke, and the name of it was called Alon Bachuth. And God appeared unto Jacob again when he came out of Padanaram, and blessed him. And God said unto him, thy name is Jacob, thy name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel. And God said unto him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac, I to thee I will give it, and to thy seed after thee will I give the land. And God went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone, and he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Jacob called the name of the place where God spake with him Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath, and Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, thou shalt have this son also. And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Benoni, but his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died, and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave, that is, the pillar of Rachel's grave, unto this day. And Israel journeyed and spread his tent beyond the tower of Ether. And it came to pass, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah his father's concubine, and Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan, and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padanaram. And Jacob came unto Isaac his father, unto Mamre, unto the city of Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Genesis 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, which is Edom. Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Ada the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibam the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Bashimat the Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebuchadnezzar. And Ada bare to Esau Eliphaz, the Bashimat bare Reuel, and Aholibam bare Jewish, and Jalam, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his wives, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. For their riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in the Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of Edomites, in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Ada, the wife of Esau; Reuel, the son of Bashimat, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Timan, Omer, Zepho, and Gatam, and Kenas. And Timah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bare to Eliphaz Amalek. These were the sons of Ada, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nahath, and Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the sons of Bashimat's Esau's wife. And these were the sons of Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibeon, Esau's wife, and she bare to Esau Jewish, and Jalam, and Korah. These were dukes of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau, Duke Timan, Duke Omer, Duke Zepho, Duke Kenas, Duke Korah, Duke Gatam, Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came to Eliphaz and in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Ada. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son, Duke Nahata, Duke Zira, Duke Shama, Duke Misa. These are the dukes that came of rule in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Bashimath, Esau's wife, and these are the sons of Alohiba, Esau's wife, Jewish, Duke Jalam, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came of Alohibama, the daughter of Anna, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir, the Horite, who inhabited the land, Lotan and Shobal, Zibeon and Anna, and Dishon and Ezer and Dishan. These are the dukes of Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Hori and Heman, and Lotan's sister was Timma. And the children of Shobal were these Alwan and Manahath and Ebal, Shiphon and Onam. And these are the chin of Zibeon, both Ajai and Anan. This was that Anna that found the mules in the wilderness as he fled the asses of Zibeon his father. And the children of Anna were these Dishon and Alohima, the daughter of Anna. And these are the children of Dishon, Hemdan and Eshban and Itran and Cheran. The children of Ezer are these Bilhan and Zavan and Akan. The children of Dishan are these Uz and Aran. These are the dukes that came of the Horites: Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Zibon, Duke Anna, Duke Dishon, Duke Ezer, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes that came of Hori among the dukes in the land of sea. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom before they reigned any king over the children of Israel. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhaba. And Bela died. Jobab, the son of Zerah of Bozrah, reigned in his stead. And Jacob died. And Husham of the land of Temani reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Avith. And Hadad died, and Samla of Maskira reigned in his stead. And Samla died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Saul died, and Baalhanan, the son of Akbor, reigned in his stead. And Balhana, the son of Achor, died, and Hadar reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Pau, and his wife's name was Mehitabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. And these are the sons of the Jews that came out of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: Duke Timar, Duke Alva, Duke Jehet, Duke Aholibama, Duke Ilha, Duke Pinon, Duke Kenas, Duke Teman, Duke Mizar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Hiram. These are the dukes of Edom according to the habitation in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites. Genesis 37. And Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives, and Joseph brought unto his father the evil report. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was a son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that his father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him and could not speak peacefully unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them, Here I pray you this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose and also stood upright, and behold, your sheep stood round about and made obeisance to my sheaf. And his brethren said to him, Shall thou indeed reign over us, or shall thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 7 stars made obeisance to me. And he told to his father and to his brother, and his father rebuked him and said unto him, What is this dream that thou hast dreamed? exclaimed, "Shall I and thy mother and thy brother indeed come to bow down ourselves to thee to the earth?" And his brother envied him. But his father observed the saying, and his brother went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said unto Joseph, "Do not thy brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send these unto them." And he said to him, "Here I am." And he said to him, "Go, I pray thee, see whether it will be well with thy brother and well with the flocks, and bring me word again." So he sent him out of the vale of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, "What seekest thou?" And he said, "I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray thee, where they feed their flocks." And the man said, "They are departed hence, for I heard them say, Let's go to Dothan." And Joseph went after his brother and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, "Behold, this dreamer come. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him and cast him into some pit, and we will say, Some evil beast hath devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams." And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, "Let us not kill him." And Reuben said unto them, "Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid um, him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again." And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors that was on him, and they took him and cast him into a pit. And the pit was empty, and there was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said unto his brother, "What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh." Let his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianites, merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they bought Joseph into Egypt. And Reuben returned unto the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes. And he returned unto his brethren, and said, "The child is not, and I, whither shall I go?" And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, "This have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no." And he knew it, and said, "It is my son's coat. An evil beast had devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent into pieces." And Jacob rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, "For I will go down into the grave unto my son mourning." Thus his father wept for him. And Midianites sold him into Egypt unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's and captain of the guard. Genesis 36. And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren, and turned into a certain Adulamite, whose name was Hira. And Judah saw there was a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua, and he took her and went in unto her, and she conceived and bare a son, and he called his name And she conceived again and bare a son, and she called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived and bare a son, and called him Shelah. And he was at Chizib when she bare him. And Judah took a wife of Er his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Er, Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displease the Lord, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Judah to Tamar his daughter in law, remain a widow at thy father's house till Shelah my son be grown. For he said, lest peradventure he die also, as his brother did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died, and Judah was comforted and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnath, he and his friend Hira the Adulamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off from her and covered her with a veil and wrapped herself and sat in an open place which is by the way to Timnath. For she saw that Shelah was grown and she was not given unto him to wife. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be an harlot because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way and said, go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter in law. And she said, what wilt thou give me, that thou mayst come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, will though give me a pledge till thou send it. And he said, what pledge shall I give thee? And she said, thy signet and thy bracelets and thy staff that is in thy hand. And she gave it to her and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away and laid her veil from her and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adulamite to receive this pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, there was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Judah and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I send his kid, and thou hast not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar thy daughter-in-law hath played the harlot, and also behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Judah said, bring her forth and let her be burnt. And when she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man whose these are, am I with the child? And she said, discern, I pray thee, whose are these, the signet and bracelets and staff? And Judah acknowledged them and said, she had been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah as my son. And he knew her again no more. And it came to pass in the time of the travel that behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she traveled that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, this came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that, behold, his brother came out. And she said, how hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Phares. And afterward came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zara. Genesis 39. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, brought him of the hands of the Ishmaelites, which had brought him down thither. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of the master, the Egyptian. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. And it came to pass from the time that he had made him overseer in his house and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person and well favored. And it came to pass after these things that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph, and she said, Lie with me. But he refused and said unto master's wife, Behold, my master wotteth not what is with me in the house, and he hath committed all that he had to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither hath he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God? And it came to pass, as she spake to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her to lie by her or to be with her. And it came to pass about this time that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there within. And she caught him by his garment, saying, Lie with me. And he left his garment in her hand and fled and got him out. And it came to pass, when he saw that he had left his garment in her hand and was fled forth, then she called unto men of her house and spake unto them, saying, See, he hath brought into an Hebrew unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he heard that, I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled and got him out. And she laid up his garment by her until his Lord came home. And she spake unto him according to these words, saying, The Hebrew servant which thou hast brought unto us came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out. And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his wife, which he spake unto him, saying, After this manner did thy servant to me, that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound, and he was there in the prison. But the Lord was with Joseph and shewed him mercy and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand and all the prisoners that were in the prison, and whatsoever they did there, he was a doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because the Lord was with him. That which he did, the Lord made it to prosper.
O- Okay, I'll start. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Genesis 40. And it came to pass after these things that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord the king of the Egypt. The Pharaoh was wroth against two of his officers, against the chief of the butlers and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, into the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them, and they continued a season in ward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, and each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, which were bound in prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked the Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his Lord's house, saying, Wherefore look ye so sadly this today? They said unto him, We had a dream, and there was no interpreter of it. We, and Joseph said unto him, Do not interpretation belong to God? Let tell me them, I pray you. And the chief butler told his dreams to Joseph and said to him, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were three branches, and it was as though it budded and had blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand. I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto him, This is the interpretation: three branches are 3 days. Within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thine head, restore thee unto thy place, and thou shalt deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, into the former manner when thou hast his butler. But think on me when it shall be well with thee, and shew kindness, I pray thee, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of Hebrews. Here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. When the chief baker saw the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also saw the behold, behold, I had three white baskets on my head. In the uppermost basket there were all manners of baked meats for Pharaoh. The birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head. And Joseph answered, This is the interpretation thereof. The three baskets of 3 days, yes, within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head from thee, and they shall hang thee on a tree, and the birds shall eat thy flesh from off thee. And it came to pass on the third day with the Pharaoh's birthday, he made a feast unto all his servants. He lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. He hanged the chief baker, and Joseph interpreted as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him. Genesis 41. It came to pass at the end of the 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, and he stood up by the river. And behold, there came out of the rivers 7 well-favored kings and fat, uh, fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kings came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and the lean-fleshed and kine did eat up the 7 well-favored and fat king. And so Pharaoh awoke, and he slept and dreamed in the second time, and behold, 7 years gone came up upon one stalk and rang and good. Behold, the 17 years and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them, and the 17 years devoured the 7 ranks and full years. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled. His son had called all the magicians of Egypt, all the wise men. And Pharaoh told them this is dream, but none could interpret them different. And spake the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying, I do remember my faults this night. Pharaoh was wroth with servant and put me in a ward and a captain of the guards of the house, both me and chief baker. When we dreamed a dream one night, I and he, we dreamed each other according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, a Hebrew, servant of the captain of the guard. We told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams to each man according to his dream, and he did interpret. It came to us as he interpreted to us, so it was me he restored unto mine office, and him he hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. He shaved himself and changed his raiment, and came in to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, there is none that can interpret it. I have heard this to say of thee that thou canst understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. God shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. Pharaoh said unto Joseph, In my dream, hold, I stood up on the bank of the river. Behold, that came out up unto the river 7 kine, fat-fleshed, well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 came up after them, poor and very well-favored, and lean-fleshed, such as I never saw in all the land of the Egypt for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored king did eat up the first 7 fat kine. When they had eaten up them, I could not know what they had eaten them up, but they were still ill-favored as at beginning. So I woke, and I saw in the dream, behold, 7 years came up in one stalk, full and good, and behold, 7 years withered, thin, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the thin years devoured the 7 good years, and I told them unto these magicians, but there was none could declare it unto me. And Joseph said unto the Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. God has told Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good years are 7 years, and 7 good years are the 7 years. The dream is one. And the seventh thing in Pharaoh that came after them was 7 years, and 7 empty years blasted with the years, when shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh, what God is about to do he showed unto Pharaoh, Behold, there is comes 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt. There shall arise after them 7 years of famine. All the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and the famine shall consume the land, and the plenty shall not be known in the land for a reason of famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for the dream was troubled unto Pharaoh twice, and it was because of the thing that established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Now, therefore, let Pharaoh look at a man discreet and wise, and set him up over the land of the Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, let him appoint officers over the land, take up the fifth part of the land of Egypt in the 7 plenteous years. Let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay it on and on the hand of the Pharaoh, and let them keep food for in the cities. That food shall be in the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, that the land fare not through the famine. Thing was good in the ear of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said unto the servant, Can we find such a one as this, a man of whom the Spirit of God is? And Pharaoh sent unto Joseph, For as much as God has said thee in this, there is none so discreet and wise as thou art. Thou shalt be over my house, and according unto thy word Shall all my people be ruled? Only in the throne will I be greater than you. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, See, I have set thee over all the land of Egypt. Look, took off his ring from his hand and put it upon Joseph's hand and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. And he made him to ride in the second chariot which he had, and they cried before him, Bow the knee, and he made him ruler over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without thee shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zephnath Phaneah, and he gave him to his wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar's priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh's king of Egypt. Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh and went throughout all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenty years, the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt, laid up the foods in the city, the food of the field, which was round about every year city, laid he up in the same. And Joseph gathered corn as the sand of the sea, very much until he left numbering, for it was without number. And unto Joseph was born the two sons before the years of famine came, which were the daughter of a priest of On bare unto him. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh, as for God, as he had made me forget all my toil, all my father's house. And the name of the second called Ephraim, for God has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenteousness that was in the land of Egypt were ended. And the seventh year of the death began to come according to Joseph, as he said, yes, and dearth was in the all was in all lands, but in all the land of the Egypt there were bread, and all the land of the Egypt were famished. The people cried to Pharaoh for bread. Pharaoh said unto the Egyptians, Go unto Joseph, and said unto them. And the famine was over all the face of the earth. Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold unto the Egyptians. Famine waxed sore in the land of Egypt. All the countries came to Egypt to Joseph to buy corn, because that the famine was so sore in all lands. And when Jacob saw that was a corn in the Egypt, Jacob said unto his sons, Why do you look upon one another? And behold, I have heard that there is a corn in Egypt. Get down, buy for us from thence, that we may live, not die. And Joseph ten brethren went down to buy corn in Egypt. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Jacob sent not with his brethren, for he said, Least peradventure which befall him. And the sons of Israel came to buy corn among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. Joseph was the governor over the land, and he it was that sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces or to the earth. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange unto them, spake roughly unto them. And he said unto them, whence come ye? And they said, From the land of the Canaan to buy for them. Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew not him. Joseph remembered the dreams he had dreamed them. He said unto them, Ye are spies to see the nakedness of the land ye have come. And they said unto him, Nay, my lord, but to buy the food of thy servants come with. We are all one man's son. We are And then they and not die. Both we and also with little one. Surely for him of my hand shalt thou require him if I bring him not unto thee, and set him before thee, and then they let me bear the blame of forever. For except we had lingered, surely now we had returned this second time. And the father Israel said unto them, if it be so now, do this, take the best fruits of the land of in your vessels, and carry them the vessel, my vessel, little honey, spices, myrrh, and nuts and almonds, and take double money on your hand, the money brought again in the mouth of the carry it again in your hand. Pre-adventure it was over an oversight. Take also your brother, arise, go again unto the man, and God mighty will give you mercy before the man, and that he may send away your brother and Benjamin. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. And the men took their present, they took double the money in their hand. Benjamin and rose up, went down to Egypt, stood before Egypt. And when the Jews saw Egypt, Benjamin with them, he said unto the ruler of the bring this man home and slay and make ready, for this man shall dine with me. And the man did as Joseph bid, and the man brought men into Joseph's house. The men are because they were brought into Joseph's house. They said, because of the money that was on us for the first time, whom he brought in, that he may seek accusation against us and fall upon us and take us for bondmen or asses. And they came near the steward of the Jews of the commute with him at the door of the house. And he said, oh, sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food. And it came to pass, we came in the behold, every man's money was in the mouth of the sack. Our money is full weight. We have brought the other men, have you brought it down in us? But for me, tell who put the money in our sack. He said, peace be to you, not of your God, and has given you the treasure sack. I have your money. He brought Simeon out of the sack. And the man brought men into Joseph's house and gave them water. They washed their feet. They gave asses by the and And they made ready to the present against Joseph came that noon for the year that they should eat before them. And the Joseph came home, they brought him with the present, which was in the hand into the house, bowed themselves before to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said, it is your father well, the old man of whom you speak. Is he alive? And they answered, thy son, our father is in good health, yet he is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes, saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son. He said, is your younger brother of whom you spake unto me? He said, yes, God be gracious unto thee, my son. Joseph made haste, for his bowls did earn upon his brother. He sought where to weep, and he entered into his chamber and wept there. After he washed his face, went out, refrained himself, and said, set on bread, and they ate, set on for him for himself. For them by themselves, for the Egyptians, which did eat with him by themselves, because the Egyptians might not eat bread with the Hebrews, for they are abomination unto Egyptians. He had before him the firstborn according to his birthright, the youngest according to his. And the men marveled one and the. And he took and sent messes unto them from before them. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs. They drank and were merry with Genesis 44. And he commanded the steward of his house and saying, fill the men's sack with food as much as they can carry. Put every man his money in his sack, mark, but put my cup in the look in the things, and use corn money. And he did according to the words of the Jews. As soon as the morning was light, the men sent and the asses. And when they had gone out of the city, shouted for Joseph said unto his steward, follow up that man. And when they overtake them, say unto them, for I rewarded ye for good. I said, not this what your Lord my Lord drinketh, whereby indeed given you have done evil in so doing it. So you overtook them, you overtook them, spake, spake unto them these my same words. And they said unto him, wherefore said my Lord these words, God forbid that thy servant should according to thy thing. Behold, the money which we found in us, we brought it again unto thee out of the land of God. We steal out thy Lord's house silver or gold, which whom thy servants which we found, but and we also will be by Lord's. He said, now let be according to your words, he with whom it is found shall be my servant, he shall be blameless. And they speak down, took down every man his sack of the ground and opened every man his sack. And he searched and began, and then they left at the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes and laid every man his ass and returned to the city. And came to the Joseph's house, for he had that put him on the ground. And Joseph said unto them, what did this days I have done? If you are not there such a man as I can certainly divine. And Judah said, what shall we say unto my Lord? What shall we speak? How shall we clear ourselves? God said, found out of the inquiry of the servants, behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and cup is. And God said, God forbid I shall do so, but the man whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. As for you, get peace unto your father. Then Judah came near and said, O my Lord, son, I pray that speak the words of thy laws here, and let not thy anger burn against thy son. For those for my Lord's servant, saying, have ye the father or the brother? And we said unto man, we have a father, an old man, and a child, old age, and a little one. His brother is dead, and he alone is left in his mother, and his father loved him. And thou saidst unto the son, bring him down unto me, that I may set my eyes upon him. And as we said unto my Lord, the lad cannot leave his father, he should leave his father would die. And thou shalt unto thy servants, except the younger brother come down with you, you shall see my face no more. And when we came up unto the servant, my father, we told him the words of my Lord. Father said, go again by the slave line. We said, we cannot go down if our younger brother is with us, that we will not go down see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us. And the servant, my father said unto us, ye know that my father, my wife, bare me 2 sons, and one went out from me, and I said, surely he is torn in pieces, and I saw him now. Says, if ye take this also from me, my stiff will fall of him, and she shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Therefore, when I come to the servant of my Father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound upon in the lad's sake. It shall come to pass when he sees that the lad is not with us, he will die. And thy servant shall bring down the gray hair of thy servant, our father, with sorrow to the grave. For thy servant became surely for the lad unto my fathers. If I bring him not unto thee, if unto thee, then I shall bear the blame of my father forever. So I pray thee, let the seven abide instead of the land of the water, that the lad go up with his brother. For how shall I go up to my father, the land not be? I see the evil that shall come upon my father. And Joseph could not refrain him before them, all of them that stood by him. No, so, I mean, like he cried, can every man go up from? Stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known unto they wept aloud, and the Egyptians in the house of the bed. Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph, doth my father yet live? And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled. And Joseph said unto them, I prayed to, and they came near, and they said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom you saw. And be not grieved, found yourself, we have so many here, but God is sent before me, for you to serve me. For these 2 years and the famine been there are 5 years in which there shall be uh, to the process. And so now it be hither but God, and he hath made me father to Pharaoh and Lord of us and ruler throughout all the. Go up to my father, say unto him, thus says thy son Joseph had made the Egypt come down into tarry north. And surround all the and there's rest for their 5 years family is the house around to poverty. And behold, your eyes see in these eyes of my brother Benjamin that that speaketh unto you. He shall tell my father all of my glory in Egypt of all these seen, and he shall hasten bring. And he fell upon his brother's neck, brother's Benjamin's neck, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. More and wept upon them, and after that his brethren talked with him. And the fame of heard in the Pharaoh's of saying, Joseph's brethren are come in place. And Pharaoh well into 7. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, say unto thy brethren, this is 2 years laced you be laid you laid beast, and go and get your and take your fathers and come unto me, and they'll give you I give you the good of the land of the Egypt. You shall eat of the fat of the land. Now the art commanded this, do it. Take your wagons of the land of the Egypt for you little ones, for your wives, and bring your father and come. And also regard not your stuff for the good of the land of the Egyptians. And the children of Israel did so according to the commandment and gave them the provision. And to them he gave, and it is fine. Then a good thing of the Egypt. She had declared bread and meat of his father by way. And he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And he said unto them, see that ye fall not out by the way. And they went up out of the land of the Canaan, and Canaan to the Jacob their father. And and they told him all the words of the Joseph which he had said unto them. And he told him Joseph saying that Joseph is at alive, and he is the governor over all the land of Egypt. And Jacob had fainted, for he believed them not. And they told him all the words of Joseph which he had said unto them. And we saw which Joseph sent to carry him, the spirit of Jacob their father revived. And Israel said, the son of Joseph, my son, is yet alive. I will go and see before I die. And Israel took his journey with all he had and came to worship and honor the God of his father Isaac. And God spake unto Israel in the visions in the night and said, Jacob, Jacob. And he said, Here I am. And he said, I'm God. I'm God, God of thy father. Fear not to go down into Egypt, for I will there make of thee a nation. I will go down with thee into the Egypt. And surely Joseph shall put on his hand upon the eyes. And Jacob rose from Sheba, and the sons of Israel carried Jacob their father and their little ones and their wives and their and said to carry him. They took their cattle, their goods, and got in the camp and took Jacob and all his seeds with him. And his sons and his sons with him, and his daughters and his sons and all with him into Egypt. And these are all the names of the children of Israel which he came into the Jacob Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and the sons of Reuben follow, and as and the sons of Simeon, Jemuel and Jamin and Ohad and Jachin and Zahar and Zahul, the son of Kanishite woman. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, Merari, and the sons of Judah, Nonam and Shelah, brothers and Zerah. But Yera and Onam died in the land of Canaan. The sons of Erah, Hezron and Hamul, and the sons of Issachar, Tola and Puah, and Job and Simro. And the sons of Zebul and Zerah, and Loron and Jahelel. And they had been the son of Leah, that she bare unto the Jacob. With his daughter, they, all the souls of his and his daughters were 33. And the sons of God, Zephion and Haggai and Zuni, Zbon and Eri, Rodi and Eli. And the sons of Ajar, Jimnath and Yeshua and Yeshua and Berai, Seraida. And the sons of Berai, Heber and Malchiah. These are the sons of Zilpha, whom Lad gave his daughter. And these bare unto Jacob even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife, Joseph and Benjamin, and to Joseph into the land of Manasseh and Ephraim. And Asnith, the daughter of Potiphar's priest, on own bare unto him. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela and Ashba and Gera and Namel and Yehib and Rosh and Mupim and Hupim and Rachel, which are born to Jacob. All the souls were 14. And the sons of Dan, Husham, and the sons of Nephil, Jahel and Guri, and Jezer and Selim. And these are the sons of Bilhah, which Laban gave unto Rachel his daughter, and she bare this unto Jacob. And all the souls were 7. All the souls that came unto Jacob and to the Egypt, which came out of his lines, because Jacob's sons' wives, all the souls were 6. And the sons of Joseph, which were born in him into Egypt, were the 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob, the Egypt, were 60. And 10. He sent to Judah before him unto Joseph to direct his face unto Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen, and Joseph made ready his chariots, went into the meat of Isaac his father to Goshen, present him before the. He fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while. And Israel said unto Joseph, Now let me die, since I have seen this face. Because thou art alive. Joseph said unto his brethren and to his father's house, I will go up and slew Pharaoh and say unto him, My brethren and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come to me. And men are shepherds, for their trade has been to feed cattle. They have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. And it shall come to pass when Pharaoh shall call you and shall say, What is your occupation? They shall say, 7 states been about cattle from your youth even unto now, both we and our also our fathers. That they dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is abomination unto the Egyptians. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh and said, my father and my brethren, their flocks and their heads, they came out of the land of Canaan, they were in the land of Goshen. They took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto his brethren, what is your occupation? And they said unto Pharaoh, thy servant are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. They said over unto Pharaoh, for to sojourn in the land where we come, for thy servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Therefore we pray thee, servants dwell in the land of Goshen. Pharaoh spake unto this, if thy father and thy brethren have come unto thee, then the land of thee is land to make thy father and brethren to dwell in the land of Goshen. Let them well, if thou knowest any man of activity among them, let them make the rulers over my cattle. And Joseph brought in Jacob his father and set him before Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said, and Jacob said at Pharaoh, the days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years, few and evil, and yet the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained unto the days of the years of my life of my fathers in the days of their pilgrimage. Okay. Before Pharaoh. And Joseph placed his father and best of the land as some Pharaoh command. Joseph nourished his father and brethren, all his father's household, and no brother in the land was very sore, and so that the land of Egypt, all the land of Canaan, fainted by reason of the famine. Then Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land, that was found in the land, and of Egypt. So, and in the land of Canaan. For with a condemned, and Joseph brought the money into the Pharaoh's house. When the money failed in the land of the Egypt, in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came unto Joseph and said, give us bread. Why should we die in thy presence? For thy money faileth. And Joseph said, give your cattle, I'll give you the cattle for money. If they brought in the cattle unto Joseph, gave them the bread in exchange for the horses, for the flocks, for the cattle of the herd, for the asses, and he fled them with the breads of all the cattle for that year. When that year ended, they came unto him second year, and they said, and we have not had not spent my Lord at the heads of the cattle that is not out left in the sight of by our bodies and our lands. Therefore shall we die before thine ears, before we and our land, by us, and we and our land be servants, and give us seed that we live and die not, that the land not, yeah, desolate. And Joseph brought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, for Egyptians sold every man his friend, because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. As for the Pharaoh, uh, and only the land of the brought he not for the priests as portion had sent them to Pharaoh, and did eat their portion the Pharaoh gave them, wherefore they sold. And the Joseph said unto the people, behold, I brought you unto the entire land. For ye, here is a seed for you, and ye shall sow the land. You come upon the increase, they shall give the fifth part and fourth part of shall meant for the seed for your food, and for them your house, and for your food, for your cat, little ones. For let give us mine, and we will be Pharaoh 7. And Joseph made it law over the land of the Pharaoh should have fifth part, and except the land of the priest one, which became not fine. And the Israel dwell in the lands of the Egypt in the country of Goshen. Their possession, they grew, multiplied, and the 147 in the time of the right man, they and I found grace in thy said, put I pray thy have thy hand and thy my height, and deal kindly and truly with me. Bury me not, I pray thee, in Egypt. I will lie with my fathers, thou shalt carry me out of Egypt, bury me in thy place. And he said, and I will do as thou hast said. And he said, swear unto me, as you unto, and the Israel bowed himself upon the bed's head. And it's Genesis 48. And it came to pass after that no one told Joseph, behold, thy father is sick. And he told him his two sons, Manasseh, and one of the two, one who told, behold, thy son Joseph come unto thee. Israel strengthened himself, sat upon the bed. And Joseph said unto Joseph, God Almighty appeared me, the land of Canaan blessed me, said, behold, I will make them fruit and multiply. I'll make thee a multitude of people, and give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting one. Now the two sons of Ephraim, in which we were born into the land, became my king. And mine Reuben and Simeon, they said, and my issue which thou begettest after them shall be thine, and shall be called after the name of their brethren in it. And I came to Padan, Rachel died in Belalan, in the Canaan, and when they yet they there was but a little way to come unto Ephra, and I buried her there in the ways of and and said, who are these? And Joseph said unto his fathers, these are my sons, whom I as God has given me. And he said, bring them, I pray thee, unto me, and bless them. And now the eyes of the Israel were dim for ages, so that he could not see. He went unto him, and he kissed him and embraced him. Israel said unto Joseph, I had not thought to see thy face. Lo, God has shewed me also thy seed. Brought them out from between his knees, and bowed himself with his face of the earth to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand towards Israel, and Manasseh in his left hand towards Israel's right hand, and brought them near to unto him. Israel stretched out his right hand, laid unto him Ephraim head, who was the younger, and Israel Manasseh head, guiding his hand, willingly for Manasseh was born. And blessed Joseph and God, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac, God which fed me all my life long, will redeem me from all evil. Bless the lads, let my name be named on them, and the name of my father Abraham, and let them grow into multitude in the midst of the earth. And Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of his blessed. He held up his father's hand, removed it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's hand. So said unto him, now, so my father, this is the firstborn, put it. And his father says, I know it's right. He shall become a people, and it also shall be great. But truly his brother shall be greater than he, and she shall become multitude. And he blessed them that day, and saying, thus shall Israel bless, saying, God make thee an Ephraim and Manasseh. Set Ephraim before Manasseh. Israel said unto Joseph, behold, I die, but God shall be when bring you again into the land of your Moreover, I have given unto thee one portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword and with my bow. Well, and Jacob called unto his sons, and gather yourselves, I may tell you that I shall befall in the last. Gather yourselves together, and hear, ye sons of it, and hearken, Israel, unto your father. Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might, and beginning of my strength, and excellence of dignity, excellence of power. Unstable as waters, and I saw not because thou wentest into thy father's bed, which shalt not know it. You went up to my couch. Simeon and Levi, your brother, instruments of cruelty, are in their habitation. O my soul, come not into their assembly, mine honor, not. For in their anger they slew a man in their self, they dig down a wall. Cursed be the anger for in their face, by wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob, scatter them. Judah, thou art whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies, for thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Judah in life, for they pray, my son, for thou art gone up. He stood up down, he couched in as a lion, as a old lion, who shall rouse upon him. And the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a log from Reda in his feet, until Shilon come, and unto him shall gather the of the people, and binding his foal unto the vine, and his ox foal unto the choice wine, common in wine, and his clothes in blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red in with wine, and teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell in the haven of the seas. They shall be and sheep, and his border shall be unto Zidon. Issachar is as strong as couching down between two burdens. He saw the rest was good, and the land that was pleasant. Bowed his shoulder to beard, became the 7 and 2 tribute. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of it. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, and adder in the path that with seals that his rider shall fall back. But I have waited for thy salvation. O Gad troop, overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is in let loose, and giveth goodly words. Joseph is a fruitful bird, and even as a fruitful bird, a well whose branches ran over the wall. Her sorely grieved him and shot at him and hated him. But as his ball abode in strength, and arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty God of Jacob. Shepherd the stone of Israel, even by the gods of the fires, who shall help thee? By the Almighty, who shall bless thee? Blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that land, the blessings of the breast and of the thy father, they prevail above the blessings of the unto the most bound. There shall be on the head of the Joseph, on the crown of the head of him that was separate from his brethren. William shall raven wolf in the morning, he shall devour the prey. At night he shall divide the spoil. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel. And this is that the Father spake unto him and blessed him, one according to his blessing, and he has blessed him. He charged them and said unto them, I am to be gathered unto my people, burying me and the fathers on the cave that in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave that is the field of Machpelah, which is before memory in the land of Canaan, which Abraham field of Ephron, the Hittite for a precision of the. Then they buried Abraham, Sarah is that they were buried Isaac and Rebekah his wife. They had buried Leah. The purchase of the field and of the cave that is therein was from the children of Heth. When the Jacob had made an end of the commandment, he gathered up his feet into the bed and yielded up the ghost, and thus gathered unto his people. Genesis 50. And Joseph fell upon his face, father's face, and wept upon him and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed his son. 40 days were fulfilled for him, so for the fulfill the days of those which I embalmed. And the Egyptians mourned for him 3 score and 10 days. When the days of his mourning was past, Joseph spake unto the house of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found grace in your eyes, speak, I pray you in the ear of Pharaoh. My father made me swearing, saying, Lo, I die in my grave, which I have digged for me in the land of Canaan. There shalt thou bury me. Now therefore let me go up, I pray thee, and bury my father at Carmel. And Pharaoh said, Go up and bury thy father according as he made thee swear. And Joseph went up to bury his father with him, and all the servants and the elders of his house, all the elders of the land, all the house of Joseph, brother and his father's house, only their little ones and their flocks and their herds they left in the land of God. And they went up to him, both chariots, and it was very great company. They came unto the threshing floor ladder, which is beyond Jordan. There is mourned with great, and very soon lamentation. He made a mourning of for his father 7 days. When the inhabitants of um, Canaan saw the mourning of the flood, they said, There is a grievous mourning to the Egyptians. Wherefore the name of it is called Abel Mizraim, which is beyond Jordan. His son who did unto him according as he commanded. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which the Abram brought with the field of for a possession of a burying place of Ephron the Hittite before memory. Joseph returned into Egypt, and he and his brethren up to him to bury his father. After he had buried his father, and Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, that Joseph was free and his will certainly require as all the evil which we did unto him. And they said a message unto him, saying, the Father did command before thee died. So shall you and say unto Joseph, forgive, I pray thee now, I trespass. So their sins for did unto thee evil. Then now I pray, we pray thee, forgive the trespass, the servants of the God of thy father. And Joseph, when they spoke unto him, when this his brethren went and fell down before his face, and well, we thy servants. And Joseph said unto them, fear not, for I am in the place of God, for as for you, ye do evil against me. Again, even though against me, but God meant me to bring to pass as it is. They say much people, and therefore fear not, yet I'll nourish and your little ones, and he comfort. Spake and Joseph Dalin, and he and his father son Joseph lived, and so Ephraim, children of the third, children of the man, son of Manah, who brought unto him. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I die, and God will surely visit, and you ring out of the land of the which he said unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Joseph took his oath of his children, saying, God will surely, you shall carry up my bones from it. So Joseph died and began 110. Being 110 years old, they embalmed him and he was put in a coffin in Egypt. Exodus chapter 1. Now these are the names of the children of Israel which came into Egypt, every man his household came, and Jacob, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Benjamin, Dan, and Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, all the souls that came out of the lines of 70 souls for Joseph. was in Egypt already, and Joseph died on his by all these generations. The children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundant and multiplied and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them. There was a rise of new king over Egypt, which he knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply and come. It comes to pass that when they fallen out any war, they join. And behold, the children become more and mighty. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply and come to pass. Then when they fallen out any war, they join also into our enemies and fight against us. So get them up out of the land. Therefore, they did set built Pharaoh treasure for them, but the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. They were great because of the children of Israel and the Egyptians. And uh, and the Egyptians made the children of Israel serve them with rigor, and they made their lives bitter and hard bondage in mortar and in brick, in all manners of service in the field. In their services wherein they made themselves serve, which was with rigor. And the kings of the Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name one was Sephara, and the name of the other was Puah. He said, "Well, when you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women and see them upon the stools, if be a son them, ye shall kill them. If it be a daughter, then shall she." The king of Egypt called the midwives and said unto, why have you done this thing? I have said the men shall not lie. And the midwife said unto the Pharaoh, because the Egyptian women, for they are lively and weak. Therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mightily. It came to pass, because the midwives feared God, and he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all these people, saying, every son that he shall cast into the river, every daughter he shall save alive. And there went a man in the house of Levi, took a daughter of Levi, and the woman conceived and bare a son. When she saw him, that he is a good, godly child, and she hid him 3 months. When she could not longer hid him, she took him for him the ark of bulrushes and daubed in it with slime and with pitch, and put the children there. And she laid it on the flags by the river brink. And his sister stood up for to wit what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash us of the river. Maidens walked along by the riverside. When she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. And she had opened it, and she saw the child, and behold, the baby wept. And she had compassion on him, and said, "This is one the Hebrew son." Said the Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and call unto thee a nurse of the Hebrew woman, that she may nurse the child of the And the Pharaoh's daughter said, "And go." And the maid went and called the child's mother. And the Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, "Take this child, have a nurse fit for me. Uh, and gave thee the wages." And the woman took the child and nursed it. And the child grew, she brought him, and he became her son. And they called his name Moses. And she said, "Because I drew him out of the waters." And it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, he went out of his brethren and looked one of his burdens. And he spied an Egyptian smiting an Hebrew, one of his brethren. He looked at it this way and that way, and then he saw that there was no man. He slew the Egyptian, hid him in the sand. And when they out of the second, we got the two and hips through that. He said unto him that did the wrong. Wherefore, wherefore smitest thou thy fellow? And he said, Who made thee a prince and judge over us? Intended thou to kill me? Hast thou killed the Egyptian? Fear and said, Surely this thing is known. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses, but no fled from the face of the Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian, on by a well. And now the priests of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs of water with their fathers. And the shepherds came and drew them away. But Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. Uriel, their father, he said, How is that you came so soon today? And they said, You should deliver us out of the hand of the his shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. And to his daughters there, Where is he? And why is that ye have left that man? Call him, he may eat bread. And Moses content to dwell with the man, and gave Moses Zipporah his daughter. And then she bare him his son, he called his name Gershom. And he said, I have been a stranger in a stranger. It came to pass in the process of time, Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason by the bondage. And they cried, and their cry came up unto the God of the bondage. And God heard their groaning. God remembered his covenant with Jacob. And God looked up the children of Israel. God respect unto them. Oh, Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law and priest of Midian. And he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of God, even to Horeb. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame and fire out of the midst of the bush. He looked, and behold, the brush burnt, and with fire, and the brush was not consumed. And Moses said, Now I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. And when the Lord saw that he had turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush, and said, Moses, and he said, Here I am. And he said, draw not thy hair, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place where thou standest is holy ground. Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy father, God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God. And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Egypt, and hear their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. And I came down to deliver them out of the land of the Egyptians, to bring them out of the land unto good land, and I learned unto the land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. For behold, the cry of the children of Israel came unto me, from within the Egyptians oppressed them. Come now, therefore, I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people and the children of Israel out of thee. Mm. Who am I? And that I should go unto Pharaoh, that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt. Said, certainly I will be with thee, that this shall be a token unto thee that I have sent thee. When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve God upon this mount. Unto God, behold, when I come unto the children, I say, shall unto me, the God of your fathers hath sent me unto you. They shall say unto me, what is his name? What shall I say unto them? God said unto him, I am that I am. And he said, Yea, that is, ye shall hear. And he said, I shall say unto the children of Israel that had sent unto me. And God said moreover unto Moses, say unto the children of Israel, and the Lord God of your fathers, God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and said unto me, and that is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations. Go gather the elders of Israel together, say unto them, God of your fathers, and God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and Jacob appeared unto me. I have surely visited you, and said that which is done to you in Egypt, and have said, upon out of the affliction of and unto the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, and Hivites, Jebusites, unto the land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall hearken unto thy office, thou shalt come, and thou shalt and the elders of Israel unto the king of Egypt shall say unto him, Thy God, God of the Hebrews, hath met with us, and now let us go and thee with this journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. Sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go, not, no, no, not by my mighty hand. I'll stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst of, and after that he will let go. I will give these people favor in the sight of the It shall come to pass that we go not go empty, and every woman shall borrow of her neighbor and of her and house, jewels of silver, jewels of gold, raiments, and ye shall put them upon your sons, upon your daughters. Ye shall spoil the Egyptians. And Moses answered and said, Behold, they will not believe me, and not hearken unto my voice, for they will say, Lord had not appeared unto thee, and Lord has said unto him, what is that thine hand? And he said, a rod. And he said, cast it on the ground. And he cast it and became a serpent. Moses fled from it. And the Lord said unto Moses, put forth thine hand, take it by the tail, and put forth his hand, and caught it, it became a rod in his hand. And that may believe that the Lord God of their father, the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and God of Jacob, had appeared unto thee. And the Lord said furthermore unto him, put thy hand into thy bosom, and put his hand into in his bosom. And when he took it out, behold his hand, behold his hand was leprosy as snow. And he said, put thine hand into thy bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again and plucked it out of his bosom. And he behold, it turned again as his other flesh. And he said, come to pass, if they will not believe thee, neither hearken unto the voice of the first sign, then they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these stones, and neither hearken unto the voice, then thou shalt take of the water of the river and pour it upon the dry, and water without take out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. And Moses said unto the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither here therefore, nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech and of slow anger, of slow tongue. And the Lord said unto him, Who has made man's mouth? Who made a dumb or a deaf or seeing or the blind? Have not I the Lord? Now therefore go, and I will be with thy mouth, and teach thee what thou shalt say. And he said, O my Lord, send, I pray thee, by the hand of who thou wilt send. And the anger of Lord kindled against my said, Is not Aaron the Levite that bread? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, he comes forth to meet thee, and he sees thee, he will be glad in his heart. And thou shalt speak to him, and put his words in his mouth. Be thy, and with his mouth, and will teach you what he shall do. He shall be thy spokesman unto the people. It shall be even when he shall be to three straight of a mouth. You mean instead of God, and thou shalt take his rod in thy hand when the Lord shall show hands. And Moses returned to Jethro his father and said unto him, Let me go, I pray thee, and return unto my brethren which are in God, and see whether they will be yet alive. And Moses, go in peace. And the Lord said to Moses, Go, return in Egypt, or dead, and it shall sad life. And Moses took his wife, his son, set them upon an ass, and he returned to the land of Egypt. Moses took the rod of God in his hand. And the Lord said unto him, When thou goest and to return into Egypt, see that thou do before Pharaoh, which I have put into thine hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. And thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, Thus the Lord Israel is my son, even my firstborn. I say unto thee, Let my son go, and he may serve me. If thou refuse, let him go. Behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. Was by the way in the inn, the Lord met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and cast at his feet, and said, Surely a bloody husband art thou made. So let him go. And then she said, Bloody house thou art because of the circumcision. And the Lord said to Aaron, Go into the wilderness to meet Moses. And he went and met him on the mount of God and kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all the words of the word said him, all the signs that he had commanded. Moses and Aaron went and gathered toward the elders of the children all the words which the Lord had spoken unto, and did the signs of the sight. Believed, and they heard that the Lord has visited the children, yet looked upon their affliction. Then they bowed their heads and worshipped. Exodus 5. And afterwards Moses grew, and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, Thus says the Lord God, and let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh, who is the Lord, that I should obey him, and let Israel go? I know not the Lord, neither will I let Israel go. And they said, God of the Hebrews hath met with us, let us go. We pray thee, these 3 days journey into the desert, the sacrifice unto the Lord our God, lest he fall upon us within pestilence with the sword. And the king of Egypt said unto him, Wherefore do ye, Moses and Aaron, let the people fall from their works, get you unto your burdens? And Pharaoh said, Behold, the people of the land are now many, let rest for their burdens. And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmaster of the people and the officer, saying, You shall no more give the people straw to make bricks, and let them go and gather straw for themselves. And the tail of the bricks which they did make the head to for ye shall lay upon them, ye shall not diminish for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, let us go and sacrifice to God. Let there more work to be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein. Let them not regard vain words. And the taskmaster of the people went out, and the officers they spake to the people, saying, thus saith Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get your straw where ye can find it, yet not your work shall be diminished. So the people were scattered about throughout all the land of the instead of the straw. And the taskmaster has hasted them, saying, fill your works and your daily task as they when there was straw. And officers of the children of which Pharaoh taskmaster has set over them were beaten and demanded, for you have not fulfilled your task in making this. And today thereof. And the officers of the children of the came and cried unto Pharaoh, say whereof the dealest thou thus with thy servants, and there's no straw given unto thy servant. They shall to us make breaks, and behold, thy servants are beaten, but the fault is in thine own people. He said, ye are idle. Therefore he said, let us go and do sacrifice to the Lord. We go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given to you, yet shall ye deliver the tale of bricks. And the officers of the children of Israel did see that they were in evil case. After it was said, ye shall not diminish out from your bricks of your daily task. And they met Moses and Aaron, who stood in the way that came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto him, the Lord look upon you and judge, because ye have made our savor to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh, in the eyes of his servant, to put the sword in their hand to slay us. And Moses returned unto the Lord and said, Lord, wherefore so evil entreated this people? Why is that thou hast sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak, and he has done evil to this people, neither hast thou delivered thy people at all. Lord said unto Moses, and now shalt thou see what I will do with Pharaoh with strong hand. Shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he deliver them out of his hand? God spake unto Moses and said unto him, the Lord, to Abraham and to Isaac and to Jacob by the name of the Almighty, but by my name Jehovah was I not known by them. And I have also established my covenant with them. I gave them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers, as I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians kept in bondage. I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of the Lord, and I will bring them out of the under the burdens of the Egyptians. I'll ride you out of their bondage. I'll redeem you. I'll stretched out arm and with great judgments. I'll take you out to me for a people. I will be to you a God. And ye shall know that I am the Lord of your God, which brings you out of the under the burden of Egyptians. I'll bring you out into the land concerning which I did swear to give to Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob, and give it to you. For an heritage, I am the Lord. And Moses spake unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto the Moses for anguish of spirit, for cruelty, bondage. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, go and speak unto the Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, hey, let the children of Israel go out of his hand. And Moses spake before the Lord, saying, behold, the children of Israel have not hearkened unto me. Then how shall Pharaoh hear me from whom I am of uncircumcised? Lord spake unto the Moses, unto Aaron, and gave them the charge unto the children of Israel, uh, and to the Pharaoh king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of the Egypt. And these be the head of the father's house, and the sons of the Reuben, the firstborn, Hanok and Paul and Hezron and Carmine. These are the family. This be the families of Reuben, and the sons of Simeon, Jamil, and Jamin and Uhad and Jahin and Zohar and Sahul, the son of the Canaanite. These are the women, the families of Simeon, and these are the names of according to the generation. Gershon and Kohat, Merari. The years of the life of Levi were 137 years. The sons of Gershon, Libin and Shimei, according to their families, and the sons of Kohath, Amram, and Izrah, Hebron, and Uziel. The years of the life of Kohath was 133 years. And the sons of Merari, Mehali, Mushi. These are the families of Levi according to their generations. And Abraham took him Shechobed, his father's sister, to be wife, And she bare him Aaron and Moses. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. And the sons of Israel, Korah, Nephil, and Zikri. And the sons of Uzziel was Mishael and Elzaphan and Zithri. And Aaron took him Elisabah, daughter of Aminadab, and sister of Nashon, to wife. And she bare him Nadab and Abido, Eliezer and Itmar. And the sons of Korah, Ashir and Elhana and Abishapha. These are the families of the Korites. And Eleazar's aunt Aaron sent took him one of the daughters of Bethuel to wife, and she bare him Phineas, and these are the heads of the fathers of the Levites according to the families. That these are that Aaron and Moses whom the Lord said, bring out of the children of Israel from the land of Egypt according to their armies. And these are the which they spoke to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, bring out of the children of Israel from Egypt. These are that Moses and it came to pass on the day when the Lord spake unto Moses in the land of Egypt. Then the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I am the Lord. Speak thou unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all the say unto thee. And Moses said before the Lord, Behold, I am son come am I lips, and how shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? And the Lord said unto Moses, I have made thee the God of Pharaoh, Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. Thou shalt speak all that I commanded thee. Aaron thy brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, and he send the children of the Pharaoh hath, and multiply my signs and wonders in the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon the Egypt. Bring forth mine armies, my people, the children out of the land of Egypt by great judgment. The Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I stretch forth mine hand upon Egypt, and bring out the children of Israel from among them. Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded them, so did they. And Moses was fourscore years, and Aaron fourscore 3 years old, when they spake unto Pharaoh. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, When Pharaoh spake unto is saying, Sure a miracle for you that thou shalt say unto her, and that take thy rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. And Moses now went unto Pharaoh, and they did as so as the Lord had commanded. Aaron had cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and became serpent. Pharaoh called the wise men and sorcerers, and all the magicians of them. So did they like in manner with their enchantments, for they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents. But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, he hearkened not unto them. And the Lord has said, Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened, and he refused to let people go. Get thee into Pharaoh's in the morning, lo, he goeth out unto the water. And thou shalt stand by the river bank uh, against Ecum, and the rod which was turned to a serpent shalt thou take in thine hand. And thou shalt say unto him, The Lord God of Hebrew has sent me unto thee, saying, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hitherto thou shalt not hear. And said the Lord, in this thou shalt know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is mine hand, and upon the waters which are in the river they shall turn to blood, and the fish of that river shall die, the river shall stink, and the Egyptians shall loathe of to drink the water of the river. And the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying unto Aaron, Take thy rod, stretch it out thine hand upon the waters of Egypt, upon their streams, upon their rivers, upon their ponds, upon their pools of water, may become blood, and that they may be bled throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. And Moses and Aaron did so, and the Lord commanded, he lifted up the rod, smote the waters that was in the river. So I find the side of the seven. So all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. The fish that was in the river died, and the river stank, and the Egyptians could not drink. And there was blood throughout all the land. And the magicians of the did so and rent, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened. Neither did he unto them as the Lord he said. Pharaoh turned and went into his house, and neither did he set his heart as all the Egyptians digging around about the river for water to drink. They could not drink of the water of the river. The 7 days were fulfilled. After that, the Lord had smitten the river. And the Lord spake unto Moses, Get unto the Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus says the Lord, Go and days may serve. If thou refuse to let them, behold, I will smite all the border with frogs, and the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into thy houses, into thy bedchambers, and to the bed, and to the house of thy servants, upon thy people, and to thy ovens, into thy kneeling doves. And the frogs shall come upon both on thee, upon thy people, and upon thy servants. And the Lord spake unto Moses, and say unto Aaron, Stretch forth thy hand with thy rod over the streams, over the rivers, over the ponds, and over the frogs, and come up upon the land of Egypt. Aaron stretched out his hand and covered the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, brought up frogs upon the land of Egypt. Then the Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, entreat the Lord that he may take away the frogs from me, from my people, and I will let the people go, and they may do sacrifice unto the Lord. And the Moses said unto Pharaoh, glorify, O me, when shall I entreat for thy servants and for thy people to destroy the frogs from thee, or that they may remain in the river only. And say that tomorrow he said, be it accordingly to thy word, but thou mayest know that there is none like unto the Lord shall depart from them, from thy house, from thy servants, from thy people, that shall remain in the river only. And Moses and Aaron went out from the Pharaoh, and Moses cried unto the Lord because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. Then the Lord did according to the words of Moses. The frogs died out of the house, out of the villages, out of the fields, and they gathered them together upon heaps. And when Pharaoh saw there was respite, he hardened his heart and hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. And the Lord said unto him, say unto Aaron, stretch out thy rod, smite the dust of the land, that may become lice throughout the land. They did so, and Aaron stretched out his hand in his rod and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast, and all the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land. And the magicians did so with their enchantment, bring forth like they could not. So they were lies upon man, upon beast. The magician said, and this is the finger of God. Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto the master Lord. And the Lord said unto, rise up early in the morning, stand before Lord, and say unto him, thus saith, let my people go, that may send that. Not let my people go. Behold, I'll send swarm of flies upon them, and upon thy servants, upon thy people, and to thy house, and the house of the Egyptians shall be full of swarm of flies, and also the ground where they are. And I will sever that day the land of in which my people dwell, that no swarm of flies shall be there in the end. To the end thou may know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth. I put a division between my people and thy people. Tomorrow shall be this sign. And the Lord did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh and to the servants' house. All the land of Egypt, the land was corrupted with reason of swarm of flies. Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, go ye sacrifice to your God in the land. Not to meet the so we shall to the Lord our God, so shall we sacrifice abomination of the Egyptians before thine eyes. Will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that you may sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness. Only ye shall not go very far away, entreat to him. And Moses said, behold, I go out from thee, and I will entreat the Lord that the swarm of flies may depart from Pharaoh and from his servant, from the people tomorrow. And let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully any more in not letting the people go to sacrifice the Lord. Went out from Pharaoh, entreated the Lord, and the Lord did according to the words of Moses. He removed the swarm of flies from the Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. The Lord said unto Moses, go into Pharaoh and tell him, thus says the Lord God of Hebrews, let my people go. We will hold them still. Behold, the hand of the Lord is upon the cattle which is in the field, upon the which is in the field, and upon thy cattle which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, upon the sheep. There be very grievous murrain. And the Lord said, shall sever between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt, and there shall nothing die at all of all that is in the children of Israel. The Lord appointed a set time, saying, tomorrow the Lord shall do this thing in the land. And the Lord did that thing in the morrow, and all the cattle of the Egypt died, but of the cattle of the children of Israel died not one. And behold, there was not Israel died, and the heart of the Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. The Lord said unto Moses, and take a handful of ashes and the furnace, and let the sprinkle it toward the heaven, and the sun shall become small dust in all the land of them. Shall be boiled, break forth of the blains of the man, and upon the beasts throughout all the land. They took ashes of the fat, stood before the Pharaoh, and Moses sprinkled upon towards, and they became boiled, breaking forth blains upon men and upon. But stand before God because of the boils, for the boils were upon the magicians, upon all Egyptians. And the Lord had in the heart of he hearkened not, and the Lord spoke unto Moses, and the Lord said, morning stand before, say unto him, thus says the Lord, let my people go their way, and it send all my plagues upon their heart, and upon their servants, upon their people, that thou may know that there is none like me on all this. For now I will stretch out my hand, thee with thy people with pestilence that shall be cut off from the earth. In very deed for this cause I have raised thee up, for it to show thee my power, that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. And as yet exaltest thou thyself against my people, thou wilt not let them go. Behold, tomorrow about this time I'll cause it to rain very grievous hail, such as they had not been seen in Egypt since the foundations of even until now. Send therefore now and gather the cattle, all that thou hast in the field. For upon every man beast shall be found in the earth, shall be not be brought home. The hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die. He that feared the word of the Lord, and among the servants of the Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that regarded not the word of the Lord left his servants and cast cattle. And the Lord saw to Moses, stretch forth thine hand towards and that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, upon man, upon beast, upon every herb of the field throughout the land of the Egypt. And Moses stretched forth the hand, for this, and Moses stretched forth his rod towards heaven, and the Lord sent a thunder and hail, and the fire ran up, and the fire ran up along upon the road. Round the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. So there was hail and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as that none like it and on the land of Egypt, since it was became a nation. The hail smote throughout all the land of Egypt, all that was in the field, both man and the beast. The hail smote every herb of the field and brake every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, there was no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called Moses and Aaron and said unto them, I have sinned this time, the Lord is right, and my people are wicked. And only in the land of entreat the Lord that there be no more mighty thunders, and I'll let you go, and ye shall stay no longer. And Moses said unto the Lord, and Moses said unto him, as soon as I'm gone out of the city, I'll spread out both my hands unto the Lord, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that thou mayest know how that the earth is the Lord's. And as for thee and thy servants, I know that you will yet fear the Lord God. And the flax and the barley was splintered, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was old. But the wheat and the array were not smitten, for they were not grown up. Moses went out of the city city from Pharaoh and spread out his hand unto the Lord. The thunders and the hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. And Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased. He sent yet more. Hardened his heart, he sent his servants. And the heart of the Pharaoh was hardened, neither he would let the children of Israel go. And the Lord had spoken by Moses. Then the Lord said unto Moses, go in unto the Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart, the heart of his servant, that I might shew this my sign before him. Tell the years of thy son and of thy son's sons that I have brought in Egypt, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know that how that I am the Lord. And the Moses and Aaron came in unto Pharaoh and said unto him, thus says the Lord God of Hebrew, how long wilt thou refuse to humble thyself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Yes, if thou refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locust into the coast, and they shall cover the face of the earth, that no one cannot be able to see the earth. They shall eat the residue of that which is escaped, which remain unto you from the hail, and they shall eat every tree which groweth for you out of the field, and they shall fill the house and the houses of thy servants, and the house of all the Egyptians, which neither thy fathers nor thy fathers' fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth unto that day. He turned himself, went out from Pharaoh, and Pharaoh's servant said unto him, how long shall this man be snared unto us? Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their God. Knowest thou not yet that Egypt is destroyed? And Moses and Aaron were brought again unto Pharaoh, and he said unto them, go serve the Lord your God. But who are they that shall go? And Moses said, and we will go with our young, with our old, with our sons and our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds, and we will go. We must hold this feast unto the Lord. And he said unto him, let the Lord go. Let the Lord be so with you. I will let you go and your little ones, but look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Now go now, ye that are men, and serve the Lord, for that ye beside, and they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. The Lord said unto Moses, stretch out thine hand over the land of Egypt for the locust, that may come upon the land of Egypt, inhabit the land, and even all that hail has left. And Moses stretched out the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought an east wind upon the land all that night. Morning, the east wind brought the locust. The locust went up over all the land of the Egypt, rested on the which will give us then. Before them there were not such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was dark, and that they did eat even Hebrew of every herb of the land, all the fruits of the tree which the hail slept, and there remained not any green things in the tree or in the herbs of the field throughout all the land. For it called for Moses and Aaron in haste, and he said, I have sinned against the Lord your God against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray, and entreat and the Lord, for he may take away the from this. And he went out from Pharaoh and entreated the Lord, as the Lord turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coast of Egypt. The Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he would not let the children of Israel stretch out their hand towards heaven, so there may darkness over the land of Egypt, even every darkness, even darkness which may be felt. And Moses stretched forth his hand towards heaven, there was thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They shall not one another. They saw not one another, no rose from any of these place 3 days, till they had light in their dwellings. But Pharaoh called unto Moses and said, go ye serve the Lord, only let your flock and your herds be stayed, lest your little ones will go to you. And Moses said, thou must give us also sacrifice and burnt offering, that we may all sacrifice unto the Lord our God. Our cattle also shall go, and us shall not a hoof be left behind. So we take our serve, our Lord God. We know not with what we must serve God, Lord, until we come thither. The Lord hardened the hearts, he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said, and get thee up from me, take it of thyself, see my face no more, for in that day thou seest my face, thou shalt die. Thou hast spoken well, I will see thy face again no more. Exodus 11. And the Lord said unto Moses, yet I will bring, and I'll bring one plague more upon you, Pharaoh, and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go. Henceforth, when he shall let you go, he shall surely trust you out and altogether. Speak now in the ears of that people, that every man borrow of his neighbor, every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And the Lord gave the women people favor in the sights of the Egyptians. Moreover, the people mourned. Moses was very, very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of the Pharaoh's servants, in the sight of the people. And Moses said, thus saith the Lord, you go out in the midst of the Egypt, all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of the Pharaoh that sit upon his throne, the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, all that firstborn of the beast. And there shall be a great cry throughout the land of the Egypt, shows that there was none like this, none shall like that any more. And against any of the children shall not a dog move his tongue against a man or a beast, that ye may know how the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these thy servants shall come up and down upon me and bow down themselves unto thee, saying, get thee out, and all the people that follow thee, and after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh with a great anger. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. Did all thy wonders before Pharaoh, and the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, this month shall be unto you the beginning of months, and it shall be the first month of the year of to speak I unto the congregation of Israel, saying, in the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamp according to the house of their fathers, a lamp for an house. And if the household is too little for the lamp, let him his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the numbers of the soul. Every man according to his eating shall make your count of Your lamb shall be without blemish, male for the first year. He shall take it from the sheep, or from the goats. He shall keep it unto the 14 days of the same month. The assembly of the congregation shall kill it on the evening. It shall take the blood of the franket on the two sides of the posts and upon the doorpost of the house, wherein they shall eat. They shall eat the flesh of the night, roasted with fire and leavened bread, and herbs they shall eat it. Eat now if he draw no soda at all as water, but roast with the fire, eats heads with his head, with his legs, and with the proteiners thereon. And he shall let nothing out of it remain until the morning. That which remained it until the morning, he shall burn it with fire. Thus there shall Lord, and thus shall ye eat it, and with your lions girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand. You shall eat it. It's the Lord's Passover. Egypt in this night, and will smite the firstborn of the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt. I will execute judgment. And I am the Lord. And the blood shall be on to you for a token upon the house where ye are. And where I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when I smite the land of Egypt. And this day shall be known unto the for a memorial, and shall keep it as a feast of the Lord throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it as a feast by ordinance of forever. So ye shall eat unleavened bread for the first, even in the first day ye shall put away any leaven out of the houses. For whosoever eaten the leavened bread for the first day until the cut off from Israel. In the first day there shall be an holy convocation, and in the seventh day there shall be an holy convocation to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done to you. And ye shall observe unleavened bread. For in this selfsame day have I brought you in armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe this day in your generations by ordinance forever. The first month of the 14th day of the month, the day when ye shall eat unleavened bread, until the 21st day of the month. The 7th day shall be the only leaven found in your house. For ours eat the leaven, and even the soul that shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether ye be the stranger or be born in the land. You shall eat not, even all the inhabitants of shall be eat unleavened bread. In that Moses called all the elders of them, said unto them, draw out and take your lamp according to your families, and kill the Passover. You shall take a branch of hyssop and dip it in the blood, and that is on the basin, and strike in the lintel and two sides posts with the blood that is in the basin. None of you shall go out of the door of his house until the morning. The Lord will pass through the smith, the Egyptians say, and on two sides of the Lord will pass over the door, and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you. And ye shall observe these things for an adness unto thee that thy sons forever. It shall come to pass when ye become to the land which the Lord gave you, according he hath promised, that shall keep the service. And it shall come to pass when ye children shall say unto you, what mean you to buy this service? And they shall say, it's the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover, who passed over the house of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses, and the people bowed down worshipped, and the children of Israel went away and did as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron. So they did. And it came to pass at the midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn of the Israel of Egypt, the firstborn of the Pharaoh that sat on his throne, and to the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon. And Pharaoh rose up and he and his servants all they and they were in the great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. And called the Moses and by night and said, rise up and get you forth from among the people, both ye and the children of and go and serve the Lord you have said. And they take up your flaws, your heads, and ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians went urgent upon the people, send them out of the land. They said, we be all dead men. And the people took their down, brought it was leaven. They kneeling down, with kneeling troughs being bound upon in their clothes upon their shoulders. The children of Israel did according to the word of the Moses. They borrowed of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and rim. Gave the people favor in the eyes of the so they lent to them such thing as they required, and they spoiled the Egyptians. And the Lord children journeyed into Ramses and 600 in food that were 600,000 on food that were men and besides children. And the mixed multitude went up as with them, also with them, and flocks and hens, even very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Egypt. For it was not unleavened, not leavened, because they were thrust out of the Egypt and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victual. And now the sojourning of the children of Israel who dwelt in Egypt was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years of the even self same day, it came to pass that all the host of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. I to be much observed unto the Lord, bring unto them out from the land of Egypt, that there is a night, that is that night of the Lord, to be observed of all the children of Israel of the India generation. The Lord said unto Moses, and this is the ordinance of the Passover. They shall no strangers, there shall be no strangers eat thereof, and every man's servant that is bought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall eat thereof. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof, and one house shall be been eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth out of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall be break a bone or thereof. And the congregation shall keep it. And when the strangers shall sojourn with thee, can keep the Passover of the Lord. Let all his males be circumcised, and let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land, and no circumcised person shall eat therein. One law shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourn among you. Thus they did the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses, and did. It came to pass of the self same day that the Lord did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever open the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast. And Moses said unto the people, Remember this which ye came out of the Egypt, out of the house of bondage. For by strength of hand of the Lord brought you out from this place. There shall be no leavened bread be eaten. And this day came ye out of the Mount Abib, and it shall be, when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Hivites, Jebusites, and she sware unto thy fathers to give a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this morning. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, in the seventh day shall be a feast to the Lord. Unleavened bread shall be eaten in 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread to be seen with thee, and neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in all thy quarters. And thou shalt show their sign in that days, saying, This is done because of that which is Lord did unto me, which I came forth out of Egypt. It shall be a sign unto thee upon thy land, and from memorial between thine eyes, and the Lord may be in thy mouth. For with a strong hand hath the Lord brought thee out of Egypt. For thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season from year to year. And it shall be when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, I shall swear unto thee, to thy fathers, and shall give it thee. And thou shalt set apart unto the Lord all that open the matrix, every firstling that come of a beast which thou hast males, the male shall be the Lord's, and every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with love, and thou wilt not redeem it. If thou shalt, then thou shalt break his neck, and all the firstborn of man among thy children shalt thou redeem. And it shall be with thy son after are thee in time to come, and say, What is this? Thou shalt say unto him, By strength of hand the Lord brought us out of the hand Egypt from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, then the Lord slew all the firstborn of the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of men, firstborn of beasts. Therefore I sacrificed to the Lord all the opening, the matrix being the male, but of all the firstborns of my children I redeem. And it shall be for a token on thy hand, and for the fondness between thy eyes. For by strength of hand the Lord brought us forth out of Egypt. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh had let the people go, and that God led them not through the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near, for God said, Least be adventure, the people repent when they see war, they return to Egypt. And let God let people about through the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea, and the children which went up Egypt. Moses took the bones of Jesus up with him, and for he had straight sworn to the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones away from henceforth. And they took their journey from Sukkot and encamped in Etham in the edge of the wilderness. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, and to go by day and night. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night from before the people. And God spoke unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel that they turn and encamp before Piharoth and between Migdol, the sea over again, Valzephon, before it shall ye come by the sea. For Pharaoh will say to the children of Israel, they are entangled in the land of in the land of Egypt. In the land, the wilderness has led them. While hard on the far side, he shall follow after them, and will be honored upon Pharaoh and upon all his host, and that the Egyptians may know that I am the Lord. And they did so. And it was told the king of the other people fled in the heart of the Pharaoh of his sons, who turned against the people, and they said, Why we have done this? That we have let the Israelites go from. So they made his chariots and took his people with him, and they took 600 chosen chariots, all the chariots of the Egypt captain, every one of them. The Lord had in the heart of Pharaoh king, and he pursued after the children. The children of Israel went out with a high hand, and the Egyptians pursued after them. All the houses of the chariots of Aaron, his horsemen, and his army, and overtook them, encamping by the sea besides Pihareoth and before Baal-zephon. And when Pharaoh drew near, the children of Israel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them. They were sore afraid. The children was cried out to the Lord, and the Lord said unto Moses, Because there was no graves in thou hast taken us to die in the world, where thou hast dealt us among us, to get us forth out of Egypt. It's not the word of that we did tell thee in Egypt, saying, Let us alone that we may serve the Egyptians, for it has been better for us to serve the Egyptians than we should die in the wilderness. Said unto the Pharaoh, Now stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will shoot to you today. For the Egyptians whom you say shall you have seen today, you shall see them again no more forever. The Lord shall fight for you, he shall hold his peace, and the Lord shall said unto Moses, Sky thou cries thou unto me, speak unto the children of Israel that they go forward. Lord shall fight for you, and you shall hold your peace. And the Lord said unto the Moses, Wherefore cried unto me, speak unto the children of Israel, that they go forward. But lift up thy rod, and stretch out thy hand over the sea, and divide it. And the sea of the children of Israel shall go on a dry ground, that thou in the midst of the sea. And behold, I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians. They shall follow them, and I will get me honor upon Pharaoh and upon all the host of the Egyptians, upon his chariots and upon horsemen. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord when I have gotten my honor upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots, upon when went away from the camp, and the moon went behind them, and the pillar of the cloud went before their face, and shall look on the Egyptians' camp, and they took cloud darkness, and but it gave light by night, but this, so that no one came not near or the near all night. And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by strong east wind. And all that night made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters wall unto them on their right hand, on their left. And the Egyptians pursued, went in after them to the midst of the sea, and even all the Pharaoh's house and his chariots of him. And it came to pass that in the morning watched the Lord, they looked unto the and though the pillar of fire of the cloud and troubled into the house of Israel, and took off the chariots' wheels, and they them heavily. So that the Egyptians said, let us flee from the face of Israel, for the Lord fight them for them against the Egyptians. And the Lord said unto them, stretch out thine hand over the sea, and that the waters may come again upon the Egyptians, upon the chariots, upon their horsemen. Moses stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned out strength. And when the morning appeared, the Egyptians fled against it, and the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. The water returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen. All the hosts of the Pharaoh's came into the sea, remained that not so much as one of them. The children of Israel walked upon the dry land in the midst of the sea, and the water was wall unto them in their right hand, and on their left. The Lord saved Israel that day out of the hand of the Egyptians. Israel saw the Egyptians dead upon the sea, and so there is a great work which the Lord did upon the Egyptians, that people feared the Lord and believed the Lord and his servant Moses. Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord, spake and see unto the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously. The Lord and the enthroned unto us. The Lord is my strength and my song. He is become my salvation. He is my God. I'll prepare him a habitation, my God's father's God. And I will accept. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. The Lord is a man of war, and the Lord is his name. It is a Yeshua. Sorry. Yahweh Shmelchamo. Yahweh Shamo. There shall be a day upon, there shall be a day upon uh, Pharaoh's chariots and his host hath he cast into the sea. His chosen captains are also drowned in the Red Sea that covered them, and they sank into the bottom of a stone. Thy right hand, O Lord, is become glorious in power, and thy right hand, O Lord, has dashed in pieces the enemy. The great is thou hast overthrown them that rose upon against thee. Thou sent forth thy wrath, which consumed them as stubble. That with the blast of thy nostril the water were gathered together. The fleet stood upright as a heap. The heaps of they are concealed in the hands of the sea. The enemy said, I'll pursue, I will overtake, I'll divide, spoil. My lust shall be satisfied upon them. I'll draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. I shall blow the wind, the sea cake out. They shall, there's a night waters. Who is like unto thee, O Lord among gods? Who is like thee, O glorious in holiness, fearful in praise, doing wonders? Thou shalt stretch us out of thy hand, thou hast swallowed them. Or in thy mercy hast led forth the people, thou hast redeemed them, and guided them in thy strength unto thy holy habitation. The people shall hear, not be afraid, and sorrow shall take hold on the habitations of Palestina. Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed, the mighty men of Moab tremble shall take a hold upon them, and all the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them, but the greatness of thine arm they shall be blessed. Still as a stone that thy people pass over, O Lord, till thy people pass over, which thou hast purchased. For thou shalt bring them in, and plant them in the mountain of thy inheritance, in the place the Lord which thou hast made for thee to dwell in the sanctuary. O Lord, with thy hands thou hast ruled. Lord, shall reign forever and ever. For the house of the house of the Pharaoh went into his chariots with his horsemen into the sea, and the Lord brought against his waters into the sea upon them. But the children of Israel went on dry land in the midst of the sea. And the Midian prophets and sisters took the timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her and with timbrels and with dances. And Miriam answered, sing it unto the Lord, he has triumphed gloriously with the horse and his rides. The Moses brought Israel from the Red Sea, and they went into the wilderness of Shur, and there went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. When they came near Mara, they could not drink of the water of Mara, for they had bitter. Name of the it is called Mara. And the people murmured against Moses, saying, what shall we drink? And he cried out unto the Lord. The Lord showed him a tree which when he had cast into the water made sweet. And there he made for them a statute and ordinance, and there he proved them. And he said, if thou diligently hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, and wilt thou do it which is right in the sight, hear to his commandments, keep all these statutes, and have put none of these diseases that upon disease which I have brought upon Egyptians, and from the Lord that healeth thee. They came to Abtalim, where there were 12 wells of water, this palm trees, and they encamped there by the waters. Exodus 16. The journey from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came down to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Shinar, the 15th day of the second month, and after departing out of the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness, and the children of Israel said unto them, would it be God that he had died by the hand of the Lord in Egypt, certain by the flesh pots, and the sweat did eat bread on the full to the full. For he hath brought us forth into the wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather certain rate every day, that I may prove them that they will walk with my Lord. And it come to pass that on the sixth day that they prepare what that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much they gather daily. And Moses or not said unto the children of Israel, that even that they know that the Lord had brought out from the land of Egypt in the morning, and then ye shall see the glory of the Lord. Therefore, that he had your murmurings against the Lord, and what are we, and that we murmur against us? And Moses said, they shall be that the Lord shall give you on the evening flesh to eat, the morning bread to the full, and that for the Lord hath your murmurings, which ye murmur against of that what we are. Your murmurings are not against us, but against the Lord. And Moses spake unto the sand, say unto the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before the Lord, for he hath heard your murmurings. And spoke and among congregation of children of Israel, and he took upon the bowl toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud. Moses saying, I hear their murmurings of the head, speak unto them, saying, at even ye shall eat flesh in the morning, eat the fill with the bread, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God. And it came to pass in the evening, quails came and covered the camp in the morning. Dew lay round about the host. When they drew in, when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, there were upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, and small as the whole. And when the children saw it, they said one another, is this manna for us? And Moses said unto them, this is the bread for the Lord has given to you. This is the thing that the Lord has commanded us, gathered according to his eating, Omer of every man, and according to the number of your persons, that ye every man for them for which is satisfied. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered so more from less. Did one with Omer, nothing over. He that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning. Now they had given unto the Moses, because some of them left until the morning, and it bread worms and stank, and Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, and every man according to his eating. When the sun waxed hot, and it melted, and came to pass on the sixth day, they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rules of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, that is which the Lord had said, tomorrow it is the rest of the holy Shabbat. Unto the Lord bake that which is here be baked today, and see that ye will see that it remained over the overlay up for you be kept until the morning. And they'll stay up till the morning, and Moses bade, and it would not stink. Neither there was there any worm, therein. And Moses said, eat that today, for today it's a Shabbat unto the Lord. Today you shall not find it in the 6 days, you shall gather it. But on the seventh day, which is the Shabbat, it is in, there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people of the seventh day to um, gather they found more. And the Lord said unto, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments? See, for the Lord has given you Sabbath that we give you on the sixth day, the bread of the 2 days, and that no man go out of his place on the seventh. So the people rested on the seventh. The house is full of manna. It was like coriander seed, white and tasted like as wafers. And Moses said, this is which the Lord hath commanded for the woman which be kept to our generation, that may see the bread which it hath fed, and which I brought forth from the land of. And Moses said unto her, take a pot, put in a woman of Naaman, it up there before the Lord, to keep it for you. And the Lord commanded Moses before the time. The children did eat manna 40 years until they came into the land. They did eat manna till they came unto the border of the land of Canaan, not woman of but of Ephah. And all the congregation of the children of Israel journeyed from the wilderness of Sin after the journey, according to the commandments of the Lord, and pitched refuge when there was no water for the people to drink. Therefore the people did it with Moses and said, give us water that we may drink. And Moses said unto them, why is it with me? Tempt the Lord. And the people trusted of the for water, and the people murmured against Moses and said, wherefore this the Lord had brought us out of Egypt to kill us and our children, our cattle. And Moses cried on and said, what shall I do? This behold, ready to stone me. And the Lord said, go on and take out the elders of their road, smooth the river, take thine hand and go. I'll stand before there upon the rock, and Horeb thou shalt smite the rock, and there shall come out of it that the people may drink. And Moses at the sight of the elders, and he called the name of the Massa and Mary, because the chill of the children, cheating of the children of them, because they tempted the Lord, saying, is the Lord among us or not? Then came Amalek and fought with Israel in Rephidim, and Moses said unto Joshua, choose out unto men and go out fight them with Amalek. Tomorrow I'll stand on the top of the hill with the rod of God in my hand. So Joshua did as Moses had said to him. He fought with Amalek, and Moses and Aaron and Hur, and went up to the top of the hill. It came to pass, and Moses held up his hand that Israel prevailed. He let down his Amalek prevailed. When Moses' hand was heavy, they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon, and Aaron and Hur stayed up his hand, one on the one side, another on the other side, and his hand was steady until going down of the sun. And Joshua discomforted Amalekith and his people with the edge of the sword. And the Lord said unto Moses, write this for a memorial in a book, rehearsed in the years of Joshua, for I will actually put out the remembrance of Amalek under the heaven. And Moses built an altar and called it the name of it Adonai Nissi. And for he said, because the Lord had sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Jethro, the priest of the Midian, Moses' father, heard that all that God has done for Moses and for his people, and the Lord has done had brought Israel out of the Jethro, Moses' fatherland, took Zipporah, Moses' wife, and he had sent her back. And he had two sons, of which the name of the one was Gershom, for he had seen I have been alien in a strange land. The name of the other was Eliezer, for God of my father he said, help and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife unto Moses into the wilderness, and he camped in the mountain of it. He said unto Moses, I thy father-in-law, and come unto thee and thy wife and her two sons with her. And Moses went out to meet his father and did obeisance and kissed him. They asked each other at their welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moses told his fatherland that they all the Lord had done unto Pharaoh and the Egyptians for the Israel's sake, all that trouble that had come upon them by the way. And Jethro rejoiced for all the goodness which the Lord had done in his whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Egyptians. Jethro said, blessed be the Lord who hath delivered you out of the hands of the Egyptians, out of the hand of the Pharaoh, whereof the people and from under the hand of the Egyptians. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all gods, for in the things wherein they dealt proudly he was above them. And Joseph Metro's father took a burnt offering sacrifices for God. Aaron came all the elders of it to beat bread with Moses' fatherland for God. And it came to pass on the morning that the Moses sat to the judge with people, and the people stood by Moses from the morning unto the evening. And the Moses fatherland saw it, all that he had did to the people. He said, what is this thing that thou doest to the people? Well, thus will send by free from morning unto evening. And Moses said unto his father, because the people come unto me to inquire of God. When they have a matter, they come unto me. I judge between one and another. I don't make them known the statutes of God. And Moses finally said unto him, the thing that thou dost good. It thou surely wear away both people that is with thee. For this thing is too heavy for thee. Thou art no people. Is thyself alone. Hearken now unto my voice, I'll give thee counsel, and God shall be with thee. And whether for the people of God, the domains being causes of death, and thou shalt teach them ordinance and laws, and the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do. Moreover, thou shalt provide out of the people able men, such as fear God, men of truth, halting countenance and place, such over them to be rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of ten. Let them judge the people of all seasons, and it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto thee, but every small matter they shall judge. So that shall be easier for thyself, and they shall bear the burden of thee. If thou shalt do this thing God commanded thee, so then thou shalt be able to endure all these people shall go unto their place in peace. And Moses hearkened unto the voice of his father-in-law and died all that he had. Moses chose the able man out of all, made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And they judged the people of all seasons. In the hard cases where they brought into Moses, but every small matter they judged them. When Moses let his father depart, and he went his way in his own land. And in the third month, when the children of Israel had gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day they came into the wilderness of Sinai. For they were departed from Rephidim and were come into the desert of Sinai and had pitched in the wilderness of that camp before the mount. The mount went, and the Moses went on up into God, and the God called unto him up on the mountain, saying, Thou shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, tell the children, yet have seen I what I did unto the Egyptians, how I bare you on eagle's wings, I brought you out myself. Now therefore, if you obey my voice, indeed will keep my covenant, then you shall be peculiar treasure unto me above all people, all the earth is mine, and to my kingdom of priests and holy nations. These are the words that we shall speak unto the children. And Moses came and called all the elders of the people, laid before their faces all these words which our Lord has commanded him. All these people answered to him and said, that spoken we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people unto the Lord. And the Lord said unto Moses, Lo, I come unto thee in thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee. Believe thee forever. And the Moses stood there, told the words of the people unto the people, Lord. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go unto the people, sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against on the third day. For the third day the Lord will come down in the sight of all the people upon the Mount Sinai. They said, Set the boundaries unto the people round about and stake it to yourself, that you get not up into the mountain, touch the border, or whoso touch the mountain shall be surely put to death. There shall not a hand touch, but he shall surely be stoned and shot through. Whether it be a beast or a man, he shall not live. And the trumpet sounded long, and they shall come up to the mount. And Moses went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified the people. They washed their clothes, and they said unto the people, the third day that came unto you, and it came to pass on the third day on the mount, there was a thunder and lightning and the thick cloud upon them, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, and all the people that was in the camp trembled. And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp met with God. They stood at the nether part of the mount, all together, because the Lord descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended, the smoke of fire, the whole mount quaked. The trumpet sounded long, and the great cloud. Moses spake, and God answered him. And the Lord came down upon the mountain on the top of the mount. God Moses top of the mount. Moses went up, and the Lord said unto Moses, Go down and charge the people, lest they break through unto the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish. And the people, let the people also which come near to the Lord sanctify themselves, lest the Lord break forth upon them. And the Moses said unto the Lord, these people cannot come to Mount Sinai, for thou chargest us. They will set bounds of the mount and sanctify it. And the people to him, Away, get thee down, and thou shalt come up. And Aaron with thee, and but not the priest and all the people break through it to come up unto the Lord, lest he break forth upon them. So Moses went down unto the people and spake unto them. In God's chapter 20, Exodus 20, and the Lord God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make any unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above or that is in earth beneath, all that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and the fourth generations of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless, and take his name in vain. Remember the Shabbat day, and to keep it holy. 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work. For the seventh day, that is the Shabbat of the Lord thy God. It is in thou do any work, thou not thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made the heaven and the earth, the sea, and all that therein is. The rest of the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day and hallowed it. Honor thy father, thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not be a false witness against thy neighbor. Shall not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, or his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his asses, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. All the people saw the thunder lightning of the and the noise of the trumpet. Then out mountain smoke him, and the people saw it, they removed. And they said unto the Moses, Speak thou with us with it. Here, let not God speak with us, lest we die. Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you. Fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood for, and Moses drew near into the thickness of darkness by God. And the Lord said unto the Moses, Thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, I have seen that I have talked unto you forsaken me unto gods of silver, neither shall make unto you gods of gold. An altar where thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice them burnt offerings, sacrifice, and thine ox in all the places where I command and come unto thee, I will bless thee. And thou shalt make the altar of the stone, thou shalt build unto his a stone. For thou lift up unto thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness may not be discovered therein. Exodus 21. Now these are the judgment which thou shall before them, if thou buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, in seventh he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, and he shall go out by himself. If he shall go out. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he get married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master has given him a wife, and she has borne him sons and daughters, the wife and her son shall be her masters, and he shall go out by himself. Shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and shall I will not go out. Then the master shall bring him unto the judges, and he shall also bring him into the door. Because his master shall bore his ear through and all, and he shall serve him forever. If the man sells his daughter or to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as men's servants do. If she pleases not her master, who hath betrothed her to himself, shall let her to be redeemed to sell her unto the strange nations, for he shall have no power, seeing he that dealt deceitfully with her. And if he had betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he had taken him another wife, and her food and raiments and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. And if he do not if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money. He then smiteth the man so that he die, shall be surely be put to death. And if man light not in wait, but God delivered him in his hand, and I will appoint thee a place whither shall free comes presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him. Thou shalt take him from mine altar that he may die. And he that smiteth his father, And he shall slither the man and sell the fat be found in hand, he shall be surely put to death. If the curse his father, his mother shall be surely put to death. Together, and one smith another with a stone, or with his fist, or he dead, I not, he be kept his bed. If his rise again, walk abroad upon his son, they shall be, when he shall pay to the loss of the time, he shall cause him truly heal. If a man smith his son and is married with a rod, he die under his hand, I shall be surely punished, not with it. Yeah, he shall be punished in the end. If the strive and hurt and depart and let no mischief follows. Punished according to the woman's son left when I shall pay and the judgment follows, he shall get life for it. If I tooth for tan for heart for running, wounding for wounds to find. If a man strength his eye, that servant of their made his friend shall let him to go free. This man shall make servant shall let him to sick. For his own government the dead I also and surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be quit. But when a horn but his horn in time past it has been testified to his owner, hath not kept him in that he hath killed a man or a woman, ox shall be stoned, and his owner shall also be put to death. If it laid on him sum of money, then she shall give for the ransom for his life. It's laid upon him whether he shall goad a son or have goad a daughter. According to this judgment shall be done unto him. The ox shall put a manservant shall pay a master 30 shekels of silver, and ox will be stoned. If a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit not covered in or fall in that, the owner of the pit shall make a good give money unto the owner of them that dead beast shall be unclean. If the man hurt was hurt, another that he died, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money after it. And the dead ox also says, or it had been known that ox had those to which that his owner had not kept in, and he shall surely pay our ox, and that shall be his own. And if a man shall steal an ox or a sheep, and kill it and send it, and says, rest of 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. But he be found be breaking up spindle and he die, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him. He should be full restriction. If he had not, then he shall be sold for his theft. Then if they had left in his hand, and that it be an ox or axe or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man's ox to be eaten, or shall put it in his bag, shall feed in another man's field of the best of his own, of the beast of his own, and it shall he make restitution. If the fire break out or catch up, and so that the stands of the corn or the standing corn or the field or the consumed, then he kindled that fire should surely make restitution. If a son choose no money or stuff kept or which stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, that the master of the house shall be brought before him to the judgment. Put his hand upon his neighbor's good for all manner of tests, whether it's a fox or ox. In the judgment for any manner of last things which are another challenge to be as God, or both the parties shall come before the judges, for whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or any and die and be hurt and be driven away, no man saying they shall do. Then shall an oath of the Lord be between them both, and that he hath not his hand unto his neighbor's good, and does not observe that he had not made good. It's been stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner. To the peace, then it let him bring it forth witness. He shall not make good that which has the man own, and therefore they will not he shall issue that. But it won't have that and anything. And for man, it is that a man that will lie with her, and shall surely be endured her with his wife. And if her father until he refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay her money according to the dowry of her, shall not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lieth with a beast shall be put to death. He shall sacrifice unto any god, shall save unto the Lord one, he shall be utterly destroyed. Thou shalt neither vex a stranger or oppress him, or ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. You shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If thou afflict them in any wise, and then they cry out, Call unto me, I'll surely hear their cry. And my wrath shall wax hot, I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If thou lend the money to any of my people that is poor in thee, thou shalt not be in him an usurer, neither shalt thou lay up a usury. If thou at all take thy neighbor remnant to plead with, thou shalt deliver it unto him. Sun goes down, for in his covering only in his favor sleep. It shall come to pass, he shall cry unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. Thou shalt not really reveal the gods, nor curse the ruler of the people. Thou shalt not delay the offer the first of thy ripe fruits, and of thy like with the firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me. Likewise shalt thou do thine oxen with thine sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam. On the 8th day thou shalt leave it, and it shall be the holy men unto me, and ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh, nor that is torn in the field, ye shall cast it out to the dogs. And thou shalt not raise a false report. Thou shalt not raise a false report and put not thine hand with the wicked to be unrighteous witness. Thou shalt not follow the multitude of evil, neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to breast judgment, neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back unto him. See an ass of him that hateth lying tree, lying under his burden, would thou forbear to help him? Thou shalt surely help him with him. Thou shalt not wrestle with the judgment of the poor of his cause. Keep this far from false matters, when the innocent and the righteous lay in the not. For I will not justify the wicked. Thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise and pervert the words of the righteousness. And thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for you know the hearts of a stranger, seeing you are strangers in the Iliad. And 6 years thou shalt sow the land, and they shall gather the fruit. And the 7th year thou shalt let lie, and that the poor of thy people may eat. But what they leave, the beast in the field shall eat. Like in like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and all thy olive yard. Olive yard. And 6 days thou shalt do thy work. On the 7th day thou shalt rest on thine ox and the rest, and the sons of thy hands, when the strangers may be fresh. In all these things they have said unto you circumcision. Make no mention of the name of the God, neither let be heard of these 3 times thou shalt keep the feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of the unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days. I commanded thee in the time of the appointed month of the Abib. And for in thou camest out of the Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of the harvest of the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, the feast of the ingatherings, which is in the year, end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labor out of the field 3 times in a year, that all the males shall appear before the Lord God. Thou shalt not offer blood of my sacrifice with leaven bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the firstborns shall bring of the house of the Lord of the God. Thou shalt not seek the kid and his mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way to bring thee. But beware of him and obey his voice. And beware of him, obey his voice, walk him not. For in your transgression, for my name is in him. But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies, an adversary unto thy adversaries. For mine angel shall go before thee, bring thee into the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, and Canaanites, Hivites, and Jebusites, cut them off. For thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them to their work, do after their work, but thou shalt utterly overthrow them quietly and quite break down their images. He shall serve the Lord your God, he shall bless thy bread and thy water, and take thy sickness away from the midst of the nothing cast on thee, nor a burden of the land, and the number of thy lands. People, I'll send my fear, and they will destroy all the people whom they shall. I'll make all thine enemies turn their back unto thee. Hornets before thee, and they shall drive out the Hivites, Canaanites, Hittites before thee. I will not drive them out from the before them. For in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, the beast of the field multiply again. I'll drive them out from thee before until thou be increasing head. I will set my boundaries from the Red Sea and even unto the sea of the Philistines, from the desert unto the river, for I deliver the inhabitants of the land into their hand. And thou shalt drive them out before thee. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. They shall not dwell in thy land, lest they make thee against me. For if thou serve their gods, I will surely be snare unto thee. And he said unto Moses, and he said unto Moses, come up unto the Lord, thou Aaron, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship with them. Moses alone shall come near the Lord, but they shall not come near, neither shall the people go up with him. Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord, all the judgments, all the people answered with them in one voice, said all the words which the Lord had spoken, said, we will do it. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, rose up early in the morning, built an altar under the hill, and the 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. Is a young man of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto the Lord. And Moses took half of the blood and put it on the basin. After blood, he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the book, and read the audience of the people. And they said, all that the Lord had said, we will do it, and we obedient. Moses took the blood and the sprinkle on the people and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which the Lord hath made with this word. And they went up, Moses, Aaron, Nadab, and Abiram, and 70 elders. And they saw the Lord God of Israel. They were under his feet as a paid work of sapphire stone, as it were the body of heaven in his clearness. And upon the nobles of the children he laid not his hand, and they saw the God, and they did eat and drank. The Lord said, and come up unto me and to the mountain, then I'll give you the three tablets of stone and the law and the commandments which I have written, and thou mayst teach them. And Moses rose up in the ministries. So Joshua and Moses went up into the mountain of God, and he said unto them, tarry here for us until we come again unto you. Behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. If any man have any matters to, let him come unto them. And Moses went up into the mountain, cloud covered the mountain, the glory of God abode upon Mount Sinai. And the cloud covered it 6 days. On the seventh day he called unto the mount, unto Moses out of the mouths of the cloud. He sighed unto the glory of the Lord like a devouring fire on the top of the mountain, the eyes of the children of Israel. And Moses went into the midst of the cloud and got him and upon the mountain, up into the mountain. And Moses was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Chapter 5. And the Lord spake unto the Moses, speak unto the children of Israel, that they bring me an offering of every man that giveth it willingly in his eyes. Yet ye shall take my offering, and this is the offering which ye shall take them of gold and silver and brass, blue and purple and scarlet, fine linen and goats and still I dyed red bagged skins and silver, of oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, for sweet incense, onyx, and stones be set in their foot in the breastplate. Let them make me a sanctuary that I may dwell among them, according to all that I sway thee, after the patterns of the tabernacle and the patterns of all the instruments, even though so shall ye make it. And they shall make the ark of the Shittim wood and half and shall be length and thereof, and the cubic of the half and breadth thereof, and the cubic and half and the height thereof, and thou shalt overlay it with pure gold within and without, thou shalt overlay it, and make a crown of gold round about, and thou shalt cast four rings of the gold, and put them on the four corners of them, and the four rings shall be on the one side, and two on the other side, and thou shalt make a staffs of the gold and overlay them with two. Staffs of the rings on the sides of the ark, thou shalt make bone with them. The staff shall be in the rings of the ark, they shall not be taken. Thou shalt put the ark, and the testimony shall give them. Thou shalt make the mercy seat on the wheel of the cubit and the half, and thou shalt take my two tables of the gold between, thou shalt make them, and the two ends of the mercy, and thou make one cherub on the one end, and thou on the other end, and even the mercy seat shall be made on the cherubims on the two ends. And the cherubims shall stretch forth their wings on the high coverings of the mercy, and the wings of the look shall wing, and the faces shall look one another, and toward the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubims, and thou shalt the mercy seat upon the ark and the ark of thou shalt put the testimony I shall give, and then shall meet with thee, shall commune with thee from above the mercy seat, from before between the two cherubims, and which are upon the ark of the testimony of all things which I give unto thee the commandment of the thou shalt make table of shittim wood, thou cubits and the cubits of breadth and the cubits of the half. Lay overlay to pure gold and make thereof gold of gold, and shall make unto the border of the hand of the roundabout, and thou shalt make gold round to the border of thereof the roundabout, and thou shalt make it for four rings of gold, and put it in the rings of the four corners on the 4 feet of the border shall the rings be place of the staves of where the table, and thou shalt make the staves of the shittim wood and oval them with gold, and the table may be borne with them, and thou shalt make a dishes and of spoons thereof, and the cover thereof, and bowls thereof, and the cover with the pure gold thou shalt make them, and thou shalt set upon the table to bring before me, and thou shalt make a candlestick of pure gold, and beaten work shall be candlestick by Tashat, and his branches, and his bone, his nose, his false flowers, and shall be of the same. And 6 branches shall be come out of the sides, and 3 branches on the candlestick on the one side, and on the other side. There was the main on 2 almonds, and to no and to the flower of one another. Branch and the 3 balls make well almonds, and the other branch and no and the flower, and so the 6 branches that come out of the candlestick, and then the candlesticks of the shall be almonds that should not come and the rope and the 2 branches are not and the 2 branches are according to the souls out of the candle. In the candle there shall be 4 bowls that made like unto almonds, and there with their knobs and their flowers, and there shall be a knob unto under 2 branches of the same, and the knob under the 2 branches of the same, and the knob of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the candle. The knobs and the branches shall be the same, and all it shall be one beaten work of pure gold, and of that shall be 7 lamps thereof, and there shall light up the lamps thereof, then we give light over against it. Then also thereof, and the snuff dishes thereof shall be good. Of talents of pure gold shall he make, and of these all these vessels, and look that thou make them after their pattern which was showed unto thee in the mount. And moreover, thou shalt make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twin linen, and blue and purple scarlet, with cherubims of cunning work, and thou shalt make the length of one curtain shall be 8 and 20. One curtain, and the 5 curtains shall be coupled together with one another. Curtains with some coupled with one another. Shall make of blue upon the edge of the one curtain on the silver edge. The coupling and let us also make utmost in the edge of one, like in the coupling of the 50 loops that shall make in one curtain, 50 loops shall make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second that is on the loop. And thou shalt make the 50 tablets and gold and couple curtains together touches, it shall be one tabernacle. And thou shalt make curtains of gold and thou shalt make curtains of goat's hair to be covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shall thou make. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and 11 curtains shall be on one measure. Thou shalt couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves. Thou shalt be double the 6 curtains in front of the tabernacle. Thou shalt make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain and 50 loops on the edge of the curtain which comes inside. Thou shalt make a 50 the traces of brass and put it on the loop and the couple the 10 together. That is maybe one. And the remnant that remain the entire half of the ornament shall hang over the basket and the bit of the one side, the bit of the other side of the bit of the length of the curtains on the tent. It shall hang over the sides of the tent, on this side, on the other side to cover it. Thou shalt make a covering on the tents of the ram skin dyed right. And the skin, thou shalt make board unto the ramish of the wood side. The 10 cubic shall be length on the board, and the cubic and half shall be the breadth on one board. 2 10 ons shall be there be on board, set on order against another. Thou shalt thou make for the all the boards of the tent. Thou shalt make all the boards of the tabernacle, 20 boards of the south side of the south end. And thou shalt make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, 2 sockets and for his 2 and for the second side of the north side there shall be 20 boards for their 40 sockets of sockets under the board and 2 sockets under the board. Side the tabernacle westward thou shalt make 6 boards, and 2 boards shall thou make for the corners of the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together in when they shall be coupled together above the head and to the one. So thou shall it be for them both. They shall be for 2 corners. There shall be 8 boards and the sockets of second. Get 2 sockets under one board, 2 sockets under the another board. And thou shalt make a bars of shitting 5 boards of the one side. So the board of the other side of the 5 boards and the boards on the side of the 2 sides, where the width bar in the midst of the board shall reach from end to. Thou shalt overlay the boards of with gold and make their rings of gold in place of thou shalt overlay bars of thou shalt tear upon the tabernacle the fashions of the shall make a veil of blue and scarlet and cunning work. And cherubim shall be mine. Thou shalt hang up 4 pillars of it. The oak to gold upon the 4 seconds. Thou shalt hang up the veil with another child. Thou mayest be tethered and the light shall divide unto the people of the holy place. Most and thou shalt put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony. Be tabernacle with veil and the candlestick against the tabernacle towards the south. Thou shalt put on the table on the north side. Do the tenth bowl of oil and fine twine links wrought with needlework. And thou shalt make of all the hanging pillars of shittim wood and overlay them with gold. Their hooks shall be in gold. Thou shalt cast 5 sockets of brass for them. Exodus chapter 27. And thou shalt make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits, along with the 5 cubes of gold. Out of the altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be of 3 cubits. Thou shalt make the horns of it. Upon the 4 corners thereof his horns shall be of the same. Thou shalt overlay it with brass. And thou shalt make his fan, thou shalt make it. At the same thou shalt oil it, but thou shalt make his pan to receive his ashes and shoals and his passions, his flashes, pans, all the vessels thereof. Thou shalt make it for brass, thou shalt make it for it grat of network of brass upon the nets. Thou shalt thou make four basins of rings of the four corners. Thou shalt put it under the compass of the altars beneath that to the midst of them. Thou shalt make it staves of the gold, the staves of the shittim wood. I will lay them with brass, and the shall be put unto the rings, and the staff shall be upon the two sides of the altar to be headed hollow, and with broad thou shalt it had its wood way within the mountain, shall they make it. Thou shalt make the court of the tabernacle for the south side southward. There shall be hangings of the court fine twined linen of 100 cubits long for one side, and 20 pillars thereof, and the 20 sockets shall be of bronze. With the hooks of the pillars, their fillets shall be of silver. But for the none, the length there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long. In these 20 pillars, there 20 sockets of bronze. The hooks of the pillars, their fillets of the silver. Breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of the 50. The pillars stand and the stand. And the breadth of the court of the east side is word shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of the one side of the earth shall be 15. The pillars there, and the socket on the other side shall be hangings of the 15 cubes that pillars the and their sockets there, and the gates of the court of the shall be 120 cubes of the blue, and the purple shall find the ten and linen. Work with needlework, and the pillars shall be four, and the sockets for the pillars round about the court shall be filled with the silver. The sockets of the silver shall be of silver, and the sockets of brass. The length of the court 100 cubits, and of the with 50 everywhere, and the height of 5 cubits, and fine twin linen, their sockets of brass, and all the vessels of the time, and all the service are all the pins of the court shall be of brass, and thou shalt command the children of the to bring the pure oil or beaten for the light, and cause the lamp to burn away. And this in the tabernacle of the congregation without the veil which is before the testament, or and shall order the morning before the Lord. It shall be the statute forever unto the end on the half of the children of Israel. From among the children, let me minister unto me the priest office, Aaron. And thou shalt make holy garments unto the brethren, but thou speak unto the wise that whom they have filled the spirit of, that may make garment to consecrate them, and they may minister unto. And these are the garments which they shall make the breastplate, ephod, and robe, and brocade cord, and mitre, and they shall make a holy garment unto them, and shall son, he may minister unto me into the gold, braid, and purple sampler. And they shall make the ephod of gold, and blue, and of purple, and scarlet, and shall be two soil pieces that they join in the two edges of that shall be joined to the curious girdle of the ephod of his upon they shall be of the same according to the work of Lance qualified shall take to an stone and grave on them the names of the children of the six of their names on one stone, the other six names on the rest on the other stone, according to the law. Just names of the children thou shalt make on, and thou shalt put the two stones of the ephod and the bevel of the Aaron shall be the shall make a notch on the two chains of the word with them first and within chains of the arches thou shalt take them and cunning of the work of the ephod thou shalt make of gold and pearl of purple and of scallop the fine twin linen thou shalt make it for square it shall be wind double and the span of but thou shalt be setting of stones and also shall be Sadius topaz and garnet, and they shall be the first one. The second one shall be emerald, saffron, and that's all only God. And the fourth one, wherever against onyx and jasper, they shall be set down. And that shall be the names of the children 12. And the signet on that shall, according to the 12 tribes, I shall make the bracelets and I will make the bracelet two rings, and I shall put two rings and two ends of that shall be put the two and some chains of gold. The two ends of the two chains thou shalt fasten unto put them into the shoulder piece of the ephod before it, and thou shalt make the two rings of gold that put upon the two ends of the breastplate then side of the two other rings of the vehicle shall put them the two sides of the harness to foot, but then against the wood. But with the fifth character for they shall bring the breastplate by the rings of the for the eyes of the blues that may be greater for that may breastplate may not be loose with. Shall be where the names of the children of the Lord, what goes unto the holy place for a memorial before the Lord. And the Lord shall put in the breastplate of Urim and Thurim, they shall be upon the Aaron's heart. It goes before the Lord, and Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of upon his heart before the Lord shall make a robe upon the ephod, all the windows shall be holy to the top of the binding of the woman work round about the holy, and have a ground, and that it be not When then beneath upon the hem of thou shalt make pomegranates of blue, of purple, of scarlet round about that of wells of gold. Them round about the golden bell and the pomegranate, golden bell and the pomegranate. Upon the hem of the robe round about it, it shall be upon the Aaron, and who minister to his sound shall be heard, and he goeth out place before the Lord, and when he comes out, he die not. And thou shalt make a plate of pure gold, and grave upon it, and grave a signet holiness to the Lord. And thou shalt put upon the blue lace that it may be upon the mitre and upon the front that shall be upon the hand, so that Aaron may be iniquity of the holy things which the children of Israel shall hallow unto the holy gifts. It shall be always upon his set before the Lord. Thou shalt be embroidered with a coat of fine linen. Thou shalt make it on the fine linen. Thou shalt make the girdle of the needle. And for Aaron stand, thou shalt make coats, and thou shalt make them bonnets. Thou shalt and shalt thou make for them for glory and for beauty. And thou shalt put them upon Aaron and thou shalt anoint them with the consecration and sanctify them with the word. And thou shalt make them linen before the cover the nakedness from the lions even unto the thighs that shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron upon his son when they come and tabernacle of the congregation. They come near unto the altar of the ministry in the holier places. That shall be iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever and unto him and to his seed. This is the thing that thou shalt do unto them to hallow them, to minister unto them. In the priest take one young bullock and two rams without blemish, and unleavened bread, cakes unleavened tempered with oil, and wafers unleavened anointed with oil, and of wheaten flour shalt thou make them. Thou shalt put them into one basket, and bring them into the basket with the bullock, with bullock and the two rams. And Aaron and his sons shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle. They shall wash them with water. Thou shalt take the garment and put upon the Aaron coat and robe, and the ephod and the breastplate and great hair with a curious girdle of the ephod. And thou shalt put up the mirror upon his head, and put the holy crown upon him. And thou shalt take the oil anointing and pour it upon the head and anoint him. Thou shalt bring his sons and put coats upon it. Thou shalt grade them with girdles and rounds and sons and put on the bonnets on them, and the priest's office shall be there for perpetual statute. And thou shalt consecrate Aaron and his sons, and thou shalt cause the bullock to before the tabernacle of the congregation. His sons shall put their hands upon their head, and thou shalt kill the bullock before the Lord by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Thou shalt take the blood of the bullock and put it upon the horns of the altar, thy finger, and pour it all the blood beside the bottom of the. Thou shalt take all the fat of the covering when thou shalt and the coal that is above the liver and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar, the bush with skin, and his dung shall thou burn with fire. Without the camp it is sin offering. Thou shalt also take one ram and orange for the head of them. Thou shalt slay the ram, thou shalt take his blood and sprinkle it round about the altar. Thou shalt cut the ram piece and wash in words of women's clay. And thou shalt burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto the Lord, and it is a sweet savour offering made unto the fire. It shall all the other ram and the Arab and his son put their hands upon the heads of the shall go kill the ram and take his blood and put it upon the tip of the right hand. The right hand, the son upon the thumb of the right hand, and upon the great toes of the right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar, right above the. And thou shalt take the blood upon the altar, and the anointing will sprinkle upon the upon his garment, upon that sons, and he shall be swallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. And thou shalt take up the ram of the fat rump and the fat of the covenant of the liver and the two kidneys and the fat that is upon them, the right shoulder of the for its ram for consecration, one loaf of bread and one cake of oil bread and one wafer out of the bread basket of the unleavened bread that is before the Lord. Thou shalt put all in the hands of Aaron and in the hands of his son, shall wave for them for a wave offering before them, shall receive for them of your hand, burn them upon the altar as a burnt offering for a sweet savor unto the Lord. It's an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Take the breast of the ram of the altar and wave it before the wave offering, for they shall be thy pot. And thou shalt sanctify the breast of the wave offering, shout the have offering which is waved and which is heaved up of the lamp of consecration, even of that which is Aaron of that is which for his son. And the sons and son be statute forever for the children of the angel, for it's a heave offering, it is like shall it be a heave offering from the children of Israel of the sacrifice of their peace offering, even their heave offering unto the Lord, and to the holy garments of Aaron shall be his ornaments after him to be anointed to be consecrated. And that's the son of the priest They come in the tabernacle, and thou shalt take the ram of the consecration and seethe his flesh and Aaron basket of the door in tabernacle. And they shall eat the things which an atonement made for sanctify them, but strange shall not. The flesh in the consecrated remain in the morning, they shall remain in flesh, shall not be eaten because it's thou shalt be now unto the hour days according to the which comes 7 days thou shalt consecrate them. And thou shalt offer every day a bullock for a sin offering for atonement. Thou shalt cleanse the altar. Thou shalt have made an atonement for it. Thou shalt anoint it, and 7 days thou shalt make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it. And it shall be an altar most holy. For whatsoever touch the altar shall be holy. Now it is that which is that shall upon the altar 2 lamps for the first year by continual. 1 lamp for thou shalt offer in the morning, other lamp for thou shalt offer in the night. 1 lamp the entire deal of the floor mingled with the floor about a hin of beaten oil, and floor part of the hin of a wine with drink from it. They shall offer and even I shall take according to the meat offering in the morning, according to the drink offering of the sweet savor offering made by fire unto the Lord. The current burning offering throughout your generations at the door of the temple. It will meet you and speak to there, and and there I will meet the children of Israel, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. I will sanctify the tabernacle of the of congregation and the altar. I will sanctify also both Aaron and his minister to me in the priest office. I will dwell among the children of Israel. I will be their God and will be their God, and they shall know I am the Lord their God. They brought them out forth out of the land of Egypt, that I may know among them that I am the Lord their God. Chapter chapter 30. And thou shalt make an altar to burn incense upon. This upon Shittim wood shall thou make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof, a cubit of the breadth thereof, the foursquare shall be. The cubit shall be of the height of the round. The horns thereof the same of shall be of the same. Thou shalt overlay it with pure gold at the top there and sides of thereof the round about, and the horns thereof to make an end to the crown of gold about it. 2 gold rings shall thou make it under the crown of it, thy 2 corners of the upon the 2 sides shall be thou make it. They shall be for places for the steps to bear with the line. Thou shalt make as staffs of shittim wood and overlay them with. Thou shalt put it before the veil, and that is by the ark of the testament, before the mercy seat that is over the text, which I have made with and Oren shall burn their sweetness every morning where he dressed the lamps, he shall burn incense, and Oren light the lamps of the even he shall burn incense and the perpetual incenses before the Lord throughout your generations. No strange incenses, there are no burnt offerings, nor meat offerings, neither shall ye pour drink offerings. Then Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it in a year, and with the blood of the sin of the offering atonement once in a year shall ye make an atonement upon throughout the generations. It's the most holy unto the Lord. Spake unto the Moses, saying, when thou takest the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul for to the Lord. Then thou numberest unto them, there shall be no plague among them that they shall give everyone that passes among them that are numbered half a shekel after shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerah, and half a shekel shall be the offering of the Lord. Everyone that passes among them that are numbered for 20 years old and above shall give an offering unto the Lord. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less for than half a shekel. It's when they give an offering unto the Lord to make an atonement for your soul. Thou shalt take an atonement money. The children of Israel shall appoint therefore it as use of the tabernacle of the congregation, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Israel before the Lord, to make it an atonement for your souls. And the Lord spoke unto the spirit Moses, saying, Thou shalt also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass to wash withal. And thou shalt put it between the tabernacle and the congregation altar, and thou shalt put water then. For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands with it, and they go in the tabernacle of the congregation. They shall wash with water. That they die not when they come near the altar to minister to burn offerings to made and pay the Lord. So shall they wash their hands, their feet, that they die not, and shall be started forever to them, even unto them to his seed throughout the generations. Moreover, the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take thou unto the principal spices of pure myrrh, 500 shekels of sweet cinnamon, half as so much, even 250 shekels of the so 250 shekels, and of course 500 shekels, and after the shekels of the sanctuary of the oil, olive oil, a hin, and thou shalt make it an oil of holy ointment, an ointment compound after that, the odd of thy, after the it shall be an holy anointing oil. Thou shalt anoint the tabernacle of the congregation and the ark of the testimony, and the table and all his vessels and the candles, and the altar of the incense, and the altar of the burnt offering, and with all his vessels and the layer and his one. Thou shalt sanctify them. They shall and thou shalt sanctify them. They may be most holy. And them shall be holy. Thou shalt anoint in that them that may minister unto the prison. Thou shalt speak unto the children of they shall be holy anointing oil unto me, thou unto Jannah. To man's flesh shall it not be poured, neither shall be make any other oil. Of the composition of its holy, it shall be holy unto you. As a any like it also put it any of this upon a stranger shall even be cut from his one. Said unto the Moses, take unto these sweet spices, stake and onyx and galbanum. These three sweet spices put frankincense of each of thereof be like a weight, and thou shalt make a perfume a confection after the order of the apothecary, tempered together pure and holy. And thou shalt beat some of it very small and put it in it before the testimony of the time. Whenever I will meet with thee, it shall be unto most holy. And as for the perfume, which thou shalt make, it shall not make to yourself according to the shall be unto the holy, and to whoso shall make like unto that to smell thereof shall be even cut off from his people. And the Lord spoke, and the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying, see, I have called by name, and see, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of the tribe of Judah. I have filled him with the spirit of God in wisdom, in understanding, and knowledge, and all manners of okay, works of the work and the gold and the silver and the bronze, the turning of the stone, set them in carving and timber to work in all manner of into all I have given him. Aholiab, the son of Ashishmalek of the tribe of Dan, in the hearts of all that wise hearted, I put wisdom that they make all that I have commanded thee. The tabernacle of the congregation, of the testament, the mercy seat of the which is of the ten, the tabernacles, and put pure son with his furniture, altars, and altars of burnt offering with all his furniture, and the law and his and the close of the service of the holy on which of his son to minister and to anointing oil and sweet incense of the holy place, according to I have commanded thee, they shall do. The Lord spake unto Moses, saying unto thy children of Israel, saying, verily I say, my Sabbath ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and throughout your generation, that ye may know that I am the Lord that doth sanctify you. You shall keep the Sabbath of it's holy unto you. Everyone that ever put it dead forever, so that any work there, that soul shall be cut off from among the people. 6 days may be 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh day Shabbat be afresh, the holy unto the Lord. So does any work in the Shabbat day? Put in the children of sister shall keep the Shabbat, to observe the Shabbat throughout the generations for the perpetual covenant. It's a sign between me and the children of forever. Says, and the Lord made heaven and earth, and there on the earth seventh day he rested and was refreshed, and gave Moses when he had made an end of the communion with him. So he had two tablets of 10 tablets of stone written in the finger of God, written with the finger of God. And when the people saw that Moses was delaying to come down unto them, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron and said unto him, up, make us gods which shall go before us. For as it was Moses the man that brought us up out of the land of wood, won't so it is come. And said, and break off the gold earrings which are in the ears of your wives, of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring it to them. And they break all the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto thee, received them in the hand, and fashioned it to the graven tool which he had made a molten calf. And they said, this is by gods, O Israel, the land of Egypt. And the Aaron saw that he built an altar before it, and all had made proclamation, said, tomorrow is the feast of the Lord. And they rose up early in the morning and offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings, and the people sat down to eat and drink and rose up to play. The Lord said unto him, go thee unto to thy people that thou broughtest unto the out of the Egypt have corrupted them. So they have turned away quickly out of the way in which I commanded them, made them some molten calf, and worshipped it thereunto, and said that this be the O Israel I have, which I brought thee out in the land of Egypt. The Lord said to Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it's a stiff-necked people. They have therefore let me alone, that my wax hot against them, that I may consume them, that I'll make thee a great nation. Moses besought the Lord, and says, God, the Lord, why that their wrath works against which thou hast brought forth into the land great power and with might, and therefore should the Egyptians speak and say that for the mischief did he bring them out, and to slay them in the mountains and consume them at the face of the earth? Turn from thy face and repent of this of this repent for against thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servant, to whom thy served in thy own self, and said unto them that I will multiply your seed as the stars of this land. I have spoken, will I give? I've spoken of will I give unto your seed. They shall inherit it forever. And the Lord repented of the evil of which he had thought to do unto thee. And Moses turned and went down from the mount. And he had the tablets which are written both sides, on one side. That's it. The tablets were the work of the God, and the writings were the writings of heaven upon them. The Joshua heard the noise of the pillars, they shouted, he said, noise the word of the camel. He said, this is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, they then this voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the voice of them I hear. But it came to pass, as soon as he came in the camp, he saw the calf, and the dancing of the Moses angered, waxed hot. He cast the devil out of his hand and break them beneath the mountain. He took the calf and had made and burnt it in the fire and ground it and stored it upon the water and made the children of his drink it. And Moses said to the Israel, what did these people do? What did these people unto thee? That thou hast brought to so great upon thine. And said, let not the anger of my Lord wax. Thou know the people that have said and mischief. Said unto me, make us gods, so shall go before us. For as Moses the man was brought up out of the land of his God, we ought not what is become of him. And I said unto them, whatever had any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it to me. I cast it on the fire that came out of the south. And Moses saw that the people were naked. And had made them naked unto shame among the enemies. And Moses stood in the gate of them and said, who is on the Lord? Said, and him come to me. All the sons of Levi gathered themselves together. And he said unto them, thus says the Lord, you put every man with his sword and said, go in and get throughout the camp, slay every man his brother, every man his companion, every man his name. And the children of Israel, according to the word, and they fell of 3,000 men. For Moses had said, consecrate yourself today, the Lord, even every man upon his son, upon his brother, that he may bestow upon them. It came to pass that tomorrow the Moses said unto people, you have sinned a great sin. Now I will go up to the Lord, pray, and I shall make an atonement for your sin. Who turned unto the Lord and said, oh, these people have sinned a great sin. I made them gods of gold. If thou yet now, if I thou will forgive the sin, if not, bolt me. I pray thee out of the book of which I have written. And the Lord said unto me, so that whoever has sinned against me I blot out of my book. Therefore now go, lead the people out unto the place which I have spoken. And behold, mine angels shall go before thee, nevertheless in the day when I will visit their sin upon them. The Lord plagued the people because they made the calf which Aaron made. The Lord said unto Moses, depart and go hence thou and the people which thou hast brought up out of the land of Egypt unto the land which I sware unto the Abraham, to the Isaac, and to Jacob, saying unto the seed, will I give it, I'll send an angel before thee, I'll drive out the Canaanites, Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, and Hittites, and Jebusites. Hilkiah, Hania, for I will not get up in the midst of thee, for thou art a stiff-necked, lest I consume thee in the way. And when the people have heard their evil tidings, they mourned, and no man did put on him his ornament. For the Lord had said, and say unto the children of Israel, stiff-necked shall come upon the mountain and consume. Therefore, now put off the ornaments from there. I may know that the children of Israel stripped themselves from the ornament by the Mount Horeb. And then Moses took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp for a found from the camp and called the tabernacle of the congregation. Came to pass that everyone which sought the Lord went out of the congregation which was without the camp. And it came to pass when Moses went out into the tabernacle, all the people rose up and stood every man in his tent. Moses, until he was gone into the town, it came to Moses, Master entered into the tent. The cloudy pillar descended and stood in the door of the tent. The Lord talked with Moses. And so all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand. All the people rose up and worshipped every man in his tent door. And the Lord spake unto Moses face to face as a man speaketh unto his friend. He turned against into the camp. Joshua the son of Nun, young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. And Moses said unto the Lord, see thou thy son to me, bring up unto them that have not let me know whom thou hast sent unto me. Yet thou hast said, I know thee by name, and thou hast found grace in my sight. Therefore I pray thee, found grace in thy sight, shew me now that way, that I may know thee, and that I may find grace in thy sight. Consider this nation is thy people. And he said, my presence shall go with thee, and I will give thee rest. And he said unto him, if thy presence go not with me, carry us not unto them. Thence I shall be known that here that I people have found grace in thy sight. It's not that to us, so shall we be separated, I and thy people from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. Lord said unto the Moses, I'll do this thing also that I hast thou spoken, that thou hast found grace in my sight, that I know thee by name. Say through me thy glory. Said thou, I'll make all my goodness pass before thee. I'll proclaim the name of the Lord before thee. I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, will show my mercy on whom I show. And says, thou cannot see my face, there shall not no man see me. And the Lord said, behold, there is a place by me, and thou shalt stand upon a rock. It shall come to pass while my glory passes by, I'll put thee in the cliff of the rock and cover thee with my hand while I pass by. I'll take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my back part, but my face shall not be seen. Amen. Exodus 34. And the Lord said unto Moses, here the two tablets of stone like unto the first. I'll write it upon the tablets of the word which are the first of the brackets, and be ready in the morning, and come in the morning. In the morning, Mount Sinai, present thyself and upon the top, and no man shall come upon thee. Neither let any man seen throughout all the mount, neither let the floors nor the heads. You two tablets of the stone like the first Moses rose up early in the morning and went up in the mountain, and they took two tablets. And the Lord descended on the cloud and stood out and there proclaimed the name of the Lord. So hastened by before him and proclaimed the Lord God, merciful and gracious, long suffering, abundant in goodness, keeping mercy and for thousands, forgiving the iniquity and transgressions and sin, that by no means clear the guilty, and visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and children unto the fourth generation. Moses made a haste and bowed his head towards the earth and worshiped. He said, if I found grace in the O Lord, let my prayer pray that go among us, for this not sleep, but pour in our iniquity and our sin, and take us for their inheritance, thine inheritance. He said, behold, I make covenant before all thy people. I'll do marvels such as I have not done in all the earth, and not any nations. And all the people among which thou shalt see the work of the Lord, for it's a terrible thing that I will do with thee. Observe that I will command these as well. I will drive out before the Amorites, Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, and Hivites, and Jebusites. Take care of this, to make a covenant with the inhabitants of the earth. Thou goest and leads it before a snare in the midst of thee, that ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For thou shalt worship no other God. For the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Elkanah. Let thou shalt make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land. They shall go warring after their God, do sacrifice unto the gods. One can be and one call thee, and thou eat of the sacrifice. Thou shalt take their daughters unto thy sons, unto their daughters of the gods, and make thy sons go whoring after their God. Thou shalt make the molten God feast of the unleavened bread. Thou shalt keep 7 days. Thou shalt eat the unleavened bread, as I commanded thee in the time of the Mount Abib. In the month of thou comest out of the Egypt, and that openeth the matrix of mine, every firstling among thy cattle, whether ox or sheep, or that is made. But the first of the ass thou shalt redeem with the lamb, and if thou redeem him not, then thou break his neck. All the firstborn of thy son thou shalt redeem. Man shall appear before me empty. 6 days thou shalt work, on the seventh day thou shalt rest. On the year in yearing time and in harvest thou shalt rest. And thou shalt observe the feast of the weeks, first fruit of the week, harvest, the gatherings of the year, and thrice in a year shall all your men children appear before the Lord God of Israel. For I will cast out the nations before thee, and enlarge thy borders, neither shall any man desire thy land. When thou shalt go up here before the Lord thy God thrice in the year. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left unto morning. In the first of the first day, fruit of thy land, thou shalt bring unto the house of the Lord. Thou shalt not seed the kid in his mother's milk. And the Lord said unto Moses, with thou these words, for after the terror of these words, I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel. And he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40. He did eat bread and did not drink water. He wrote upon the table of the words of the covenant and 10 commandments. And came to pass as when Moses came down on Mount Sinai with the two tablets of testimony in Moses' hand, when he came down into Moses' visit not that the skin of his face was shone while he had talked with him. And when Moses and all his children saw Israel, Moses' skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come near. And Moses called unto them, and Lord and went all the rulers of the congregation returned unto him. Moses talked with them. And all the children of Israel came nigh, and he gave them in commandments that all the word that the Lord had spoken with him in Mount Sinai. Until Moses had gone down speaking with them, he put a veil in his face. But when Moses went in before the Lord to speak with him, he took a veil off until he came out, and he came out and spake unto the children that we had commanded. The children of Israel saw the face of Moses, that the skin of Moses' face shone, and Moses put the veil upon his face again until he went on to speak with him.
Exodus 35. Moses assembled all the congregation of the people of Israel and said to them, these are the things that the Lord has commanded you to do. 6 days of work shall be done, but on the seventh day you shall have a Shabbat of solemn rest, holy to the Lord. Whoever does any work on it shall be put to death. You shall kindle no fire in all your dwelling places on the Shabbat day. Moses said to all the congregation of the people of Israel, this is the thing that the Lord has commanded. Take from among you a contribution to the Lord. Whoever is of a generous heart, let him bring the Lord's contribution: gold, silver, and bronze, blue and purple and scarlet yarns, and fine twined linen, goat's hair, tanned ram skins and goat skins, acacia wood, oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil, and for the fragrant incense, and onyx stones, and stones for setting, for the ephod and for the breastpiece. Let every skillful craftsman among you come and make all that the Lord has commanded: the tabernacle, its tent and its covering, its hooks and frames, its bars, its pillars and its bases, the ark with its poles, the mercy seat and the veil of the screen, the table with its poles and all its utensils, and the bread of the presence, the lampstand also for the light with its utensils, with its lamps, and the oil for the light, and the altar of incense with its poles, and the anointing oil, and the fragrant incense, and the screen for the door, at the door of the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering, and its grating of bronze, its poles, and all its utensils, the basin and its stand, the hangings of the court, its pillars and its bases, and the screen for the gate of the court, the pegs of the tabernacle, and the pegs of the court, and their cords, the finely worked garments for ministering in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron, the priest, and the garments of his sons for their service as priest. Then all the congregation of the people of Israel departed from the presence of Moses. And they came, every one whose heart stirred him, and every one whose spirit moved him, and brought the Lord's contribution to be used for the tent of meeting, and for all its service, and for the holy garments. So they came, both men and women, all who were of a willing heart, brought brooches and earrings and signet rings and armlets, all sorts of gold objects, every man dedicating an offering of gold to the Lord. And every one who possessed blue or purple or scarlet yarns, or fine linen, or goat's hair, or tanned ram skins, or goat skins brought them. Every one who could make a contribution of silver or bronze brought it as the Lord's contribution. And everyone who possessed acacia wood of any use in the work brought it. And every skillful woman spun with her hands, and they all brought what they had spun in blue and purple and scarlet yarns and fine twined linen. All the women whose hearts stirred them to use their skill spun the goat's hair. And the leaders brought onyx stones and stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastpiece, and spices and oil for the light and for the anointing oil and for the fragrant incense. All the men and women, people of Israel, whose heart moved them to bring anything for the work that the Lord had commanded by Moses to be done, brought it as a freewill offering to the Lord. Then Moses said to the people of Israel, see, the Lord has called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, son of Ur, of the tribe of Judah. And he has filled him with the Spirit of God, and with skill, and with intelligence, with knowledge, and with all craftsmanship, to devise artistic designs, to work in gold and silver and bronze, in cutting stones for setting, and in carving wood for work in every skilled craft. And he has inspired him to teach both him and Oholiab, the son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan. He has filled them with skill to do every sort of work done by an engraver, or by a designer, or by an embroiderer in blue and purple and scarlet yarns and fine twined linen, or by a weaver, by any sort of workman or skilled designer. Exodus 36. Bezalel and Oholiab and every craftsman on whom the Lord had put skill and intelligence to know how to do any work in the construction of the sanctuary shall work in accordance with all what the Lord has commanded. And Moses called Bezalel and Aholiab and every craftsman in whose mind the Lord had put skill, everyone whose heart stirred him up to come to do the work. And they received from Moses all the contribution that the people of Israel had brought for doing the work on the sanctuary. They still kept bringing them him free will offerings every morning, so that all the craftsmen who were doing every sort of task on the sanctuary came, each from the task that he was doing, and said to Moses, "The people bring much more than enough for doing the work that the Lord has commanded us to do." So Moses gave command, and word was proclaimed throughout the camp. Let no man or woman do anything more for the contribution for the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing, for the material they had was sufficient to do all the work and more. And all the craftsmen among the workmen made the tabernacle with 10 curtains. They made they were made of the fine twined linen and blue and purple and scarlet yarns, with cherubim skillfully worked. The length of each curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth of each curtain 4 cubits. All the curtains were the same size. He coupled 5 curtains to one another, and the other 5 curtains he coupled to one another. He made loops of blue on the edge of the outermost curtain of the first set. Likewise, he made them on the edge of the outermost curtain of the second set. He made 50 loops on the one curtain, and he made 50 loops on the edge of the curtain that was in second set. The loops were opposite one another. And he made 50 clasps of gold and coupled the curtains one to the other with clasps. So the tabernacle was a single whole. He also made curtains of goat's hair for a tent over the tabernacle. He made 11 curtains. The length of each curtain was 30 cubits, and the breadth of each curtain 4 cubits. The 11 curtains were the same size. He coupled 5 curtains by themselves and 6 curtains by themselves. And he made 50 loops on the edge of the outermost curtain of the one set and 50 loops on the edge of the other connecting curtain. And he made 50 clasps of bronze to couple the tent together, that it might be a single whole. And he made for the tent a covering of tanned ram skins and goat skins. Then he made the upright frames for the tabernacle of acacia wood. 10 cubits was the length of a frame, and a cubit and a half the breadth of each frame. Each frame had 2 tenons for fitting together. He did this for all the frames of the tabernacle. The frames for the tabernacle he made thus: 20 frames for the south side. He made 40 bases of silver under the 20 frames, 2 bases under one frame for its 2 tenons, and 2 bases under the next frame for its 2 tenons. For the second side of the tabernacle on the north side, he made 20 frames, and there are 40 bases of silver, 2 bases under one frame, and 2 bases under the next frame. For the rear of the tabernacle westward, he made 6 frames. He made 2 frames for corners of the tabernacle in the rear, and they were separate beneath but joined at the top at the first ring. He made 2 of them this way for the 2 corners. There were 8 frames, and their bases of silver, 16 bases under every frame, 2 bases. He made bars of acacia wood, 5 for the frames of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the frames of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the frames of the tabernacle at the rear westward. And he made the middle bar to run from end to end hallway halfway up the frames, and he overlaid the frames with gold and made their rings of gold for holders for the bars and overlaid the bars with gold. He made the veil of blue and purple and scarlet yarns and fine twined linen, and cherubim skillfully worked into it he made it. And for it he made 4 pillars of acacia and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold, and he cast for them 4 bases of silver. He also made a screen for the entrance of the tent, blue and purple and scarlet yarns, and fine twined linen, embroidered with needlework, and its 5 pillars and with their hooks. He overlaid their capitals, and their fillets were of gold, but their 5 bases were of bronze. Bezalel made the Exodus 37. Bezalel made the ark of acacia wood. 2 cubits and a half was its length, a cubit and a half its length, and a cubit and a half its height. And he overlaid it with pure gold inside and outside, and made a molding of gold around it. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold for its 4 feet, 2 rings on its one side, and 2 rings on its other side. And he made poles of acacia wood, and overlaid them with gold, and put the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark to carry the ark. And he made a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half was its length, and a cubit and a half its breadth. And he made 2 cherubim of gold. He made them of hammered work on the 2 ends of the mercy seat, one cherub on the one end, and one cherub on the other end. Of one piece with the mercy seat, he made the cherubim on its 2 ends. The cherubim spread out their wings above, overshadowing the mercy seat, and their wings with their faces one to another toward the mercy seat were the faces of the cherubim. He also made the table of acacia wood. 2 cubits was its length, a cubit its breadth, and a cubit and a half its height. And he overlaid it with pure gold, and made a molding of gold around it. And he made a rim around it, a handbreadth wide, and made a molding of gold around the rim. He cast for it 4 rings of gold, and fastened the rings to the 4 corners at its 4 legs. Close to the frame were the rings as holders for the poles to carry the table. He made the poles of acacia wood to carry the table, and overlaid them with gold. And he made the vessels of pure gold that were to be on the table, its plates and dishes for incense, and its bowls and flagons with which to pour drink offerings. He also made the lampstand of pure gold. He made the lampstand of hammered work. Its base, its stem, its cups, its chalices, and its flowers were of one piece with it. And there were 6 branches going out of its sides. 3 branches of the lampstand out of one side and of it, and 3 branches of lampstand out of the other side of it. 3 cups made like almond blossoms, each with calyx and flower on one branch, and 3 cups made like almond blossoms, each with calyx and flower on the other branch. So for the 6 branches going out of the lampstand, and on the lampstand itself were 4 cups made like almond blossoms with their calyces and flowers, and a calyx of one piece with it under each pair of the 6 branches going out of it. Their calyxes and their branches were of one piece with it. The whole of it was a single piece of hammered work of pure gold. And he made it 7 lamps, and its tongs and its trays of pure gold. He made it and all its utensils out of a talent of pure gold. He made the altar of incense of acacia wood. Its length was a cubit, and its breadth was a cubit. It was square, and 2 cubits was its height. Its horns were of one piece with it. He overlaid it with pure gold, and its top and around its sides, and its horns, and he made a molding of gold around it, and made 2 rings of gold on it under its molding on 2 sides of it, opposite sides of it, as holders for the poles with which to carry it. And he made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. He made the anointing oil also, and the pure fragrant incense, blended as by the perfumer. Exodus 38. He made the altar of burnt offering of acacia wood. 5 cubits was its length, and 5 cubits its breadth. It was square, and 3 cubits was its height. He made horns for it on its 4 corners. Its horns were of one piece with it, and he overlaid it with bronze. He made all the utensils of the altar, the pots, the shovels, the basins, the forks, and the fire pans. He made all its utensils of bronze, and he made for the altar a grating, a network of bronze made under its ledge, extending halfway down. He cast 4 rings on the 4 corners of the bronze grating as holders for the poles. He made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with bronze. And he put the poles through the rings on the sides of the altar to carry it on with them. He made it hollow with bolts. He made the basin of bronze and its stand of bronze from the mirrors of the ministering women who ministered in the entrance of the tent of meeting. And he made the coat. For the south side, the hangings of the coat were of fine twined linen, 100 cubits. There are 20 pillars, and their 20 bases were of bronze, but the hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the north side, there were hangings of 100 cubits. Their 20 pillars and their 20 bases were of bronze, but the hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And the west side were hangings of 50 cubits. Their 10 pillars and their 10 bases, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the front to the east, for 50 cubits. The hangings for one side of the gate were 15 cubits, with their three pillars and three bases. As for the other side, on both sides of the gate of the court were hangings of 15 cubits with their three pillars and their three bases. All the hangings around the court were of fine twined linen, and the bases for the pillars were of bronze, and the hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. The overlaying of the capitals was also of silver, and all the pillars of the court were filleted with silver. And the screen for the gate of the court was embroidered with needlework in blue and purple and scarlet yarns and fine twined linen. It was 20 cubits long and 5 cubits high in its breadth, corresponding to the hangings of the court. And their pillars were four in number. Their four bases were of bronze, their hooks of silver, and the overlaying of their capitals and their fillets of silver. And all the pegs for the tabernacle and for the court all around were of bronze. These were the records of the tabernacle of the testimony, and as they were recorded at the commandment of Moses. Responsibility of the Levites under the direction of Ithamar, the son of Aaron, the priest. Bezalel, the son of Uri, son of Hur, the tribe of Judah, made all that the Lord commanded Moses, and with him was Oholiab, the son of Abi Samach, of the tribe of Dan, an engraver and designer and embroiderer in blue and purple and scarlet yarns and fine twined linen. All the gold that was used for the work in all the construction of the sanctuary, the gold for the offering, and was 29 talents and 730 shekels by the shekel of the sanctuary. The silver from those of the congregation who were recorded was 100 talents and 1,775 shekels by the shekel of the sanctuary, a beka, a head that is half a shekel by the shekel of the sanctuary for everyone who was listed in the records for from 20 years old and upward for six, 35, 60,350 men. The 100 talents of silver were for casting the bases of the sanctuary and the bases of the veil, and 100 bases for the 100 talents and talent and the base. And of the 1,775 shekels, he made hooks for the pillars and overlaid them their capitals and made fillets for them. The bronze that was offered was 70 talents and 2,400 shekels. With it, he made the bases for the entrance of the tent of meeting, the bronze altar and the bronze grating for it, and all the utensils of the altar, the bases around the court, and the bases of the gate of the court, and all the pegs of the tabernacle, and all the pegs around the court. Exodus chapter 39. From the blue and purple, scarlet yarns, they made finely woven garments for ministering in the holy place. They made the holy garments for Aaron as the Lord had commanded Moses. He made the ephod of gold, blue, and purple, and the scarlet yarns and fine twined linen. And they hammered out gold leaf, and he put it into threads to work into the blue and purple and the scarlet yarns and into the fine twined linen in skilled design. They made for the ephod attaching shoulder pieces joined to it at its two edges, and the skillfully woven band on it was of one piece with it, and made like it of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet yarns, and the fine twined linen, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And they made the onyx stones enclosed in settings of gold filigree, and engraved like the engravings of a signet, according to the names of the sons of Israel. And he set them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod to be stones of remembrance for the sons of Israel, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He made the breastpiece in skilled work in the style of the ephod of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet yarns, and fine twined linen. It was square. They made the breastpiece doubled, a span its length and a span its breadth, when doubled and they set in it 4 rows of stones. A row of sardius, topaz, and carbuncle was the first row, and the second row an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond, and the third row a jacinth, and a agate, and an amethyst, and the fourth row a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They were enclosed in settings of gold filigree. There were 12 stones with their names according to the names of the sons of Israel. They were like signets, each engraved with its name for the 12 tribes, and they made on the breastpiece twisted chains like cords of pure gold. And they made two settings of gold filigree and two gold rings, and put the two rings of the two edges of the breastpiece. And they put the two cords of gold in the two rings at the edges of the breastpiece. They attached the two ends of the two cords to the two settings of filigree. Thus they attached it in front to the shoulder pieces of the ephod. Then they made two rings of gold and put them at the two ends of the breastpiece and on its inside edge next to the ephod. And they made two rings of gold and attached them in front of the lower part of the two shoulder pieces of the ephod and its seam above the skillfully woven band of the ephod. And they bound the breastpiece by its rings to the rings of the ephod with a blue lace of blue, so that it should lie on the skillfully woven band of the ephod, and that the breastpiece should not come loose from the ephod, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He also made the robe of the ephod woven all of blue, and the opening of the robe in it was like the opening in a garment, with a binding around the opening, so that it might not tear. On the hem of the robe, they made pomegranates of blue and purple and scarlet yarns and fine twined linen. They also made bells of pure gold and put the bells between the pomegranates all around the hem of the robe. Between the pomegranates, a bell and a pomegranate, a bell and a pomegranate around the hem of the robe for ministering, as the Lord had commanded Moses. They also made the coats woven of fine linen for Aaron and his sons, and the turban of fine linen, and the caps of fine linen, and the linen undergarments of fine twined linen, and the sash of fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet yarns embroidered with needlework, as the Lord had commanded Moses. They made the plate of the holy crown of pure gold and wrote on it an inscription like the engraving of a signet, holy to the Lord. And they tied it to a cord of blue to fasten it on the turban above, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Thus, all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of meeting was finished, and the people of Israel did according to all the law that the Lord had commanded Moses. So they did. Then they brought the tabernacle to Moses and the tent and all its utensils, its hooks, its frames, its bars, its pillars, and its bases, the covering of tanned ram skins and goatskins and veil of the screen, the ark of the testimony with its poles and the mercy seat, the table with all its utensils, and the bread of the presence, the lampstand of pure gold and its lamps with the lamp set and all its utensils, and the oil for the light, the golden altar, the anointing oil, and the fragrances, and the screen for the entrance of the tent, the bronze altar and its grating of bronze, its poles and all its utensils, the basin and its stand, the hangings of the court, its pillars and its bases, and the screen for the gate of the court, its cords and its pegs, and all the utensils for the service of the tabernacle for the tent of meeting. The finely worked garments for ministering in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons for their service as priests, according to all that the Lord had commanded Moses, so the people of Israel had done all the work. And Moses saw all the work, and behold, they had done it as the Lord had commanded, so had they done it. Then Moses blessed them. Exodus chapter 40. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, on the first day of the month, you shall erect the tabernacle of the tent of meeting, and you shall put in it the ark of the testimony, and you shall screen the ark with a veil, and you shall bring in the table and arrange it, and you shall bring in the lampstand and set up its lamps, and you shall put the golden altar for incense between the ark of the testimony, and set up the screen of the door of the tabernacle. You shall set the altar of burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of meeting, and place the basin between the tent of meeting and the altar, and put water in it. And you shall set up the court all around, and hang up the screen for the gate of the court. Then you shall take the anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and all that is in it, and consecrate it and all its furniture, so that it may become holy. You shall also anoint the altar of burnt offering and all its utensils, and consecrate the altar, so that the altar may become most holy. You shall also anoint the basin and its stand, and consecrate it. Then you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the entrance of the tent of meeting, and ye shall wash them with water, and put on Aaron the holy garments, and you shall anoint him and consecrate him, that he may serve me as a priest. You shall bring his sons also, and put coats on them, and anoint them as you anointed your father, that they may serve me as priests. And the anointing shall admit them to a perpetual priesthood throughout their generations. This Moses did according to all that the Lord commanded him. So he did. In the first month, in the second year of the first day of the month, tabernacle was erected. Moses erected the tabernacle He laid its bases and set up its frames and put in its poles and raised up its pillars. And he spread the tent over the tabernacle and put the covering of the tent over it as the Lord had commanded Moses. He took the testimony and put it into the ark and put the poles of the ark and set the mercy seat above on the ark. And he brought the tabernacle ark into the tabernacle and set up the veil of the screen and screened the ark of the testimony, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He put the table in the tent of meeting on the north side of the tabernacle outside the veil and arranged the bread on it before the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He put the lampstand in the tent of meeting opposite the table on the south side of the tabernacle and set up the lamps before the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He put the golden altar in the tent of meeting before the veil and burned fragrant incense on it as the Lord had commanded Moses. He put in place the screen for the door of the tabernacle, and he set the altar of burnt offering at the entrance of the tabernacle of the tent of meeting, and offered on it the burnt offering and the grain offering as the Lord had commanded Moses. He set the basin between the tent of meeting and the altar and put water in it for washing, with which Moses and Aaron and his sons washed their hands and their feet when they went into the tent of meeting, and when they approached the altar, they washed as the Lord commanded Moses. And he erected the court and around the tabernacle and the altar, and set up the screen of the gate of the court. So Moses finished the work. And the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. And Moses was not able to enter the tent of meeting because of the cloud settled in on it. And the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Throughout all their journeys, whenever the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle, the people of Israel would set out. But if the But if the cloud was not taken up, then they did not set out like till the day that it was taken up. For the cloud of the Lord was on the tabernacle by day, and fire was in it by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel throughout all their journeys.
Leviticus chapter 1. And the Lord called unto Moses and spake unto on the tabernacle of the congregations, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, If any of man of you bring an offering unto the Lord, he shall bring an offering of the cattle, even of the herd of the flock. If his offering is be burnt, sacrifice of the herd, let him offer male without blemish. He shall offer it to an old altar at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord. He shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, shall be accepted, and to make offering for him. It shall be killed. And he shall kill the bullock before the Lord, and the priest Aaron's son shall bring it to blood and sprinkle the blood out upon the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. He shall flay the burnt offering, cut it into his pieces, and the sons of the Aaron priest shall put fire upon the altar, lay the food in order to upon the fire. Son say, lay apart the head and the fat in order upon the wood that is on the fire which is upon the altar. Then his and much like shall he wash in water, and the priest shall burn all the unto the burnt offering. To a sweet savor unto the Lord, if his offering be of the flock, namely of the sheep, of the goats, of the band, he shall bring it to male without blemish. He shall kill it, and on the side of the altar northward before Lord, and the priest Aaron's son shall sprinkle his blood round about upon the altar. He shall cut its pieces, his head and his fat, and his priest shall lay by them and order it on the wood fire which is upon the. He shall wash it in wet legs and with water, and priest shall bring it all and burn it up upon the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice and offering made by fire, so his favor. Unto the Lord, the burnt sacrifice of his offering for the Lord be to a false, and then he shall bring his offering of turtle doves up to young pigeons. Priest shall bring it unto the Lord altar, and bring the altar, and the blade thereof shall be wrung at the side of the altar. He shall pluck his crop and his feathers, and cast it beside the altar, his part and the place of the ashes. He shall cleave it with the wings, but shall not divide it asunder. The priest shall burn it upon the altar, upon the wood that upon the fire. It is the burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto the Lord. And Leviticus 2, when any will offer meat offering unto the Lord, his offering shall be fine flour, and he shall pour oil upon it, put frankincense unto put frankincense thereof. He shall bring it to the Aaron his sons, and the priest he shall take thereof, and thereof his handful of flour, and of the oil thereof, and of the oil frankincense thereof. The priest shall burn the memorial upon the altar, be an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto the Lord. And the remnant of the meat offering shall offerings and sons may the thing most holy, and the offering of merit, the offering obligation of meat offering breaking in the oven, when baken unleavened cakes of the fine flour mingled with oil, and leavened wafers anointed with it. The obligation to make meat offering bacon in a pit shall be in fine flour and leaven mingled with oil. Thou shalt part it in pieces, pour oil thereon in its meat offering. Thy obligation by meat offering of bacon, the frying pan shall be made of fine flour with oil. Thou shalt bring the meat offering that is made of these things unto the Lord, and when it is present unto the priest, he shall bring it unto the Lord. The priest shall take from the meat offering a memorial thereof, and shall burn it upon the altar. It's an offering made by the fire. So it's unto the Lord. And they said, with it, may the meat offering shall be offered to Aaron and his son. And this most holy offering and made by fire. No meat offering which ye shall bring unto the Lord shall be made with leaven. For ye shall burn on no leaven, nor any honey in any offering of the Lord made by fire. Of the ghost of us shall offer them unto the Lord, but they shall be not be burnt on the altar for a sweet savor. And every obligation of thy meat offering shall season with salt, neither shalt thou suffer the salt of the covenant lacking for thy meat, and all thy offering thou shalt offer salt. And for if thou offer a meat offering of the fruit unto the Lord thou shalt offer for the meat offering of the first fruits. Green ears of the corn dried by the fire, every corn beaten with full. Thou shalt put oil upon it and lay frankincense thereof in it. Bring, and the priest shall burn the memorial of it at part of the beaten corn of the part of that oil thereof, and frankincense thereof of the offering made by fire unto the Lord. Leviticus 4. If it is obligation to be a sacrifice, a peace offering is offered unto the herd, whether it be male or a female, shall offer it unto the fish. He shall lay up the hand of the head of the offering, kill at the door of the congregation, and shall the priest sprinkle upon the altar, or upon the sacrifice of the peace offering made by fire unto the Lord. Fat that covered the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the altar. The cooking is the fat which is in the flank that call above the liver, and the kidneys are shall with an orange shall burn it on the altar upon the burnt sacrifice, which is upon the wood that is on the fire. It's an offering made by fire to the Lord. It is an offering of sacrifice before the Lord, male and female. And if he offer a lamb of his shall he offer be unto the Lord. He shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering and bickle it before the tabernacle of the congregation. And pickle the blood thereof down upon the altar. He shall offer on the sacrifice and fat of and the whole rump. It shall take heart of and the fat that covered the inward, all the fat that is upon the inward, and the two kidneys and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flank, called with the kidneys in it, shall he take away. The priest shall burn it upon the altar. It is a food that in a fire unto the Lord, and his offering be goat, and he shall offer it before the Lord. He shall lay his hand upon the head of it, and kill it before the tabernacle of the congregation. Shall sprinkle the blood thereof upon the altar round about it. He shall offer thereof the offering made by fire unto the Lord. The fat that covered in the inward, all the fat that is upon the inward. The kidney is the fat that is upon them which is by the flanks, call about the liver, and that the kidneys and she shall take away. And the priest shall burn them with upon the altar. The fat of a sweet savor, for all the fat is the Lord. That shall be a perpetual statute for your generation throughout all your dwellings, that ye neither fat nor blood. And the Lord speak unto the children of children Israel, saying, if a soul shall sin against any of the commandments of the Lord concerning and it shall be done. It's a priest that is anointed to sin according. But they didn't bring of his sin. He had sinned and like without the blemish unto the Lord. A sin of his shall be unto the Lord, and before the Lord shall lay on his hand upon the bullock head and kill the bullock before the Lord. And the priest that is anointed shall take off the bullock blood and bring it to the tabernacle of the court. The priest shall dip his finger in the blood and sprinkle on the blood 7 times, and before the Lord, before the veil of the sanctuary, the priest shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar of sweet incenses before the Lord, which is in the tabernacle of the congregation, shall pour all the blood of the bullock at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, shall take from all the fat of the bullock of the sin offering, the fat offering covering with all the fat that is upon the inward tokens, that is upon them, which is by the flanks, the called by about even the kidneys, and he shall take away it. So taken off the bullock of the sacrifice of peace, and the priest shall burn them up on the altar of the burn of the skin of the full, and all these flesh shall without heads, and its one the whole bullock shall carry forth without the camp of the into the clean place where the ashes are poured out. Burn him into on the wood of the fire where the ashes are poured up. And if the whole congregation of the sin through the ignorance the thing had from the eyes of the assembly, they have done somewhat against any of the commandments of the Lord concerning things which should not be done, or guilty, when the sin and which which they have sinned against, which is known the congregation shall offer young bullock, offer the sin, bring him before the tabernacle, and the elders of the congregation shall lay their hands upon the heads, lay their hands upon their heads, and bring it before the tabernacle. And the elders of can lay their hands upon the head of the bullock before the Lord, and the bullock which shall be killed before the Lord, and the priest of the that is anointed shall bring of the bullock's blood and of the tabernacle of the congregation. The priest shall dip his finger in some of the blood and sprinkle 7 times before the Lord, even before the veil. And he shall put on some of the blood upon the horns of the altar before the tabernacle of the congregation, shall pour out the blood at the bottom of the burnt offering, which is the door of the tabernacle. Do all this fat from me and burn it upon them. Shall do it with the bullock, and he did it with the bullock of sin of. So he shall do it with this, for the priest shall make an atonement for them. It shall be given unto them. Then for the bullock without the camp, for the burn, he'll burn the first bullock. It's a sin offering. And when the ruler had sinned and done something what against the commandments of God concerning this should not be done, is guilty. Or if his sin is wherein he hath sinned which come to his knowledge, he shall bring on his offering a kid of the goats male without blemish. He shall lay his hand upon the head of the goat and kill it in the place where they killed the burnt offering. And before the Lord it is sinned, or it's the sin, and the priest shall take out the blood of the sin of the fingers, put it in the house of the altar, the burnt offering, he shall pour it on the blood altar, and they shall burn all the fish fat and the fat of the sacrifice, and the priest shall make atonement for him concerning it shall be forgiven him. If any one of the common sins which the Lord concerning which ought to be done, be guilty of his son, which he has sinned and come into the, he shall bring his offering kid of the goat frame and sin, and she shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin of shall his son out. And slay the sin offering in the place of the burnt. The priest shall take the blood thereof in the fingers and put it on the horns of the altar burnt offering. Shall pour out all the blood thereof, and he shall take away all the fat thereof, and the fat and sacrifice of the peace. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar and sweet unto the priest shall make an atonement for. And he bring the lamb, and she shall bring with him. And shall bring upon the head of the sin on the shall lay. For the sin in the place where they kill the burn, and the priest shall take away the blood of the sin and swing upon the horns of the altars of burn, and shall pour out in the blood of sin, and shall take away the fat of the altar sacrifice of peace on the priest shall burn upon the altar, according to the offerings made by the fire, shall make an atonement for his sin he hath committed, and shall be forgiven. And if a soul had here, Leviticus 5, if the soul sin and has the voice of the swearing, and the voice of the swearing is the witness that he hath seen and is known, is not uttered, it shall bear its in any clean things which has been carcass and cleansed, unclean beasts are cast off, unclean of the carcass of the unclean creeping, it is of hidden. For me shall also be unclean and guilty of your touch unclean of a man who is unclean man that shall be defiled without be hid from me. To know that it shall be guilty. If your soul sweats, pronouncing of his lips, evil and do good, whatsoever it be to man shall pronounce with him the oath withhide him, and he know that then he shall be guilty one of this, and he shall be when he these things he shall confess that he has sinned, and that he shall bring that his trespass offering unto the Lord for his sin which he has sinned from a female from the flock and the lamb from the care of the goats for the sin offering. The priest shall make an atonement. If you are not able to bring his lamb, that he has bring up the trespass, he has committed 2 turtles also 2 young unto the Lord, one for the sin offering and for the burnt offering, and shall bring them. He shall offer that which is of the sin offering first, and the weight of his head and head from his neck, he shall not divide it, and she shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar. The rest of the blood she shall wrong out on the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering. He shall offer the second for the burnt offering according to the man of the faith shall make atonement for him and for his sin which he has sinned, and it shall be given to him. But if he not being able to bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, then he had sinned, shall bring forth his offering and the tenth part of the effort of the wine for a sin offering. Put on no oil upon it, neither shall he put any frankincense in there, for it is a sin offering. And then shall he bring it to the priest. The priest shall take his handful of it, and even a memorial thereof, and burn it on the altar according to the offering made by the fire of the Lord. Unto the Lord it is a sin offering. The priest shall make an atonement for him, for as he touched the sin as he sinned in one of these things, it shall be forgiven him. And when it shall be the priest as meats offering. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, If thou shalt commit trespass and sin those ingredients and the holy things of the Lord, he shall bring for his steps unto the Lord a ram without blemish out of the flocks with his instrument by shekel of still after the shekel of the sanctuary for a trespass offering. He shall make an amendment of the harm that he had done in the holy things, shall add a fifth part thereof and give it unto the priest shall make an atonement for him for the ram of the trespass offering, it shall be forgiven him. And if a soul sin commit any of these things which are forbidden to be done by the commands of the here, yet is guilty and shall bear his iniquity. He shall bring a ram without blemish out of the flock of his trespass offering unto the priest. The priest shall make an atonement for him concerning it. And it is a trespass, for he had certainly trespassed against the Lord. Leviticus 6. And the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying, if a soul sinneth unto his and commit trespass against the Lord and lie unto his neighbor in that which lie with unto his neighbor and in that which was delivered to which was delivered him to keep or in fellowship or in a thing that taken away by violence or had deceived his neighbor or found that which is lost and light concerning and sweat falsely in any of these things that a man does sin therein, then it shall be because he has sinned and is guilty that he shall restore that which is took violently away and the thing which he has deceitfully gotten or that which was delivered to him to keep or last thing which he found or all that about which he had sown falsely he has even restored it in the principle and shall add the fifth part more thereof and give it unto him to whom it happened in the day of his trespass, and shall bring a trespass offering without blemish in them for a trespass offering unto the priest. The priest shall make an atonement for him before the Lord. It shall be forgiven for him for anything of that he had done and trespass in there. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, command Aaron and his son, saying, this is the law of the burnt offering. It is the burnt offering because of the burnt offering burning upon the altar all night upon to the morning. The fire of the altar shall be burning in it. And the priest shall put on his linen garments, and his linen breeches shall he put on upon his flesh, and take upon the ashes which the fire had consumed with the burnt offering on that altar, and shall put them inside the altar. Of the garments put on the other garments, carry forth the ashes without the camp with the clean place. The fire upon the altar shall be burning upon it, shall mean put it out. The priest shall burn wood on every morning, and they lay the burnt offering in order upon it. And he shall burn thereon the fat of the peace offerings. The fire shall even be burning upon the altar, it shall never go out. It is the law of the meat offering. Sons of the Aaron shall offer meat before the Lord, before the altar. He shall take it in the hand floor in the floor, and of the and all the which is upon the meat offering shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor, even the memorial of it unto the Lord, and the remainder there shall Aaron and his son eat with unleavened bread, and shall it be eaten in the holy place. In the count of the tabernacle of the congregation they shall eat. They shall be bacon with leaven, it had given it unto them for the portion of my offering made by fire. It's the most holy as it's a sin offering, as it's a response offering. All the males among the children of the Aaron shall eat. It shall be statues forever in your generation concerning the offering of the Lord made by fire. Even if one that touches them shall be holy. The Lord spake unto the Moses, saying, this is the offering of the Aaron as shall offer unto the Lord in the day, and he has anointed. And put for the fine floor of meat offering, purple half of the and half thereof at night. In a pan it shall be made with oil. When it baked, thou shalt bring it in, and bake pieces of the meat offering shall thou offer for a sweet savor unto the Lord. Priest and his son and on it shall offer into the statue forever unto the Lord. Be holy burnt. For every meat offering for the priest shall be holy burnt unto them. The Lord spake unto the Moses, speak unto the Lord, and say, for the Lord, where the burnt offering is killed shall be is killed, shall the sin offering be killed before the Lord. Is the most the priest of the holiness and the sin shall be. In the holy place it shall be in the court of the tabernacle of the congregation, who shall also shall touch the flesh thereof be holy, therein sprinkle of the blood thereupon the garment. Thou shalt wash, sprinkle in the earth vessel wherein the sword shall be broken in the what is stored in the midst with water. And the male among the priests shall eat thereof, most holy. No sin offering where the blood is brought into the temple, reconciled with the holy place, shall be eaten, it shall be burnt in the fire. Likewise, this is the law of the trespass. The most holy is the place they have killed the burnt offering, that they kill the trespass, and the blood of those, for they shall be offered fire upon the corner. The two kidneys, the fat thereof, which is the flank that call liver. The kidneys it shall be taken. The priest shall burn them upon the altar as an offering made by fire unto the Lord. It's a trespass offering. Every man among the priests shall eat thereof. It shall be eaten in the holy most place. And sin offerings or the trespass offering, there is one law upon them. The priest shall make unto them, they will have it, and priest shall offer the animal burnt offering. You may make a skin of the burnt offering, the meat offering that is bacon on the all that is the frying pan and the brine of pan shall be the priest that offer it. Every male or meat offering mingled with oil and dry shall all the sons of the Aaron have it as one much as another. The sacrifice of peace offering, which is an offer unto the Lord. It's the offer of thanks, and they shall offer the sacrifice of thanks. I live in cakes mingled with oil, and live in oil anointed with oil, cakes mingled with oil. Because the cakes he shall offer his offerings, leavened bread with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his praise offerings. For it shall offer it out the whole obligation for a heave offering unto the Lord. It shall be the priest that sprinkle the blood of the peace offerings and peace offering for thanksgiving shall be eaten in the same day to offer. He shall not leave any of it until morning. So sacrifice offering be a vow or a voluntary. He shall be eaten by the same day as he offered his sacrifice on the mount. The remainder it shall be eaten, but the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice of the dead it shall be burnt with their fat. Sacrifice of his peace offering be eaten at all in the third day shall be not be accepted, neither shall be imputed unto him that offered it. It shall be abomination. The soul that eateth it shall be sin quit, and the flesh that toucheth any unclean thing shall not be eaten. It shall be burnt with fire. As for the flesh hath be clean, but the soul that is eaten of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offering that pertain unto the Lord having his uncleanness upon him, that even that soul that be cut off from him. People, moreover, the soul that toucheth any unclean thing as unclean of mind, unclean of beast, and abomination, unclean thing, it flesh of the sacrifice of peace, and it's pertain unto the Lord, even the soul that is cut off from his people. And the Lord spake unto the Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, eat no man of fat ox, of sheep, and then of fat of the beast, that it's fat of that which is torn, and that may be used for any other, but he shall no wise eat of it. It for us eat the fat of the meat of the man of the offering of a fire by God, even the soul that eateth it shall be cut off from his body. It shall not no matter of blood, whether it were fall or any other, whatsoever eateth in any manner of blood, even the soul shall be cut off from his blood. And the Lord spake unto the Moses, speak unto the children of Israel. Okay, speak on the Lord, bring his obligation, Lord, known fire by the fat with the breast, it shall be bring the breast by. When the wave offering the breast, priest shall burn the fat upon the altar, the breast shall be but the breast shall be Aaron and his sons, but the right shoulder shall be given unto the priest for an heave offering to the sacrifice of the peace offering. So ye among the sons of them of the blood of the peace offering, the fat shall have the right shoulder for his part of the way. But so they have taken the children of the sacrifice of the peace offering and given them unto the Aaron and unto the sons of the statues forever among the children of the so portion of the anointing of the anointing of the sons out of the offering that made by fire in the day when he presented them to the minister and to the Lord of the priest, which the God commanded him to be given to them of the children of Israel, the day that he anointed them by statute forever throughout their children. This is the law of the burnt offering, of the meat offering, of the sin offering, of the trespass offering, of the consecration of the sacrifice of the peace offering. Commanded Moses in Mount Sinai in the day that he commanded the children of Israel that obligation unto the Lord in the wilderness of Israel. Shammai. Chapter 8. And the Lord spake unto the Moses, saying, take Aaron and his son with him in the garments, in anointing oil, and I will look for the sin offering and the two rams and the breast of them, and they gathered on together at the door of the tabernacle. Moses did as the Lord commanded him, and the assembly was gathered together unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Moses did as the Lord has commanded him, and the assembly was gathered together at the door unto the door of the tabernacle. And Moses said unto the congregation, this is the thing which the Lord has commanded. That Moses brought Aaron and his son, washed his forth, and put upon the hood, and girded them with a girdle, and clothed them with a robe, and put a ephod upon him, and girded up with a curious girdle of the ephod, and bound it upon him there, and put up the breastplate upon him, and also he put in the breastplate on the Urim and Thummim, and he put in the mittens upon his head, upon the mitt, even upon his forehead, and he put the golden plate, the holy crown, and the gold, because the Lord commanded. Moses took the oil, and anointed the tabernacle, all that were in, and sanctified them, and sprinkled thereof upon the altar 7 times, and anointed and all his vessels, and both the layer and his foot, to sanctify them. He poured of the anointing oil upon Aaron's head, and anointed him to sanctify. And Moses brought Aaron's oil, put coats upon them, girded them with girdles, put bonnets upon them as the Lord commanded. And he brought the bullock, putting on the horns and sides, and laid their hands upon the heads of the bullock for sin offering. So he took the blood and put it upon the horns of the altar, on the water. With his finger, he purified the altar, poured the blood at the bottom of the altar, sanctified it, made reconciliation upon it, took all the fat upon the inward, on the liver, and took kidneys and the fat, and Moses burnt it upon the bullocks, and his hide, and his flesh, and his dung, and he burnt the fire without the camp, as the Lord commanded Moses. He brought the ram from the burnt offering, so it and it. And upon the head of the ram, he killed it. Moses sprinkled blood upon the altar round about it. He cut into pieces, Moses burnt the head and the pieces and the fat, and washed the inwards and the legs and the water, and the Moses burnt the whole ram upon the altar. It was burnt, sanctified. 7. An offering made by fire unto the Lord, as the Lord commanded. He brought other ram and the ram of consecration. The Aaron and his sons laid his hand upon the head of the ram. And the Moses took up the blood of it and put it upon the tip of the Aaron's right hand, upon the thumb of his right hand, upon the great toe and the right hand. Moses put up the blood upon the tip of the right ear, and upon the thumbs of the right hands, upon the right toe of the right feet. Moses sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. He took the fat ram and all the fat that was in, when the call about the liver and the kidneys, The right shoulder side of the battle and leaven that was before the Lord. He took one leaven cake and the cake of the oil bread and wafer, put them on the fat upon the right shoulders. He put the oil upon the oil, put all upon Aaron's hand, upon his son's hand, and waved them up before the Lord. Moses took them from there off and burned them on the altar upon the burnt offering. They were consecrations for a sweet savor. It's an offering made by fire upon the and to the earth. Moses took the breast and waved it, the wave offering before the Lord for the lamb of the consecration. It was Moses' part as the Lord commanded. Moses took of the anointing oil of the blood which the altar sprinkled upon the Aaron and upon his cat, upon his sons and upon his sons' garment. And he sanctified Aaron and his sons and his sons' garments with him. Moses said unto Aaron, to his sons, boil the flesh at the door of the tabernacle of the covenant, and eat it with the bread of the basket of corn, as it commanded, saying, Aaron and his sons shall eat it, shall be remain in the flesh, and shall be burnt with fire, and shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle in 7 days until the days of your consecration be attained. That's our day, shall great you. And he done this day, so the Lord hath commanded to make an atonement for you. Therefore, ye shall abide at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation day and night 7 days, and keep the charge of the Lord that he did. You die not for so I am commanded. So Aaron and his son did all the things which the Lord commanded by the hands of Moses. And it came to pass on the 8th day that Moses called Aaron and his sons, the elders, and he said and the take and he and he came to one day the Moses called Aaron and the elders of the Israel. And he said unto Aaron, take 3 young calf and sin offering and the ram for burnt offering without blemish, offer them before the Lord. And to the children of Israel thou shalt speak unto them, say, take ye the kid of the goats of the sin of and burnt of the first year without blemish for burnt, and bullock for the ram of the peace offering to have before the Lord, and the meat offering mingled with oil for the day of Lord appear unto you. And they brought with which Moses commanded before the tabernacle for the congregation. All the congregation drew near and stood before the Lord. Moses, this is the thing which the Lord commanded, that the glory of the Lord shall appear. And Moses said unto the go unto the altar and offer thy sin offering, the burnt offering, and make an atonement for thyself for the people, and offer the offerings of the people. Make an atonement for them as the Lord commanded. And on therefore went into the there and slew the calf of the sin offering, and chose on them and sons of and brought the blood unto him, and dipped the fingers of the blood, put the horns on the altar, poured it on the bottom at the bottom of the altar. But the fat and the kidneys that call and the liver and the sin offering, he burnt it upon the altar, and the commanded Moses, and the flesh, the hand, and the burnt fire without the command. He slew the burnt offering on us and present unto him the roundabout upon the altar. They presented the burnt offering unto him, the priest thereof the head, and he burnt them upon the altar. He did wash the inward, the legs, and the burnt them upon the burnt offering on the altar. He brought the people offering, took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, and slew it and offered it on the sin as the first right. As he brought the burnt offering, offered it according to the manner. He brought the meat offering, and blood thereof the burnt it upon the altar, and besides the burnt offering, sacrifice on the morning. He slew also the bullock and the ram for sacrifice of peace offering, which was for the people, and all and presented unto him the blood, sprinkled upon the altar round about that fat bullock of the ram and the ram and in what kidneys and the gall above the liver. They put the fat upon the breast, and you burnt the fat upon the altar and the breast of the right shoulders. Aaron waved for a wave offering before the Lord. And Moses commanded Aaron lifted up his hand towards the people, blessed them, and came down from the offering of from the offering of the sin offering, from the burnt offering and the peace offering. Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle of the congregation, came out, blessed the people, and the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the people. And there came the fire from out, and then came a fire out from before the Lord, and consumed up upon the altar of the burnt offering the fat which were yet saw, and they shouted and fell on their face. And then Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, and took the either of the incense and put a fire, and they put incense and offered strange fire before the Lord, which he commanded them not. And they went and then went out fire from the Lord, devoured them, and they died before the Lord. And Moses said, and this is the Lord that spake, and I'm sanctified in them. Come thy name in. Before all the people I'll be glorified. Aaron held his peace, and Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan, the sons of Israel, and uncle of Aaron, and said unto them, come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp. They went near, carried them on the courts of the campus. And Moses said unto the Aaron and Israel unto the man and sons, can cover not your heads, and neither rend your suddenly ye died, lest the wrath come upon all the people, which your brethren and the whole house of Israel will burning with the and ye shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle, lest ye die, for the anointing was in your head. And they did according to the word of Moses. And the Lord spake unto Aaron, saying, do not drink wine, nor will I go on of tabernacle, lest ye die, because statutes forever throughout the ye shall make me He shall may put differences between the holy and between the unclean, and they may teach the children of the Lord has spoken by the hands of the mouth, spake on the Lord, and said, my and of the offering of the might, eat it without leaven beside the altar for its mouth. And ye shall eat in the holy place, and because it is thy son's due on the sacrifice of the Lord made by fire. For so I am commanded, and the way breast and the eve shoulder they shall eat in the clean place of sons and thy daughters with it, for thy we do given unto the sacrifice of peace offering of the children of the shoulder and the way breast and they shall bring. And with the offering with made by fire of the fat to wave it in the wave offering before the Lord. It shall be thine and thy signs, thine statue forever. And the Lord has commanded Moses daily sought the God of the sin of. Behold, it was burnt, and he was angry with Elias, said among sons of Aaron, which had left alive, saying, and eaten the sin of the holy place, Satan, his small God had not given you to bear the iniquity of the God, by all the blood of it was about in within the holy place. Ye should indeed have eaten it in the holy place, as I commanded and said. Thus, behold, this day they have offered the sin offering, the burnt offering before the Lord. Such a thing has befallen me. I had eaten the sin offering today. Should it be accepted in the sight of the Lord? Then Moses heard it, and he was content. Leviticus, and the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, these are the beasts. They shall eat among the beasts all not on the earth. Whatsoever the part of the hook is clothed, and among the beasts they shall eat. Nevertheless, they shall eat not eat of them that chew the cud, of them that divide the hoof of the as a camel, because he chewed the cud but divided hoof, and is unclean to you. And unclean because he chewed the cud but divided not the hoof, is unclean to you. And head because he chewed the cud but divided not the hoof, is unclean to you. Swine though he divided the hoof, he clone it, he clone not the cud, and is unclean to you. Of their flesh, you can touch, they are unclean to you. He told all that the waters which have had fin and scales in the waters in the seas and the station, and that have not fins and the scales and the rivers that move shall be abolished, and they shall even abolish and shall not eat the flesh, or which I have no fins nor scales of the waters in abomination. Absent among the fowls, they shall not be eaten, they are an abomination in eagle or silver and spray. And the vultures and the cats of its kind, every raven of its kind, of the all the night hawk and the coconut hawk and of its kind, and the little owl and the uh, and cormorant, the great owl, the ensign and the pelican and the gray eagle and squawk and the heron and the kind and the left wing and the bat and the holes of that creep going upon all four shall be abomination. It shall may eat these, yet this may eat of every fine creeping thing that goeth upon the all four, which have legs and both their feet, and to live with all upon the earth. Even this some they may eat of course of its kind, bull of course of its kind, but kind and grasshopper of its kind, but all that flying creeping things which has got four legs shall be abomination. For this can whosoever touches the carcass of them shall be unclean, and whosoever breatheth out the carcass of them shall be the cause of every breath that divide the hoof and is not clean and chewed not chewed the curd and are unclean unto everyone that touches them shall be unclean, and whatsoever goes upon his paws among the almonds of the gods of the are unclean unto you. So touches the carcass shall be unclean unto you. The carcass of them shall wash his clothes, be unclean it, and they are unclean unto them shall be unclean out among the creeping things that creep upon the earth itself. Whistle, the mouse, and the tortoise after his, and if the chameleon, the lizard, and the snail, and the moon. And they unclean to you among that all creepeth, whosoever doth touch them, when they are dead, be unclean unto you. Upon whosoever any of them they are dead downfall, it shall be unclean with it. Be a new vessel of wood, skin, and whatsoever vessel with him, and which might put in water shall be unclean unto thee. Blood shall be unclean, and the meat shall be eaten, and water shall be unclean. All drink that may be drunk, every such vessel shall be unclean. Folly shall be branch of pond shall be broken, for they are unclean and shall be unclean unto. And there are plenty and shall be unclean with that with that. And if any part of the carcass fire of sowing is clean, and if any part of be put upon the seed, any part of the carcass the folly shall be unclean unto you. And the meats that which is may eat. He that touches the carcass thereof shall be unclean, even they say the carcass, it shall wash the clothes and unclean even the carcass it shall be wash his clothes and be unclean until even every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth be abomination, it shall be it. Goes upon the belly, or shall goes upon the foliage, and more feet among all the creepy things that creep upon the earth. They shall not eat, for they are to make yourself of any creepy thing that keepeth, neither shall make yourself unclean unto them. For I am the Lord, that ye shall sanctify yourself, ye shall be holy, for I am holy, there it shall ye defile yourself. And any manner of keeping things that creep, for I am the Lord that brings you upon the land of the Egypt, I will be God, to be your God. You shall therefore be holy, I am some. This is the Lord of the beast, and of the fall of every living creature that moves in the water, of every creature that creep upon the Yeah, that to make the difference between the unclean and clean, between the beast that may be eaten, beast may not be eaten. Leviticus 12. The Lord spake unto the Moses, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if a woman has conceived a seed and born a man, then she had be, is according the days of sown, but it shall be unclean. 8 days shall flesh of the foreskin shall be circumcised, shall them come continue in the blood of your purification 33, 3 and 30 days, and she shall touch no hallowing thing, nor come into the sanctuary until the day of her purifying be fulfilled. She bear a maid child, that she may be unclean with 2 weeks and her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of your priest and 66 days. And when the days of her purification for her son and the daughter shall bring the first year of burnt offering and young pigeon and sin offering unto the door of the tabernacle. Who shall offer it before and make atonement for her? Shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the law for her. When born male or a female shall not be able to bring a lamp, and shall bring 2 turtles or 2 young pigeons to another for sinner. The priest shall make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean. Leviticus chapter 13. As the Lord spoke unto the Moses and all, saying, when a man shall have in the skin of his flesh a rising scab or a bright spot may skin in his flesh, and like a he shall be brought unto the Aaron and the priest, or unto the one of his sons of the priest, and the priest shall look upon the plague and the skin of the flesh, when the fat of the plague and is turned white, and the plague was be deeper than the skin of his flesh, it's a plague of leprosy, and the priest shall look upon him and pronounce him unclean. If the bright spot is be white in the skin of his flesh, and the sight was not deeper than the skin that had the he turned white, then the priest shall shut him up, and that kept plague 7 days. And the priest shall look upon him 7 days, and behold, if the plague is in his sight, stay, and the plague spread not in the skin, then the priest shall shut him 7 days more. And the priest shall look on him again the seventh day, because if the plague is somewhat dark, and the plague has spread not the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. If it is if but a scab, he shall wash his clothes and be clean. If the scab spread much abroad in the skin, then after he had been seen in the cleansing, he shall be seen in the for the priest again. If the priest seen that, behold, the scab spread in the skin, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and it's a leprosy in the Lord. Whoever is in the man, then he shall be brought unto Peter. The priest shall see him, and behold, if it is rising of the white in the skin, and white, and there is quick raw flesh in the is rising, it is the old represent the skin of his flesh, the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and shall not shut him, for he is unclean. If a leprosy breaks out abroad in his skin, and the leprosy cover all the skin of him, when he is bled from heaven to earth, so the priest look at, then the priest shall consider, and behold, it's a leprosy, all he shall be pronounced him clean, and that get the plague and salt turn white, and he is clean, and the raw flesh appeareth in him, and he shall be unclean. And the priest shall see the law white, and pronounce him in the unclean, and the raw flesh is unclean. And this is the leprosy. Or if the raw flesh turns again and shall be changed to white, he shall come into the priest of see him, and behold, if the plague turned into white, the priest shall pronounce him clean at the time. If the so also in which the, even the skin thereof boil is healed, and the place of the boil which is made white rising, and or the bright spot white somehow tradition so down. It is and when if the priest seeth, and behold, in the sight of the lower than the skin, the hair of the turned white, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. Is a plague of leprosy born out of the boil. If the priest look on it, behold, there is no white hair therein, it has been not lower than the skin, then it shall more dark, and the priest shall shut him up 7 days. If in the skin, the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and blade of the bright spot stay in his place, fry not it as burning boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. If there is any in the skin of the hot burning and the quick flesh, and the but one the white bright spot, somewhat reddish or white, then the priest shall look upon it and say, well, if the hair is a bright spot, it turned out white, it's been side deeper than the skin, that's oppressive broken out of the burning with pronounce him unclean, it is a plague of leprosy. For if the priest to look on it, and behold, there be no white hair in the bright spot, it has been no lower than the skin, but is somewhat darkened than in the 7 days, and the priest shall look upon him the seventh day. And if it spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprosy, plague of leprosy. If the bright spot stay in his place and spread not in the skin, but is somewhat darker, it is rising in the of the burning, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is inflammation of the burning. If a man plague upon the head of the beard, that the priest shall see the plague, and behold it, if it has been side deeper than the skin, then be yellow handed, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. So dry scale, even the leprosy upon the head. If the priest it bites speaker of that, then there's no black hair in it, then the priest shall shut up him that had no plague of the scale 7 days. And in the 7th day, the priest shall look at on the plague, and behold, if the scale not spread, then no one that is there be no yellow hair, that the scale not in the side deeper than the skin. He shall be shaven, but the scale shall he not. The priest shall set him up, and the scale of the scale and had the scale 7 days more. In the 7th day, the priest shall look upon him, the scale, and behold, if the scale is not spread, and then the priest shall pronounce him clean, and to wash his clothes and be clean. If the scale, then the priest shall look on him, behold, if the scale and the spread of the skin, the priest shall not clean, and the scale be on his day. stay, and that there is a black hair grown upon him. The scale is healed, and he is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. If a man was a woman, also or a woman having the skin in the flesh by for even white spot, and the priest look and behold, if the bright spot in the white, it is freckle spot and growth in the skin. He is clean. A man is fallen in his ball is clean. It's fallen off from the breast for his forehead bald, and yet he is clean. If there has been the bald head and bald forehead, the white red is sure. If the leprosy is spine, bald head and bald forehead, the priest will behold, if the raising of this way, what is red is in bald forehead is leopard upward in skin. If he is a leprosy man, he is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him until his plague is, and cause they shall put a covering upon his lip, and shall cry unclean, unclean. All the days where the plague shall be on him shall be defiled, he is unclean. Shall dwell alone without the camp of the plague of the leprosy is that linen garment, whether it be wrap or woof, linen of woolen of skin, if anything that is made in the so plague garment. In the woof, or anything skin, it's a plague that shall be sweet unto the priest. The priest shall look upon the plague and and shut it up as that had the plague 7 days. He shall look upon the plague 7th day. If the plague has been spread in the either wrap on the wolf on the skin and the only of made of the skin, the plague is pretty leprosy, it's unclean. He said, burn the garment, whether of the wrap or the wolf on the wool, wolf on the in woolen or in linen, in anything of skin where there's a plague is found in leprosy, it shall be burnt in fire. Though the plague is spread in either in the wrap on the wolf or the any skin, command the day when the plague when the plague, yes, he shall shut it up 7 days. When the priest shall look upon the plague to wash it. Behold, if the plague has not changed its color, the plague has not be not spread, it is clean. Thou shalt burn it on the fire and separate in mind whether it's a bad within or not. Look into the behold, the plague is somewhat dark, and the washing of it, they shall rend it out of the garment, out of the skin of the for it out, for it's spread in the still in the garment, either in the wrap or in the booth or in anything of skin. It is a spread plague, thou shalt burn that, whether in the plague as is fire, and the garment there a wrap or a woof, whatsoever thing is skin of wash it. Plague is be departed from the and it shall be washed a second time and shall be clean. And this is the law of the plague of the leprosy in the garment of woolen and linen, and either in the wrap, woof, or anything skin, pronounce it clean or pronounce it unclean. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, this shall be the law of the leper at the day of the cleansing. He shall be brought unto the priest, and the priest shall go forth into the camp, and the priest shall to look, and behold, it is a plague of a leprosy, be healed, and healed in the leper. Then shall the priest command to take him off and to be cleansed 2 birds alive and clean and set out with skull and separate. The priest shall command one of the birds to be killed, and then also in running water, and the shall take it and set out wood and skeleton and the hippos, and shall dip them and that living bird in the blood of the bird that was killed over running, and shall sprinkle upon them and cleanse upon the leprosy 7 times, and shall pronounce him clean, and loose in his open field, and he that shall be cleansed shall wash his clothes, shall wash his hair, and wash himself in water that he may be clean. After that, he shall come into the camp and shall tarry about unto his stand. He shall be on the 7th day, shall shave his all his head and the beard and his all his 7 head, and shall shave off, and he shall wash his clothes, and he also wash his clothes in flesh in water, and shall be clean. On the 8th day, he shall take 2 lambs. 2 he lambs without blemish, only a lamb in the first without blemish. The 10 threads of the fine flour of meat offering mingled with oil and 1 loaf shall make him clean. His when the men to make clean those things before the Lord of the door and of the tabernacle. The priest shall make take 1 he lamp and offer him a trespass, the log of oil waving with the wave offering of the. He shall slay the lamp in the place where he shall kill the sin offering of the burnt offering in the holy place as a sin offering, and the priest trespass offering most, and the priest shall make some blood as a trespass offering, and the priest uh, the tips of the priest shall take some of the blood trespass offering, and the priest shall put upon the tip of the right hand of him that is being cleansed, upon the thumb of the right hand, upon the great of the right foot. Take some of the log of oil and pour it on the palm of his hand. The priest shall dip his right finger in the oil that is in the that is in his hand. Shall sprinkle the oil with his finger 7 times before the Lord. The rest of the oil that is in the hand of the priest shall be put on the tip of the right hand of him to be cleansed, upon the thumb of the right hand, upon the blade of the remnant of the oil that is in the priest's hand shall you pour it upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, and the priest shall make an atonement before him, before the Lord. The priest shall be offered sin offering and make an atonement for him, that is to be cleansed for his unclean. After that he shall walk in, and the priest shall offer the burnt offering, the meat offering upon the offering altar. A priest shall make an atonement for it, shall make be cleansed. The poor cannot be take one of the lamb supposed to be weighed to make atonement. The 1/10 of the dealer mingled with oil mingled fine, and the two those two pieces the one shall be, and the other shall be burned, shall be burning on the eighth say of the priest unto the door of the tongue of the congregation. The priest shall take the lamp of the trespass, log of the oil, the priest shall wave them of the wave offering. Prickle the lamp of the trespass, take blood of the trespass, put it upon the tip of the right hand of him that will be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his hand, upon the great toe of his right. And the priest shall pour the oil of the palm of his left hand, and the priest shall sprinkle the right hand of the sum of the oil that is slender 7 times before the Lord. The priest shall put up the oil on the hand of the tip of the right hand of him to be cleansed, upon the thumb of his right hand, upon the great for the place of the blood of the trespass. The rest of the oil that is within shall put upon the head of him that to be cleansed, make an atonement for him. For that, for offer the turtle or the young pigeon shall get it, if such as able to the one God for the sin, other for the burnt offering, with the meat offering, but the oppressor shall make an atonement for him to be the Lord. This is the law of whom will plague of leprosy, whose hand is not able to get with with his cleansing. And the Lord said, saying, when ye come into the land of the which I gave into the I should put the plague of leprosy in the house of the land of your possession. And he that owned that house shall come and tell the priest, and if the income will not apply the plague and of the house, then the priest shall come into the empty house to bring before the priest go into the sea the plague that on the house is not made clean. After the priest shall go into the sea house and shall look into the plague, behold, if the plague is on the walls of the hollow stakes and great reddish, and then the right of the lower shall go unto out of the house of the lower of the house and shut it up the house 7 days. If the priest shall come again the 7th day shall look, and behold, if the plague is spread on the walls of the house, then the priest shall come and with stones and which the plague is, they shall cast them into the unclean place without the city. And he shall cause the house to be spread within the roundabout, and shall pour out the dust that they scraped off without the city into an unclean place. They shall take the other stones and put them in the place of those stones. Take out the mortar and shall place to the house. If the plague come again, then they break out in the house, then the stone here that get touched on the house after it's plastered, then the priest shall come and look, because if the plague is spread in the house, it is spreading leprosy in the house, it is unclean. It shall break the house down, and the stones of it and the timber of the house, it shall carry them forth out of the city into an unclean place. Moreover, he that goeth into the house all the while that he says, shut it up, shall be unclean until it shall like the house, shall wash his clothes, and he shall eat in the house of clothes. If the priest shall come in and look upon them, because the plague is not so after the house was cleansed, or the priest shall pronounce the house clean, because the plague was healed, and shall be taken, and they shall kill the one of the birds of the air on it. They shall take up the sound and depend wood and hyssop and scarlet the living bird, and the dip them in the blood of the slain bird, and the running water sprinkle them. They shall cleanse the house in the running with a bird with a feather would end with the hips and the scarlet, and shall let go the living bird. He'll let go the living bird out of the city into the open, make an atonement for the house, it shall be clean. This is the law of the man of the plague of trespass. Serve the government of a house, and the raising after a scab, and for a bright spot to teach them whether it's when it is unclean and when it's clean. This is the law of the leprosy. And the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, Moses and Aaron speak unto the shall say unto them, and any man that hath running issue of the flesh, because of the issue is clean, this shall be unclean in himself, whether his flesh run in with his issue, if his flesh is be stopped from his issue, it is unclean. As every bed where on the light on the earth issue, it's unclean. Everything that shall be unclean. Whosoever touches his bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, be unclean, and he shall sit upon anything that is that on the earth issue shall wash his clothes. Done unclean into that. He touches the flesh of him that he is issue of washes shall wash his clothes, bathe himself in water, be unclean. If that his issue spit upon him the clean, wash his clothes, because himself unclean, and shall over the right that hath hand, he shall be unclean. Which touches anything that is under him shall unclean unto even the even, and they that beareth any of those things shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean. To whomsoever he touched that case, he shall not rinse his hands in his water, he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, be unclean. And souls of the earth that he touched that case, issue of the broken, every vessel which shall be rinsed with water, and he shall issue of his cleansed with his hand, he shall number to himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes and bathe his flesh, water and shall be clean. And out they shall take on him two turtle doves, two young pigeons, have come before the Lord unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, given to the priest shall offer him them, and one of the sin offering, other of the burnt offering, and the priest shall make atonement for him. Lest if any man see the go out of him, that shall wash his all his flesh and will water and unclean him, and every garment, every skin that on the sin corporation cap shall be washed with water and unclean him. That the woman with also with whom the man shall share of corporation, they shall both wash themselves and be clean until the even. And if the woman had an issue, and her issue of the flesh is blood, she has put her apart 7 days, and whosoever touches her shall be unclean unto the evening. The thing that shall light upon her separation shall be unclean. Even thing that she shall sit upon shall be unclean. Whosoever touches her bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself with water and clean. Evening. Whosoever touches anything that she sat upon shall be washed clean, bathe himself in water and clean. If then be on her bed and touch him be unclean. And if any man lies with her at all, her flowers be upon him, he shall be unclean 7 days, and the bed wherein he lighted. And if the woman have issues of her blood many days, and out of the time of her separation, if it is in the time of all the days of the issue of blood shall be on the days of her separation shall be unclean. Every bed that is on the bed of death, whatsoever shuts her upon the cleanness of someone, whosoever touches those things that is unclean, she is clothed, bathe himself with unclean, that shall be cleansed with her, that she shall number herself 7 days, that after that she shall be clean. And on the 8th day she shall take her two pigeons to bring them into the priest on the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall offer one of the sin offering, the other burnt offering. The priest shall make an atonement in the blood for the Lord. Show of unclean. They shall be separated, the sin of the uncleanness. That they died not in the uncleanness, that they defile my tabernacle among them. That's the law of the him that hath an issue, and of him those three goes from him, and is defiled with declare it. The flaw in him that hath an issue of the man, of the woman, of him that lied with her, that is unclean. And the Lord spake unto Moses after the chapter 17, after the two sons of that offered before the Lord. And the Lord said unto Moses, speak unto the Aaron, that thy brother that he had come not on the times of the Holy Spirit, avail before the mercy seat, which is upon the ark that he did. Yeah, for I appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat. He shall Aaron come up unto the holy place with the young bullock of sin offering and the ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen coat, and he shall have linen breeches upon his flesh. He shall be girded in linen girdle, and with the linen minced he shall be attired. These are the holy garments, therefore shall he wash with his flesh with water, so put them. And he shall take on the congregation of children, shall set the sin offerings, and Aaron shall uh, him and make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall take two goats and present them before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Shall cast lots on the two goats and one lot on the for the Lord, and Lord shall the Lord for the scapegoat. And Aaron shall bring the goat upon with the Lord of the Lord, put him in the sin, but the goat on which the Lord fell on, which shall be presented alive before the Lord, to make an atonement with him, to let go the scapegoat in the wilderness. And the Lord Aaron shall bring a bullock of the sin offering for him, and shall make an atonement for him and for his house, and shall kill the bullock and of the sin offering, which is for him, for which is for him. So they shall take the censer full of the burning coal, the fire of the altar of the burnt, and his hand full of sweat, incense big and small, and bring it within the wick. The incense upon the fire before the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat, and that is upon the testimony that ye die not. That you take the blood of the book and sprinkle the finger. Upon the mercy seat he is spread before the mercy seat he sprinkle of the blood of the finger 7 times. He shall kill the goat of the sin offering, that is for the people, bring his blood within the veil, and do what is blood he did it, and blood of the blood, and sprinkle it, and upon the mercy seat before the mercy seat holy place, because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and because of the transgressions and all these sins. Do the door of the tabernacle that you made among them in the midst of the uncleanness. There shall be no man in the tabernacle of the congregation, but he goes to make an atonement in the holy place until he come out and make an atonement for his household. So then that she shall go out unto the altar, and shall go unto the altar that is before the Lord, make an atonement for it. Shall take the wood of the blood of the bullock, of the blood of the goat, and put it in upon the horns of the altar round about. Shall sprinkle upon the blood upon it from with his finger 7 times, and cleanse, hallowed it from the uncleanness of the children of the had made. Oh no, put the tongue unto it, bring it live good, and on side love his hand upon the head of the live God, confess over him in case of the children of the transgressed. So put them upon the heads of the goats, and shut them away by the hands of the fit man, and the God shall put upon him all their iniquities unto the land in imitation. Let go The goat of the wild throne shall come into the tabernacle of God, put in the linen garments of the put out, went on to holy city. And he shall wash their flesh Lord, with water in the holy place, and put on the garments, and come forth of and offer his burnt offering and the burnt offering of the people, and make an atonement for himself for the people. And the fat of the sin of the offering shall be burnt upon the altar. First giver shall wash his clothes and bathe his flesh in water. And after that, come and the of the sin offering, the goat of the sin offering whose blood was brought in. Holy place shall one carry forth into the within without the camps, and shall burn the fire in the skins and their dung. And this is the burnt of them wash his clothes and bathe his flesh. After that he shall come into the camp. Shall be the statute forever 7 months, that he shall afflict your souls. Do not work at all, whether it be done one of your own country and the stranger sojourn among you. For in that day shall priest for you cleanse that may be clean from all your sins before that. It shall be Sabbath of rest unto you, shall afflict your souls by statute forever. Anointed shall consecrate to the minister's priest office of his father's that makes an atonement and shall put on the linen cloth even in the holy clothes. And he shall make an atonement of the holy son, shall make an atonement of the tabernacle of the God for the altar, he shall make an atonement of the people of the congregation. This shall be the everlasting statute unto you to make an atonement for the children of God. All these sins are here, and he did as the Lord commanded Moses. And the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children, unto his sons, and to all the children of the children. Unto this is the thing which the Lord hath commanded. The house of the Israel that kill an ox, a lamb, or goat, and kill it, and dog camp, and bring it not in the door of the tabernacle of an offering. To offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle, blood shall be imputed into the man. He shall shed blood, and the man shall be cut off from his way. The end of the children of the son which they offer into the open way, even that they may bring them into unto the Lord, into the Lord, the tabernacle of the God. The piece of the offering. If the priest shall sprinkle the blood and the altar, the door of with the fat of the sweet savour, they shall throw my sacrifice unto. They shall whom they have gone warning, there shall be a statue for it. Whom they shall say unto them, whatsoever man be that be a house of an Israel, in order of a stranger which sojourns among you, that offered a burnt offering or sacrifice, and bring it not unto the door of the tent of the congregation, to offer unto the Lord, and to the even shall be cut off among the people. And whatsoever man that is way out of the Israel, strangers that are among that eateth any man, when set my face against that soul, eateth the blood, will cut him off from the place, or the life of the flesh is in the blood of that I have given into you upon the altar to make up for their souls. For it's the blood that maketh atonement for the soul. That's why I said unto the children, no soul of you shall eat blood, and neither shall any stranger. So, whatsoever man that may children of the strangers that which hunted the catch any beast of the fall, pour out the blood, therefore the dust, for it's the life of all flesh, the blood of its life thereof. For therefore I said unto the eat the blood of no manner of flesh, and for the life of all flesh, blood of whatsoever eateth, it shall be cut off. Every soul that eateth which is died itself, based that it's one of your own country or stranger, both with his clothes, both himself in water, and be unclean until even then he shall hearken. But if he washes them not bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, say unto them, I am the Lord your God, and after doing the land of the Egypt, that shall ye do not dwell, shall ye do not, after doing the land of the Canaan, I bring you out, shall ye not do, or neither shall you walk in the ordinance, shall do my judgments, and keep my ordinance, and I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my statutes, my judgments, which the man shall live in term, I am the Lord. None of you shall approach in any that incline up to uncover the nakedness, I am the Lord, the nakedness of the father, nakedness of mother, and southern. The mother shall not uncover her nakedness of the father's wife, shall not uncover it of the father's nakedness of the sister, daughter of the father, shall know about a home or about the nakedness I shall uncover. The nakedness of the son's daughter, of the daughter's daughter, even the nakedness shall uncover, and the nakedness of the father, because the father says, thy sister, that shall not uncover the nakedness, not uncover the nakedness of father, says the father's nakedness, uncover the nakedness of mother, says my mother's naked. Uncover the nakedness of father's brother, shall not approach to his wife, she is thine own. Shall thou uncover the nakedness of the wife shall not cover then shall not uncover the naked some brothers as brothers naked. Shall not cover or shall thou take a son's daughter and her daughter's daughter and cover the naked. Uh, Neither shall thou take a wife to the vexer and cover her naked. And thou shalt not approach them to cover her nakedness as long as she put it upon. Moreover, thou shalt lie carnally at thy wife and defile thyself with her. Thou shalt let any of thy seed pass through the fire of Molech. Neither shall thou profane the name of the God. I am the Lord. You shall not lie with mankind with womankind. That's abomination. Thou shalt not lie with any beast of defile thyself therein. Neither shall any woman shall die before the beast to lie down thereof. It's defile not your not any of these things, for in these nations are defiled which I cast out before thee. So therefore I do visit the iniquity thereupon it, and the land itself vomited her out, her inhabitants. And the Lord Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and judgments, shall not commit neither any of your own nor any strangers and among shall men land out before you, and the land is defiled. The land that swore not out you when you defiled it is poured it out of the you whoso shall come in any of these animals, the souls that come in shall be cut off from among you. Thou shall keep my ordinance that ye commit not that any one of these which we have committed before you, that ye defiled yours, not yourself. Therein I am the Lord your God. Chapter 19. And the Lord said, Speak unto the Moses, saying, Speak unto all the Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I am the Lord your God. I am holy. Ye shall fear every man his mother, his father, keep his master. I am the Lord your God. Turn ye not unto the idols, nor make to yourself molten gods, and I am the Lord your God. And if ye offer the sacrifice of peace offering unto the Lord your God, you shall offer it unto your own will. Shall be same in the same day, shall offer in the morning, if not made man, and the third day it shall be burnt unto fire. It's written on the third day, it is abominable, it shall not be accepted. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall be his enemy, because he hath profaned the hollow thing of the Lord, and shall be cut off among the people. And the harvest of the shall not wholly reap on the corners of the neither shall thou gather the glean of the harvest. Thou shalt no, neither shalt thou gather every grape in the world. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and the stranger. I am the Lord your God. You shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie, shall not swear by name falsely, neither shalt thou profane the name of the Lord God. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not defraud the names, or neither rob him the wages of him to thy side. And it shall not be abide with thee in thy land, and shalt thou not curse the deaf, nor put the stumbling block before the Lord, blind to it, but shall fear thy God. I am the Lord. It shall do unrighteous. Thou shalt not respect the poor, nor honor the person of the right, even right. Neither shalt thou neighbor. Mm. Thou shalt not go up and draw a stale among the people. Neither shall against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not hate thy brother. Thou shalt not any wise rebuke. Uh, any neighbor, not suffer upon him. Thou shalt not avenge, not bear any grudge against the children of, but thou shalt love their neighbor, and I am the Lord. Thou shalt keep my, thou shalt not let thy cattle come field and mingle. They neither shall a garment mingle of linen and woolen come upon it. So will come carnally with a woman that is born made with all to an husband, not at all redeemed, nor freedom from her. She shall be scourged, and they shall not be put to death, because she was not free, and shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram or a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with a ram of the trespass offering before the Lord, and for his sin which he has done. Sin which he has done shall be forgiven. And he shall come into the land, shall have planted all manners of tree for count of the fruits of the circumcised, and 3 years it shall be circumcised unto you, and shall be not eaten. But in the fourth year, all the fruit that shall be holy and praise unto the Lord. On the fifth year, you shall eat the fruit of that may yield unto increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. You shall not eat anything with the blood, neither with times. Your nor neither ye shall use enchantments or observe them. You shall not round off the corner of your heads, neither shall not all the corners of the bed. You shall not make any cuttings of your flesh for the dead, nor printing any marks upon you. I am the Lord. Nor not prostitute thy daughter, because the war the least the land fall for and land become full of wickedness. You shall keep my Sabbath, even my son. I am the Lord. You regard them. Swimlet, neither shall seek the wizards for the defile. I am the Lord your God. You shall raise up for their hoary head and honor the face of the old man. For I am the Lord God. If the stranger in the land, they shall not vex him. The stranger that will you shall be unto you as one born among you. Thou shalt love him and bless thy for the land of the Lord. I am the Lord God. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, in weight and just balances, just weight, just effort, and just in shall ye have. I am the Lord your God, which you brought out of the land of the Egypt. For you shall observe all my statutes, all my judgments, and do them. I am your God. And the Lord spake unto the Moses again, I shall be say unto the children, whosoever shall be in the children of Israel, to the strangers that sojourn in sojourn, strangers sojourn in Israel, that give any of his seed unto Molech, he shall surely be put to death, and the people of the land shall stone him with stones. Second, the man will cut him off among the people, because he has given his seed unto Molech, and defiled my sanctuary, and to profane my holy name. If the people of the land do any way sin here either. And he had given his head unto Molech, and kept that he said my face, that man I could cut him off, and they're not going over after him. The Lord, and that shall and even the face against the soul, it cut him off among the people. Sanctify yourself, that I am the Lord, and shall keep my statutes and do them. I am the Lord which sanctifies and curses his father. And he hath cursed his father and his mother, and the man that comes to adultery, and that comes to adultery into his and Lord, and the adulterer shall, and for uncover that both shall be put to death, and their blood shall be upon them. If a man lets without Lord, it shall be 12 it has not. Shins and the man and with a man hid like with a woman, both of them committed abomination, they shall be put to death. But then if the man takes the wife and the wickedness shall be burned with honor. If a man with shall be put into there shall be but if the most man must know the hunter shall kill the woman, the beast shall be the blood shall be upon him. If the man take his sister's father's daughter, his mother's daughter, she is naked, she is nakedness, it's a wicked thing, it shall be cut off in the sun, and uncover the sister and baby. They shall lie in the wickedness, I shall wickedness will uncover the fountain, shall uncover the fountain, shall be cut off from the people, and thou shalt not uncover the naked mother's sister, nor the father's sister, and naked they shall be wearing. If the man lie with his uncle's wife and had uncovered his uncle's naked, they shall bear their sin, and they shall die silenced. Shall taken his brother's wife, and his unclean thing has covered his brother's nakedness, they shall be kept in my statute judgment to the land and bring into the dull town, and shall not walk in the master, shall be they command it are all this be covered. Like I have said this, you shall inherit the land I will give unto the with one with hand. I am the Lord your God, which have separated you from the other people. You put the infants between and the clean between the unclean, and shall not make your soul abomination by beast and by fallen man of the living thing that creepeth on you. Dead from you unclean, it shall be holy unto me, for I am holy and severed you and from other people, that you should be by any man or a woman who has familial spirits, and that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, and the blood shall be upon them. Leviticus 21. The Lord said unto the Moses, speak unto the people, priest, and their sons and daughters, and say unto them, there shall none be among be defiled for the dead among the people, but for his kin that is near unto him, that is for his mother, for his father, for his son, for his daughter, for his brother. Then let his nine unto him that has no husband for her made to be defiled. Shall not be defiled himself be a chief man among his people by profane. They shall not make baldness upon the head, and shave the corners of the bed on mechanical. They shall be holy unto the Lord, profane in the name of the offerings of the Lord, made by fire, bread of their God, and they do offer, they shall be holy. They shall make take a wife an oar or profane it. Put away the husband, for he is holy unto them. So sanctify him, therefore they offer the bread of their God, he shall be holy unto thee, for thy God which sanctify you. For the daughter of any priest, if she profane some by playing the oar, she profane her father, she shall be burnt with fire. And if there is a high priest among the high brethren, and is among those that of wood that is consecrated, put into ground, shall not be uncovered his and rent his clothes. He shall go into any dead body. Father, not for his mother. Then shall he go out of the sanctuary of the sign of God, for the cloud of the anointing oil, God. Lord, I for thee take a wife of her virginity, and the widow and the divorced one profane her house, seek her not, he shall take a virgin of his own people of life. Neither shall he profane his seed among his people, for I am the Lord who sanctify the Lord chat. Telling on the words of that said, and you shall blame his approach after the bread of the God shall blind my tongue shall find, and the man of the brokenness and the crooked. The blemishes is covered and scabble and God, most of the man of the man, blemishes come into the end, and they shall eat the bread of God, but more. When he be God in the veil come neither, because he hath blemished and he profaned my name, and suffer the Lord. And Moses told it unto Aaron and to his son and to the children of Israel. Leviticus 22. And the Lord spake unto the Moses, saying, to speak unto the children of Israel, and to separate themselves of the holy things of the children of Israel, profane not my holy things. No one will be holy and was among you shall go into the holy things which the children of Israel unto the Lord, and its cleanness upon the soul shall be cut off in my presence. I am the Lord God. So the seed of the Aaron is leaven, his running Israel shall eat it, not eat of the holy things unto be clean. Whoso touches anything that is unclean by the dead. So God, whoso touches any creeping thing that by made unclean, and the man whom they take unclean is whoso the unclean, and the soul he has touched, and no one shall not eat unto the holy things until he washes his face with water. And when the sun is down, he shall be clean, and shall water afterward eat of the holy things, because if it is food, that of its torn of the shall not eat, they defile himself. Shall have kept mine ordinance unless the benefit that I in therefore if they profane and I do the Lord sanctify them. For therefore there are so strange things that is there shall no stranger eat of the holy things such as sojourner or a sojourner of the priest or hired servant shall not eat of the holy. But if the priest buy any soul with his money, he shall eat of it, and that is born in his house. But daughter in a small maid and turn stranger, she may not eat of the offering of the but if the priest daughter be a widow, divorced, and has no children, is returned to her father's house, and her root, as in her youth, she shall eat of the father's meat. But there shall be no stranger there. If the man eat of the holy thing unwillingly, shall put it in the fifth part of the give it unto the priest as a holy thing, and they shall not profane the holy things of the children of the Israel which they offer unto the Lord. I have suffered them to be bare iniquity such as was when they have eaten things for him. The Lord do sanctify. The Lord spake unto the Moses, saying, speak unto the Aaron and his sons and all the children of Israel, say unto them, whatsoever he be it, Israel and to strangers in Israel that will offer his obligations and all his vows and for all his free will offerings which they will offer unto the Lord of For all at your own will a male without blemish of the base of the shapes of the goats, but also have blemish I shall not eat offer. For it shall not be accepted who shall also offer and free will offering babies of sleep, it shall be perfectly accepted, there shall be no blemish therein. And the blind or broken and maimed and having wounds or scabbed shall he not often unto the Lord that may offering by fire unto them unto the altar. They will work out their head with thankful prayers, lacking of his part maybe offer for a free will offering the but for a vow it shall not be accepted. They shall not offer that to the Lord that is which bruised, crushed, broken, or cut at any offering unto the altar. Neither from the stranger's hand shall you offer the bread of the God of any of these things, because this corruption is in them, the blemishes be in them, they shall not be accepted for you. And the Lord spake unto the saying, when the bullock also spake out about it forth, then it shall be 7 days under the dam. And from the 8th day thenceforth it shall be accepted for offering made in the fire. For the God of your kill it and her bring a broth in 1 day. When you offer sacrifice unto thanks unto the Lord, it shall offer it and own will. On the same day it shall be eaten up, it shall leave none of it unborn at the Lord. Therefore it shall eat, keep my commandments, do them the Lord. Neither shall you profane my holy name, but I will be hallowed among the children. I am the Lord which hallow you. They that brought you out of the land of the Egypt to be your God. I am your God. I am the Lord. Chapter 23. I am the Lord. And saying, speak unto the children of Israel, say unto them concerning the feast of they shall proclaim the holy count 6 days they shall walk. And be Sabbaths are pressed, and the holy company shall do nothing, do no work therein. And therein it says the Shabbat of the Lord in all day. There is the feast of the Lord, even the holy count shall proclaim on the season, the 14th day of the first. No, on the 15th day of the same month of the feast of the unleavened bread without 7 days, you must eat unleavened, but the first day shall the holy convocation shall do its own universal work therein, which it shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord 7 days. In the 7th day, the holy convocation shall do hard sail and go. Then the Lord said unto Moses, speak unto the children, say unto them, when they come into the land, and shall come into the shall reap of the harvest. Fifty of the first fruits of your harvest unto the you shall save the sheep up before the Lord to be accepted for you. On the morrow of the Shabbat, the priest shall wave it, and they shall offer that day, thou shalt leave out the lamp without blemish and of the fire, and the meat offering flowing and the offering made unto the fire. And the Lord said, drink of the wine and the fourth part. They shall eat neither the bread nor crushed corn, uh, and brought forth an offering unto the Lord. Shall be statute forever, even though your generations only shall count them Sabbath for the day that you brought the sheaf with the wave offering. The seventh Sabbath shall be complete, and there to the morn, and the seventh Sabbath shall be number fifth day. Shall offer new meat offering unto the Lord. Shall be so then tails and shall be often fine, which shall be broken with leaven. And so the first fruits and shall offer the bread of the 7 lamps without the blemish of the first year. Look, and the times that they shall be offered for them, which is the meat offering and the entry offering, and even the offering made by fire of the sweet saffron. They shall also be 1 kid of the goat of sin offering. The first year of the sacrifice of peace offering. The priest shall wave them in the bread of the first fruit of the way from before the Lord. So it shall be holy to the Lord for the priest. I shall proclaim in the same day that is maybe the holy conversation unto you shall do not civil out therein shall be statute forever and your dwelling throughout your generations. You shall reap when the harvest of your land shall make a end of the corners of the field with the first day. Thou shalt thy grain gather any glean in the house. Thou shalt leave them unto the poor and the stranger. I am the Lord your God. And the Lord spake unto the Moses, saying, speak unto the children of your saying, in the 7th month of the first day of the month I shall the most memorial of blowing of the trumpets and the holy king shall have no doubt shall and no kin and shall offer the offering made by the fire unto them. And the Lord spake unto the most on the 10th and the 7th month. There shall be in the day of the but it shall be an holy convocation unto they shall afflict your special. Ye shall afflict your souls when offer an offering made by fire, and they shall not do not work on the same day for the day after one of the before the God. Our soul that is that is shall not be afflicted in the same way shall be cut off among those. Our soul that is when any work on the same day shall the same soul that will declare. It shall be no man and throughout the generations and all it only. It shall be unto the Shabbat of rest, you shall afflict your souls in the night for the Shabbat. And the Lord spake unto the Moses, speak unto the children of in the 15th day shall be the feast of the tabernacles, and on the 5th day of the holy covenant shall be the similar unto that. For the they shall offer an offering made by fire unto the 3rd day shall to the one shall offer up offering made by fire unto the Lord. Solomon shall not in of the Lord which he shall proclaim, and the holy covenant shall offer made by fire, and the Lord burnt offering and the meat offering and the sacrifice and drink offering, even the thing is that but the Shabbat on the Lord, besides the gifts, all the works, besides all your free oil offering, which he gave unto the Lord. And the 5th day of the 7th month of the year shall gather in the fruit of the shall give the first. Yes, on the first day of the 8th day, they shall take on the first day of the water good image from trees, branches of the palm trees, the boughs of the thick trees, willows of the brook, and they shall rejoice before the God 7 days. They shall keep it the feast on the 7 days, they shall be a statute. They shall celebrate on the 7th when you shall dwell in the booth 7 days, and shall this booth shall dwell in booths. They shall may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt, that I am the Lord your God. And Moses declared unto the children of Israel the feast of the Lord. And the Lord spake unto the Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that we bring unto thee all of meat and of for the light, and cause the lamps to burn. That the testimony of the time of the God shall order it from the evening unto the morning before the Lord continually shall be statue forever. And thou shalt order the lamps and for the pure candlestick before the Lord continually. Fine flour, bake 12 cakes, and therefore 12 two 10 days shall be in one cake, and thou shalt set it them for in two rows, 6 on a row, and upon the pure table for the Lord. Thou shalt put frankincense upon each row, and it may be on the bread for a memorial, even as an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Even Shabbat you shall set in order before the Lord, even from the children of the by an everlasting covenant. It shall be ordered when his sons, they shall eat it in the holy place, but it's the most holy unto him the offering by fire by perpetual statue. And the son of the Israel loved a woman whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the children of the sons, the woman and the man of the Israelites stooped together, strive together in the camp. The Israelite woman son blasphemed the name of the Lord and cursed, and they brought unto him Moses and Solomon, the daughter of the Hebrew, and the tribe of God. And they put him in the ward, and then the mind of the Lord was might be showed. And then the Lord spake unto the Moses, saying, Bring forth him that get cursed without the camp, and they left all that had him, laid their hand upon his head, that all the congregation stoned him. Unto the children, they're saying that whoso curses his God shall bring his sin. And the blood blasphemy the name of the Lord, they shall surely be put to death. All the stone him as well as the stranger that he has born with the land which has blemish in the name of the Lord shall put it. Animal shall be put into the cat, kill the beast and make it good beast for a beast. And if a man causes a blemish in his name, he hath done, so shall get done to him. Breach for breach, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, and he hath caused a blemish into man, so shall be done to him. And they hath killed the beast, then you shall kill the man, they shall put it to death. You shall know manner of law, as well as for the stranger, for one of your own country. I am the Lord your God. And Moses spoke unto the children of Israel that should bring forth him cursed out of the camp and stone him with stones. And the children did as the Lord commanded Moses. And the Lord spoke unto the Moses in Mount Sinai, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, say unto them, when they come into the land which I gave Israel on Sabbath. And the Lord says, 6 years thou shalt sow thy thy field, and 6 years thou shalt prune thy vineyard, and gather the fruit, and the seventh year shall be Sabbath of the rest on the land of the Sabbath of the shalt prune not prune thy vineyard, that which groweth in his own accord, and the harvest shall not reap, neither gather the grapes of the wine, and for it the year of the rest unto the Lord, and the Shabbat of the land shall be meat for you, and for thee, and for thy servants, and for thy maidservants, and for thy hired for thy strangers, and thy sojourner with them, for thy cattle, for the beast of the land, that shall increase thereafter meat. But then sometimes a year, the space of the swine, they shall be called the trumpet of the jubilee of the sound of the 10th of the seventh month. In the day thou shall me make know the land. I shall hallow the 50th day, proclaim the liberty throughout all the land. All the shall be done. And you shall return unto every man in the world. It is family jubilee that shall fifth year division. Year be unto you, and you shall not sow, neither reap on the growth in this grapes on the vine. For it's a jubilee shall be holy unto you. I shall eat the increase of the year of the jubilee. Shall return every man. So thou shall in the neighbor buy it, and the neighbor it shall be honored according to the number of the years that be done by the neighbor, and according to the number of years of the fruits he shall sell unto thee. According to the multitude, thou shalt increase the price of thereof. According to the fewness of the year, thou shalt diminish the price thereof. According to the number of the years of the fruit, thou shall unto thee. Shall not therefore oppress one another, but thou shalt the Lord that I am the Lord your God. Whereof they shall do with my statutes, keep my judgment, do them. The land shall yield her fruit, and ye shall eat your fill dwell in that. So eat seventh year, shall not so gather, and they shall command my blessings, and it shall bring forth 3 years. It shall be 8 year, it shall yet ye know, and also the land shall not sold forever. For the land is mine, they are strangers and sojourners, and the land of your possession shall grant redemption with the war, and sold away some of his possession. If any cannot redeem that, even his brother sold it, the man and the none of them himself be able to redeem it, then let him count the years, and let him count the years of the sale. Let him count the years of the sale and restore the man of whom he sold it. He may return it to him, but that he is not be able to restore him, then which is the soul shall remain in the hand of him that he brought unto the year of the jubilee. The jubilee, or he shall return it to him. If the man sell a dwelling place of the world, he may redeem it within the whole year. If he sold it for the full year, it may not be redeemed within the space of the full year. Then the house that is in the wall of the city be established forever into him brought unto the generations shall not go unto them, but in the houses of the village which have no wall, and shall be counted as a fill of the country, they shall be redeemed, or go out in the jubilee. Notwithstanding this, notwithstanding the cities of the living, the house of the cities of their possessions, may the Levite redeem the 10 times. The man which was alive, then the house that I sold, and the city that was possession shall go out in the year of the Jubilee. And the houses of the land, their possession among the children, that in the fields of the suburbs of their cities may not be sold, for it's a perpetual possession of the border, and be waxed poor and fallen in decay therewith. Then thou shalt relieve him here, though he be a stranger and sojourner, and he may be live with thee, and take thou no astray unto him or increase. But fear thy God, thy brother may live with thee. Thou shalt not give him thy money upon his free, nor lend him with victuals for increase. And the Lord thy God, you have taught them to the end of time, given the land of the Canaan to be your God. If thy brother dwell among the which poor and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve him as a bond. And the soldier shall be with thee, she shall serve unto them, then she shall depart from thee. Children, I shall return into the possession of this father, shall for they are my servants. I brought forth of the land of the soul in the bond, I shall know. But fear the Lord for the bondman, which also hold the feather now on the boat you why in the bond, more of the children of the stranger among you shall be by that with you, that began your land, and they shall be your possession. They shall take in the hands of your children. They shall be your bondmen forever. Your brethren, the children, they shall not rule over one another. When their brother dwelleth in wax, but shall him the stranger of the son with the talk of the strange family. Either his uncle, either his uncle or his uncles, I may read him in episode of Cain of the family, redeem unable to, they shall strike and them in the front of they shall the jubilant shall be according to the years, according to the time. If you had many years behind, according to them, they shall give again. Of the redemption of the amount he has brought, and they shall that may remain in the few years at the year of the jury shall count him according to his, I shall give him again the price of redemption as a yearly hired servant shall give me with him, and that shall not rule with rigor over him in thy sight. I shall not redeem in this prayers, I shall go out of the year of the jubilee, bro. He and his children with him. And for unto me the children of Israel, the servants that they my servants will whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. He shall make no idols, no graven in the upstanding in the earth shall lead up. The land on upon the Lord, he shall keep my Shabbats and reverence of my psalm. The Lord, it will walk my commandments, and there I will give you rain and juices, and land shall be increased, and the trees of the field shall eat, and your threshing fold shall reach in the vintage, or the vintage shall reach unto the sowing time, and ye shall eat the floor, eat your bread of the floor, and dwell in the land dwell in your land safely. I'll give you peace in the land. I shall lie down, and your land shall make you afraid, and you'll get rid of every evil beast of the land. I shall the sword go through your land. I shall chase your enemies. They shall fall before you by fire. If you chase 100, and 100 shall shoot, they put 10,000. Fight your enemies fall before you. So if I have, for I will have respect unto you, make you fruitful and multiply, and establish my covenant. And you shall lead the old store and bring forth the old because of the new among you, and my soul shall not abide. I will walk among you, and will be your God, and you shall be my people. Put forth among you into a broad man, and have broken the bands of your yoke, made you upright. For you have not hearkened unto the Lord, do the commandments of. So it was born my judgments, that ye not by my commandments, but they be break my commandment. I will do unto them. I will even appoint over you the terror, consumption, burning again. They shall consume the eyes and cause the sorrow of the heart. You shall sow a seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. I will set my face against you, and you shall be slain before your enemies that hate you shall reign over you, and you shall flee when none pursue. Then if you will not yet tell this, hearken unto me, that I will punish you 7 times more than for your sins. I will break the pride of your power, and make you heaven as iron, and your earth as a brass, and your strength shall be spent in vain, for your land shall not yield her rain, so neither shall the trees of the land yield its fruit. And if you walk in the contrary, I will not hearken unto me. I'll bring 7 times more plague upon you, according to this. I also send wild beasts among you, shall rob you of your children, destroy your cattle, make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. If you have not be reformed by me these things, but will walk contrary unto me, then I will also walk contrary. I'll punish you 7 times for your sins. Sword upon your head, I shall have a quarrel, and when you gather together with your cities, I'll send pestle among you, and you shall be delivered into the hands of the enemy. And I have broken the staff of your 10 women shall break, and they shall deliver your bread again by weight. I shall eat and not be satisfied. If you are not, if we will not all this hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me, then I will walk contrary unto you also inferior. And even I will chase 7 times for your sins, and you shall eat flesh of your sons, the flesh of your daughters shall eat it. I shall ye eat, and I will destroy your high places, and cut down your images, and cast your carcass upon the carcass of the idols, and thy soul shall abhor you, and I will make your cities waste, and bring your sanctuary not smell the savor of your sweet idols. I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies shall dwell in and will scatter you among the heathen, and draw out the sword among you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities shall but as long as it lie desolate, you'll be enemies. Then the land, even this land shall be rest, and as long as lie desolate, it shall rest, because it not rest on your Shabbat, and you dwell upon it, and upon that left I'll send the fatness of the land of the enemies, the sound of the life. They shall flee, and this fleeing sword, they shall fall when they come. It shall come. They shall fall upon one another, and it were before the sword, and none present. Ye shall have no power and stand before your enemies. Ye shall perish among the heathen and land, and they shall all left on the plain way of the inquiry of your enemies, and the land is of their fathers, and shall die pine away with them. And if they confess their iniquity and their iniquity in their fathers, and their trespass which they trespass against me, they also have walked on, and that's all walked contrary unto them, have brought them into the land of their enemies. Those hearts shall be humbled, and they shall accept the punishment of their iniquity. Eh, Then I will remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, also my covenant with Abraham, that will I remember. I will remember the land has been left, and shall rejoice at the Shabbat, and where shall I desolate with them? They shall accept of the punishment of the because even because of their despise my judgment, because they stole abhorred my statutes. Yet for all that we be on the land of the enemies, I will not cast away, neither by abhor them or to destroy them utterly, to bring my covenant with them. For I am the Lord your God. But I will for the sake, remember the covenant of the ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of the other side of the heathen, that I might be their God. That are the statutes and the judgments and the laws which the Lord made between him and the children of Israel on Mount Sinai and by the hand of Moses. Leviticus 27. And the Lord spake unto the Moses, speak unto the children of Israel, unto them, and the man shall sing, and the person shall be for the blood. And the estimation shall be of the male of the 20 years old unto the 60 years old. Even the estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver after the shekel of the sun. The estimation shall be shekels, and be 5 years old to the 20 years old, and made 28 shekels, and it weigh from month old, 5 old. Then the estimation for the email, the estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And a boy it will be male, and that shall be 15 shekels. Female 10 shekels, and but if he be poor in thy estimation, he shall present himself before the priest. He shall value him according to his ability that vowed him. Wow shall be a priest value him, and the beast of the men bring him offering unto the Lord, and the man to give it. They shall not alter, not change the good or bad, or on the bad for the good, and it shall be changed to beast or beast, and it shall exchange thereof. And if any unclean beast of which they do not offer sacrifice, they shall present the beast before the priest, and the priest shall value it, and whether it be good or the bad of that priest, and so shall it be. But if he with all it is redeemed, then he shall be had a fifth part of it. But such sacrifice his house to the holy and to the Lord. Then the priest shall estimate whether it is good or bad, and the priest shall estimate, and shall be give me a house that he shall add fifth part of the money, and that is spent to this. And if the man shall sanctify unto the Lord a part of his possession, according to the saying of that one, Homer of Baal shall violate 50 shekels. If they sanctify his field a year of the Jubilee, according to the estimation, but he sanctifies his field after the Jubilee, that the priest shall reckon unto him the money according to the years remain, even unto the year of the Jubilee shall be abated from this, and it shall be sanctified. But field that well in any wise redeem it, they shall add the money to it, it shall preserve into him. It is not redeemed the field, he shall sold the field, any eternal man shall not redeem anymore, but the field that go out of the jubilee shall be holy unto the Lord, and the field devoted the possession thereof the priest. And if the man sanctify unto the field which is had brought but the field of the possessions, and the priest shall reckon unto him the worth of the estimation, even unto the year of the jubilee, he shall give unto the in the estimation that day as a holy thing unto the Lord. In the year of the Jubilee, the field shall return unto him the what anyone unto him whose possession of the land did belong. The estimation shall be according to the shekels of this time, 20 grams shall be shekel. First of the way, only the firstling of the beast shall be brought, where last firstling no man shall sanctify, whether it be ox or sheep, or lords. Unclean, then they shall be redeemed according to thine estimation, shall be added for that, and it shall be redeemed, which and it shall be sold according to the what devoted thing that any man shall would devote under the law of that head, both of men and the beast of the field of the possession shall be sold, and the remain every devoted thing is most holy unto the Lord. None devoted that which shall be devoted, man shall be redeemed, but shall be surely put to death. That all the tithe of the land, whether it's a seed of the land or the fruit of the land, is holy unto the Lord. If the man is that whether devoted the his tithe, he shall add and a fifth of thereof it is concerning the tithe of the herd of the herd, their own purses under the rod, then that shall be unto the Lord. It shall not search whether it is good or bad, neither shall it change. If it's change at all, but in both it and change thereof, they shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed. for the commandments of which the Lord commanded Moses for the children of Israel in Mount Sinai. Christina, uh can you go to Numbers? Christina, can you go to Numbers?
Numbers chapter 1. The Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the tent of the meeting on the first day of the second month, in the second year after he had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Take a census of all the congregation of the people of Israel by clan, by fathers' houses, according to the number of names, every male by head, from 20 years up old and upward, all in Israel who are able to go to war. You and Aaron shall list them company by company. There shall be with you a man from each tribe, each man being the head of the house of his fathers. And there are the names of the men who will assist you. From Reuben, Elizur from the son of Shedur. From Simeon, Shelumiel the son of Shaddai. From Judah, from Nashon the son of Aminadab. From Issachar, Nathaniel the son of Zuar. From Zebulon, Eliab the son of Helon. And the sons of Joseph, Ephraim, Elishama the son of Emmihud. And from Manasseh, Gamaliel the son of Pedazur. From Benjamin, Abidan the son of Gideoni. From Dan, Ahizar the son of Amishadai. From Asher, Pagiel and the son of Ochran. From Gad, Eliasaph for the son of Deuel. From Naphtali, Ahira the son of Enan. These were the ones chosen from the congregation, the chiefs of the ancestral tribe, the heads of the clans of Israel. Moses and Aaron took these men who had been named, and on the first day of the second month, they assembled the whole congregation together, who registered themselves by clans, by fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, head by head. As the Lord commanded Moses, so he listed them in the wilderness of Sinai. The people of Reuben, Israel's firstborn, their generation by their clans and by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, head by head, every male from 20 years old and upward, and all who were able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Reuben were 46,500. Of the people of Simeon, their generation by their clans, by their fathers' houses, those of them who were listed according to the number of the names, head by head, every male of from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go to war. Those listed from the tribe of Simeon were 59,300. Of the people of Gad, their generation by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the name, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Gad were 45,650. Of the people of Judah, their generation by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Judah were 74,600. Of the people of Issachar, their generation by their clan, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Issachar were 54,400. Of the people of Zebulon, their generation by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Zebulon were 57,400. Of the people of Joseph, namely of the people of Ephraim, their generation by their clan, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Ephraim were 40,500. Of the people of Manasseh, their generation by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Manasseh were 32,200. Of the people of Benjamin, their generation by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Benjamin were 35,400. Of the people of Dan, their generation by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Dan were 62,700. Of the people of Asher, their generation by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Asher were 41,500. Of the people of Naphtali, their generation by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Naphtali were 53,400. These are those who were listed whom Moses and Aaron chose from the congregation Aaron listed with the help of the chiefs of Israel, 12 men, each representing his father's house. So all those listed of the people of Israel by their father's houses were 20 years old and upward. Every man able to go to war in Israel. All those listed were 603,550. Levites exempted. But the Levites were not listed along with them by their ancestral tribe. For the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, only the tribe of Levites you should not list. You shall not take a census of them among the people of Israel, but appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of the testimony, over all its furnishing, and over all that belongs to it. They are to carry the tabernacle and all its furnishing, and they shall take care of it, and shall camp around the tabernacle. When the tabernacle is to set out, the Levites shall take it down, and when the tabernacle is to be pitched, the Levites shall set it up. If any outsider comes near, he shall be put to death. The peoples of Israel shall pitch their tent by their company, each man in his own camp, and each man by his own standard. The Levites shall camp around the tabernacle of the testimony, so that there may be no wrath on the congregation of the people of Israel. The Levites shall keep guard over the tabernacle of the testimony. Thus did the people of Israel. They did according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. Chapter 2. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, the people of Israel shall camp each by his own standard, with the banners of their fathers' houses. They shall camp facing the tent of meeting on every side. Those to camp on the east side toward the sunrise shall be of the standard of the camp of Judah, by their company. The chief of the people of Judah being Nashon the son of Amminadab, his company as listed being 74,600. Those to camp next to him shall be the tribe of Issachar. The chief of the people of Issachar being Nathaniel the son of Zuar, his company as listed being 54,400. Then the tribe of Zebulun, the chief of the people of Zebulun being Eliab the son of Helon, his company was listed being 57,400. All those listed on the camp of Judah by their companies were 186,400. They shall set out first on the march. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben by their company. The chief of the people of Reuben being Elizur the son of Shadur, his company as listed being 46,500. And those to camp next to him shall be the tribe of Simeon. The chief of the peoples of Simeon being Shelumiel the son of Jurishadai, his company as listed being 59,300. Then the tribe of Gad, the chief of the people of Gad being Elisaph the son of Ruel, his company as listed being 45,650. All those listed of the camp of Reuben by their companies are 151,450, and they shall set out second. Then the tent of meeting shall set out, with the camp of the Levites in the midst of the camp. As they camp, so shall they set out, each in position standard by standard. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim by their company. The chief of the people of Ephraim, along with Elishama the son of Amihud, his company as being listed being 40,500. And next to him shall be the tribe of Manasseh, the chief of the people of Manasseh being Gamaliel the son of Pedahur, his company as listed being 32,200. Then the tribe of Benjamin, the chief of the people of Benjamin being Abidan the son of Gideoni, his company as listed being 35,400. All those listed of the camp of Ephraim by their companies were 108,100. They shall set out third on the march. On the side shall be the standard of the camp of Dan by their company. The chief of the people of Dan being Ahizar the son of Amishadai, his company as listed being 62,700. And those to camp next to him shall be the tribe of Asher, the chief of the people of Asher being Pagiel the son of Ochran, his company as listed being 41,500. Then the tribe of Naphtali, the chief of the people of Naphtali being Ahira the son of Enan, his company is listed being 53,400. All those listed of the camp of Dan were 157,600. They shall set out last standard by standard. These are the people of Israel as listed by their fathers' houses. All those listed in the camps by their companies were 603,550. But the Levites were not listed among the people of Israel as the Lord commanded Moses. Thus did the people of Israel according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. So they camped by their standard, and so they set out, each one in his clan according to his father's house. Numbers chapter 3. These are the generations of Aaron and Moses at the time when the Lord spoke with Moses on Mount Sinai. These are the names of the sons of Aaron: Nadab the firstborn, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These are the names of the sons of Aaron, the anointed priests whom he had ordained to serve as priests. But Nadab and Abihu died before the Lord when they offered unauthorized fire before the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. They had no children, so Eleazar and Ithamar served as priests in the lifetime of Aaron their father. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, bring the tribe of Levi near, and set them before Aaron the priest, that they may minister to him. They shall keep guard over him and over the whole congregation before the tent of meeting, as they minister at the tabernacle. They shall guard all the furnishing of the tent of meeting and keep guard over the people of Israel, as they minister at the tabernacle. And you shall give the Levites to Aaron and his sons. They are wholly given to him from among the people of Israel. And you shall appoint Aaron and his son, and they shall guard their priesthood. But if any outsider comes near, he shall be put to death. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Behold, I have taken the Levite from among the people of Israel, instead of every firstborn who opens the womb among the people of Israel. The Levite shall be mine. For all the firstborn are mine. On the day that I struck down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated for my own all the firstborn in Israel, both of man and of beast. They shall be mine. I am the Lord. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, saying, List the sons of Levi by fathers' houses and by clan. Every male from a month old and upward you shall list. So Moses listed them according to the word of the Lord as he was commanded. And these were the sons of Levi by their name: Gershon and Kohath and Merari. And these are the names of the sons of Gershon by their clan: Libni and Shimei. The sons of Kohath by their clans: Amram, Izahar, and Hebron, Uzziel. And the sons of Merari by their clans: Mali and Mushi. These are the clans of the Levite by their fathers' houses. To Gershon belonged the clan of the Libnites and the clan of the Shimeites. These were the clans of Gershonites. Their listings according to the number of all males from a month old and upward were 7,500. The clans of the Gershonites were to camp behind the tabernacle on the west, with Eliasaph the son of Lael as chief of the father's house of the Gershonites. And the guard duty of the sons of Gershon in the tent of meeting involved the tabernacle, the tent with its covering, the screen for the entrance of the tent of meeting, the hangings of the court, the screen for the door of the court, that is around the tabernacle, and the altar and its cord, all the service connected with it. To Kohath belonged the clan of the Amramites, and the clan of the Izrahites, and the clan of the Hebronites, and the clan of the Uzzielites. These are the clans of the Kohites, according to the number of all the males from a month old and upwards. They were 8,600, keeping guard over the sanctuary. The clans of the sons of Kohath were to camp on the south side of the tabernacle, with Eleazar, the son of Uzziel, as chief of the father's house of the clans of the Kohites. Their guard or duty involved the ark, the table, the lampstand, the altar, and the vessels of the sanctuary with which the priests minister, and the screen and all the services connected with these. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, was to be chief over the chiefs of the Levites and to have oversight of those who kept guard over the sanctuary. To Merari belonged the clan of the Malites and the clan of the Mushites. These are the clans of Merari. They are listed according to the numbers of all the males from a month old and upward were 6,200. The chief of the father's house of the clans of Merari was Zuriel, the son of Abihai, and they were to camp on the north side of the tabernacle. And the appointed guard duty of the sons of Merari involved the frames of the tabernacle, the bars, the pillars, the bases, and all the accessories, all the services connected with it. Also the pillars around the court with their bases, pegs, and cords. Those who were to camp before the tabernacle on the east, before the tent of meeting towards the sunrise, were Moses, Aaron, and his son, guarding the sanctuary itself to protect the people of Israel. And any outsider who came near was to be put to death. All those listed among the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron listed at the commandment of the Lord by clan, all the males from a month old and upward were 22,000. And the Lord said to Moses, List all the firstborn males of the people of Israel from a month old and upward, taking the number of their names. And you shall take the Levites for me. I am the Lord, instead of all the firstborns among the people of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites, instead of all the firstborn among the cattle of the people of Israel. So Moses listed all the firstborn among the people of Israel, as the Lord commanded him, and all the firstborn males according to the number of names from a month old and upward as listed were 22,273. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the people of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites instead of their cattle. The Levites shall be mine, I am the Lord. And as the redemption price for the 273 of the firstborn of the people of Israel, over and above the number of the male Levites, you shall take 5 shekels per head. You shall take them according to the shekel of the sanctuary, the shekel of 20 gerah, and give the money to the Aaron and his sons as the redemption price for those who are over. So Moses took the redemption money from those who were over and above those redeemed by the Levites. For the firstborn of the people of Israel, he took the money 1,365 shekels by the shekel of the sanctuary. And Moses gave the redemption money to Aaron and his son, according to the word of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. Numbers chapter 4. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, take a census of the sons of Kohath from among the sons of Levi by their clans and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, all who can come on duty to do the work in the tent of meeting. This is the service of the sons of Kohath in the tent of meeting, the most holy thing. When the camp is to set out, Aaron and his son shall go in and take down the veil of the screen and cover the ark of the testimony with it. Then they shall put it on a covering of goatskin and spread on top of that a cloth of all of blue and shall put it in its poles. And over the table of the bread of the present they shall spread a cloth of blue and put on it the plate, the dishes for incense, the bowls, and the flagons for the drink offering. The regular showbread also shall be on it. Then they shall spread over them a cloth of scarlet and cover the same with covering of goatskin and shall put it in its bowl. And they shall take a cloth of blue and cover the lampstand for the light, with its lamps, its tongs, its trays, and all the vessels for oil with which it is supplied. And they shall put it with all its utensils in a covering of goatskin and put it on the carrying frame. And over the golden altar they shall spread a cloth of blue and cover it with the covering of goatskin and shall put it in its bowl. And they shall take all the vessels of the service that are used in the sanctuary and put them in a cloth of blue and cover them with a covering of goatskin and put them on the carrying frame. And they shall take away the ashes from the altar and spread a purple cloth over it. And they shall put on it all the utensils of the altar which are used for the service there, the fire pen, the fork, the shovels, and the basins, all the utensils of the altar. And they shall spread on it a covering of goatskin and shall put it in its bowls. And when Aaron and his sons had finished the covering the sanctuary and all the furnishing of the sanctuary, as the camp sets out, after that the sons of Kohath shall come to carry thee. But they must not touch the holy thing, lest they die. These are the things of the tent of meeting that the sons of Kohath are to carry. And Eleazar the son of Aaron, the priest, shall have charge of the oil for the light, the fragrant incense, the regular grain offering, and the anointing oil, with the oversight of this whole tabernacle and all that is in it, of the sanctuary and its vessels. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, let not the tribe of the clans of the Kohath be destroyed from among the Levites, but deal thus with them, that they may live and not die when they come near to the most holy thing. Aaron and his son shall go in and appoint them each to his task and to his burden, but they shall not go in to look on the holy things even for a moment lest they die. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, take a census of the sons of Gershon also, by their father's house and by their clan, from 30 years old up to 50 years old. You shall list them all who can come to do duty, to do service in the tent of meeting. This is the service of the clans of the Gershonite. In serving and bearing burdens, they shall carry the curtains of the tabernacle and the tent of meeting with its covering and the covering of goatskin that is on top of it, and the screen for the entrance of the tent of meeting, and the hangings of the court, and the screen for the entrance of the gate of the court that is around the tabernacle and the altar, and their cords and all the equipment for their service. They shall do all that needs to be done with regard to them. All the service of the sons of the Gershonite shall be at the command of Aaron and his son. In all that they are to carry and in all that they have to do, you shall assign to their charge all they are to carry. This is the service of the clans of the sons of Gershonites in the tent of meeting, and their guard duty is to be under the direction of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. As for the sons of Merari, you shall list them by their clans and their houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old. You shall list them, everyone who can come on duty to do the service of the tent of meeting. This is what they are charged to carry, and the whole of their service is the tent of meeting. The frames of the tabernacle with its bars, pillars and bases, and the pillars around the court with their bases, pegs and cords with all their equipment and all their accessories. And you shall list by the name the objects that they are required to carry. This is the service of the clans of the sons of Merari, the whole of their service in the tent of meeting, under the direction of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. And Moses and Aaron and the chiefs of the congregation listed the sons of the Kohath by their clans and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, everyone who could come on duty for service in the tent of meeting. And those listed by clans were 2,750. These were the list of the clans of the Kohath, all who served in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron listed according to the commandment of the Lord by Moses. Those listed in the sons of Gershon by their clans and their fathers' houses from 30 years old up to 50 years old, everyone who could come on duty for service in the tent of meeting. Those listed by their clans and their fathers' houses were 2,630. This was the list of the clans of the sons of Gershon who served in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron listed according to the commandment of the Lord. Those listed of the clans of the sons of Merari by their clans and their fathers' houses from 30 years old up to 50 years old, everyone who could come on duty for service in the tent of meeting. Those listed by the clans were 3,200. This was the list of the clans of the sons of Merari, whom Moses and Aaron listed according to the commandment of the Lord by Moses. All those were listed of the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron, the chiefs of Israel, listed by their clans and their fathers' houses from 30 years old up to 50 years old, everyone who could come to do the service of ministry and the service of bearing burdens in the tent of meeting. Those listed were 8,580. According to the commandment of the Lord to the Moses, they were listed, each one with his task of serving or carrying. Thus, they were listed by him as the Lord commanded Moses. Numbers chapter 5. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the people of Israel that they should put out the camp of everyone who is leprous or hath a discharge, and everyone who is unclean to contact with the dead. You shall put out both male and female, putting them outside the camp, that they may not defile their camp, in the midst of which I dwell. And the people of Israel did so, and put them outside the camp, as the Lord said to Moses, and so the people of Israel did. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the people of Israel. When a man or woman commits any of the sins that the people commit by breaking faith with the Lord, that the person realizes it, he shall confess his sin that he has committed. He shall make full restitution for his wrong, adding a fifth to it and giving it to him to whom he did the wrong. But if the man has no next of kin to whom restitution may be made for the wrong, the restitution for the wrong shall go to the Lord for the priest. In addition to the ram of atonement with which atonement is being made for him, and every contribution, all the holy donations of the people of Israel which they bring to the priest shall be his. Each one shall keep his holy donation. Whatever anyone gives to the priest shall be his. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the people of Israel, if any wife go astray and breaks faith with him, and if a man lies with her sexually, and it is hidden from the eyes of her husband, and she is undetected too, though she has defiled herself, and there is no witness against her, since she has not taken in the act, if the spirit of jealousy comes over him, and he is jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, or if the spirit of jealousy comes over him, and he is jealous of his wife, though she has not defiled herself, then the man shall bring his wife to the priest and bring the offering required of her. A tenth of an ephah of barley flour, he shall pour no oil on it, put no frankincense on it, for it is a grain offering of jealousy, and a grain offering of remembrance, bringing iniquity to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near and set her before the Lord. And the priest shall take holy water in an earthenware vessel, and take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle, and put it into the water. The priest shall set the woman before the Lord, and unbind the hair of the woman's head, and place in her hand the grain offerings of remembrance, which is the grain offering of jealousy. And in his hand the priest shall have the water of bitterness that brings the curse. Then the priest shall make her take an oath, saying, If no man has lain with you, and if you have not turned aside to uncleanness while you were under your husband's authority, be free from this water of bitterness that brings the curse. But if you have gone astray, though you are under your husband's authority, and if you have defiled yourself, and some man other than your husband has lain with you, then let the priest make the woman take the oath of the curse, and say to the woman, The Lord make you a curse and an oath among your people. And the Lord makes your thighs fall away and your body swell. May this water that brings the curse pass into your bowels and make your womb swell and your thighs fall away. And the woman shall say, Amen, Amen. Then the priest shall write his curses in a book and wash them off into the water of bitterness. And he shall make the woman drink the water of bitterness that brings the curse. And the water that brings the curse shall enter into her and cause bitter pain. And the priest shall take the grain offering of jealousy out of the woman's hand, and shall wave the grain offering before the Lord and bring it to the altar. And the priest shall take a handful of the grain offering as its memorial portion and burn it on the altar. And afterward shall make the woman drink the water. When he had made her drink the water, then if she has defiled herself and has broken faith with her husband, the water that brings the curse shall enter into her and cause bitter pain, and her womb shall swell, and her thighs shall fall away, and the woman shall become a curse among her people. But if the woman has not defiled herself and is clean, she shall be free and shall conceive children. This is the law in cases of jealousy, when a wife, though under her husband's authority, goes astray and defiles herself. Or when the spirit of jealousy comes over a man, he is jealous of his wife, then he shall set the woman before the Lord, and the priest shall carry out for her all this law. The man shall be free from iniquity, but the woman shall bear her iniquity. Numbers chapter 6. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, When either a man or woman makes a special vow, the vow of a Nazarite, to separate himself to the Lord, he shall separate himself from wine and strong drink. He shall drink no vinegar made from wine or strong drink, and shall not drink any juices of grapes or eat grapes fresh or dried. All the days of his separation, he shall eat nothing that is produced by the grapevine, not even the seeds or the skin. All the days of his vow of separation, no razor shall touch his head, until the time is completed for which he separates himself to the Lord. He shall be holy, he shall let the locks of his head grow long. All the days that he separates himself to the Lord, he shall not go near a dead body, not even for his father or for his mother, for brother or sister if they die, shall he make himself unclean, because his separation to God is on his head. All the days of his separation he is holy to the Lord. If any man dies very suddenly besides him, and he defiles his consecrated head, then he shall shave his head on the day of his cleansing. On the seventh day he shall shave it. On the eighth day he shall bring two turtle doves or two pigeons to the priest to the entrance of the tent of meeting. The priest shall offer one for sin offering and the other for a burnt offering, and make atonement for him because he sinned by reason of the dead body. And he shall consecrate his head that same day, and separate himself to the Lord for the days of his separation, and bring a male lamb a year old for a guilt offering. But the previous period shall be void because his separation was defiled. And this is the law for the Nazarite. When the time of his separation had been completed, he shall be brought to the entrance of the tent of meeting, and he shall bring his gift to the Lord, one male lamb a year old without blemish for a burnt offering, and one ewe lamb a year old without blemish as a sin offering, and one ram without blemish as a peace offering, and a basket of unleavened bread, loaves of fine flour mixed with oil, and unleavened wafers, smeared with oil, and their grain offering and their drink offering. The priest shall bring them before the Lord and offer his sin offering and his burnt offering. And he shall offer the ram as the sacrifice of peace offering to the Lord, with a basket of unleavened bread. The priest shall offer also its grain offering and its drink offering. And the Nazarite shall shave his consecrated head at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and shall take the hair from his consecrated head and put it on the fire that is under the sacrifice of the peace offering. The priest shall take a shoulder of the ram when it is boiled, and one unleavened loaf out of the basket, and one unleavened wafer, and shall put them on the hands of the Nazarite after he has shaved the hair of his consecration. And the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. They are a holy portion for the priest, together with the breast that is waved and the thigh that is contributed. And after that, the Nazarite may drink wine. This is the law of the Nazarite. But if he vows an offering to the Lord above his Nazarite vow, as he can afford, in exact accordance with the vow that he takes, that he shall do in addition to the law of the Nazarite. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his son thus, that you shall bless the people of Israel. You shall say to them, The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine to you, to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. So shall they put my name upon the people of Israel, and I will bless them. Numbers chapter 7. On the day when Moses had finished setting up the tabernacle and had anointed and consecrated it with all its furnishing, and had anointed and consecrated the altar with all its utensils, the chief of Israel, heads of their fathers' houses, who were the chiefs of the tribe, who were over those who were listed, approached and brought their offerings before the Lord, 6 wagons and 12 oxen, a wagon for every two of the chiefs, for each one an ox. They brought them before the tabernacle. Then Lord said to Moses, Accept these from them, that they may be used in the service of the tent of meeting, and give them to the Levites, to each man according to his service. So Moses took the wagons and the oxen and gave them to the Levites. 2 wagons and 4 oxen he gave to the sons of Gershon, according to their service, and 4 wagons and 8 oxen he gave to the sons of Merari, according to their service, under the direction of Itamar the son of Aaron the priest. But the sons of Kohath he gave none, because they were charged with the service of the holy thing that had to be carried on the shoulder. And the chief offered offerings for the dedication of the altar on the day it was anointed. And the chief offered their offerings before the altar. And the Lord said to Moses, They shall offer their offerings, one chief each day, for the dedication of the altar. Now he who offered his offering the first day was Nashon the son of Aminadab, of the tribe of Judah. His offering was one silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, one silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. One golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense. One bull from the herd, one ram, one male, a lamb a year old for a burnt offering. One male goat for a sin offering. And for the sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Nashon the son of Aminadab. On the second day, Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, the chief of Issachar, made an offering. He offered for his offering one silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, one silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. One golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, one bull from the herd, one ram, one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Nathaniel, the son of Juar. On the third day, Eliab, the son of Helon, the chief of the priests, people of Zebulon, his offering was 1 silver plate whose weight was 130 shekel, 1 silver basin of 70 shekel, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mixed with oil for grain offering, one golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, one bull from the herd, one ram, one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Eliab the son of Helon. On the fourth day, Elizur, the son of Shedur, the chief of the priest of Reuben, his offering was 1 silver plate whose weight was 130 shekel, 1 silver basin of 70 shekel, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, one bull from the herd, one ram, one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Elizur, the son of Shedur. On the fifth day, Shelumiel, the son of Jurishadai, the chief of the priests, people of Simeon, his offering was a silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, one bull from the herd, one ram, one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, for the sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Shelumiel the son of Jurishadai. On the sixth day, Eliasaph the son of Deuel, the chief of the people of Gad, his offering was 1 silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, one bull from the herd, one ram, one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifices of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Eliasaph the son of Deuel. On the seventh day, Elishama the son of Amihud, the chief of the people of Ephraim, his offering was 1 silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, one bull from the herd, one ram, one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Elishama, the son of Amihud. On the eighth day, Gamaliel, the son of Pedahur, the chief of the people of Manasseh, his offering was 1 silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, one bull from the herd, one ram, one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. On the ninth day, Abidan, the son of Gideoni, the chief of the people of Benjamin, his offering was a silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil, and for a grain offering, one golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, one bull from the herd, one ram, one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, a male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Abidan, the son of Gideoni. On the 10th day, Ahiezer, the son of Amishadai, the chief of the people of Dan, his offering was a silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, one bull from the herd, one ram, one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Ahiezer, the son of Amishadai. On the 11th day, Pagiel, the son of Ochran, the chief of the people of Asher, his offering was one silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, one silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, one bowl from the herd, one ram for a sin offering, one bull from the herd for a sin offering, and all the sacrifice of peace offering, 24 bulls, 12 rams, 12 male lambs a year old, 60 rams. This was the dedication offering for the altar after it was anointed. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron, the chief of the people of Naphtali. His offering was silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, one silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, one bull from the herd, one ram, one male lamb 1 year old for a burnt offering, the male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifices of peace offering 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Ahira the son of Enan. This was the dedication offering for the altar on the day when it was anointed. From the chief of Israel, 12 silver plate, 12 silver basins, 12 golden dishes, each silver plate containing 130 shekels, and each basin 70. All the silver of the vessel were 2,400 shekels according to the shekel of the sanctuary. The 12 golden dishes full of incense weighed 10 shekels apiece according to the shekel of the sanctuary. All the gold of the dishes being 120 shekels. All the cattle for the burnt offering, 12 bulls, 12 rams, 12 male lambs a year with their grain offering, and 12 male goats for a sin offering, and all the cattle for the sacrifice of peace offering, 24 bulls, 60 rams, the male goats 60, the male lambs a year old 60. This was the dedication offering for the altar after it was anointed. When Moses went into the tent of meeting to speak with the Lord, he heard the voice speaking to him from above the mercy seat that was on the ark of the testimony from between the two cherubim, and it spoke to him. Numbers chapter 8. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and say to him, When you set up the lamps, the 7 lamps shall give light in front of the lampstand. And Aaron did so. He set up its lamps in front of that lampstand as the Lord commanded Moses. And this was the workmanship of the lampstand, hammered work of gold, from its base to its cloth. It was hammered work, according to the pattern that the Lord had shown Moses. So he made the lampstand. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the Levites from among the people of Israel and cleanse them. Such you shall do to them to cleanse them. Sprinkle the water of purification upon them, and let them go with the razor over all their body, and wash their clothes and cleanse themselves. Then let them take a bull from the herd and its grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil. And you shall take another bull from the herd for a sin offering. And you shall bring the Levites before the tent of meeting and assemble the whole congregation of the people of Israel. When you bring the Levites before the Lord, the people of Israel shall lay their hands on the Levites, and Aaron shall offer the Levites before the Lord as a wave offering from the people of Israel, and they may do the service of the Lord. Then the Levites shall lay their hands on their heads of the bull, and you shall offer one for a sin offering, the other for a burnt offering to the Lord, to make atonement for the Levite. And you shall set the Levites before Aaron and his son, and you shall offer them as a wave offering to the Lord. Thus you shall separate the Levite from among the people of Israel. The Levite shall be mine. After that, the Levite shall go in to serve at the tent of meeting. When you have cleansed them, and you have cleansed them and offered them as a wave offering, for they are wholly given to me from among the people of Israel. Instead of all who open the womb, the firstborn of all the people of Israel, I have taken them for myself. For all the firstborn among the people of Israel are mine, both of men and of beasts. On the day that I struck down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated them for myself, and I have taken the Levites instead of all the firstborns among the people of Israel. I have given the Levites as a gift to Aaron and his sons from among the people of Israel to do the service for the people of Israel at the tent of meeting and to make atonement for the people of Israel, that there may be no plague among the people of Israel when the people of Israel come near the sanctuary. Thus did Moses and Aaron and all the congregation of the people of Israel to the Levites, according to all that the Lord commanded Moses concerning the Levites. The people of Israel did to them. And the Levites purified themselves from sin and washed their clothes, and Aaron offered them as a wave offering before the Lord. And Aaron made atonement for them to cleanse them. After this, after that, the Levites went in to do their service in the tent of meeting before Aaron and his sons, as the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levites. So they did to them. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This applies to the Levites from 25 years old and upward. They shall come to do the duty in the service of the tent of meeting. From the age of 50, they shall withdraw from the duty of the service and serve no more. Then they minister to their brothers in the tent of meeting by keeping guard, but they shall do no service. Thus shall you do to the Levites in assigning their duties. Numbers chapter 8. The Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Let the people of Israel keep the Passover at its appointed time. On the 14th day of this month at twilight you shall keep it at its appointed time. According to all his statutes and all his rules you shall keep it. So Moses told the people of Israel that they should keep the Passover, and they kept the Passover in the first month, on the 14th day of the month. It, at twilight in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. So the people of Israel did, and there were certain men who were unclean to touching a dead body, so that they could not keep the Passover. So that they came before Moses and Aaron on that day. And those men said to him, We are unclean to touching a dead body. Why are we kept from bringing the Lord's offering at its appointed time among the people of Israel? And Moses said to them, Wait, that I may hear what the Lord will command concerning you. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the people of Israel, saying, If any one of you or of your descendants is unclean to the touching a dead body or either a long journey, he shall keep the Passover to the Lord. In the second month of the 14th day, at twilight they shall keep it. They shall eat it with, with unleavened bread and bitter herb, and they shall leave none of it until morning, nor break any of its bone. According to all the statutes for the Passover, they shall keep it. But if anyone who is clean and is not on a journey fails to keep the Passover, that the person shall be cut off from his people, because he did not bring the Lord's offering at its appointed time. That man shall bear his sin. And if a stranger sojourns among you and would keep the Passover to the Lord, according to the statute of the Passover and according to its rules, so shall he do. You shall have one statute, but both for the sojourner and for the native. On the day that the tabernacle was set up, the cloud covered the tabernacle and the tent of the testimony, and evening it was over the first it was over the tabernacle like the appearance of first until morning, fire until morning. So it was always the cloud covered it by day and the appearance of fire by night. And whenever the cloud lifted from over the tent, after that the people of Israel set out, and in the place where the cloud settled down, there the people of Israel encamped. At the command of the Lord, the people of Israel set out, and at the command of the Lord they camped. As long as the cloud rested over the tabernacle, they remained in the camp. Even when the cloud continued over the tabernacle many days, the people of Israel kept the charge of the Lord and did not set out. Sometimes the cloud was a few days over to the tabernacle, and according to the command of the Lord, they remained in the camp. They, according to the command of the Lord, they set out. And sometimes the cloud remained from evening until morning. And when the cloud lifted in the morning, they set out, or for if it continued for a day and night. When the cloud lifted, they set out. Whether it was a 2 days or a month or a longer time, that the cloud continued over the tabernacle, abiding there. The people of Israel remained in the camp and did not set out. And at the command of the Lord, they camped, and the command of the Lord, they set out. They kept the charge of the Lord at the command of the Lord by Moses. Numbers chapter 10. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Make 2 silver trumpets of hammered work. You shall make them, and you shall use them for summoning the congregation and for breaking camp. And when both are blown, all the congregation shall gather together themselves to you at the entrance of the tent of meeting. But if they blow only one, then the chiefs of the heads of the tribes of Israel shall gather themselves to you. When you blow an alarm, the campers that are on the east shall set out. And when you blow an alarm the second time, the camps that are on the side shall set out. An alarm is to be Numbers chapter 11. And the people complained in the hearing of the Lord about their misfortune. And when the Lord heard it, his anger was kindled. The fire of the Lord burnt among them and consumed some outlying parts of the camp. Then the people cried out to Moses, and Moses prayed to the Lord, and the fire died down. So the name of that place was called Taberah, because the fire of the Lord burnt among them. Now the rabble that was among them had a strong craving, and the people of Israel also wept again and said, Oh, that we had meat to eat. We remember the fish we ate in Egypt that cost nothing, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. But now our strength is dried up, and there is nothing at all but this manna to look at. Now the manna was like coriander seed, and its appearance like that of bdellium. The people went about and gathered it and grounded it in hand mills or beat it in mortars and boiled it in pots and made cakes of it. The taste of it was like the taste of honey baked. It was the taste of cakes baked with oil. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell with it. Moses heard the people weeping throughout their clans, everyone at the door of his tent, and the anger of the Lord blazed hotly. And Moses was displeased. Moses said to the Lord, why have you dealt ill with your servant? And why have I not found favor in your sight, that you lay the burden of all these people on me? Did I conceive all these people? Did I give them birth, that you should say to me, carry them in your bosom, as a nurse carries a nursing child, to the land that you swore to give their fathers? Where am I there to get meat to give all these people? For they cry, they weep before me and say, give us meat that we may eat. I am not able to carry all the people alone. The burden is too heavy for me. If you will treat me like this, they will kill me at once. If I find favor in your sight, that I may not see my wretchedness. And the Lord said to Moses, gather for me 70 men of elders of Israel, whom you know to be the elders of the people and officers among over them, and bring them to the tent of meeting, and let them take their standard stand there with you. And I will come down and talk with you there, and I will take some of the spirit that is on you and put it on them, and they shall bear the burdens of the fruit with you, so that you may not bear yourself alone. And say to the people, consecrate yourself for tomorrow, and you shall eat meat. For you have wept in the hearing of the Lord, saying, who will give us meat to eat? For it is better for us in Egypt. Therefore the Lord will give you, and you shall eat. You shall not just eat one day, but 2 days, or 5 days, or 10 days, or 20 days, but a whole month, until it comes out at your nostrils and becomes loathsome to you, because you have rejected the Lord who is among you and have wept before him, saying, why did we come out of Egypt? But Moses said, the people among you whom I number 600,000 on foot, and you have said, I will give them meat, that they may eat a whole month. Shall flocks and herds be slaughtered for them and be enough for them? Or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them and be enough for them? And the Lord said to him, Moses, is the Lord's hand shortened? Now you shall see whether my word will come true for you or not. So Moses went out and told the people the words of the Lord. And he gathered 70 men of the elders of the people and placed them around the tent. Then the Lord came down in the cloud and spoke to him, and took some of the spirit that was on him and put it on the 70 elders. As soon as the spirit rested on them, they prophesied, but they did not continue doing it. Now 2 men remained in the camp, one Eldad and the other Medad, named Medad. And the spirit rested on them. They were among those registered, but they had not gone out to the tabernacle. So they prophesied in the camp. And one young man ran to and told Moses, Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp. And Joshua the son of Nun, the assistant of Moses from his youth, said, my lord Moses, stop them. But Moses said to him, are you jealous for my sake? Would that all that the Lord's people were prophets, that the Lord would put his spirit on them. And Moses said to the elders of Israel, return to the camp. Then a wind from the Lord sprang up, and it brought quail from the sea and let them fall beside the camp, about a day's journey on this side, and a day's journey on the other side, around the camp, and about 200 cubits above the ground. And the people rose all day and night, and all night, and raised the all the next day and gathered the quail. Those who gathered least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them out for themselves all around the camp. When the meat was yet between their teeth, before it was consumed, the anger of the Lord was kindled against the people. And the Lord struck down and strike the people with a great, very great plague. Therefore, the name of that place was called Kibroth Hatava, because there they were buried, the people who had the craving. From Kibroth Hatava, the people journeyed to Hazeroth, and there they remained in Hazeroth. Numbers chapter 12. Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Cushite woman whom he had married, for he had married a Cushite woman. And they said, here's the Lord indeed spoken only to Moses, has he not spoken to us also? And the Lord heard it. Now the man Moses was very meek, more than all people who were on the face of the earth. And suddenly the Lord said to Moses and to Aaron and Miriam, "Come out, you three, to the tent of meeting." And the three of them came out. And the Lord came down in a pillar of cloud and stood at the entrance of the tent and called Aaron and Miriam. And they both came forward. And he said, "Hear my word. If there is a prophet among you, I, the Lord, make myself known to him in a vision. I speak with him in a dream. Not so with my servant Moses. He is faithful in all my house. With him I speak mouth to mouth, clearly and not in riddles. And he behold the form of the Lord. Why then you are not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?" And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he departed. And the cloud was removed from over the tent. Behold, Miriam was leprous like a snow. And Aaron turned towards Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said to Moses, "O my Lord, do not punish us because we have done foolishly and have sinned. Let her not be as one dead, whose flesh is half eaten away when he comes out of his mother's womb." And Moses cried to the Lord, "O God, please heal her, please." But the Lord said to Moses, "If her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut outside a camp 7 days, and after that she may be brought in again." So Miriam was shut outside the camp 7 days. The people did not set out on the march till Miriam was brought in again. And after that, the people set out from Hazeroth and camped in the wilderness of Paran. Numbers chapter 13. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Send men to spy out on the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the people of Israel. From each tribe of their fathers you shall send a man, every one a chief among them." So Moses sent them from the wilderness of Paran according to the command of the Lord, all of them men who were heads of the people of Israel. And these were their names: from the tribe of Reuben, Shammua the son of Zakur; from the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat the son of Hori; from the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh; from the tribe of Issachar, Igal the son of Joseph; from the tribe of Ephraim, Hosea the son of Nun; from the tribe of Benjamin, Palti the son of Rapu; from the tribe of Zebulon, Gadiel the son of Sodi; and from the tribe of Joseph, that is from the tribe of Manasseh, Gadi the son of Sushi; and from the tribe of Dan, Amiel the son of Gemali; and from the tribe of Asher, Sethur the son of Michael; from the tribe of Naphtali, Nabi the son of Wopsi; from the tribe of Gad, Guel the son of Machi. These were the names of men who had Moses sent to spy out the land, and Moses called Hosea the son of Nun Joshua. Moses sent them away to spy out the land of Canaan and said to them, "Go up into the Negeb and go up into the hill country and see what the land is, and whether the people who dwell in it are strong or weak, whether there are few or many, or whether the land that they dwell in is good or bad, and the peoples and whether the cities that they dwell are in camps or strongholds, whether the land is rich or poor, and whether there are trees in it or not. Be of good courage and bring some of the fruit of the land." Now the time was the season of the first ripe grapes. So they went up and spied out the land from the wilderness of Zin to Rehob near Lebo Hamath. They went up into the Negeb, came to the Hebron. Ahiman, Sheshai, Talmai, the descendants of Anak, were there. Hebron was built 7 years before Zuan in Egypt. And they came to the valley of Eshcol and cut down from there a branch with a single cluster of grapes, and they carried it on a pole between the two of them. They also brought some pomegranate and figs. That place was called the Valley of Eshcol, because of the cluster that the people of Israel cut down from there. At the end of 40 days, they returned from spying out the land. And they came to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregations of the people of Israel in the wilderness of Paran at Kadesh. They brought back word to them and to all congregations and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him, we came to the land to which you sent us. It flows with milk and honey, and this is the truth. However, the people who dwell in the land are strong, and the cities are fortified and very large. And besides, we saw the descendants of Anak there. The Amalekites dwell in the land of Negeb. The Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the hill country of Negeb, of Canaanites. And the Canaanites dwell by the sea and along the Jordan. But Caleb quieted the people before Moses and said, "Let us go up at once and occupy it, for we are well able to overcome it." Then the men who had gone up with him said, "We are not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we are." So they brought to the people of Israel a bad report of the land that they had spied out, saying, "The land to which we had gone to spy it out is a land that devours its inhabitants, and all the people that we saw in it are of a great height. And there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who came from the Nephilim. And we seemed to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seemed to them. Numbers chapter 14. Then all the congregation raised a loud cry, and the people wept that night. And all the people of Israel grumbled against Moses and Aaron. The whole congregation said to them, "Would that we had died in the land of Egypt, or would that we had died in this wilderness. Why is the Lord bringing us into this land to fall by the sword? Our wives, our little ones will become a prey. Would it not be better for us to go back to Egypt?" They said to one another, "Let us choose a leader and go back to Egypt." Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the people of Israel. And Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, who were among those who had spied out the land, tore their clothes and said to all the congregation of the people of Israel, "The land which we passed to spy it out is an exceedingly good land. If the Lord delights in us, he will bring us into this land and give it to us, a land that flows with milk and honey. Only do not rebel against the Lord and do not fear the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their protection is removed from them, and the Lord is with us. Do not fear them." Then all the congregation said to stone them with stones. But the glory of the Lord appeared at the tent of meeting to all the people of Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, "How long will this people despise me? And how long will they not believe in me? In spite of all the signs that I have done among them, I will strike them with pestilence, disinherit them. And I will make of you a great nation, greater and mightier than they." But Moses said to the Lord, "Then the Egyptians will hear of it, for you brought up this people in your might from among them, and they will tell the inhabitants of this land, they have heard that you, O Lord, are in the midst of this people. For you, O Lord, are seen face to face, and your cloud stands over them, and you go before them in a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. If you kill this people as one man, then the nations who have heard your fame will say, 'It is because the Lord was not able to bring this people into the land that he swore to them to give, that he has killed them in the wilderness. Now please let the power of the Lord be great as you have promised, saying, The Lord is slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love, forgiving iniquity and transgression. But he will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers to on the children, to the third and the fourth generation. Please pardon the iniquity of this people according to the greatness of your steadfast love, just as you have forgiven this people from Egypt until now. Then the Lord said, "I have pardoned according to your word, but truly as I live, and as all the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Lord. None of the men who have seen my glory and my sign that I did in Egypt and in the wilderness, yet have put me to the test this 10 times, and have not obeyed my voice, shall see the land that I have sworn to give to their fathers. And none of those who despise me shall see it. But my servant Caleb, because he has a different spirit and has followed me fully, I will bring into the land into which he went, and his descendants shall possess it. Now, since the Amalekites and the Canaanites dwell in the valley, turn tomorrow and set out for the wilderness by the way of to the Red Sea." And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, "How long shall this wicked congregation grumble against me? I have heard the grumblings of the people of Israel, which they grumble against me. Say to them, As I live, declares the Lord, what you have said in my hearing, I will do it to you. Your dead body shall fall in this wilderness, and of all your number listed in the census from 20 years old and upward, who have grumbled against me, not one shall come into the land which I swore that I would make you dwell, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Joshua the son of Nun. But your little one, who you said would become a prey, I will bring, and they shall know the land that you have rejected. But as for you, your dead body shall fall in this wilderness, and your children shall be shepherds in the wilderness 40 years, and shall suffer for your faithlessness until the last of your dead bodies lies in this wilderness. According to the number of the days in which you spied out the land, 40 days, a year for each day. You shall bear your iniquity 40 years, and you shall know my displeasure. I, the Lord, have spoken. Surely this I will do to all this wicked congregation who are gathered together against me. In this wilderness they shall come to a full end, and they shall die. And there they shall die. And the men whom Moses sent to spy out the land, who returned and made all the congregation grumble against him by bringing up a bad report about the land. The men who brought up a bad report of the land died by plague before the Lord. Of those men who went out to spy the land, only Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh remained alive. When Moses told these words to all the people of Israel, the people mourned greatly, and they rose early in the morning and went up to the heights of the hill country, saying, "Here we are, we will all go up to the place that the Lord has promised, for we have sinned." But Moses said, "Why now are you transgressing the command of the Lord? When that will not succeed, do not go up, for the Lord is not among you. lest you be struck down by your enemies. For there the Amalekites and the Canaanites are facing you, and you shall fall by the sword, because you have turned back from following the Lord. The Lord will not be with you, but they presume to go up to the height of the hill country, although neither the ark of the covenant of the Lord nor Moses departed out of the camp. Then the Amalekites and the Canaanites who lived in that hill country came down and defeated them and pursued them even to Hormah. Numbers chapter 15. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
Christina, can
speak
you
to the people.
stop? Christina,
Yes. Yes, sir.
I I will go for 3 chapters. I'll give you a break and then you come back again. You be on
Okay,
there.
sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'll be
I'll
online,
finish
sir.
15 to 19. Okay.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Fine.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, say unto them, when ye have become the land of your habitations, which I give unto you, and you'll make an offering by fire unto the Lord, and a burnt offering and a sacrifice in performing a vow or in a free will, and offering in your solemn feast to make a sweet savor unto the Lord of the herd of the flock. Then shall he of that offering his offering unto the Lord bring meat offering unto the tenth of the deal of the floor, meat of the floor part of the hin of oil, and four of the hin of a wine for a drink offering shall thou prepare unto burnt offering or sacrifice for only. One for a ram that shall prepare for a meat offering for 10 deals of flour mingled with the third part of hin. Oil after a drink offering that shall offer unto the third part of an hin of a wheat, wine for a sweet savor unto the Lord, and then thou prepare the blood for a burnt offering or a sacrifice in performing a vow or peace offering unto the Lord, then shall he bring with bullock a meat offering of thee a tenth, and uh, deals of flour mingled with the half of a hin of oil. Thou shalt bring it for a drink offering, for a half of a hin of a wine, and for an offering made fire of a sweet savor unto the Lord. Thus it shall be done for one bullock and for one ram or for one lamp on the kid, according to the number that ye shall prepare, I shall do everything on according to the number. And all that are born of the country shall do these things in this manner, an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto the Lord. Strangers sojourners was are among you in your congregation, will you offer an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto the Lord? And ye shall say, one accordance of shall both for you and the congregation, also for the stranger that with you an ordinance for every of your generations that he shall strange before you. The one law and one manner shall be for you for the stranger that sojourneth you. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Children of Israel, say unto them, when ye come into the land
Whole
which I
day
bring,
you'll
you shall
play,
be
Daniel.
and bread of the land ye shall offer upon upon a heave offering unto the Lord. Ye shall offer up a cake of the first of your dough for an heave offering unto the heave offering of the threshing floor, so shall ye heave it. And of the first of your dough shall ye give unto the Lord and heave offering unto him. For if you have heard and observed this commandment spoken unto thee, even if the Lord hath commanded you in the by the hand of Moses from the day of the Lord commanded Moses, and the Lord hath spoken unto thee, even unto the day Lord commanded you by the hand of the Moses. From the day of the Lord commanded Moses, henceforth among your generations, if it shall be forth commanded, committed by ignorance, without the knowledge of the congregation, all the congregation shall offer one bullock, young for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor unto the Lord, to his meat offering and drink offering, according to the manner of one kid of the goat for sin. Will make an atonement for all the congregation of the children, it shall be forgiven them, if for it's an ignorance, they shall bring it of offering sacrifice fire unto the Lord, and the sin offering before the Lord it shall be forgiven unto the congregation of the children of Israel, and the strangers that sojourn among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance. Sin like those ignorance that he shall bring she goat of the first year of the offering. The priest shall make an atonement for the soul, nor and clay, and he sinned by ignorance because before the Lord to make an atonement, it shall be forgiven for him. He shall have one law for him that sinneth through the ignorance, both of him is born among the children of Shuk of the strangers that sojourneth among them. But the soul that ought presumptively whether he be born of the land, in the land or a stranger, the same approach the Lord, that the soul shall be cut off among from among his people, because he had despised the word of the Lord despised the word of the Lord and had broken the commandment that the soul shall utterly be cut off, his iniquity shall be upon him. And while the children of were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Shabbat. And they heard him gathering the sticks, brought him unto the Moses and unto the Quran. They put him in the what? So as not declared should be done. And the Lord said, and the man should be put to death, and all the congregation stoned him at stones with it. And all the congregation brought him with the camp, stoned him with the stones, and died. Then the Lord spake unto the Moses, and speak unto the children of Israel, bid them that they make their fringes in the borders of the road throughout the generation, fingers of the broad and the river band of Noah. It shall be unto you for the fringe that ye may look upon it. Remember all the commandments of the Lord, do them, and that ye shall seek not after your own heart, at own your eyes, and after you go whoring, that ye may remember, do all the commandments and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God. Number 60.
Now Korah the son of Izahar, the son of Kohath, son of Levi, and Dathan and Abiram the sons of Eliab, and on the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moses with a number of the people of Israel, 250 chiefs of the congregation, chosen from the assembly, well-known men. They assembled themselves together against Moses and against Aaron and said to them, "You have gone too far, for all in the congregations are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Why then do you exalt yourselves above the assembly of the Lord?" When Moses heard it, he fell on his face, and he said to Korah and all his company, "In the morning the Lord will show who is his and who is holy, and will bring him near to him. The one whom he chooses, he will bring near to him. Do this, take censers, Korah and all his company, put fire in them and put incense on them before the Lord tomorrow. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the Holy One. You have gone too far, sons of Levi." And Moses said to Korah, "Hear now, you sons of Levi, is it too small a thing for you that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to himself, to do service in the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister to them? And that he has brought you near him and all your brothers, the sons of Levi, with you, and you would seek the priesthood also. Therefore it is against the Lord that you and all your company have gathered together. What is Aaron that you grumble against him?" And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram the sons of Eliab, and they said, "We will not come up. Is it a small thing that you have brought us up out of a land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness, that you must also make yourself a prince over us? Moreover, you have not brought us into the land flowing with milk and honey, nor given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Will you put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up." And Moses was very angry and said to the Lord, "Do not respect their offerings. I have not taken one donkey from them, and I have not harmed one of them." Moses said to Korah, "Be present, you and all your company before the Lord, you and they and Aaron tomorrow, and let every one of you take his censer and put incense on it, and every one of you bring before the Lord his censer, 250 censers, you also and Aaron, each his censer." So every man took his censer, put fire in them, and laid incense on them, and stood at the entrance of the tent of meeting with Moses and Aaron. Then Korah assembled all the congregation against them at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And the glory of the Lord appeared to all the congregation. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, "Separate yourself from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment." And they fell on their faces and said, "O God, the God of all of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin, and will you be angry with all the congregation?" And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Say to the congregation, get away from the dwellings of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram." Then Moses rose and went to Dathan and Abiram, and all the elders of Israel followed him. And he spoke to the congregation, saying, "Depart, please, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest you be swept away with all their sin." So they got away from the dwelling of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood at the door of their tent, together with their wife, their sons, and their little one. And Moses said, "Hereby you shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all this work, and that it has not been my own accord. If these men die as all men die, if they are visited by the fate of all mankind, then the Lord has not sent me. But if the Lord creates something new, and the ground opened its mouth and swallowed them up with all that belongs to them, or they go down alive into Sheol, then you shall know that these men have despised the Lord." And as soon as he had finished speaking all these words, the ground under them split apart, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up, with their household and all the people who belonged to Korah and all their goods. So they and all that belonged to them went down alive into Sheol, and the earth closed over them, and they perished from the midst of the assembly. And all Israel who were around them fled at their cry, for they said, "Let the earth swallow us up." And the fire came out from the Lord and consumed the 250 men offering the incense. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Tell Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest to take up the censers out of the blaze, then scatter the fire far and wide, for they have become holy. For as for the censers of these men who have sinned at the cost of their life, let them be made into hammered plates as a covering for the altar, for they offered them before the Lord, and they became holy. Thus they shall be a sign to the people of Israel." So Eleazar the priest took the bronze censers which those who had offered, and they were hammered out as a covering for the altar, to be a reminder to the people of Israel, so that no outsider who is not of the descendants of Aaron should draw near to burn incense before the Lord, lest he become like Korah and his company, as the Lord had said to him to Moses. But on the next day, all the congregations of the people of Israel grumbled against Moses and against Aaron, saying, "You have killed the people of the Lord." And when the congregation had assembled against Moses and against Aaron, they turned toward the tent of meeting, and behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. And Moses and Aaron came to the front of the tent of meeting, and the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Get away from the midst of this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment." And they fell on their faces. Moses said to Aaron, "Take your censer and put fire on it from off the altar, lay incense on it, and carry it quickly to the congregation, and make atonement for them, for the wrath has gone out from the Lord, and the plague had begun." So Aaron took it as Moses said, and ran into the midst of the assembly, and behold, the plague had already begun among the people. He put on the incense and made atonement for the people, and he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stopped. Now those who died in the plague were 14,700, besides those who died in the affair of Korah. And Aaron returned to Moses at the entrance of the tent of meeting when the plague stopped. Numbers chapter 17. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and get from their staff one for each father's house, for all their chiefs according to their father's houses, 12 staffs. Write each man's name on his staff, and write Aaron's name on the staff of Levi. For there shall be one staff for the head of each father's house. Then you shall deposit them in the tent of meeting before the testimony where I meet with you. And the staff of the man whom I chose shall sprout. Thus I will make to cease from me the grumblings of the people of Israel, which they grumble against you." Moses spoke to the people of Israel, and all their chiefs gave him staff, one for each chief according to their father's houses, 12 staff. And the staff of Aaron was among their staff. And Moses deposited the staff before the Lord in the tent of the testimony. On the next day, Moses went into the tent of the testimony, and behold, the staff of Aaron from the house of Levi had sprouted and put forth bud and produced blossom, and it bore ripe almond. Then Moses brought out all the staffs from before the Lord to the people of Israel, and they looked, each man took his staff. And the Lord said to Moses, "Put back the staff of Aaron before the testimony, to be kept as a sign for the rebels, that you may make an end to their grumbling against me, lest they die." Thus did Moses as the Lord commanded him, so he did. And the people of Israel said to Moses, "Behold, we perish. We are undone. We are all undone. Everyone who comes near to the tabernacle of the Lord shall die. Are we all to perish?" Numbers chapter 18. So the Lord said to Aaron, "You and your sons and your father's house with you shall bear iniquity connected with the sanctuary, and you and your son with you shall bear iniquity connected with your priesthood. And with you bring your brothers also, the tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, that they may join you and minister to you, while you and your sons with you are before the tent of the testimony. They shall keep guard over you and over the whole tent, but you shall not come near to the vessels of the sanctuary or to the altar, lest they and you die. They shall join you and keep guard over the tent of meeting for all the service of the tent. No outsider shall come near you, and you shall keep guard over the sanctuary and over the altar, that they may never again be the wrath of on the people of Israel. And behold, I have taken your brothers, the Levites, from among the people of Israel. They are a gift to you, given to the Lord, to do the service of the tent of meeting. You and your son with you shall guard your priesthood for all that concerns the altar and that is within the veil. And you shall serve, I give you your priesthood as a gift, and then any outsider who comes near shall be put to death. And the Lord spoke to Aaron, "Behold, I have given you charge of the contribution made to me. All the consecrated things of the people of Israel, I have given them to you as a portion, and to your sons as a perpetual due. This shall be yours, the most holy things, reserved for the fire. Every offering of theirs, every grain offering of theirs, and every sin offering of theirs, and every guilt offering of theirs, which they render to me, shall be most holy to you and to your son. In the most holy place shall you eat it. Every male may eat it. It is holy to you. This also is yours. The contribution of their gift, all the wave offering of the people of Israel, I have given them to you and to your sons and daughters with you as a perpetual due. Everyone who is clean in your house may eat it, all the best of the oil and all the best of the wine and of the grain, the first fruits of what they give to the Lord, I give to you. The first ripe fruits of all that is in their land, which they bring to the Lord, shall be yours. Everyone who is clean in your house may eat it. Every devoted thing in Israel shall be yours. Everything that opens the womb of all flesh, whether man or beast, which they offer to the Lord, shall be yours. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man you shall redeem, and the firstborn of unclean animals you shall redeem. And the redemption price at a month old you shall redeem them. You shall fix at 5 shekels in a silver. in according to the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerah. But the firstborn of a cow, or the firstborn of a sheep, or a firstborn of a goat, you shall not redeem. They are holy. You shall sprinkle their blood on the altar, and shall burn their fat as a food offering, which is the pleasing aroma to the Lord. But their flesh shall be yours, as the breast that is waved, as the right thigh are yours. All the holy contribution that the people of Israel present to the Lord I give to you and to your sons and daughters with you as a perpetual due. It is the covenant of salt forever before the Lord for you and for your offspring with you. And the Lord said to Aaron, you shall have no inheritance in their land, neither shall you have any portion among them. I am your portion and your inheritance among the people of Israel. To the Levites I have given every tithe in Israel for an inheritance, in return for their service that they do, their service in the tent of meeting, so that the people of Israel do not come near the tent of meeting, lest they bear sin and die. But the Levites shall do the service of the tent of meeting, and they shall bear their iniquity. It shall be a perpetual statute throughout your generation, and among the people of Israel they shall have no inheritance. For the tithe of the people of Israel, which they presented the contribution to the Lord, I have given to the Levites for an inheritance. Therefore I have said to them that they shall have no inheritance among the people of Israel. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, moreover, you shall speak and say to the Levites, when you take from the people of Israel the tithe that I have given you from them for your inheritance, then you shall present a contribution from it to the Lord, a tithe of the tithe. And your contribution shall be counted to you as though it were the grain of the threshing floor and as the fullness of the winepress. So you shall also present a contribution to the Lord from all your tithe which you receive from the people of Israel, and from it you shall give the Lord's contribution to Aaron the priest. Out of all the gift to you, you shall present every contribution due to the Lord. For each its best part is to be dedicated. Therefore you shall say to them, when you have offered from it the best of it, then the rest shall be counted to the Levites as produce of the threshing floor, and as produce of the winepress, and you may eat it in any place, you and your household, for it is your reward in return for your service in the tent of meeting, and you shall bear no sin by reason of it. When you have contributed the best of it, you shall not profane the holy thing of the people of Israel, lest you die. Number chapter 19. Now the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, this is the statute of the law that the Lord has commanded. Tell the people of Israel to bring you a red heifer without defect, in which there is no blemish, on which a yoke has never come. And you shall give it to Eleazar the priest, and it shall be taken outside the camp and slaughtered before him. And Eleazar the priest shall take some of its blood with his finger, and sprinkle some of its blood toward the front of the tent of meeting 7 times. And the heifer shall be burnt in his sight, its skin, its flesh, its blood, and with its dung shall be burnt. The priest shall take the cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet yarn and throw them into the fire, burning the heifer. Then the priest shall wash his clothes and bathe his body in water, and afterwards he may come into the camp. But the priest shall be unclean until evening. The one who burns the heifer shall wash his clothes in water and bathe his body in water, and shall be unclean until evening. A man who is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer and deposit them outside the camp in a clean place, and they shall be kept for the water for impurity for the congregation of the people of Israel. It is a sin offering. And the one who gathered the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. And this shall be a perpetual statute for the people of Israel and for the stranger who sojourns among them. Whoever touches the dead body of any person shall be unclean 7 days. He shall cleanse himself with the water of the third day, and on the 7th day, and so be clean. But if he does not cleanse himself on the third day and on the 7th day, he will not become clean. Whoever touches the dead person, the body of anyone who has died, does not cleanse himself, defiles the tabernacle of the Lord. And that person shall be cut off from Israel, because the water for impurity was not thrown on him. He shall be unclean. His uncleanness is still on him. This is the law when someone dies in a tent. Everyone who comes into the tent and everyone who is in the tent shall be unclean 7 days. Every open vessel that has no cover fastened on it is unclean. Whoever in the open field touches someone who was killed with a sword or who died naturally, or touches a human bone or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. For the unclean they shall take some of the ashes of the burnt sin offering, and the fresh water shall be added in a vessel. Then a clean person shall take hyssop and dip it in the water and sprinkle it on the tent and all the furnishing and on the person who were there, and on whoever touched the bone or the slain or the dead or the grave. And the clean person shall sprinkle it on the unclean on the third day and on the 7th day. Thus on the 7th day he shall cleanse him, and he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and at evening he shall be clean. If the man who is unclean does not cleanse himself, that the person shall be cut off from the midst of the assembly, since he has defiled the sanctuary of the Lord. Because the water for impurity has not been thrown on him, he is unclean. And it shall be a statute forever for them. The one who sprinkles the water for the impurity shall wash his clothes, and the one who touches the water for impurity shall be unclean until evening. Whatever the unclean person touches shall be unclean, and anyone who touches it shall be unclean until evening. Numbers chapter 20. And the people of Israel, the whole congregation, came into the wilderness of Zin in the first month, and the people stayed in Kadesh. And Miriam died there and was buried there. Now there was no water for the congregation, and they assembled themselves together against Moses and against Aaron. And the people quarreled with Moses and said, would that we had perished when our brothers perished before the Lord. Why have you brought the assembly of the Lord into this wilderness that we should die here, both we and our cattle? And why have you made us come up out of Egypt to bring us to this evil place? It is no place for grain or figs or wines or pomegranates, and there is no water to drink. Then Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly to the entrance of the tent of meeting and fell on their faces. The glory of the Lord appeared to them. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, take the staff and assemble the congregation, you and Aaron your brother, and tell the rock before their eyes to yield its water. So you shall bring water out of the rock for them and give drink to the congregation and the cattle. And Moses took the staff from before the Lord as he commanded him. Then Moses and Aaron gathered the assembly together before the rock, and he said to them, hear now, you rebels, shall we bring water for you out of this rock? And Moses lifted up his hand and struck the rock with his staff twice. Water came out abundantly, and the congregation drank then their livestock. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, because you did not believe in me to uphold me as holy in the eyes of the people of Israel, therefore you shall not bring this assembly into the land that I have given them. These are the waters of Meribah, where the people of Israel quarreled with the Lord, though through them he showed himself holy. Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. Thus says your brother Israel, you know all the hardship that we have met, how our fathers went down to Egypt, and we lived in Egypt a long time, and the Egyptians dealt harshly with us and our fathers. And when we cried to the Lord, he heard our voice and sent an angel and brought us out of Egypt. And here we are in Kadesh, a city on the edge of your territory. Please let us pass through your land. We will not pass through field or vineyard or drink water from a well. We will go along the king's highway. We will not turn aside to the right hand or to the left until we have passed through your territory. But Edom said to him, you shall not pass through, lest I come out with the sword against you. And the people of Israel said to him, we will go up by the highway, and if we drink of your water, and I and my livestock, then I will pay for it. Let me only pass through on foot, nothing more. But he said, we shall not pass through. And Edom came out against them with a large army and with a strong foot. Thus Edom refused to give Israel passage through his territory. So Israel turned away from him. And they journeyed from Kadesh, and the people of Israel, the whole congregation, came to Mount Hor. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron at Mount Hor, on the border of the land of Edom, let Aaron be gathered to his people, for he shall not enter the land that I have given to the people of Israel, because you rebelled against my command at the waters of Meribah. Take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them up to Mount Hor. Strip Aaron of his garment and put them on Eleazar his son. And Aaron shall be gathered to his people and shall die there. Moses did as the Lord commanded, and they went up to Mount Hor in the sight of all the congregation. And Moses stripped Aaron of his garment and put them on Eleazar his son, and Aaron died there on the top of the mountain. Then Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain, and when all the congregation saw that Aaron had perished, all the house of Israel wept for Aaron 30 days. Numbers 21. When the Canaanite, the king of Arad, who lived in Negev, heard that Israel was coming by the way of Atharim, he fought against Israel and took some of them captive. And Israel vowed a vow to the Lord and said, if you will indeed give these people into my hand, then I will devote their cities to destruction. The Lord heeded the voice of Israel and gave over the Canaanites, and they devoted them to their cities to destruction. So the name of the place was called Hormah. From Mount Hor, they set out by the way to the Red Sea to go around the land of Edom. The people became impatient on the way, and the people spoke against God and against Moses. Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food, no water, and we loathe this worthless food. Then the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, so that many people of Israel died. And the people came to Moses and said, we have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against you. Pray to the Lord that he take away the serpents from us. So Moses prayed for the people, and the Lord said to Moses, make a fiery serpent and set it on a pole, and everyone who is bitten when he sees it shall live. So Moses made a bronze serpent and set it on a pole, and if a serpent bit anyone, he would look under the bronze serpent and live. And the people of Israel set out and camped in Oboth. And they set out from Oboth and camped into Ayabarim, in the wilderness that is opposite Moab, towards the sunrise. From there they set out and camped in the valley of Zered. From there they set out and camped on the other side of the Arnon, which is in the wilderness that extend from the borders of the Amorites from the Arnon in the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. Therefore it is said in the book of the wars of the Lord, Wahib in Supa and the valleys of Arnon, the slope of the valleys that extend to the sit of Ar and lean to the border of Moab. And from there they continue to Beer, that is the well of which the Lord said to Moses, gather the people together so that I may give them water. Then Israel sang this song, spring up, O well, sing to it. The well that the princes made that the nobles of the people dug with the scepter and with their staff. And from the wilderness they went on to Matana, from Matana to Nahaliel, and from Nahaliel to Bamoth, and from Bamoth to the valley lying in the region of Moab by the top of Siga that looks down from the desert. Then Israel sent messengers to Sihon, the king of the Amorites, saying, "Let me pass through your land. We will not turn aside into the field or vineyard. We will not drink the water of a well. We will go by the king's highway until we have passed through your territory." But Sihon could not allow Israel to pass through his territory. He gathered all his people together and went out against Israel to the wilderness and came to Zahaz and fought against Israel. And Israel defeated him with the edge of the sword and took possession of his land from Arnon to the Jabbok, as far as to the Ammonites, for the border of the Ammonites was strong, and Israel took all the cities, and Israel settled in all the cities of the Amorites, in Heshbon and in all its villages. For Heshbon was the city of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and taken all his land out of his hand as far as Arnon. Therefore the ballad singers say, "Come on to Heshbon, let it be built. Let the city of Sihon be established. For fire came out from Heshbon, flame from the city of Sihon. It devoured Ar of Moab, and swallowed the heights of Arnon. Woe to you, O Moab, you are undone, O people of Chemosh. He had made his son fugitives and his daughters captives to an Amorite king Sihon. So we overthrew them. Heshbon as far as Dibon perished, as we laid waste as far as Nopah. Fire spread as far as Medeba. Thus Israel lived in the land of the Amorites, and Moses sent to spy out Zazir, and they captured its villages and dispossessed the Amorites who were there. Then they turned and went up by the way to Bashan, and Og, the king of Bashan, came out against them, and he and all his people to battle at Edrei. But the Lord said to Moses, "Do not fear him, for I have given him into your hand, and all his people and his land, and you shall do to him as you did to Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon." So they defeated him, his sons, and all his people until he had no survivor left, and they possessed his land. Numbers chapter 22. Then the people of Israel
Christina,
set out and
Christina,
yes, sir.
uh, I'll give you just a little bit break. Winnie will read 5 chapters and then you get back. Okay. She'll
Okay,
go
sir.
till
Fine.
37. Okay. And then you can
37.
27. She'll go till 27 and then you can.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Fine. No problem. No problem, sir.
Numbers 22. Then the people of Israel set out and camped in the plains of Moab beyond the Jordan at Jericho. And Balak the son of Zippor saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab was in great dread of the people because they were many. Moab was overcome with fear for the people of Israel, and Moab said to the elders of Midian, "This horde will now lick up all that is around us as the ox licks up the grass of the field." So Balak the son of Zippor, who was king of Moab at that time, sent messengers to Balaam the son of Beor of Pethor, which is near the river in the land of the people of Ammon, to call him, saying, "Behold, the people has come out of Egypt. They cover the face of the earth, and they are dwelling opposite me. Come now, curse this people for for me, since they are too mighty for me. Perhaps I shall be able to defeat them and drive them from the land. For I know what that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you curse is cursed." So the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with a feast for divination in their hand, and they came to Balaam and gave him Balak's message. And he said to them, "Lodge here tonight, and I will bring back word to you as the Lord speaks to me." So the princes of Moab stayed with Balaam, and came to Balaam and said, "Who are these men with you?" And Balaam said to God, "Balak the son of Zippor, the king of Moab, has sent to me, saying, Behold, a people has come out of Egypt, and it covers the face of the earth, and now curse them for me. Perhaps I shall be able to fight against them and drive them out." God said to Balaam, "You shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed." So Balaam rose in the morning and said to the princes of Balak, "Go to your own land, for the Lord has refused to let me go with you." So the princes of Moab rose and went to Balak and said, "Balaam refuses to come with us." Once again, Balak's princes, more in number and more honorable than these. And they came to Balaam and said to him, "Thus says Balak the son of Zippor, let nothing hinder you from coming to me. For I will surely do you great honor, and whatever you say to me, I will do. Come, curse this people for me." But Balaam answered and said to the servants of Balak, "Though Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not go beyond the command of the Lord my God to do less or more. So you too Please stay here tonight that I may know what more the Lord will say to me. And God came to Balaam at night and said to him, if the men have come to you, rise, go with them, but only do what I tell you. So Balaam rose in the morning and saddled his donkey and went with the princes of Moab. But God's anger was kindled because he went, and the angel of the Lord took his stand in the way as his adversary. Now he was riding on the donkey, and his two servants were with him. And the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with a drawn sword in his hand. And the donkey turned aside out of the road and went into the field. And Balaam struck the donkey to turn her into the road. Then the angel of the Lord stood in a narrow path between the vineyards with a wall on either side. And when the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she pushed against the wall and pressed Balaam's foot against the wall. So he struck her again. Then the angel of the Lord went ahead and stood in a narrow place where there was no way to turn either to the right or to the left. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she lay down under Balaam, and Balaam's anger was kindled, and he struck the donkey with his staff. Then the Lord opened the mouth of the donkey, and she said to Balaam, what have I done to you that you have struck me these three times? And Balaam said to the donkey, because you have made a fool of me. I wish I had a sword in my hand for then I would kill you. And the donkey said to Balaam, am I not your donkey, on which you have ridden all your life long to this day? Is it my habit to treat you this way? And he said, no. Then the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, with this drawn sword in his hand, and he bowed down and fell on his face. And the angel of the Lord said to him, why have you struck your donkey these three times? Behold, I have come out to oppose you, because your way is perverse before me. The donkey saw me and turned aside because before me these three times. If she had not turned aside from me, surely just now I would have killed you and let her live. Then Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, I have sinned, for I did not know that you stood in the road against me. Now therefore, if it is evil in your sight, I will turn back. Then the angel of the Lord said to Balaam, go with the men, but speak only the word that I tell you. So Balaam went on to the princes of Balak. When Balak heard that Balaam had come, he went out to meet him at the city of Moab on the border formed by the Arnon at the extremity of the border. And Balak said to Balaam, did I not send to you to call you? Why did you not come to me? Am I not able to honor you? Balaam said to Balak, behold, I have come to you. Have I now any power of my own to speak anything? The word the Lord that God puts in my mouth, that I speak. Then Balaam went with Balak, and they came to Kiriath Huzoth. And Balak sacrificed oxen and sheep and sent for Balaam and for the princes who were with him. And in the morning, Balak took Balaam and brought him up to Bamoth Baal, and from there he saw a fraction of the people. Numbers 23. And Balak said to Balak, build for me here seven altars and prepare for me seven bulls and seven rams. Balak did as Balaam had said, and Balak and Balaam offered on each altar a bull and a ram. And Balak said to Balak, stand before your burnt offering, and I will go. Perhaps the Lord will come to meet me, and whatever he shows me, I will tell you. And he went to bear a height, and God met Balaam, and Balaam said to him, I have arranged the seven altars, and I have offered on each altar a bull and a ram. And the Lord put a word in Balaam's mouth and said, return to Balak, and thus you shall speak. And he returned to him, and behold, he and all the princes of Moab were standing beside his burnt offering. And Balaam took up his disclosure and said, from Aram Balak has brought me and the king of Moab from the eastern mountains. Come curse Jacob for me, and come denounce Israel. How can I curse whom God has not cursed? How can I denounce whom the Lord has not denounced? For from the top of the crags I see him, from the hills I behold him. Behold, a people dwelling alone, and not counting himself among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob, or number the fourth part of Israel? Let me die the death of the upright, and let my end be like this. And Balak said to Balaam, what have you done to me? I took you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have done nothing but bless them. And he answered and said, must I not take care to speak what the Lord puts in my mouth? And Balak said to him, please come with me to another place from which you may see them. You shall see only a fraction of them, and shall not see them at all. Then curse them for me from there. And he took them to the field of Zophim, to the top of Pisgah, and built seven altars and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Balaam said to Balak, stand here beside your burnt offering while I meet the Lord over there. And the Lord met Balaam and put word in his mouth and said, return to Balak, and thus shall you speak. And he came to him, and behold, he was standing beside his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balak said to him, what has the Lord spoken? And Balaam took up his discourse and said, rise, Balak, and hear. Gear to me, O son of Zippor. God is not man that he should lie, or a man, son of man that he should change his mind. Has he said and will he not do it, or has he spoken and will he not fulfill it? Behold, I received a command to bless. He has blessed, and I cannot revoke it. He has not beheld misfortune in Jacob, nor has he seen trouble in Israel. The Lord their God is with them, and the shout of a king is among them. God brings them out of Egypt and is for them like the horns of the wild dogs. For there is no enchantment against Jacob, no divination against Israel. Now it shall be said of Jacob and Israel, what has God wrought? Behold the people, as a lioness it rises up, and as a lion it lifts itself. It does not lie down until it has devoured the prey and wrung the blood of the slain. And Balak said to Balaam, do not curse them at all, and do not bless them at all. But Balaam answered Balak, did I not tell you all that the Lord says that I must do? And Balak said to Balaam, come now, I will take you to another place. Perhaps it will please God that you may curse them for me from there. So Balak took Balaam to the top of Peror, which overlooks the desert. And Balaam said to Balak, build for me here 7 altars and prepare for me here 7 bulls and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had said and offered a bull and a ram at each on each altar. Numbers 24. And when Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not go as at other times. He to look for omens, but set his face towards the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes and saw Israel camping tribe by tribe. And the Spirit of the God came upon him, and he took up his discourse and said, the oracle of Balaam, the son of Beor, the oracle of the man whose eye is opened, the oracle of him who hears the words of God, who sees a vision of the Almighty, falling down with his eyes uncovered. How lovely are your tents, O Jacob, your encampments, O Israel, like palm groves that stretch afar, like gardens beside a river, like aloes that the Lord has planted, like cedar trees beside the waters. Water shall flow from his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters. His king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. God brings him out of Egypt, and is for him like the horns of the wild dogs. He shall eat up the nations, his adversaries, and shall break their bones in pieces, and pierce them through with his arrows. He crouched, he lay down like a lion, and like a lioness, who will rouse him up? Blessed are those who bless you, and cursed are those who curse you. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he struck his hands together. And Balak said to Balaam, I called you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have blessed them these 3 times. Therefore, you now flee to your own place. I said, I will certainly honor you, but the Lord has held you back from honor. And Balaam said to Balak, did I not tell your messengers whom you sent to me? If Balak should give me his house full of silver and gold, I would not be able to go beyond the word of the Lord to do either good or bad of my own will. What the Lord speaks, that will I speak. And now, behold, I am going to my people. Come, I will let you know what this people will do to your people in the latter days. And he took up his discourse and said, the oracle of Balaam, the son of Beor, the oracle of the man whose eye is opened, the oracle of him who hears the words of God and knows the knowledge of the Most High, who sees the vision of the Almighty falling down with his eyes uncovered. I see him now, I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. A star shall come out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel. It shall crush the forehead of Moab and break down all the sons of Sheth. Edom will be dispossessed. Seir also, his enemies shall be dispossessed. Israel is doing valiantly, and one from Jacob shall exercise dominion and destroy the survivors of cities. Then he looked on Amalek and took up his discourse and said, Amalek was the first among the nations, but at its end is utter destruction. And he looked on the Canaanite and took up his discourse and said, enduring is your dwelling place, and your nest is set in the rock. Nevertheless, Cain shall be burned, and Ashur takes you away captive. And he took up his discourse and said, alas, who shall live when God does this? And but ships shall come from Kittim and shall afflict Ashur and Eber, and he too shall come to utter destruction. And then Balaam rose and went back to his place. Numbers 25. While Israel lived in Shittim, the people began to war with the daughters of Moab. These invited the people to to the sacrifices of their gods, and the people ate and bowed down to their gods. So Israel yoked himself to Baal of Peor, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, take all the chiefs of the people and hang them in the sun before the Lord, and that the fierce anger of the Lord may turn away from Israel. And Moses said to the judges of Israel, each of you kill those of us men who have yoked themselves to Baal of Peor. And behold, one of the people of Israel came up and brought a Midianite woman to his family in the sight of Moses and in the front of the whole congregation of the people of Israel, while they were weeping in the entrance of the tent of meeting. When Phinehas, the son of Elias, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw it, he arose and left the congregation and took a spear in his hand and went after the man of Israel into the chamber and pierced both of them, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly. Thus the plague on the people of Israel was stopped. Nevertheless, those who died by the plague were 24,000. That and the Lord said to Moses, Phinehas, the son of Elias, the son of Aaron, the priest, has turned back my wrath from the people of Israel, in that he was jealous, and my jealousy among them, so that I did not consume the people of Israel in my jealousy. Therefore say, Behold, I give to him my covenant of peace, and it shall be to him and to his descendants after him the covenant of a perpetual priesthood, because he was jealous for his God and made atonement for the people of Israel. The name of the slain man of Israel who was killed with the Midianite woman was Zimri, the son of Zalu, the chief of a father's house belonging to the Shimeonites. And the name of the Midianite woman who was killed was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur, who was a tribal head of a father's house in Midian. And the Lord said to Moses, saying, Harass the Midianites and strike them down, for they have harassed you with their wiles, with which they beguiled you in the matter of Peror and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of the chief of Midian, their sister, who was killed on the day of the plague on account of Peror. Numbers 26. After the plague, the Lord said to Moses and to Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, take a census of all the congregation of the people of Israel from 20 years old and upwards by their fathers' houses, all in Israel who are able to go to war. And Moses and Eleazar the priest spoke with them in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, take a census of the people from 20 years old and upwards, as the Lord commanded Moses. These people of Israel who came out of Egypt were Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, the sons of Reuben of Hanok, the clan of Hanokites, of Palu, the clan of the Paluites, of Hezron, the clan of Hezronites, of Carmi, the clan of Carmites. These are the clans of the Reubenites, and those listed were 43,730. And the sons of Palu, Eliab, the sons of Eliab, Nemuel, Datan, and Abiram. These are the Datan and Abiram, chosen from the congregation, who contended against Moses and Aaron in the company of Korah, when they contended against the Lord. And the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up together with Korah. And when that company died, when the fire devoured 250 men, and they became a warning. But the sons of Korah did not die. The sons of Simeon, according to their clans, of Nemuel, the clan of the Nemulites, of Jamin, the clan of the Jaminites, of Jachin, the clan of Jachinites, Jachinites, of Zerah, the clan of the Zerites, of Shaul, the clan of Shaulites. These are the clan of Shimeonites, 22,200. The sons of Gad, according to their clans, of Zephon, the clan of Zephonites, of Haggai, the clan of the Haggaites, of Shuni, the clan of Shunites, of Osni, the clan of Osnites, of Eri, the clan of the Ernites, of Arnod, the clan of the Arodites, of Areli, the clan of the Arelites. These are the clans of the sons of Gad, as they were listed, 40,500. The sons of Judah were and Onan, and and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Judah, according to the clans, were of Shelah, the clan of the Shelites, of Perez, the clan of the Perizzites, of Zerah, the clan of the Zerahites, and the sons of Perez were of Hezron, the clan of the Hezronites, of Hamul, the clan of the Hamulites. These are the clans of Judah, as they were listed, 76,500. The sons of Issachar, according to their clans, of Tola, the clan of the Tolaites, of Puvah, the clan of the Punites, of the Jashub, the clan of the Jashubites, of Shimron, the clan of the Shimronites. These are the clans of Issachar, as they were listed, 64,300. The clan of Zebulun, according to their clans, of Zered, the clan of the Zeredites, of Elon, the clan of the Zelonites, of Jahael, the clan of the Jahilites. These are the clans of the Zebulunites, as they were listed, 60,500. The sons of Joseph, according to their clans, Manasseh and Ephraim, the sons of Manasseh, of Machir, the son of the clan of the Machirites, and Machir was the father of Gilead, the clan of Gileadites. The son of These are the sons of Gilead, of Azir, of the clan of Izerites, of Helek, the clan of the Helekites, and of Azrael, the clan of the Azraelites, and of Shechem, the clan of Shechemites, and of Shemida, the clan of Shemedites, and of Hefer, the clan of Heferites. And Zelophehad, the son of Hefer, had no sons but daughters, and the names of the daughters of Zelophehad were Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. These are the clans of Manasseh, and those listed by 52,700. These are the sons of Ephraim according to the clans of Shutelah, the clan of Shutelites, of Becher, the clan of Becherites, of Tahan, the clan of the Tahanites, and these are the sons of Shutelah, of Aaron, the clan of the Aaronites. These are the clans of the sons of Ephraim as they were listed 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph according to the clans. The sons of Benjamin according to the clans of Bela, the clan of the Belalites, of Ashbel, the clan of the Ashbelites, of Ahiram, the clan of the Ahiramites, of Shephufam, the clan of Shufamites, of Hufam, the clan of Hufamites, and the sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman of Ard, the clan of Ardites, of Naaman, the clan of the Naamites. These are the sons of Benjamin according to their clans, and those listed were 45,600. These are the sons of Dan according to their clans of Shuham, the clan of Shuhamites. These are the clans of Dan according to their clans, and all the clans of the Shuhamites as they were listed were 64,400. The sons of Asher according to the clans of Imnah, the clan of Imnites, of Ishvi, the clan of the Ishvites, of Beriah, the clan of the Berites, of the sons of Beriah, of Heber, the clan of the Heberites, of Malkiel, the clan of the Malkiites, and the name of the daughter of Asher was Sarah. These are the clans of the sons of Asher as they were listed for 53,400. And the sons of Naphtali according to their clans of Jashil, the clan of the Jashilites, of Guni, the clan of the Gunites, of Jesher, the clan of the Jesherites, of Shelem, the clan of the Shemalites. These are the clans of Naphtali according to their clans, and those listed by 45,400. And this was the list of the people of Israel 601730. The Lord said, spoke to Moses, saying, "And among these the land shall be divided for inheritance according to the number of names. To a tribe you shall give a large inheritance, and to a small tribe you shall give a small inheritance. Give every tribe shall be given its inheritance in proportion to its list. But the land shall be divided by lot according to the names of the tribes of their fathers. They shall inherit. The inheritance shall be divided according to lot between the larger and the smaller. This was a list of the Levites according to their clans of Gershon, the clan of Gershonites, of Kotam, Kohath, the clan of Kohathites, of Merari, the clan of Merarites. These are the clans of Levi, the clan of Lebnites, the clan of the Hebronites, the clan of Mahilites, the clan of the Mushites, the clan of Koharites. The Kohath was the father of Amram. The name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, who was born to Levi in Egypt. And she bore to Amram, Aaron, and Moses, and Miriam, their sister. And to Aaron was born Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. But Nadab and Abihu died when they offered unauthorized fire before the Lord, and those listed by 23,000, every male from a month old and upwards. For they were not listed among the people of Israel, because there was no inheritance given to them among the people of Israel. These are those listed by Moses and Eleazar the priest, who listed the people of Israel in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. But among these there are not one of those listed by Moses and Aaron the priest, who had listed the people of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. For the Lord had said of them, they will die in the wilderness. Not one of them was left, except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun. Numbers 27. Then drew near the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Epher, son of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, from the clans of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. The names of the daughters were Mahlah, Noah, Oglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moses and before Eleazar the priest and before the chiefs and all the congregation and at the entrance of the tent of meeting, saying, "Our father died in the wilderness. He was not among the among the company of those who gathered themselves against together against the Lord in the company of Korah, but died for his own sin. And he had no sons. Why should the name of our father be taken away from his clan because he had no son? Give to us a possession among our father's brothers." Moses brought this case before the Lord, and the Lord said to Moses, "The daughters of Zelophehad are right. You shall give them possession of an inheritance among their father's brothers, and transfer the inheritance of their father to them. And you shall speak to the people of Israel, saying, if a man dies and has no son, then you shall transfer his inheritance to his daughter. And if he has no daughter, then you shall give his inheritance to his brothers. And if he has uh, no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his father's brothers. And if his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to the nearest kinsman of his clan, and he shall possess it. And it shall be for the people of Israel a statute and rule as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses, go up into the mountain of Abarim, and see the land that I have given to the people of Israel. When you have seen it, you also shall be gathered to your people as your brother Aaron was, because you have rebelled against my word in the wilderness of Zin, where the congregation quarrel, failing to uphold me as a holy at the waters before their eyes. These are the waters of Meribah and Kadesh in the wilderness of Sin. Moses spoke to Lord, saying, let the Lord, the God of the spirits of all flesh, appoint a man over the congregation who shall go out before them and come in before them, who shall lead them out and bring them in, that the congregation of the Lord may not be a sheep which has no shepherd. So the Lord said to Moses, take Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom is the spirit, and lay your hand on him. Make him stand before Eleazar the priest and all the congregation, and you shall commission him in their sight. You shall invest him with some of your authority, that all the congregation of the people of Israel shall may obey. And he shall stand before Eleazar the priest. You shall inquire for him by the judgment of the Urim before the Lord. At his word they shall go out, and at his word they shall come in, both he and all the people of Israel with him, the whole congregation. And Moses did as the Lord commanded him. He took Joshua and made him stand before Eleazar the priest and the whole congregation, and he laid his hands on him and commissioned him as the Lord directed through Moses. Christina?
Numbers Yes, Numbers chapter 28. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, command the people of Israel and say to them, my offering, my food for my food offering, my pleasing aroma, you shall be careful to offer to me at its appointed time. And you shall say to them, this is the food offering that you shall offer to the Lord. 2 male lambs a year without blemish, day by day, as a regular offering. One lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at twilight. Also a tenth of an ephah of fine flour for a grain offering, mixed with a quarter of a hin of beaten oil. It is the regular burnt offering, which was ordained at Mount Sinai for a pleasing aroma, a food offering to the Lord. Its a drink offering shall be a quarter of a hin for each lamb. In the holy place you shall pour out a drink offering of strong drink to the Lord. The other lamb you shall offer at twilight, like the grain offering of the morning, and like a drink offering you shall offer it as a food offering, as the pleasing aroma to the Lord. Numbers 29. On the Sabbath day, 2 male lambs a year old without blemish, and a 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with oil and its drink offering. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, beside the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. At the beginning of your month, you shall offer a burnt offering to the Lord: 2 bulls from the herd, 1 ram, 7 male lambs, and a year old without blemish. Also, 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with oil for each bull, and 2/10 of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with oil for 1 ram, and a tenth of a fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering for every lamb for a burnt offering with a pleasing aroma, a food offering to the Lord. Their drink offering shall be half a hin of wine for a bull, a third of a hin for a ram, and a quarter of a hin for a lamb. This is the burnt offering of each month throughout the months of the year. Also, 1 male goat for a sin offering to the Lord. It shall be offered beside the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. On the 14th day of the first month is the Lord's Passover, and on the 15th day of this month is the feast. 7 days shall unleavened bread be eaten. On the first day there shall be a holy convocation. You must not do any ordinary work, but offer a food offering, a burnt offering to the Lord: 2 bulls from the herd, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old. See that they are without blemish. Also their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil. 3/10 of an ephah you shall offer for a bull, and 2/10 for a ram. A tenth or shall you offer for each of the 7 lambs. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, to make atonement for you. You shall offer these beside the burnt offering of the morning, which is for a regular burnt offering. In the same way, you shall offer daily for 7 days the food of a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. It shall be offered beside the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. And on the 7th day, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work. On the day of the first fruit, when you offer a grain offering of a new grain to the Lord at your feast of weeks, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work, but offer a burnt offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. Two bulls from the herd, one ram, seven male lambs a year old. Also their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for each bull, 2/10 for an ram, 1/10 for each of the seven lambs, with one male goat to make atonement for you, beside the regular burnt offering and its grain offering. You shall offer them and their drink offering. See that they are without blemish. Numbers chapter 29. On the first day of the seventh month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work. It is a day for you to blow the trumpets, and you shall offer a burnt offering for a pleasing aroma to the Lord. One bull from the herd, one ram, seven male lambs a year old without blemish. Also their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for a bull, 2/10 for the ram, and a tenth for each of the seven lambs, with one male goat for a sin offering to make atonement for you, beside the burnt offering of the new moon and its grain offering, and the regular burnt offering and its grain offering, and their drink offering, according to the rule for them for a pleasing aroma, a food offering to the Lord. On the 10th day of this seventh month, you shall have a holy convocation and afflict yourself. You shall do no work, but you shall offer a burnt offering to the Lord, a pleasing aroma, one bull from the herd, one ram, and seven male lambs a year old. See that they are without blemish, and their grain offering shall be of fine flour mixed with oil. 3/10 of an ephah for the bull, 2/10 for the ram, and a tenth for each of the seven lambs. Also one male goat for a sin offering, beside the sin offering of atonement, and the regular burnt offering, and its grain offering, and their drink offering. On the 15th day of the seventh month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work. You shall keep a feast to the Lord 7 days. And you shall offer a burnt offering, a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. 13 bulls from the herd, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old. They shall be without blemish, and their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for each of the 13 bulls, 2/10 of for each of the 2 rams, a tenth for each of the 14 lambs, also one male goat for a sin offering beside the regular burnt offering, its grain offering and its drink offering. On the second day, 12 bulls from the herd, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without blemish, with the grain offering and the drink offering for the bull, for the rams and for the lambs in the prescribed quantities, also one male goat for a sin offering, beside the regular burnt offering and its grain offering and their drink offering. On the third day, 11 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, a year old without blemish, with the grain offering and the drink offering for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs in the prescribed quantities, also one male goat for a sin offering, beside the regular burnt offering and its grain offering and its drink offering. On the fourth day, 10 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, a year old without blemish, with the grain offering and drink offering for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs in the prescribed quantities. Also, one male goat for a sin offering, beside a regular burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. On the fifth day, 9 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, a year old without blemish, with a grain offering and drink offering for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs in the prescribed quantities. Also, one male goat for a sin offering, beside a regular burnt offering and its grain offering and its drink offering. On the sixth day, 8 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, a year old without blemish, with the grain offering and the drink offering for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs in the prescribed quantities. Also, one male goat for a sin offering, beside the regular burnt offering, its grain offering and its drink offering. On the seventh day, 7 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, a year old without blemish, with the grain offering and the drink offering for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs in the prescribed quantity. Also, one male goat for a sin offering, beside the regular burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. On the eighth day you shall have a solemn assembly. You shall not do any ordinary work, but you shall offer a burnt offering, a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord, 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without blemish, and the grain offering and the drink offering for the bull, for the ram, and for the lambs in their prescribed quantities. Also one male goat for a sin offering, beside the regular burnt offering and its grain offering and its drink offering. These you shall offer to the Lord at your appointed feast, in addition to your vow offerings and your freewill offering, for your burnt offering, and for your grain offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offering. So Moses told the people of Israel everything just as the Lord has commanded Moses. Numbers 30. Moses spoke to the heads of the tribes of the people of Israel, saying, This is what the Lord has commanded. If a man vows a vow to the Lord or swears an oath to bind himself by a pledge, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. If a woman vows a vow to the Lord and binds herself by a pledge, while within her father's house in her youth, her father hears her of a vow and of a pledge by which she has bound herself and says nothing to her, then all her vows shall stand, and every pledge by which she has bound herself shall stand. But if her father opposes her on the day that he hears of it, no vow of hers, no pledge by which she has bound herself shall stand, and the Lord will forgive her because the father opposed her. If she marries the husband while under her vow of any thoughtless utterance of her lips by which she has bound herself, and her husband hears of it and says nothing to her on the day that he hears, then her vow shall stand, and a pledge by which she has bound herself shall stand. But if on the day that her husband comes to hear of it and he opposes her, then he makes her void her vow that was on her, and the thoughtless utterance of her lips by which she bound herself, and the Lord will forgive her. But any vow of a widow or of a divorced woman, anything by which she has bound herself, shall stand against her. If she vowed in her husband's house or bound herself by a pledge with an oath, and her husband heard of it and said nothing to her and did not oppose her, then all her vows shall stand, and every pledge by which she bound herself shall stand. But if her husband make them null and void on the day that he hears them, then whatever proceeds out of her lips concerning her vows or concerning her pledge of herself shall not stand. Her husband has made them void, and the Lord will forgive her. Any vow and any binding oath to afflict herself, her husband may establish, or her husband may make void. But if her husband says nothing to her from the day to day, then he established all her vows or all her pledges that are upon her. He has established them because he said nothing to her on the day that he heard of them. But if he makes them null and void after he has heard of them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes that the Lord commanded Moses about a man and his wife, about a father and his daughter, while she is in her youth within her father's house. Numbers chapter 31. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Avenge the people of Israel on the Midianites. Afterwards you shall be gathered to your people. So Moses spoke to the people, saying, Arm men from among you for the war, that they may go against Midian to execute the Lord vengeance on Midian. You shall send 1,000 from each of the tribe of Israel to the war. So they were provided out of the thousands of Israel, 1,000 from each tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moses sent them to the war, 1,000 from each tribe, together with Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest, with the vessels of the sanctuary and the trumpets for the alarm in his hand. They warred against Midian as the Lord commanded Moses and killed every male. They killed the king of Midian with the rest of their slain, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian. And they also killed Balaam the son of Beor with the sword. And the people of Israel took captive the women of Midian and their little ones, and they took plunder all their cattle, their flocks, and all their goods, all their cities in the place where they lived, and all their encampment they burned with fire, and took all the spoil and all the plunder, both of men and of beasts. Then they brought the captives and the plunder and the spoil to Moses and to Eleazar the priest, and to the congregation of the people of Israel at the camp on the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. Moses and Eleazar the priest and all the chiefs of the congregation went out to meet them outside the camp. And Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of thousands and the commanders of 100 who had come from service in the war. Moses said to them, Have you let all the women live? Behold, these, on Balaam's advice, caused the people of Israel to act treacherously against the Lord in the incident of Pur. So the plague came among the congregation of the Lord. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by lying with him. But all the young girls who have not known man by lying with him, keep alive for yourself, and camp outside the camp 7 days. Whoever of you has killed any person, and whoever has touched any slain, purify yourself and your captives on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, and you shall purify every garment, every article of skin, all work of goat's hair, and every article of wood. Then Eleazar the priest said to the men in the army who had gone to battle, This is the statute of the law that the Lord has commanded Moses. Only the gold, the silver, and the bronze, the iron, and the tin, and the lead, everything that can stand the fire, you shall pass to the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall also be purified with the water for impurity. And whatever cannot stand the fire, you shall pass through the water. You must wash your clothes on the 7th day, and you shall be clean. And afterwards you may come into the camp. The Lord said to Moses, Take the count of the plunder that was taken, both of man and of beast, you and Eleazar the priest and the heads of the fathers' houses of the congregation. Divide the plunder into 2 parts between the warriors who went out to battle and all the congregation, and levy for the Lord a tribute from the men of war who went out to battle, one out of 500 of the people, and of the oxen, and of the donkeys, and of the flock. Take it from their half, and give it to Eleazar the priest as a contribution to the Lord. And from the people of Israel, half you shall take one drawn out of every 50 of the people, of the oxen, of the donkeys, and of the flocks, and of all the cattle, then give them to the Levites who keep guard over the tabernacle of the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses. Now the plunder remaining of the spoil that the army took was 675,000 sheep, 72,000 cattle, 61,000 donkeys, and 32,000 persons in all, women who had not known man by lying with him. And the half of the portion of those who had gone out into the army numbered 337,500 sheep, and the Lord's tribute of sheep was 675. The cattle were 36,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 72. The donkeys were 30,500, of which the Lord's tribute was 61. The persons were 16,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 32 persons. And Moses gave the tribute, which was the contribution for the Lord, to Eleazar the priest, as the Lord commanded Moses. From the people of Israel, half which Moses separated from that of the men who had served in the army. Now the congregation's half was 337,500 sheep, 36,000 cattle, 30,500 donkeys, and 16,000 persons. From the people of Israel, half Moses took one of every 50, both of person and of beast, and gave them to the Levites who kept guard over the tabernacle of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then the officers who were over the thousands of the army, the commanders of thousands and the commanders of hundreds, came near to Moses and said to Moses, Your servant have counted the men of war who are under our command, and there is not a man missing from us. And we have brought the Lord's offering, what each man found, articles of gold, armlets and bracelets, signet rings, earrings, and beads, to make atonement for ourselves before the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar the priest received from them the gold, all crafted articles, and all the gold of the contribution that they presented to the Lord from the commanders of thousands and the commanders of hundreds was 16,750 shekels. The men in the army had each taken plunder for himself. And Moses and Eleazar the priest received the gold from the commanders of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it to the tent of meeting as a memorial for the people of Israel before the Lord. Number 32. Now the people of Reuben and the people of Gad had a very great number of livestock, and they saw the land of Zazir and the land of Gilead, and behold, a place was the place for livestock. So the people of Gad and the people of Reuben came and said to Moses and Eleazar the priest and to the chief of the congregation, Ataroth, Dibon, Zazer, Nimrah, Hezbon, Eliah, Sebam, Nebo, and Beon, the land that the Lord struck down before the congregation of Israel is the land for livestock, and your servants have livestock. And they said, If we have found favor in your sight, let this land be given to your servant for a possession. Do not take us across the Jordan. But Moses said to the people of Gad and to the people of Reuben, Shall your brothers go to the war while you sit here? Why will you discourage the hearts of the people of Israel from going over into the land that the Lord has given them? Your fathers did this when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. For when they went up to the valley of Eshcol, they saw the land. They discharged the heart of the people of Israel from going into the land that the Lord had given them. And the Lord's anger was kindled on that day, and he swore, saying, Surely none of the men who came out of Egypt from 20 years old and upward shall see the land that I swore to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, because they have not wholly followed me. None except Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Kenizzite the Kenizzite and Joshua the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed the Lord. And the Lord's anger was kindled against Israel, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of the Lord was gone. And behold, you have risen in your father's place a brood of sinful men, to increase still more the fierce anger of the Lord against Israel. For if you turn away from following him, he will again abandon them in the wilderness, and you will destroy all this people. Then they came near to him and said, We will build sheepfold here for our livestock, and cities for our little one, but we will take up arms ready to go before the people of Israel until we have brought them to their place, and our little one shall live in the fortified city because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return to our home until each of the people of Israel have gained his inheritance, for we will not inherit with them on the other side of the Jordan beyond, because our inheritance has come to us on this side of the Jordan to the east. So Moses said to them, If you will do this, you will not take up arms to go before the Lord for the war. Every armed man of you will pass over the Jordan before the Lord, until he has driven out his enemies from before him. The land is subdued before the Lord. Then after that you shall return and be free of obligation to the Lord and to Israel, and this land shall be your possession before the Lord. But if you will not do so, behold, you have sinned against the Lord, And be sure your sin will find you out. Build cities for your little ones and the folds for your sheep, and do what you have promised. And the people of Gad and the people of Reuben said to Moses, your servant will do as my Lord commands. Our little ones, our wives, our livestock, and all our cattle shall remain there in the cities of Gilead. But your servant will pass over every man who is armed for war before the Lord to battle as my Lord orders. So Moses gave commandment concerning them to Eleazar the priest and to Joshua the son of Nun and to the heads of the fathers' houses of the tribes of the people of Israel. And Moses said to them, if the people of Gad and the people of Reuben, every man who is armed to battle before the Lord, will pass with you over the Jordan, and the land shall be subdued before you, then you shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. However, if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possession among you in the land of Canaan. The people of Gad and the people of Reuben answered, what the Lord has said to your servants we will do. We will pass over armed before the Lord into the land of Canaan, and in the possession of our inheritance shall remain with us beyond the Jordan. And Moses gave to them, to the people of Gad, and to the people of Reuben, and to the half tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land and its cities with their territories, the cities of the land throughout the country. And the people of Gad built Dibon, Ataroth, Arorer, Atroth, Shofan, Zazer, and Jobeha. Beth Nimrah and Betharan, fortified cities, folds for sheep. And the people of Reuben built Hezbon, Elialah, and Kirtaim, Nebo and Baal Meon, their names for change, and Sibmah. And they gave their other names to the cities that they built. And the sons of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead and captured it and dispossessed the Amorites who were in it. And Moses gave Gilead to Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he settled in it. And Jair, the son of Manasseh, went and captured their villages and called them Havoth Jair. And Noba went and captured Kenath and its villages and called it Noba after his own name. Numbers chapter 33. These are the stages of the people of Israel when they went out to the land of Egypt by their companies under the leadership of Moses and Aaron. Moses wrote down their starting places stage by stage by the command of the Lord, and these are their stages according to their starting places. They set out for Ramesses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month. On the day after the Passover, the people of Israel went out triumphantly in the sight of all the Egyptians. While the Egyptians were bearing all their firstborn, whom the Lord had struck down among them, on their gods, also the Lord executed judgment. So the people of Israel set out from Ramesses and camped at Succoth. They set out from Succoth and camped at Etham, which is on the way, the edge of wilderness. And they set out from Etham and turned back to Pihahirot, which is at the east of Baal Zephon, and they camped before Migdol. And they set out from before Hahiroth and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness. And they went a 3-day journey in the wilderness of Etham and camped at Marah. And they set out from Marah and came to Elim. At Elim there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees, and they camped there. And they set out from Elim and camped by the Red Sea. And they set out from the Red Sea and camped in the wilderness of Sin. And they set out from the wilderness of Sin and camped at Dopka. And they set out from Dopka and camped at Alus. And they set out from Alus and camped at Rephidim, where they had no water for the people to drink. They set out from Rephidim and camped in the wilderness of Sinai. They set out from the wilderness of Sinai and camped at Kibroth Hatava. And they set out from Kibroth Hatava and camped at Hazeroth. And they set out from Hazeroth and camped at Rithma. And they set out from Rithma and camped at Rimon Perez. And they set out from Rimon Perez and camped at Libnah. They set out from Libnah and camped at Rissa. And they set out from Rissa and camped at Kehelath. And they set out from Kehelath and camped at Mount Shephir. And they set out from Mount Shephir and camped at Harada. And they set out from Harada and camped at Makeloth. And they set out from Makeloth and camped at Tahat. And they set out from Tahat and camped at Terah. And they set out from Terah and camped at Mithka. They set out from Mithka and camped at Hashmona. And they set out from Hashmona and camped at Moseroth. And they set out from Moseroth and camped at Benek Jakan. And they set out from Bene Jakan and camped at Hor Haggidgad. And they set out from Hor Haggidgad and camped at Jodba. And they set out from Jodbath and camped at Abrona. And they set out from Abrona and camped at Ezion Geber. And they set out from Ezion Geber and camped in the wilderness of Zin, that is Kadesh. And they set out from Kadesh and camped at Mount Hor, on the edge of the land of Edom. And Aaron the priest went up to Mount Hor and at the command of the Lord and died there. In the 40th year of the people of Israel had come out of the land of Egypt. On the first day of the fifth month, Aaron was 123 years old when he died on Mount Hor. And the Canaanites and the king of Arad, who lived in the Negev in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the people of Israel. They set out from Mount Hor and camped at Zalmona. And they set out from Zalmona and camped at Punon. And they set out from Punon and camped at Oboth. And they set out from Oboth and camped at Iya Abarim in the territory of Moab. And they set out from Eim and camped at Dibon Gad. And they set out from Dibon Gad and camped at Almon Diblathim. And they set out from Almon Diblathim and camped in the mountains of Abarim before Nebo. And they set out from the mountains of Abarim and camped in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. They camped by the Jordan from Beth Jeshimoth as far as Abel Shittim in the plains of Moab. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, When you pass over the Jordan into the land of Canaan, then you shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their figured stone, destroy all their metal images, and demolish all their high places. And you shall take possession of the land and settle in it, for I have given the land to you to possess it. You shall inherit a land by lot according to your clan. To a large tribe you shall give a large inheritance, to a small tribe you shall give a small inheritance. Wherever the lot falls for anyone, that shall be his. According to the tribes of your fathers, you shall inherit. But if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then those of them whom you let remain shall be as barbs in your eyes and thorns in your side, and they shall trouble you in the land where you dwell, and I will do to you as I thought to do to them. Numbers chapter 34. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the people of Israel and say to them, When you enter the land of Canaan, that is, this is the land, and that shall fall to you for an inheritance. The land of Canaan is defined by its borders. Your south side shall be from the wilderness of Zin alongside Edom, and your southern border shall run from the end of the salt sea on the east, and your border shall turn south of the ascent of Akrabim and cross to Zin. Its limit shall be south of Kadesh Barnea, and then it shall go on to Hazar Adar and pass along to Azmon, and the border shall turn from Azmon to the brook of Egypt, and its limit shall be at the sea. For the western border you shall have the great sea and its coast. This shall be your western border. This shall be your northern border. From the great sea you shall draw a line to Mount Hor. From Mount Hor you shall draw a line to Lebo Hamath, and the limit of the border shall be at Zedad. Then the border shall extend from Ziphron, and its limit shall be at Hazar Enan. This shall be your northern border. You shall draw a line for your eastern border from Hazar Enan to Shepham, and the border shall go down from Shepham to Riblah on the east side of Ain, and the border shall go down and reach to the shoulder of the sea of Chinnereth on the east. The border shall go down to the Jordan, and its limit shall be at the salt sea. This shall be your land as defined by its borders all around. Moses commanded the people of Israel, saying, This is the land that you shall inherit by lot, which the Lord hath commanded to give to the 9 tribes and to the half tribe, for the tribe of the people of Reuben by fathers' houses, and the tribe of the people of Gad by their fathers' houses have received their inheritance, and also the half tribe of Manasseh. The 2 tribes and the half tribe have received their inheritance beyond the Jordan, east of Jericho, towards the sunrise. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, These are the names of the men who shall divide the land to you for inheritance: Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun. You shall take 1 chief from every tribe to divide the land for inheritance. These are the names of the men of the tribe of Judah: Caleb the son of Jephunneh, of the tribe of the people of Simeon; Shemuel the son of Ammihud, of the tribe of Benjamin; Eldad the son of Chislon, of the tribe of the people of Dan; a chief Buki the son of Jogli, of the people of Joseph, of the tribe of the people of Manasseh, a chief; Haniel the son of Ephod, and of the tribe of the people of Ephraim, a chief; Kemuel the son of Shiptan, of the tribe of the people of Zebulun, a chief; Elizaphan the son of Parnach, of the tribe of the people of Issachar, a chief; Paltiel the son of Azan, of the tribe of the people of Asher, a chief; Ahihud the son of Shelomi, of the tribe of the people of Naphtali, a chief; Pedahal the son of Ammihud. These are the men whom the Lord commanded to divide the inheritance for the people of Israel in the land of Canaan. Numbers 35. The Lord spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, Command the people of Israel to give to the Levites some of the inheritance of their possession as cities for them to dwell in. And you shall give to the Levites pasture lands around the cities. The cities shall be theirs to dwell in, and the pasture land shall be for their cattle and for their livestock and for all their beasts. The pasture lands of the cities which you shall give to the Levites shall reach from the wall of the city outward 1,000 cubits all around, and you shall measure outside the city on the east side 2,000 cubits, and the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits. And the city being in the middle, this shall belong to them as the pasture land for their city. The cities that you give to the Levites shall be the 6 cities of refuge, where you shall permit a manslayer to flee. And in addition to them, you shall give 42 cities. All the cities that you give to the Levites shall be 48, with their pasture land. As for the cities that you shall give them from the possession of the people of Israel, from the larger tribes you shall take many, and from the smaller tribes you shall take few. Each in proportion to the inheritance that it inherits shall give of its cities to the Levites. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, When you cross the Jordan into the land of Canaan, then you shall select cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the manslayer who kills any person without intent may flee there. The city shall be for you a refuge from the avenger, and the manslayer may not die until he stand before the congregation for judgment. And the city that you give shall be your 6 cities of refuge. You shall give 3 cities beyond the Jordan and 3 cities in the land of Canaan to be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be for refuge for the people of Israel, for the stranger and for the sojourner among them. That anyone who kills any person without intent may flee there. But if you struck him down with an iron object so that he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall be put to death. If you struck him down with a stone tool that could cause death, then he died. He is a murderer. The murderer shall be put to death. Or if you struck him down with a wooden tool that could have caused death and he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall be put to death. The avenger of blood shall himself put the murderer to death. When he meets him, he shall put him to death. And if he pushed him out of hatred or hurled something at him lying in wait so that he died, or in enmity struck him down with his hand so that he died, then he who struck the blow shall be put to death. He is the murderer. The avenger of blood shall put the murderer to death when he meets him. But if he pushed him suddenly without enmity, or hurled anything on him without lying in wait, or used a stone that could cause death, and without seeing him dropped it on him, so that he died, though he was not his enemy and did not seek him harm, then the congregation shall judge between the manslayer and the avenger of blood in accordance with this rule. And the congregation shall rescue the manslayer from the hand of the avenger of blood. And the congregation shall restore him to his city of refuge, which he had fled, and he shall live in it until the death of the high priest, who was anointed with the holy oil. But if the manslayer shall at any time go beyond the boundaries of his city of refuge, to which he fled, and the avenger of blood finds him outside the boundaries of his city of refuge, the avenger of blood kills the manslayer, he shall not be guilty of blood, for he must remain in his city of refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the manslayer may return to the land of his possession. And these things shall be for a statute and a rule for you throughout your generation in all your dwelling places. If anyone kills a person, the murderer shall be put to death on the evidence of witnesses, but no person shall be put to death on the testimony of one witness. Moreover, you shall accept no ransom for the life of a murderer who is guilty of death, but he shall be put to death. And you shall accept no ransom from him who fled to his city of refuge, that he may return to dwell in the land before the land of the death of the high priest. You shall not pollute the land in which you live, for blood pollutes the land, and no atonement can be made for the land for the blood that is shed in it, except by the blood of the one who shed it. You shall not defile the land in which you live, in the midst of which I dwell, for I, the Lord, dwell in the midst of the people of Israel. Number 36. Chapter 36. The heads of the fathers' houses of the clan of the people of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, from the clans of the people of Joseph, came near and spoke before Moses and before the chief, the heads of the fathers' houses of the people of Israel. They said, The Lord commanded my Lord to give the land for inheritance by lot to the people of Israel. And my Lord was commanded by the Lord to give inheritance of Zelophehad to our brother to his daughters. But if they are married to any one of the sons of the other tribes of the people of Israel, then their inheritance will be taken from the inheritance of a fathers and added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry. So it will be taken away from the lot of our inheritance. But when the jubilee of the people of Israel come, then their inheritance will be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry, and their inheritance will be taken from the inheritance of the tribes of our fathers. So Moses commanded the people of Israel according to the word of the Lord, saying, The tribe of the people of Joseph is right. This is what the Lord commands concerning the daughters of Zelophehad. Let them marry whom they think best. Only they shall marry within the clan of the tribe of their father. The inheritance of the people of Israel shall not be transferred from one tribe to another. For every one of the people of Israel shall hold on to the inheritance of the tribe of his father. Then every daughter who possesses an inheritance in any of the tribe of Israel shall be wife to one of the clan of the tribes of her father, so that every one of the people of Israel may possess the inheritance of his father. So no inheritance shall be transferred from one tribe to another. For each of the tribes of the people of Israel shall hold on to its own inheritance. The daughters of Zelophehad did as the Lord commanded Moses. For Mahlah, Tirzah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, married to sons of their father's brothers. They were married into the clans of the people of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of their father's clan. These are the commandments and rules that the Lord commanded through Moses to the people of Israel in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. Deuteronomy chapter 1. These are the words that Moses spoke to all Israel beyond the Jordan in the wilderness in the Arabah opposite Sup between Param and Topel, Laban, Hazeroth, and Dizahab. It is an 11-day journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. In the 40th year, on the first day of the 11th month, Moses spoke to the people of Israel according to all that the Lord had given him in commandment to them. After he had defeated Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth and in Edrei, beyond the Jordan in the land of Moab, Moses undertook to explain this law, saying, The Lord our God said to us in Horeb, You have stayed long enough at this mountain. Turn and take your journey and go to the hill country of the Amorites and to all their neighbors in the Arabah, in the hill country, and in the lowland, and in the Negeb, and by the sea coast, the land of the Canaanites and Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. See, I have set the land before you. Go in and take possession of the land that the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give to them and to their offspring after them. At that time, I said to you, I am not able to bear you by myself. The Lord your God has multiplied you, and behold, you are today as numerous as the stars of heaven. May the Lord, the God of your fathers, make you 1,000 times as many as you are, and bless you as he has promised you. How can I bear by myself the weight and the burden of you and your strife? Choose for your tribes wise, understanding, and experienced men, and I will appoint them as your head. And you answered me, The thing that you have spoken is good for us to do. So I took the heads of your tribe, wise and experienced men, and set them as heads over you, commanders of thousands, commanders of hundreds, commanders of 50, commanders of tens, and officers throughout your tribe. And I charge your judges at that time, Hear the cases between your brothers, and judge righteously between man and his brother, or the alien who is with him. You shall not be partial in judgment. You shall hear the small and the great alike. You shall not be intimidated by anyone, for the judgment is God's, and the case that is too hard for you, you shall bring to me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time all the things that you should do. Then we set out from Horeb and went to all that great and terrifying wilderness that you saw on the way to the hill country of the Amorites, as the Lord our God commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea, the country of the Amorites, which the Lord our God is giving us. See, the Lord your God has set the land before you. Go up and take possession as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has told you. Do not fear or be dismayed. Then all of you came near me and said, Let us send men before us, that they may explore the land for us and bring us word again of the way by which we must go up and the cities into which we shall come. The thing seemed good to me, and I took 12 men from you, one from each tribe. They turned and went up into the hill country and came to the valley of Eshcol and spied it out. They took in their hands some of the fruit of the land and brought it down to us and brought us word again and said, It is a good land that the Lord our God is giving us. Yet you would not go up, but rebelled against the command of the Lord your God. And you murmured in your tents and said, Because the Lord has hated us, he has brought us out of the land of Egypt to give us into the hand of the Amorites to destroy us. Where are we going up? Our brothers have made our hearts melt, saying, The people are greater and taller than we. The cities are great and fortified up to heaven. And beside, we have seen the sons of Anakim there. Then I said to you, Do not be in dread or afraid of them. The Lord your God who goes before you will himself fight for you. You shall not be afraid of them, fight for you, as he did for you in Egypt before your eyes, and in the wilderness where you have seen how the Lord your God carried you. As a man carried his son all the way that you went until you came to this place. Yet, in spite of this word, you did not believe the Lord your God, and who went before you in the way to make you to walk in his ways, and who led you in the night and in the cloud by day, to show you by what way you should go. And the Lord heard your
Christina,
words and was
can you
angered, and
stop,
he swore
Christina?
not one of these
Christina,
evil men. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
just stop there. I'll ask another person to
The
read.
last of this chapter, sir.
No, no, no. You
The
stop
last of
here.
this chapter I will read.
Okay, till you finish till this chapter, then and the next person will read in the next chapter, Deuteronomy 2. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Mm.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine, sir. And the Lord heard your words and was angered, and he swore, not one of these evil men of this evil generation shall see the good land that I swore to give to your fathers. Except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, he shall see it, and to his descendants also, because he has wholly followed the Lord. Even with me, the Lord was angry on your account and said, you shall also not go in there. Joshua, the son of Nun, who stands before you, he shall enter. Encourage him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it. And as for your little ones who you said would become a prey, and your children who today have no knowledge of good or evil, they shall go in there, and to them I will give it. They shall possess it. But as for you, turn and journey into the wilderness in the direction of the Red Sea. Then you answered me, we have sinned against the Lord. We ourselves will go up and fight, just as the Lord our God commanded us. And every one of you fastened on his weapons of war and thought it easy to go up into the hill country. And the Lord said to me, say to them, do not go up or fight, for I am not in your midst, lest you be defeated before your enemies. So I spoke to you, and you would not listen, but you rebelled against the command of the Lord, and presumptuously went up into the hill country. Then the Amorites who lived in that hill country came out against you and chased you as the bees do, and beat you down in Seir, as far as Hormah. And you returned and wept before the Lord. But the Lord did not listen to your voice or give ear to you. So you remained at Kadesh many days, the days that you remained there.
Deuteronomy chapter 2. Then we turned back and set out towards the wilderness along the route of the Red Sea, to the Red Sea, as the Lord had directed me. For a long time we made our way around the hill country of Seir. Then the Lord said to me, you have made your way around this hill country long enough. Now turn north. Give the people these orders. You are about to pass through the territory of your relatives, the descendants of Esau, who live in Seir. They will be afraid of you, but be very careful. Do not provoke them to war, for I will not give you any of their land, not even enough to put your foot on. I have given Esau the hill country of Seir as zone. You are to pay them in silver for the food you eat and the water you drink. The Lord your God has blessed you in all the works of your hands. He has watched over your journey through this vast wilderness. These 40 years, the Lord your God has been with you. You have not lacked anything. So we went on past our relatives, the descendants of Esau, who live in Seir. We turned from the Arabah road, which comes up from Elat and Izon, Geber, and traveled along the desert road of Moab. Then the Lord said to me, do not harass the Moabites or provoke them to war, for I will not give you any part of their land. I have given Ar to the descendants of Lot as a possession. The Emites used to live there, a people strong and numerous, and as tall as the Anakites. Like the Anakites, they too were considered Rephaites, but the Moabites called them Emites. Horites used to live in Seir, but the descendants of Esau drove them out. They destroyed the Horites from before them and settled in their place, just as Israel did in the land the Lord gave them as their possession. Now the Lord said, now get up and cross the valley of Zered Valley. So we crossed the valley. 38 years passed from the time we left Kadesh Barnea until we crossed Zereth Valley. By then, the entire generation of fighting men had perished from the camp, as the Lord had sworn to them. The Lord's hand was against them until he had completely eliminated them from the camp. Now, when the last of these fighting men among the people had died, the Lord said to me, "Today you are to pass by the region of Moab at Ar. When you come to the Ammonites, do not harass them or provoke them to war, for I will not give you possession of any land belonging to the Ammonites. I have given it as a possession to the descendants of Lot." That too was considered a land of the Rephaites who used to live there, but the Ammonites called them Zezomites. They are a people strong and numerous, and as tall as the Anakites. The Lord destroyed them from before the Ammonites, who drove them out and settled in their place. The Lord had done the same for the descendants of Esau, who lived in Seir, when he destroyed the Horites from before them. They drove them out and have lived in their place to this day. And as for the Avites who lived in the villages as far as the Gaza, the Caphatorites, coming out of the Caphator, destroyed them and settled in their place. Set out now and cross the Arnon Gorg. See, I have given into your hand Sihon and Amorite, king of Heshbon and his country. Begin to take possession of it and engage him in battle. This very day I will begin to put the terror and fear of you on all the nations under heaven. They will hear reports of you and will tremble and be in anguish because of you. From the desert of Kedmot, I send messengers to Sihon, king of Heshbon, offering peace and saying, "Let us pass through your country. We will stay on the main road. We will not turn aside to the right or to the left. Sell us food to eat and water to drink for the price in silver. Only let us pass through on foot." As the descendants of Esau who lived in Seir, the Moabites who lived in Ar, did for us, until we crossed the Jordan into the land the Lord our God is giving us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, refused to let us pass through. For the Lord your God had made his spirit stubborn and his heart obstinate, in order to give him into your hands. So he has done now. The Lord said to me, "See, I have begun to deliver Sihon and his country over to you. Now begin to conquer and possess his land." When Sihon and all the army came out to meet us in battle at Jahaz, the Lord our God delivered him over to us, and we struck him down together with his sons and his whole army. At the time, we took all his towns and completely destroyed them, men, women, and children. We left no survivors. But the livestock and the plunder from the towns we had captured and carried off for ourselves. From Aror on the rim of the Arnon Gorg, and from the town in the Gorg, even as far as Gilead, not one town was too strong for us. The Lord gave the Lord our God gave us all of them, but in accordance with the commandment of the Lord our God, you did not encroach on any of the lands of the Ammonites, neither the land along the course of the Jabbok, nor the land around the towns in the hills. Deuteronomy chapter 3. Next we turned and went up along the road towards Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, with his whole army, marched out to meet us in battle in Edrei. The Lord said to me, "Do not be afraid of him, for I have delivered him into your hands, along with the whole army and his land. Do to him what you did to Sihon, king of Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon." So the Lord our God also gave into our hand Og, king of Bashan, and all his army. We struck them down, leaving no survivors. At that time, we took all his cities. There was not one of the 60 cities that we did not take from them, the whole region of Argob, Og's kingdom in Bashan. All these cities were fortified with high walls and with gates and bars, and there was also a great many unwalled villages. We completely destroyed them, as we had done with Sihon, king of Heshbon, destroying every city, men, women, and children. But all the livestock and the plunder from their cities we carried off for ourselves. So at that time, we took from these two kings of Amorites the territory east of the Jordan from the Arnon Gorg as far as Mount Hermon. Hermon is called Sirion by Sirions, the Amorites call it Senia. We took all the towns on the plateau, and all Gilead, and all Bashan, as far as Salekah and Edrei, towns of Og's kingdom in Bashan. Og, king of Bashan, was the last of the Rephaites. His bed and was decorated with iron, and was more than 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. It is still in Rabbah of the Ammonites. Of the land that we took over the time, I gave the Reubenites and the Gadites the territory north of the Aurora by the Arnon Gorg, including half the hill country of Gilead, together with its towns. The rest of Gilead and also all of Bashan, the king of Og, I gave the half tribe of Manasseh. The whole region of Argob in Bashan used to be known as the land of the Rephaites. Jair, a descendant of Manasseh, took the whole region of Argob as far as the border of Geshurites and the Mecatites. It was named after him, so that to this day Bashan is called Havoth Jair. And I gave Gilead to Machir, but the Reubenites and the Gadites I gave the territory extending from Gilead down to Anot Gorg, the middle of the Gorg being the border, and out of Jabbok River, which is the border of the Ammonites. Its western border was the Jordan in Arabah, from Kirneth to the sea of the Arabah, that is the Dead Sea, below the slopes of Pisgah. I commanded you at that time, the Lord your God has given you this land to take possession of it. But all your able-bodied men armed for battle must cross over ahead of the other Israelites. However, your children, your wives and your children and your livestock, I know you have much livestock, may stay in the towns I have given you until the Lord gives rest to your fellow Israelites as he has to you, and they too have taken over the land the Lord your God is giving them across the Jordan. After that, each of you may go back to the possession I have given you. At that time, I commanded Joshua, you have seen with your own eyes all the Lord your God has done to these two kings. The Lord will do the same to all the kingdoms there where you're going. Do not be afraid of them. The Lord your God himself will fight for you. At that time, I pleaded with the Lord, Sovereign Lord, you have begun to show to your servant your greatness and your strong hand. For what God is there in heaven or on earth who can do the deeds and mighty works you do? Let me go over and see the good land beyond the Jordan, that fine hill country and Lebanon. But because of you, the Lord was angry with me, and he would not listen to me. That is enough, the Lord said. Do not speak to me any more about this matter. Go up to the top of Pisgah and look west, north, and south and east. Look at the land with your own eyes, since you are not going to cross this Jordan. But commission Joshua and encourage and strengthen him, for he will lead this people across and will cause them to inherit the land that you will see. So we stayed in the valley near Beth Peor. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Now, Israel, hear the decrees and laws I'm about to teach you. Follow them so that you may live and may go in and take the possession of the land the Lord, the God of your ancestors, is giving you. Do not add to what I've commanded you and do not subtract from it, but keep the commands of the Lord your God that I give you. You saw with your own eyes what the Lord did at Baal Peor. The Lord your God destroyed from among you everyone who followed Baal of Peor. But all of you who held fast to the Lord your God are still alive today. See, I have taught you to a decree. I have taught you decrees and laws as the Lord my God commanded me, so that you may follow them in the land you're entering and to take possession of it. Observe them carefully, for this will show your wisdom and understanding to the nations who will hear about all these decrees and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. What other nation is so great as to have their gods near them the way the Lord our God is near us whenever we pray to him? And what other nation is so great so as to have such righteous decrees and laws as this body of laws I am setting before you today? Only be careful. What is that? And watch, only be careful and watch yourselves closely so that you do not forget the things your eyes have seen, or let them fade from your heart as long as you live. Teach them to your children and to their children after them. Remember that day you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb, when he said to me, assemble the people before me to hear my words, so that they may learn to revere me as long as they live in the land, and may teach them to their children. You came near and stood at the foot of the mountain while it blazed with fire to the very heavens with black clouds and deep darkness. Then the Lord spoke to you out of the fire. He heard the sound of the words, but saw no form. There was only a voice. He declared to you his covenant, the 10 Commandments, which he commanded you to follow, and then wrote them on 2 stone tablets. And the Lord directed me at that time to teach the decrees and the laws you are to follow in the land that you are crossing the Jordan to possess. You saw no form of any kind. You saw no form of any kind the day the Lord spoke to you at Horeb out of the fire. Therefore, watch yourselves, be very carefully, so that you do not become corrupt and make for yourselves an idol, an image of any shape, whether formed like a man or a woman, or like an animal on earth, or any bird that flies in the air, or like any creature that moves along the ground, or any fish in the waters below. And when you look up the sky and see the sun, the moon, and the stars, all the heavenly array, do not be enticed into bowing down to them and worshipping these things the Lord your God has apportioned to all the nations under heaven. But as for you, the Lord took you and brought you out of the iron smelting furnace, out of Egypt, to the people, to be the people of his inheritance as you are now. The Lord was angry with me because of you, as he solemnly swore that I would not cross the Jordan and enter the good land the Lord your God is giving you as your inheritance. I will die in this land. I will not cross the Jordan. But you are about to cross over and take possession of that good land. Be careful not to forget the covenant of the Lord your God that he made with you. Do not make for yourselves an idol in the form of anything the Lord your God has forbidden you. For the Lord your God is a consuming fire. He is a jealous God. After you have had children, grandchildren, and have lived in the land a long time, if you then become corrupt and make any kind of idol, doing evil in the eyes of the Lord your God, and arousing his anger, I will call the heavens and the earth as witness against you this day, and you will quickly perish from the land that you are crossing the Jordan to possess. You will not live there long, but certainly be destroyed. The Lord will scatter you among the peoples, and only a few of you will survive among the nations to which the Lord will drive you. There you will worship man made gods of wood, stone, which cannot see, or hear, or eat, or smell. But it from there you seek the Lord your God. Sorry, but if from there you seek the Lord your God, you will find him if you seek him with all your heart and with all your soul. When you're in distress and all the things have happened to you, then in later days you will return to the Lord your God and obey him. For the Lord your God is merciful God. He will not abandon or destroy you or forget the covenant with your ancestors, which he confirmed to them by oath. Ask now about the former days, long before your time, from the day God created human beings on the earth. Ask from one end of the heavens to the other. Has anything so great as this ever happened? Or has anything like it ever been heard of? Has any other people heard the voice of God speaking out of fire as you have and lived? Has any God ever tried to take for himself one nation out of another nation by testings, by signs and wonders, by war, by a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, or by great and awesome deeds, like all the things the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your very eyes? You were shown these things so that you might know the Lord is God. Besides him, there is no other. From heaven, he made you hear his voice to discipline you. On earth, he showed you his great fire, and you heard his words from out of the fire. Because he loved your ancestors and chose their descendants after him, he brought you out of Egypt by his presence and his great strength, to drive out before you nations greater and stronger than you, to bring you into their land, and to give it to you for your inheritance as it is today. Acknowledge and take to heart this day that the Lord is God, in heaven above and on earth below. There is no other. Keep his decrees and commands, which I'm giving you today, so that it may all go well with you, your children, after you, and that you may live long in the land the Lord your God gives you for all times. Then Moses set aside 3 cities east of the Jordan, to which anyone who has killed a person could flee, if they had unintentionally killed a neighbor without malice aforethought. They could flee into one of these cities and save their life. The cities were these: Bezer in the wilderness plateau for the Reubenites, Ramoth in Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan for the Manassites. This is the law Moses set before the Israelites. These are the stipulations, decrees, and laws Moses gave them when they came out of Egypt and were in the valley near Beth Peor, east of the Jordan in the land of Sion, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon and was defeated by Moses and the Israelites as they came out of Egypt. They took possession of his land and the land of Og, king of Bashan, the two Amorite kings east of the Jordan. This land extended from Aror on the rim of Arnon Gorg to the Mount Sirion, Sirion, that is Hermon, and includes all the Araba east of Jordan as far as the Dead Sea below the slopes of Pisgah. Deuteronomy chapter 5. Moses summoned all Israel and said, Hear, Israel, the decrees and laws I declare in your hearing today. Learn them and be sure to follow them. The Lord our God made a covenant with us at Horeb. It was not with our ancestors that the Lord made this covenant, but with us, with all of us who are alive here today. The Lord spoke to you face to face out of the fire on the mountain. At that time, I stood between the Lord and you to declare to you the word of the Lord because you were afraid of the fire and did not go up to the mountain. And he said, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven above, or on earth beneath, or in the waters below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sins of their parents to the third and the fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing love to 1,000 generations for those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not hold anyone guiltless who misuses his name. Observe the Shabbat day by keeping it holy, for the Lord your God has commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a day Shabbat to the Lord your God. On it you shall do no work, neither you, nor your sons or your daughters, nor your male or your female servant, nor your ox, your donkey, or any of your animals, nor your any foreigners residing in your town, so that your male and female servants may rest as you do. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt, and that the Lord your God brought you out of there with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Therefore, the Lord your God has commanded you to observe the Shabbat day. Honor your father and your mother as the Lord your God has commanded you, so that you may live long and that it may go well with you in the land the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not give false testimony against your neighbor, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, you shall not set your desire on your neighbor's house or land, his male or his female servant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. These are the commandments the Lord proclaimed in a loud voice to your whole assembly there on the mountain from out of the fire, the cloud, and the deep darkness. And he added nothing more. Then he wrote them on 2 stone tablets and gave them to me. When you heard the voice out of the darkness, While the mountain was ablaze with fire, all the leaders of your tribes and your elders came to me. And you said, the Lord our God has shown us his glory and his majesty, and we have heard his voice from the fire. Today, we have seen that a person can live even if God speaks to them. But now, why should we die? This great fire will consume us, and we will die if we hear the voice of the Lord our God any longer. For what mortal has ever heard the voice of the living God speaking out of fire as we have and survived? Go near and listen to all the Lord our God is saying. The Lord our God says, then tell us whatever the Lord our God tells you, we will listen and obey. The Lord heard you when you spoke to me, and the Lord said to me, I have heard what this people said to you. Everything they said was good. Oh, that their hearts would be inclined to fear me and keep all my commandments always, so that it might go well with them and their children forever. Go tell them to return to their tents. But you stay here with me so that I may give you all the commands, decrees, and laws you are to teach them to follow in the land I'm giving them to possess. So be careful to do what the Lord your God has commanded you. Do not turn aside to the right or to the left. Walk in obedience to all that the Lord your God has commanded you, so that you may live and prosper and prolong your days in the land that you will possess. Deuteronomy 6. These are the commands, decrees, and laws the Lord your God directed me to teach you to observe in the land that you're crossing the Jordan to possess, so that you and your children and their children after them may fear the Lord your God as long as you live by keeping all his decrees and commands that I give you, so that you may enjoy long life. Hear, Israel, and be careful to obey that it may go well with you, and that you may increase greatly in a land flowing with milk and honey, just as the Lord, the God of your ancestors, promised you. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength. These commandments that I give you today are to be in your hearts, on your hearts. Impress them on your children. Talk about them when you sit at home and when you walk along the road, when you lie down, when you get up. Tie them as a symbol on your hands and bind them on your foreheads. Write them on the door frames of your houses, on your gates. When the Lord your God brings you into the land he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give you a land with large, flourishing cities you did not build, houses filled with all kinds of good things you did not provide, wells you did not dig, and vineyards and olive groves you did not plant. Then, when you eat and are satisfied, be careful that you do not forget the Lord who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. Fear the Lord your God, serve him only, and take your oaths in his name. Do not follow other gods, the gods of the peoples around you. For the Lord your God is among you. He is a jealous God, and his anger will burn against you, and he will destroy you from the face of the land. Do not put the Lord your God to test, as you did at Massah. Be sure to keep the commands of the Lord your God and the stipulations and decrees he has given you. Do what is right and good in the Lord's sight, so that it may go well with you, and you may go in and take over the good land the Lord promised on oath to your ancestors, thrusting, thrusting out all your enemies before you, as the Lord said. In the future, when your sons asks you, what is the meaning of the stipulations, decrees, and the laws the Lord our God has commanded you? Tell him, we were slaves of Pharaoh in Egypt, but the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Before our eyes, the Lord sent signs and wonders, great and terrible, and on Egypt and Pharaoh and his whole household. But he brought us out from there to bring us in and give us the land he promised on oath to our ancestors. The Lord commanded us to obey all these decrees and to fear the Lord our God, so that we might always prosper and be kept alive, as is the case today. And if we are careful to obey all this law, before the Lord our God, as he has commanded us. That will be our righteousness. Deuteronomy chapter 7. When the Lord your God brings you out into the land you're entering to possess and drives out before you many nations, the Hittites, the Girgashites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, 7 nations larger and stronger than you. And when the Lord your God has delivered them over to you and you have defeated them, then you must destroy them totally. Make no treaty with them, show them no mercy, do not intermarry with them. Do not give your daughters to their sons, or take their daughters for your sons, for they will turn your children away from following me to serve other gods, and the Lord's anger will burn against you and will quickly destroy you. This is what you are to do to them: break down their altars, smash their sacred stones, cut down their Asherah poles, burn their idols in the fire. For you are a people holy to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you out of all the peoples on the face of the earth to be his people, his treasured possession. The Lord did not set his affection on you and choose you because you were more numerous than the other peoples, for you were the fewest of all peoples. But it was because the Lord loved you and kept the oath he swore to your ancestors that he brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the land of slavery, from the power of the Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord your God is God. He is the faithful God, keeping his covenant of love to 1,000 generations of those who love him and keep his commandments. But those who hate him, he will repay to their face by destruction. He will not be slow to repay to their face those who hate him. Therefore, take care to follow the commands, decrees, and laws I give you today. If you pay attention to these laws and are careful to follow them, then the Lord your God will keep his covenant of love with you as he swore to your ancestors. He will love you and bless you and increase your numbers. He will bless the fruit of your womb, the crops of your land, your grains, your new wine, and olive oil, the calves of your herds and the lambs of your flocks in the land he swore to your ancestors to give you. You will be blessed more than any other. None of your men or women will be childless, nor will any of your livestock be without young. The Lord will keep you free from every disease. He will not inflict on you the horrible diseases you knew in Egypt, but he will inflict them on all who hate you. You must destroy all the peoples the Lord your God gives over to you. Do not look on them with pity, and do not serve their gods, for that will be a snare to you. You may say to yourselves, these nations are stronger than we are. How can we drive them out? But do not be afraid of them. Remember well what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt. You saw with your own eyes the great trials, the signs, the wonders, the mighty hand and outstretched arm with which the Lord your God brought you out. The Lord your God will do the same to all the peoples you now fear. Moreover, the Lord your God will send the hornet among them until even the survivors who hide from you have perished. Do not be terrified by them. For the Lord your God who is among you is a great and awesome God. The Lord your God will drive out those nations before you, little by little. You will not be allowed to eliminate them all at once, or the wild animals will multiply around you. But the Lord your God will deliver them over to you, throwing them into great confusion until they are destroyed. He will give their kings into your hands, and you will wipe out their names from under heaven. No one will be able to stand up against you. You will destroy them. The images of their gods you are to burn in the fire. Do not covet the silver and gold on them. Do not take it for yourselves, or you will be ensnared by it. For it is detestable to the Lord your God. Do not bring a detestable thing into your house, or you, like it, will set apart for destruction. Regard it as a vile, utterly detested, for it is set apart for destruction. Deuteronomy chapter 8. Be careful to follow every command I'm giving you today, so that you may live and increase and may enter and possess the land the Lord promised on oath to your ancestors. Remember how the Lord your God led you all led you all the way in the wilderness these 40 years to humble and test you in order to know what was in your heart, whether or not you would keep his commands. He humbled you, causing you to hunger, and then feeding you with manna which neither you nor your ancestors had known, to teach you that man does not live on bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of the Lord. Your clothes did not wear out, and your feet did not swell during these 40 years. Know then in your heart that as a man disciplines his son, so the Lord your God disciplines you. Observe the commands of the Lord your God, walking in obedience to him and revering him. For the Lord your God is bringing you into a land, into a good land, a land with brooks, streams, and deep springs gushing out into the valleys and hills, a land with wheat and barley, vines and fig trees, pomegranates, olive oil, honey, a land where bread will not be scarce and you will lack nothing, where the rocks are iron and you can dig copper out of the hills. When you have eaten and are satisfied, praise the Lord your God for the good land he has given you. Be careful that you do not forget the Lord your God, failing to observe his commands, his laws, his decrees that I'm giving you this day. Otherwise, when you eat and are satisfied, when you build fine houses and settle down, and when your herds and flocks grow large, and your silver and gold increase, and all you have is multiplied, then your heart will become proud, and you will forget the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. He led you through the vast and dreadful wilderness, that thirsty, waterless land with its venomous snakes and scorpions. He brought you water out of hard rock. He gave you manna to eat in the wilderness, something your ancestors had never known, to humble and test you so that in the end it may go well with you. So you may say to yourself, my power and the strength of my hands have produced this wealth for me. But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth and so confirms His covenant, which He swore to your ancestors as it is today. If you ever forget the law, if you forget the Lord your God and follow other gods and worship and bow down to them, I testify against you today that you will surely be destroyed, like the nations the Lord destroyed before you. So you will be destroyed for not obeying the Lord your God. Deuteronomy chapter 9. Hear, Israel, you are now about to cross the Jordan to go in and dispossess nations greater and stronger than you, with larger cities that have walls up to the sky. The people are strong and tall, Anakites. You know about them and have heard it said, who can stand up against the Anakites? But be assured today that the Lord your God is the one who goes across ahead of you like a devouring fire. He will destroy them, he will subdue them for you, and you will drive them out and annihilate them quickly, as the Lord has promised you. After the Lord your God has driven them out before you, do not say to yourself, the Lord has brought me here to take possession of this land because of my righteousness. No, it is not. It is, yeah, sorry. No, it is on account of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is going to drive them out before you. It is not because of your righteousness or your integrity that you're going to take possession of their land. But on account of the wickedness of these nations, the Lord your God will drive them out before you to accomplish what he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Understand then that it is not because of your righteousness the Lord your God is giving you this good land to possess, for you are a stiff necked people. Remember this and never forget how you aroused the anger of the Lord your God in the wilderness. From the day you left Egypt until you arrived here, You have been rebellious against the Lord. At Horeb, you aroused the Lord's wrath, so that he was angry enough to destroy you. When I went up to the mountain to receive the tablets of stone, the tablets of the covenant of the Lord has made with you, I stayed on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights. I ate no bread, drank no water. The Lord gave me two stone tablets inscribed by the finger of God. On them were all the commandments the Lord proclaimed to you on the mountain out of the fire on the day of the assembly. At the end of the 40 days and 40 nights, the Lord gave me the two stone tablets, the tablets of the covenant. Then the Lord told me, go down from here at once, because your people whom you brought out of Egypt have become corrupt. They have turned away quickly from what I've commanded and have made an idol for themselves. And the Lord said to me, I've seen this people. They are a stiff necked people indeed. Let me alone so that I may destroy them and blot out their name from under the heaven. And I will make you into a nation stronger and more numerous than they. So I turned and went down from the mountain while it was ablaze with fire. And the two tablets of the covenant were in my hands. When I looked, I saw that you had sinned against the Lord your God. You had made for yourself an idol cast in the shape of a calf. You had turned aside quickly from the way the Lord had commanded you. So I took the two tablets and threw it out of my hands, breaking them into pieces before your eyes. Then once again I fell prostrate before the Lord for 40 days and 40 nights. I ate no bread, drank no water, because of all the sins you had committed, doing what was evil in the Lord's sight, and so arousing his anger. I feared the anger and wrath of the Lord, for he was angry enough with you to destroy you. But again, the Lord listened to me, and the Lord was angry enough with Aaron to destroy him. But at that time, I prayed for Aaron too. Also, I took that sinful thing of yours, that calf you made, and burnt it in the fire. Then I crushed it and ground it into powder as fine as dust, and threw the dust into a stream that flowed down the mountain. You also made the Lord angry at Taberah, at Massah, at Kibroth Hatava. And when the Lord sent you out from Kadesh Barnea, he said, go up and take possession of the land I've given you. But you rebel against the command of the Lord your God. You did not trust him or obey him. You have been rebellious against the Lord ever since I've known you. I lay prostrate before the Lord those 40 days, 40 nights, because the Lord said he would destroy you. I prayed to the Lord and said, Sovereign Lord, do not destroy your people, your own inheritance, that you redeemed by your great power and brought out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember your servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Overlook the stubbornness of this people, their wickedness, and their sin. Otherwise, the country from which you brought us will say, because the Lord was not able to take them into the land he promised them, and because he hated them, he brought them out to put them to death in the wilderness. But they are your people, your inheritance that you brought out by your great power and your outstretched arm. Deuteronomy chapter 10. At that time, the Lord said to me, chisel out two stone tablets like the first ones, and come to me on the mountain, and also make a wooden ark. I will write on the tablets of the words that were on the first tablets, which you broke. Then you are to put them in the ark. So I made the ark of acacia wood and chiseled out two stone tablets like the first one. And I went down from the mountain with the two tablets in my hands. Then the Lord wrote on these tablets what he had written before, the 10 commandments he had proclaimed to you on the mountain out of the fire on the day of the assembly. Then the Lord gave them to me. Then I came back down the mountain and put the tablets into the ark I had made. So the Lord commanded me, and there they are now. The Israelites traveled from the wells of Bene Jacan to Mosere. Then Aaron died and was buried, and Eleazar his son succeeded him as a priest. From there they traveled to Gud Goda on the Jotbata, a land with streams of water. At that time, the Lord set apart the tribe of Levi to carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord. to stand before the Lord, to minister, to pronounce blessings in his name as they still do today. That is why the Levites have no share or inheritance among their fellow Israelites. The Lord is their inheritance, as the Lord your God told them. Now I stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights, as I did the first time. And the Lord listened to me at this time also. It was not his will to destroy you. Go, the Lord said to me, and lead the people on their way, so they may enter and possess the land I swore to their ancestors to give them. And now, Israel, what does the Lord ask? What does the Lord your God ask of you? But to fear the Lord your God, to walk in obedience, to love him, to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, and to observe the Lord's commands and decrees that I'm giving you today for your own good. To the Lord your God belongs the heavens, even the highest heavens, the earth and everything in it. Yet the Lord set his affection on your ancestors and loved them, and he chose you, their descendants, above all the nations as it is today. Circumcise your hearts, therefore, and do not be stiff necked any longer. For the Lord your God is a God of gods and Lord of lords, the great God, mighty and awesome, who shows no partiality and accepts no bribes. He defends the cause of the fatherless and the widow and loves the foreigners residing among you, giving them food and clothing. And you are to love those who are foreigners, for you yourselves were foreigners in Egypt. Fear the Lord your God and serve him. Hold fast to him and take your oaths in his name. He is the one you praise. He is your God who performed for you those great and awesome wonders you saw with your own eyes. Your ancestors who went down into Egypt were 70 in all, and now the Lord your God has made you as numerous as the stars in the sky. Deuteronomy chapter 11. Love the Lord your God and keep his requirements, his decrees, his laws, and his commands always. Remember today that your children were not the ones who saw and experienced the discipline of the Lord your God, his majesty, his mighty hand, his outstretched arm, the signs he performed, and the things he did in the heart of Egypt, both to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and to his whole country. What he did to the Egyptian army, to its horses, chariots, how he overwhelmed them with the waters of the Red Sea as they were pursuing you, and how the Lord brought lasting ruin on them. It was not your children who saw what he did for you in the wilderness until you arrived at this place, and what he did to Dathan and Abiram, sons of Elab and Reubenet, when the earth opened its mouth right in the middle of all Israel and swallowed them up with their households, their tents, and every living thing that belonged to them. But it was your own eyes that saw all these great things the Lord has done. Observe, therefore, all the commands I'm giving you today so that you may have the strength to go in and take over the land that you're crossing the Jordan to possess, and so that you may live long in the land the Lord swore to your ancestors to give them and their descendants a land flowing with milk and honey. The land you're entering to take over is not like the land of Egypt from which you have come, where you planted your seeds, irrigated it by foot as its vegetable garden. But the land you are crossing in the Jordan to take possession of is a land of mountains and valleys that drinks rain from heaven. It is a land the Lord your God cares for. The eyes of the Lord your God are continually on it from the beginning of the year to its end. So, if you faithfully obey the commands I'm giving you today to love the Lord your God, to serve Him with all your heart and with all your soul, then I will send rain on your land in its season, both autumn, spring rains, so that you may gather in your grains, new wine, and olive oil. I will provide grass in the fields for your cattle, and you will eat and be satisfied. Be careful, or you will be enticed to turn away and worship other gods and bow down to them, then the Lord's anger will burn against you, and he will shut up the heavens so that it will not rain, and the ground will yield no produce, and you will soon perish. You will soon perish from the good land the Lord is giving you. Fix these words of mine in your hearts and minds, tie them as a symbol on your hand, and bind them on your forehead. Teach them to your children, talking about them when you sit at home, when you walk along the road, when you lie down, and when you get up. Write them on the door frames of your houses and your gates, so that your days and the days of your children may be many in the land the Lord swore to give to your ancestors, as many as the days that the heavens are above the earth. If you carefully observe all these commandments, all these commands I'm giving you to follow, to love the Lord your God, to walk in obedience to Him, to hold fast to Him, then the Lord will drive out all these nations before you, and you will dispossess nations larger and stronger than you. Every place where you set your foot will be yours. Your territory will extend from the desert to Lebanon, and from the Euphrates River to the Mediterranean Sea. No one will be able to stand against you. The Lord your God, He promised you, will put the terror and fear of you on the whole land wherever you go. See, I'm setting before you today a blessing and a curse. The blessing if you obey the commands of the Lord your God that I'm giving you today. The curse if you disobey the commands of the Lord your God and turn from the way that I command you today by following other gods which you have not known. When the Lord your God has brought you into the land you are entering to possess, you are to proclaim on Mount Gerizim the blessing and on Mount Ebal the curses. As you know, these mountains are across Jordan westward towards the setting sun near the great trees of Morah, in the territory of those Canaanites living in the Arab in the vicinity of Gilgal. You are about to cross the Jordan to enter and take possession of the land the Lord your God is giving you. When you have taken it over and are living there, be sure that you obey all the decrees and laws that I'm setting before you today.
Can you stop? No, can you stop? I'll give you a break for you.
Okay.
Belinda, can you start Deuteronomy 12? Belinda, can you start Deuteronomy 12?
Oh, sorry, sir. I was muted. Yes. Deuteronomy 12. These are the statutes and the rules that you should be careful to do in the land that the Lord, the God your Father, has given you to possess. All the days that you live on the earth, you shall surely destroy all the places where the nations whom you have disposed served their gods, on the high mountains and on the hills, and under every green tree. You shall tear down all their altars and dash in pieces their pillars and burn their Asherim with fire. You shall chop down the carved images of their gods and destroy their names out of their place. You shall not worship the Lord your God in that way, but you shall seek the place that the Lord your God will choose out of all your tribes to put his name and make his habitation there. There you shall go, and there you shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the contributions that you present, your vow offering, your free will offering, and the firstborn of your herb and your flock. And there you shall eat before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice, you and your household, in all that you undertake, in which the Lord your God has blessed. You shall not do according to all that we are doing here today, everyone doing whatever is right in his own eyes. For you have not as yet come to the rest of and to his inheritance that the Lord your God is giving you. But when you go over the Jordan and live in the land that the Lord your God is giving you to inherit, and when he gives you rest from all your enemies around, so that you live in safety, then the place that the Lord your God will choose to make his name dwell there, there you shall bring all the There you shall bring all that I command, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the contributions and your present, and all your finest vow offering that you vow to the Lord. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, and your sons and your daughters, your male servants and your female servants, and the Levites that are within your town, since he has no portion or inheritance with you. Take care that you do not offer your burnt offering at any place that you see, but at the place that the Lord will choose in one of your tribes. There you shall offer your burnt offering, and you shall do all that I am commanding you. However, you may slaughter and eat meat within any of your town, as much as you desire, according to the blessings of the Lord your God that he has given you. The unclean and the unclean may eat of it, as the gazelle as the deer. Only you shall not eat the blood, you shall pour it out on the earth like water. You may not eat within your town the tithe of your grain, or of your wine, or of your oil, or the firstborn of your herb, or of your flock, or any of your vow offering that you vow, or your freewill offering, or the contribution that you present. But you shall eat them before the Lord your God in the place that the Lord your God will choose. You and your sons and your daughters, your male servants and your male servants, and the Levites who is within your town. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God in all that you undertake. Take care that you do not neglect the Levites as long as you live in your land. When the Lord your God enlarges your territory as he has promised you, and you say, I will eat meat, but you crave meat, for you may eat meat whenever you desire. If the place that the Lord your God will choose to put his name there is too far from you, you may kill any of your herb of your flock, which the Lord has given you, as I commanded you, and you may eat within your town whenever you desire, just as the gazelle or the deer is eaten, as you may eat of it. The unclean and the clean alike may eat of it. Only be sure that you do not eat the blood, for the blood is the life. You shall not eat the life with the flesh. You shall not eat it. You shall pour it out on the earth like water. You shall not eat it, that you may go well with you and with your children after you, when you do what is right in the sight of the Lord, but the holy things that are due from you, and your vow offering you shall take, and you shall go to the place that the Lord will choose, and and offer your burnt offering, the flesh and the blood, on the altar of the Lord your God. The blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out on the altar of the Lord your God, but the flesh you may eat. Be careful to obey all these words that I command you, that it may go well with you and with your children after you forever. When you do what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. When the Lord your God cuts off before you the nations whom you go in to dispose, and you disposes them and dwell in their lands. Take care that you be not ensnared to follow them after they had been destroyed before you, and that you may not inquire about their gods, saying, how did this nation serve their gods? that I may do the same. You shall not worship the Lord your God in that way. For every abominable things that the Lord hates, they have done for their gods. For they even burn their sons and their daughters in the fire for their gods. Everything that I command you, you shall be careful to do. You shall not add it to or take from it. Deuteronomy 13. If a prophet or a dreamer of dreams arise among you and give you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or wonder that he tells you may come to pass, and if he says, let us go after other gods which you have not known, let us serve them, you shall not listen to the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams. For the Lord your God is testing you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. You shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him and keep his commandments and obey his voice. You shall you shall serve him and hold fast to him. But that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he had taught rebellions against the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt and redeemed you out of the house of slavery, to make you live the way in which the Lord your God commanded you to walk. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. If your brother, the son of your mother, or the son of your daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your friend who is as your own soul and tempt you secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which neither you nor your father have known. Some of the gods of people who are around you, whether near you or far off from you, from one end of the earth to another. You shall not yield to him or listen to him, nor shall nor shall your eye pity him, nor shall your spear him, nor shall you spear him, nor you shall conceal him, but you shall kill him. Your hand shall be first against him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. You shall stone him to death with stones, because he sought to draw you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. And all Israel shall hear and fear, and never again to do any such wickedness as this among you. If you hear one of your cities, which the Lord your God is giving you to dwell there, then certain worthless fellows have gone out among you and have drawn away the inhabitants of the city, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known. Then you shall inquire and make search and ask diligently, and behold, if it be true and certain that such an abomination has been done among you, you shall surely put the inhabitant of the city to the sword, devoting it to destruction. All who are in it and its cattle with the edge of the sword. You shall gather all its spoil into the midst of it, open square, and burn the city and all its spoil with fire. As the whole burnt offering to the Lord your God, it shall be a harp forever. It shall not be built among again, nor of the devoted things that stick to your hand, that the Lord may turn from the furnace of your anger and show you mercy and have compassion on you and multiply you as he shown to your fathers, if you obey the voice of the Lord your God, keeping all his commandments that I am commanding you today, and doing what is right in the sight of the Lord your God. Deuteronomy 14. You are the sons of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourself or make any baldness of your forehead for the death, for you are a people holy to the Lord your God, and the Lord has chosen you to be people for his treasure, possession out of all the people who are on the face of the earth. You shall not eat any abomination. These are the animals you may eat: the ox and the sheep, the goat, the deer, the gazelle, and the roebuck, the wild ox, the wild goat, the ibex, the antelope, on the mountain sheep, every animal that parts of hoof and has the hoof clove into and chew the cud among the animals you may eat. Yet of of those who chew the cud or the half cloven, you shall not eat these: the camel, the hare, and the rock beggar, because they chew the cud, but do not part the half, and unclean for you, and the pig, because it parts half, but does not chew the cud. It's unclean for you. The flesh you shall not eat, as the carcasses you shall not touch. Of all this are in the waters you may eat these. Whatever the fin and scales you may eat, and whatever does not have fin and scales you shall not eat, it is unclean for you. You may eat all clean birds, but these are the ones that you shall not eat: the eagle, the bearded vulture, the black vulture, the kite, the falcon, and of any kind, the raven of the kind, the ostrich, and the nighthawk, the seagull, the hawk of any kind, the little owl, and the short-eared owls, or the barn owls, or the tawny owls, or the carrion vulture, and the cormorant, the stork, and the heron of the kind, the hop, hopper, and the bat, and all winged insects, and unclean for you. They shall not be eaten. All clean winged things you shall eat. You may eat. You shall not eat anything that die naturally. You may eat. You may give it to the sojourner who is within your town, that he may eat it. So you may sell it to the foreigners, for you are the people holy to the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. You shall tithe all the yield of your seed that comes from the field year by year, and before the Lord your God, in the place that he will choose to make his name dwell there. You shall eat you shall eat the tithes of your grain, of your wine, and of your oil, and the firstborn of your herb and flock, that you may learn to fear the Lord your God always. And if the way is too long for you, so that you are not able to carry the tithes, when the Lord your God blesses you, because the place is too far from you, which the Lord your God chooses to set his name there, then you shall turn it into money, and bind up the money into your hands, and go to the place that the Lord your God chooses, and spend that money for whatever you desire: the ox, or sheep, or wine, or strong drink, whatever your appetite crave, and you shall eat there before the Lord your God, and rejoice, you and your household. And you shall not neglect the Levites who is within your town, for he has no portion or inheritance with you. At the end of every year, every 3 years, you shall bring out all the tithes of your produce in the same year, and lay it down upon your towns. And the Levites, because he has no portions, inheritance with you, and the sojourner, and the fatherless, and the widow, who are within your town, shall come and eat and be filled, that the Lord your God may bless you in all the works of your hands that you do. Deuteronomy chapter 15. At the end of every 7 years, you shall grant a release, and this is the manner of the release. Every creditor shall release what he has lent to his neighbor. He shall not exact, extract in it to his neighbor, his brother, because the Lord's release has been proclaimed, or or a foreigner may you accept it, but whatever is yours, or whatever of yours is within your brother, your hand shall release. But there will be no poor among you, for the Lord will bless you in the land that the Lord your God is giving you for an inheritance to possess. If only you will strictly obey the voice of the Lord your God, being careful to do all his commandments that I command you today. For the Lord your God will bless you, and as he promised you, and you shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow. You shall rule over many nations, but they shall not rule over you. If among you one of your brothers should become poor in any of your towns within your land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart or shut your hands against your poor brother, but you shall open your hands to him and lend him sufficient for his need, whatever it may be. Take care lest this there be an unworthy thought in your heart, and you say, the seventh year, the year to release is near, and your eyes shall look grudgingly in on your poor brother, and you give him nothing, and he cried to the Lord against you, and you be guilty of sin. You shall give to him freely, and and your heart shall not be grating with when you give it to him. Because of this, the Lord your God will bless you in all your works and in all that you undertake, for there will never cease to be poor in the land. Therefore I command you, you shall open wide your hands to the brother, to the needy, and to the poor in your land. If your brother, a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, is sold to you, he shall serve you 6 years, and in the seventh year you shall let him go free from you. And when you let him go free from you, you shall let him go, you shall not let him go empty handed. You shall furnish him liberally out of your flock, out of the threshing floor, and out of the winepress, as the Lord your God has blessed you. You shall give to him. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. Therefore, I command you this today. But if he says to you, I will not go out from you, because he loves you and your household, since he is well off with you, then you shall take an out and put it through his ear into the door, and he shall be a slave forever. And to your female servant you shall do the same. It shall not seem hard to you when you let him go free from you, for at half the cost of a hired servant, and has served you 6 years. So the Lord your God will bless you in all that you do. All the firstborn male that are born of your herds and flocks, and shall dedicate to the Lord your God. You shall not do work, you shall do no work with the firstborn of your herd, nor share the firstborn of your flock. And you shall eat it, you and your household, before the Lord your God, year by year, at the place of the Lord will choose. But if it has any blemish, if it is the lamp or a blind, or has any serious blemish, whatever you shall not sacrifice it to the Lord your God. You shall eat it within your town. The unclean and the clean alike may eat it, as though it is gazelle as a deer, Only you shall not eat its blood, but you shall pour it out on the ground like water.
Okay, so can you stop?
Deuteronomy,
Can you stop? Can you stop?
yes, yes,
Uh, You take a break, and
yes.
I will ask. Christina, can you take from 16 to 20 in a quick speed? Think Christina. Christina, think she's not there. Okay, I will take a little bit speed and then I'll give you all again.
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. Sir, just a minute.
Okay,
I'll just take it,
okay,
sir. Deuteronomy chapter
okay.
60, 20, Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy 26, sir.
No, no, 16, 16, 1 6.
16. Okay, okay, sir, fine. Observe the month, chapter 16, Deuteronomy. Observe the month of Abib and keep the Passover to the Lord your God of Egypt by night. And you shall offer the Passover sacrifice to the Lord your God from the flock or the herd there. You shall eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days you shall eat with unleavened bread, the bread of affliction, for you came out of the land of Egypt in haste, that all the days of your life may be remembered, the day when you came out of the land of Egypt. No leaven shall be seen with you in all your territory for 7 days, nor shall any of the flesh that you sacrifice on the evening of the first day remain all night until morning. You may not offer the sacrifice, Passover sacrifice within any of your towns. You shall not offer the sacrifice within any of your town that the Lord your God is giving you, but at the place that the Lord your God will choose to make his name dwell in it. There you shall offer the Passover sacrifice. In the evening at sunset, at the time when you came out of Egypt, you shall cook it and eat it at the place the Lord your God will choose. In the morning you shall turn and go to your tent. For 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the seventh day there shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord your God. You shall do no work on it. You shall count 7 weeks before to count, begin the count of the 7 weeks from the time the sickle is put first to the standing of grain. Then you shall keep the feast of the weeks to the Lord your God, with the tribute of a firewall, free will offering from your hand, which the Lord shall give you. As the Lord your God blesses you, and you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, your son and your daughter, your male servant and your female servant, the Levite who is within your town, the sojourner, the fatherless, the widow who is amongst you, at the place the Lord your God will choose to make his name dwell there. So you shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and you shall be careful to observe this statute. You shall keep the feast of booths 7 days when you have gathered in the produce from your threshing floor and your winepress. You shall rejoice in your feast, you and your son and your daughter, your male servant and your female servant, the Levite, the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow who are within your town. For 7 days you shall keep the feast to the Lord your God at the place that the Lord will choose. Because the Lord your God will bless you in all your produce and in all the work of your hand, so that you will be altogether joyful. 3 times a year, all your males shall appear before the Lord your God at the place that he will choose, at the feast of unleavened bread, at the feast of weeks, at the feast of booths. They shall not appear before the Lord empty handed. Every man shall give as he is able, according, according to the blessing of the Lord your God that he has given you. You shall appoint judges and officers in all your town that the Lord your God is giving you according to your tribe, and they shall judge the people with righteous judgment. You shall not pervert justice. You shall show no partiality. You shall not accept a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subvert the cause of the righteous. Justice and only justice you shall follow, that you may live and inherit the land that the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not plant any tree as an Asherah behind the altar of the Lord your God that you shall make, and it shall not be set up as a pillar which the Lord your God hates. Chapter 17, Deuteronomy. You shall not sacrifice to the Lord your God an ox or a sheep in which is a blemish, any defect, whatever that is in an abomination to the Lord your God. If there found among you within any of your town that the Lord your God is giving you a man or a woman who does what is evil in the sight of the Lord your God, in transgressing his covenant and has gone and served other gods and worshipped them, or the sun, the moon, or the host of heaven, which I have forbidden, then it is told you and you hear of it, then you shall diligently, if it is true and certain that such an abomination has been done in Israel, then you shall bring out to your gates that man or woman who has done this evil thing, and you shall stone that man or woman to death with stone. On the evidence of two witnesses or three witnesses, the one who is to die shall be put to death. A person shall not be put to death in the evidence of one witness. The hand of the witnesses shall be first against him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. If in any case arises requiring decision between one kind of homicide and another, one kind of legal right and another, or one kind of assault and another, any case within your town is too difficult for you, then you shall arise and go up to the place that the Lord your God will choose. You shall come to the Levitical priest and to judge who is in the office in those days, and you shall consult them, and they shall declare to you the decision. Then you shall do according to what they declare to you from that place that the Lord will choose. And you shall be careful to do according to all that they direct you, according to the instruction that they give you, and according to the decision which they pronounce to you, you shall do. You shall not turn aside from the verdict that they declare to you, either to the right hand or to the left. The man who acts presumptuously by not obeying the priest who stands to minister there before the Lord your God, or the judge, that man shall die. So you shall purge the evil from Israel, and all the people shall hear and fear, and not act presumptuously again. When you come to the land that the Lord your God is giving you, and you possess it and dwell in it, and then say, I will set a king over me like all the nations that are around me, you may indeed set a king over you, whom the Lord your God will choose. One from among your brothers you shall set as king over you. You may not put a foreigner over you who is not your brother. Only he must not acquire many horses for himself or cause the people to return to Egypt in order to acquire many horses, since the Lord has said to you, you shall never return that way again. And he shall not acquire many wives for himself, lest his heart turn away, nor shall he acquire for himself excessive silver and gold. And when he sits on the throne of his kingdom, he shall write for himself in a book a copy of this law, approved by the Levitical priest. And it shall be with him, and he shall read it in it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God by keeping all the words of his law and these statutes. And by doing them, that his heart may not be lifted up above his brothers, and that he may not turn aside from the commandment either to the right hand or to the left, so that he may continue long in his kingdom, he and his children in Israel. Deuteronomy chapter 18. The Levitical priest, all the tribe of Levi, shall have no portion or inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the Lord's food offerings, their inheritance. They shall have no inheritance among their brothers. The Lord is their inheritance as he promised them. And this shall be the priest's due from the people, from those offering a sacrifice, whether an ox or a sheep. They shall give to the priest the shoulder and the two cheeks and the stomach, the first fruits of your grain, of your wine, and of your oil, and the first fleece of your sheep you shall give him. For the Lord your God has chosen him out of all your tribes to stand and minister in the name of the Lord, him and his son for all time. And if a Levite comes from any of your town out of all Israel where he lives, and he may come when he desires to the place that the Lord will choose, and ministers in the name of the Lord his God, like all his fellow Levites who stand to minister there before the Lord, then he may have equal portions to eat, beside what he received from the sale of his patrimony. When you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not learn to follow the abominable practices of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone who burns his son or his daughter as an offering, anyone who practices divination or tells fortune, or interprets omens, or a sorcerer, or a charmer, or a medium, or a necromancer, or one who inquires of the dead. For whoever does this thing is an abomination to the Lord. And because of this abomination, the Lord your God is driving them out before you. You shall be blameless before the Lord your God. For these nations which you are about to dispossess listen to fortune tellers and to diviners. But as for you, the Lord your God has not allowed you to do this. The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among you, from your brothers. It is to him you shall listen. Just as you desired of the Lord your God at Horeb on the day of the assembly, when you said, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, or see this great fire any more, lest I die. The Lord said to me, they are right in what they have spoken. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brothers, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them all that I command him. And whoever will not listen to my word, that he shall speak in my name, I myself will require it of him. But the prophet who presumed to speak a word in my name, and that I have not commanded him to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that same prophet shall die. And if you say in your heart, how may we know the word that the Lord has not spoken? When a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the word does not come to pass or come true, that is a word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously, and you need not be afraid of him. Deuteronomy chapter 19. When the Lord your God cuts off the nation whose land the Lord your God is giving you, and you dispossess them and dwell in their cities and in their houses, you shall set apart 3 cities for yourself in the land that the Lord your God is giving you to possess. You shall measure the distances and divide into 3 parts the area of the land the Lord your God gives you as a possession, so you that any manslayer can flee to them. This is the provision for the manslayer who is fleeing there may save his life. If anyone kills his neighbor unintentionally without having hated him in the past, as when someone goes into the forest with his neighbor to cut wood, and his hand swings the axe to cut down a tree, and the head slips from the handle and strikes his neighbor so that he dies, he may flee to one of those cities and live. Let the avenger of the blood in hot anger pursue the manslayer and overtake him, because the way is long, and strike him fatally, though the man did not deserve to die, since he had not hated his neighbor in the past. Therefore, I command you, you shall set apart 3 cities. And if the Lord your God enlarges your territory, as he has sworn to your fathers, and gives you all the land that he promised to give to your fathers, provided you are careful to keep all this commandment which I command you today, by loving the Lord your God and by walking ever in his way, then you shall add 3 other cities to this 3. Let innocent blood be shed in your land that the Lord your God is giving you for an inheritance. So the guilt of bloodshed be upon you. But if anyone hates his neighbor and lies in wait for him and attacks him and strikes him fatally so that he dies, and he flees into one of these cities, then the elders of his city shall send and take him from there, and hand him over to the avenger of blood so that he may die. Your eyes shall not pity him, but you shall purge the guilt of innocent blood from Israel, so that it may be well with you. You shall not move your neighbor's landmark, which the men of old have set, in the inheritance that you will hold in the land that the Lord your God is giving you to possess. A single witness shall not suffice against a person for any crime or for any wrong in connection with any offense that he has committed. Only on the evidence of 2 witnesses or of 3 witnesses shall a charge be established. If a malicious witness arises to accuse a person of wrongdoing, then both parties to the dispute shall appear before the law, before the priests and the judges who are in office in those days. The judges shall inquire diligently, and if the witness is a false witness and has accused his brother falsely, then you shall do to him as he had meant to do to his brother. So you shall purge the evil from your midst, and the rest shall hear and fear and shall never again commit any such evil among you. Your eye shall not